share it. You don't have to rely on a YouTube link going stale. And it's in our home server. So there you go.
I made a video about Coriolis a couple years ago. I was watching a gun channel where some guys took and fired a 50 BMG straight up in the air and timed how long it would take the bullet to come back down.
Yeah.
The bullet almost hit them. It came back down right where they fired it up from. They were hiding under a car and they were timing. It took like 2 minutes for the bullet to come back down. I did a little math. That bullet should have landed 20 miles away from them if the earth was spinning.
Wow.
At least 20 miles away from them, and it almost hit them. I said this years ago. He added my little video I made in there about it, but
don't you know that the air is moving in lockstep with the earth, so you can't actually tell there's any Coriolis at all?
Yeah. Except when snipers fire bullets.
Suddenly there is, yeah.
Horizontally. Yeah.
Knocks bullets off course all the time, but not airplanes or helicopters or drones. But
Yeah.
footballs and sniper bullets, man.
Yep. Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about football was deflected because of the Coriolis field goal kick.
Yeah, they'll say conservation of momentum when it suits them. And then sometimes there's no conservation of momentum when it comes to a sniper bullet or a projectile, like a military projectile or something like that. They'll say, oh, no, there's no conservation of momentum. Now it's Coriolis we have to account for.
Yeah, and even then, like, if there was there would be a conservation of momentum, right? But then this would be subject to deviation from the surface, to friction and slowing down. Like there should be measurable effects of the conservation of momentum bleeding off. But they almost treat Coriolis as like a constant.
Yeah. Yeah, they show that video of like a trampoline being pulled behind a tractor going like 3 miles an hour, somebody jumping up and down. Yeah, how about speed that tractor up to about 50 and jump about 100 feet in the air? You're not going to land back on that trampoline.
No. If there is Coriolis and conservation of momentum, then maybe it would be so slight it'd be difficult to measure, and then you could make that claim. In which case, the burden of proof is even greater, because now if you're the Glober claiming this, now you have to have evidence that is so hard and difficult to obtain in order to state your case. I mean, between that and like the terrestrial refraction effects, they just keep stepping in it again and again, not realizing that they're creating an unfalsifiable claim for themselves, which is now, subject to scrutiny and subject to rejection.
Hey.
Hey, Rotary man, sounds like you're sick and you're hot micing. You okay? All right, well, I just watched a baboon steal a tourist's hot cup of coffee, open the lid, and burn his balls and get mad at the tourist. That's enough internet for the day. Good. I'm going to get into my office. I'll be listening, folks.
Uh, okay.
Vegans are there.
But that's actually good. But based on what you said, why doesn't everyone see the sun at the same time above the flat disk, bro? Like, why
What disk?
doesn't?
Who said
How
disk?
big is the sun and how far away is it? Like
Hold
you're
on,
already
who said
assuming a lot of
disk,
things.
Chappie?
Call it a pizza, call it anything you want, bro. It's just flat, bro.
Yeah, just
Like,
flat. Stick with that.
yeah, I'm gonna stick with the flat, but why? Why doesn't everyone see the sun at the same time, bro?
Because the air is not transparent. Newsflash: the air is not transparent.
I know that, bro.
How
I know
far can
that.
you see? Let me ask you this: How
40
come?
kilometer, bro.
Let me ask you this: If you're 400 meters underwater, why can't you see the sun?
Because I'm underwater, bro.
Why? It's not a why. Why doesn't the sunlight reach you?
Because there is water.
Okay. Why doesn't the sunlight reach you? Because there is air.
There is air, yeah.
Yeah, thousands of miles of air.
I get it. I
With
get it.
dust, water
I get what
vapor.
you're. Yeah, I
Now,
get the
just
example.
think about it. Like between you and say 3,000 miles, how many thunderstorms do you think there are?
Too much.
Yeah, there's no way you're going to see through all that junk, man.
I get it. I get it. Finally, someone said something that I get it, bro.
Yeah, well,
This
I
one
mean,
is good.
yeah, so check this out. What annoys me are people like you posting, we didn't answer in the chat. We do answer. Just because you don't understand the answer doesn't mean we didn't answer. Okay?
I get it. I get it.
You
Sometimes
understand now.
you guys are hard to understand, you know? Like, because you have your own physics and stuff.
But we're not using our own physics, dude.
Now you're using your own physics, bro. Like,
No, you
this-
can. Everything I
our
just
physics
said.
is big.
Look, so is your weather app My Physics? Because when you look on your weather app and it says the visibility and it says 15 kilometers, why is that? Is that the curve of the earth? Or is that because the air is not transparent? It's not our physics, dude.
You believe in those apps?
What?
Hey, another one is why does it start getting darker before the sun's gone down?
Why is that?
Why is it brighter at noon than at sunset?
Because the sun at its peak, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
And the air is what? When it's directly overhead, is there less or more air?
the same.
The same.
The same, bro.
Okay, so when you go straight up, you don't go to outer space anymore?
Nah, you go out of space, obviously.
Yeah, does the air get thinner?
Nah,
Okay,
the
you're
opposite.
just trolling now. Now you're just being a goof.
Now I understand. Now you've spoken to him. I understand. I'm not going mental. Good, thanks, mate.
Nah, bro, because you're trolling on me, bro. You're trolling on
You're
me.
trolling,
Because
dude. Your mind is. See, this is what all you guys do. You
tried
you
to
just
troll
start
you.
falling
You didn't
apart.
answer the first
You're falling
question.
apart, bro.
Listen,
You're
bro.
falling apart.
Nah,
I know
bro.
it
I'm
hurts.
not falling apart.
Look,
My question
here's
was
a better question.
extremely easy, and you
Yeah,
keep
and it was
trolling me, bro.
extremely
You
easily
keep trolling
answered.
me. You didn't give me the answer. Listen, bro. You
Yeah, I
didn't
did
give
give
me
you
the
the
answer.
answer.
You keep trolling me. You
Repeat
keep
to me.
saying I'm
Repeat to
not
me the
listening.
answer.
I'm not
Hold on,
listening.
bro. Repeat to me the answer I didn't give you.
You didn't give me why the reason you see the sun for 6 months, bro. Like you're gonna make me crazy, bro. Like I can't take this anymore.
Why you see the sun for 6 months? Where?
In the North Pole, bro.
You can see the sun for 6 months?
That's 3 months.
You're making it up, dude. Yeah, Jedi's right. It's 3
You
months.
can look this one, nah, bro. You can look this one, bro.
It's
you can look this
6
one right
months
now.
if you had the two summers together. If you had the north and south observations over the time of the year, it's 3 months in the north, 3 months in the south, right?
Bro, it's literally 6 months. You see the sun. 6 months, you don't see the sun. That's it. You can Google this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't need to fight about
When
this one.
when you Google
I think
it
you need to
in the
Google it.
north, it's like 69 days or like 72. In the south, it's something similar, but they're not the same.
There's a movie
But-
about this, a vampire movie that takes place
that-
in Barrow, Alaska. Yeah, it's called like
Oh.
90 Days of Night or
Oh
something.
yeah, of course there is.
It
You
isn't
guys,
six,
wait
it
a second,
isn't,
you
bro.
guys.
It isn't 6 months a night in the movie, dude. It's 90 days.
Bro, listen, you guys, you even don't believe in Antarctica and stuff. You
I also don't believe in
North Pole, bro.
vampires.
Nah, you don't believe in that. You said that there is no flies today.
Sorry.
Like there is
What?
green screen out there. Like you
What?
guys are.
Dude,
full
who
of
are the
shit.
fuck are
do
you
you
talking
mean?
about, bro?
I'm
What
talking
do you
about flat
mean?
earthers, bro.
Dude,
Flat
Dude,
earthers.
Yeah, we're not.
before we
Look,
start
bro, we're not a
fucking
club with a
spreading
mailing address.
Ghosts.
Okay.
Bro, trust me, I know every one of you, bro. I know every one
What
of
do
you.
you mean
I've been
when
here
you
for
say
the
we
past
don't
6
believe in Antarctica?
Okay. He's got verbal diarrhea. Okay.
He really has.
Control yourself, dude. Control. No, go ahead, Jedi.
He said we don't believe in Antarctica. I want to understand what he means.
I want to know how he knows what I believe.
Oh, fucking hell, yeah. You can start with that one. You choose which one we start with, I guess.
Yeah, let's start with how he knows in the first place. Are you in my mind, bro? Like, how do you know what I believe?
Bro, flat earthers have all the same
Flat
thing, bro.
earthers?
You,
No.
listen. You are from what
That's
I
called, bro, stop it. That's called a hasty generalization fallacy. We don't all think the same thing.
Hey, you know what? I'll play with them. I don't believe in Antarctica. I know there's Antarctica. Now what?
Stop lumping everybody together, dude. Are you weak-minded?
Nah, bro, I'm chill, bro.
Okay.
I'm talking to you like.
Well,
completely
I see
straight.
people
I'm
that
not
are
kidding, I'm
weak-minded
not trolling.
that have to like generalize and say all people are like this or this group of people is like that. It's because you're weak-minded. You don't want to spend the mental effort it takes to evaluate people individually. So it's just easier for lazy-ass motherfuckers to just say all flat earthers instead of going, hey, each individual has their own ideas.
Nah, bro, I'm not gonna go to each individual, bro. Like,
Of course not, because
That's
you're
crazy.
lazy, though, which is why
like,
you're a
I'm gonna go
Glober.
to each
You're a
one, ask
Glober
him,
because
like,
you're
what are you
lazy.
talking about?
You're a
Well,
Glober
let's see.
because you're lazy.
Let's see if that generalization is hasty. Brings us into my question. What do you mean when you say we, flat earthers, don't believe in Antarctica?
Bro, you guys said
Yeah,
literally
what does that mean?
from your guys, not you.
Yeah, and what
I'm
does
not
that
talking about
mean?
you, obviously. I'm talking about your guys, like flat earth.
Who
they
in
said-
here in this room?
My guys.
I don't know, bro. Those guys
got
obviously have
guys.
their own things, but they
Who's
said
here
that
in this room?
Antarctica there is
Okay, dude,
green
I've
screen.
had enough of this shit, dude. Honestly,
Nah, bro. I
the
didn't do nothing to you,
conversation
bro.
is now
I didn't
about
do
what
nothing.
flat earthers believe and what they don't believe. What about the evidence the earth is flat versus a globe? Let's stick with that, okay? We don't care about what people are believe, don't believe. This is why we stick to evidence, okay?
But there is evidence that flat earthers say that there is green
Who
screen
cares?
in
Flat
the
earthers isn't the
Antarctica.
topic. Flat earthers isn't the topic.
So you don't believe in them.
Flat
you don't believe
earthers
in them.
isn't the topic, dummy. Flat earth is the topic,
So-
not flat earthers.
You know what you're doing? You're trying to strawman us with the low hanging fruit, bro.
Nah, I'm not trying to do nothing, bro.
Let me ask you this.
Just
How do you defend an idea you don't even understand? Yeah,
Bro,
you jump in
listen.
Cyclone. Maybe you can talk him in some sense into this.
I was just gonna say this guy.
Nah,
This guy's like.
don't do this to me, bro. Like I didn't
guy's
do
like
nothing
when-
to you. I'm a fully human being. I know my things.
Yeah, we're gonna
I
pass you
studied
around
biology
like a
and
bitch.
studied biology.
Just mute
And I
him. Just mute
studied
him. He's
biology
annoying.
too.
Just mute him.
Dude, your verbal, verbal diarrhea.
Thank you.
Shut it, or you're gonna be muted.
Yeah,
Cyclone
this guy's like
Nah,
when
bro.
this guy's like when CB pretends to be a retarded Glober, but he's real.
Nah, bro. Like
Yeah, you're a
I don't
joke,
get why you're
dude.
saying
You're a
this to me,
joke.
bro.
You're a joke. You need to stop. You need to stop. Your troll isn't funny. I don't even think you're trolling. I think you're just genuinely confused and helpless. So just stop it.
Nah, bro. Like who
All
said
right,
I'm
tell me,
trolling? I'm
tell
just
me your
talking
top
serious.
three. Tell me your
talking
top
serious.
three
Listen,
globe
bro.
proofs.
I'm talking
Tell me your top three
seriously.
globe
You
proofs.
say I'm
Okay.
trolling, and someone
Okay,
said I have.
okay. Being serious. Tell me your top 3 globe proofs.
Top 3. It's nah, bro. I'm not gonna say that, bro. Like,
Well, then shut the fuck up. What are you talking
I'm not
about? You
gonna
don't even
say
have
that.
3
You tell
arguments.
me
You
your
don't have
3 flat
3
Earth
arguments.
proof, bro.
You don't
You're
have
not
3
gonna turn this
arguments
to
for the
me.
globe. Why are you talking this whole time?
You
if you
are
don't have
the
3
anomaly.
arguments
I
for
am
the
the
globe?
normal, bro.
You're the normal, but you don't have 3 arguments for your globe. Retarded.
I'm the normal. He's spurging out. Is that normal?
I am a normal.
I got 3 flat Earth proofs: eyes, lasers, and radio waves.
There you go.
Doesn't have an argument for the globe, but he's going to spend 3 hours asking us questions about the sun in Antarctica that he's never seen and things that he doesn't understand.
And you were spot on, Indio, saying that he was just lazy. They are. They all.
Listen, bro.
Hold
I'm
on,
gonna
bro.
play your game.
Bro,
You know that?
you were
I'm gonna
literally.
play your game.
You're literally.
Why'd you start talking in the middle of sheepdog sentence, dude?
No, because you all
Control your mic.
me for no reason.
Control your
I'm
mic.
just gonna finish. I'm just gonna finish what I'm saying because he's not gonna let me finish. So they are lazy, but they were programmed to be lazy, right? Like it's not. It's their fault, but it's not their fault. Like they could choose to not be lazy at any time, but their entire paradigm has been based on someone smarter figured it out for them, so they don't have to worry about it anymore. And so they just choose to be lazy about it.
What was he saying? He's going to present 3 globe proofs? Is he saying he's going to do that? If not, just keep him on mute. But if he says he's going to do it, then maybe we'll listen to it.
Maybe he should put it in the side chat and say, "Hey, yes, I have 3 globe proofs."
Well, let's explain to him. He seems a little touched. So the reason you need to present evidence and we don't, because you have the burden of proof for a very simple reason. The Earth is observed flat and motionless. Absent outside more evidence that contradicts that, we don't need more than that. So if you have evidence to contradict the observation that the Earth is flat and motionless, give us your best 3.
First of all, guys, like, you don't need to do all of this. Like,
no, we don't need
all of
that's not a globe. That's not a globe evidence,
the
dude.
evidence, dude. Just give us the evidence.
I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna talk. Obviously,
we don't need the bullshit. We don't need your excuses.
I wish.
Reggie.
Listen,
Just
I
give us
wish
3
nothing,
arguments
bro.
for the globe.
I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start.
You've got nothing.
Shut the fuck
Okay, you've
up,
got
bro. I'm
nothing
gonna
for the
start
globe
right
then.
now.
Nothing for the globe then, yeah?
Okay. Give me a
Absolutely
second.
nothing.
First of
Okay,
all,
welcome to Flat Earth then.
First of all, the first one is the stars, bro. Like North Star.
Hold on. Explain how the stars prove the Earth's a globe.
I was about to explain. Come on, bro. The fuck?
Okay, we look at stars. We'll go through this step by step. We look at stars. Now what?
North Star only in the north. Southern Cross only.
So I look at my feet and I go, yeah, great. So I do that. I take that observation. I look at my feet and I go, how does that prove that what's under my feet is curving? By looking at the star.
Bro, look at the example I gave you and look what you said.
I looked at a star and I looked at the ground under my feet and I go, how the hell do I reach the conclusion the ground under my feet is curved because I looked at a star?
See, the fact that you said stars for your first argument shows us that you don't know why you think the Earth is a globe. You don't even know.
Bro, listen, I'm going to say it again.
Why don't you be honest with us? Why don't you be honest with us?
Only in the north.
Dude,
we have direction in the Earth.
Just be honest. Just be honest.
Let me talk.
Hold on. Just be honest and admit that you believe the Earth's a globe because you were shown cartoon images and videos from the government. That's why you believe it. You don't believe it because you saw stars, you retard. You believe it because you were shown cartoons. Be honest.
No, retard, bro. Like, that's too much, bro.
You're an idiot.
Okay, so how long have been people looking at stars, and why did it take so long to realize the Earth is a globe?
Listen, my second
How
take
come
is the
people,
flight.
according, you're probably an evolutionist, right? So men have been around for 1.5 million years, so they could see the stars the entire time. Why did it take till 500 years ago until they looked at the stars that you said look at to realize the Earth was a globe?
Bro, is 400,000 people gonna lie from NASA government?
You're an idiot.
You
You're an
understand?
idiot.
The rocket
So it's not
is
stars now.
400,000
You called it, though,
gonna lie
Cyclone.
to
You
you.
I
called it. It
told
was the
you. I
cartoons.
told you. Of course, it's the cartoons. It's
Bro,
always the cartoons.
400,000
It's
people
never the
trying to
stars.
make a rocket
It's
just
never
to
the
lie to you.
24-hour sun in Antarctica. It's never Foucault's pendulum. It's never the Cavendish. It is always the government space cartoon. That's it.
Dude, just freaking own it, bro. Just own it. I love cartoons. I like cartoons too. Probably not the cartoons you like, but I don't
Bugs
think my
Bunny
cartoons are real.
Bugs Bunny's funny, man.
How about flights, bro? Like you said, give me 3 arguments. I'm giving it to you. You don't like just let
Yeah,
me finish,
but
bro.
you're not talking. Look, bro, you're not talking about the Earth. You're talking about everything but the Earth. Like, look, say
How
I
about
ask
the
you, what's
flights,
your,
bro?
say I ask you, hey, Seth, well, I'll give you an analogy. I go, what's your house made out of? And you're like, well, look at my neighbor's house. Look at the house down the street. Look at that tree. Look at the sun. Look at the moon. I'm like, no, dude, we want to know what your house is made out of. And you're pointing me in every direction but at your house. Okay? That's what you're doing with the Earth. We're saying, how is the Earth the globe? And you're looking everywhere but the Earth. Why is that?
Bro, I have a real image of the Earth. I don't need
How do you know?
to create a Discord
How do you
room
know it's a
named
real
Flat
image of the
bro.
Earth? How do you know it's a real image of the Earth?
How do you know that I am a real person? That you are a real
Oh,
person?
Jesus
Show us
fucking,
the
you
image.
put your brain in
Let's
the
see the
jar.
image.
You broke him.
Let's see the image. Show us your image of.
And Google it, bro. Do you
No,
have
we want to
Google
see
it?
yours. The
you
one,
believe.
show it, yeah. Show us the best one. The one that's the most real to you.
How about your pizza? Can you show it to me?
No.
Like, I don't get the. I don't
Yeah,
get the shape of
you're
your
running
pizza,
away
bro.
from your own claim, dude. Go get the most real one and
How
post it in
about
the
the flights,
chat.
bro? How about the flights? Real flight times, only max a globe map, bro.
Still not talking about the Earth, bro.
No, but you didn't
You see
answer,
how
bro.
you keep running away from the question mentally? You're just running away. Oh fuck, can't talk about the Earth. Let's talk about everything else.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a challenge right now. If you prove me, listen. I'm gonna be a flat earther today, bro. I don't give a fuck.
No one. We're not trying to turn you into a flat earther. That's what you don't get.
Listen, if you
He's
give
turning
me
himself into
2,
one
just
by
2,
realizing how dumb he
you
sounds.
said 3 for me. Listen, bro, you said 3 for me.
Does
I'm
he?
saying just 2 for you. Just 2 argument for a flat Earth using only flat Earth. Don't use nothing else.
Okay.
Just the way you did to me, bro.
Okay. The surface
Come on,
of
bro.
water.
I'm listening. You can mute me
Okay.
if you want. I'm listening, bro.
That's fine. You
Just
ask
give.
using only the Earth. Well, 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. Now, we use water as a horizontal leveling tool. It is parallel with the plane of the horizon when you contain it in a glass. The horizon that it's parallel to is more often than not, if not exclusively, over the surface of the water on the Earth. So that parallel line is parallel to any other horizontal line would hold. That's how you reference to be level with the Earth. We can also measure water to be horizontal on the surface by observation and tools such as lasers, propagation. So being as 70% of the surface of the Earth observed, measured, and then practically in everyday usage used as a horizontal reference datum, then the surface of the Earth can't be curved.
It's that simple. Has nothing to do with the sky.
Look in the chat. So the city of Chicago uses as a horizontal datum plane to measure the heights of all buildings, streets, lampposts, everything in the city is measured from a horizontal datum. And it's a plane. So you want flat earth used in the real world, here it is. I posted an image of the main benchmark in the chat. Everything in this city, the whole entire city of Chicago, is measured in reference to this freaking cornerstone.
That's actually crazy, bro. I never heard of this.
Well, you think you haven't, but you have.
No, I haven't, bro.
You have. Every single time you wonder why things keep rolling off of your table. It's not level. Well, when it's level, that'll be parallel with the earth. This is how your foundations, your wood and brickwork, and your house stay together. Right? It's fundamental to how we construct upon the earth. First point of order, find level, because we're going to either want to create a slope for maybe drainage or not. We do this all the time, dude. This point is just showing that this level of the city of Chicago and all of the points from this level, where do you think that level's taken from and is in reference to? That will be mean sea level. That will probably be 0. That's where we also get the heights of mountains, right? The coastline, those cliffs, the depth of the seabed. It's all from a horizontal reference datum. We can create our own, which will be parallel, or use the one on the earth.
So here's the funny part. Geometry was invented, and we invented Euclidean plane geometry. But the thing is, we didn't invent it conceptually. We built shit first. And they were like, oh my God, if we use these rules to build things, we have this thing called geometry, and Euclid formalized it. Now, how come we didn't have a spherical geometry right off the bat when we built things? Right? Oh shit, we better use spherical. Why wasn't spherical geometry invented first? Why did it take until fucking Gauss in the 1600s? With no application to the earth. Spherical geometry is an application to the sky. That's why you keep referencing the sky. Moons, stars, airplanes, planets, everything that's not on the earth.
This is concerning. This is the first time he's been quiet for longer than like 20 seconds, hasn't it? 3 hours.
I think
Nah, bro, this one is good.
We tripped the breaker.
Nah, bro, I'm not gonna lie. This one is good, but it's kept me thinking, like
why would you think that we're trying to convince you? Hold on, bro. Hold on, man. I want to ask you because you said something which bothers me. You guys say this shit. Oh, I'll be a flat earther. Oh, you guys are trying to convince me the earth is flat, this, that, and the other. No, we're not. We're not. We're showing you that a lot of information, a lot of things you think are true are not actually true. What you do with that information is up to you. You can take your head, you can stick it in the sand like an ostrich and go back to believe in the freaking globe. They'll stick you right back in the matrix, no fucking problem. Okay,
so you're
gonna get. We're giving you information you're not gonna get
what's
anywhere else.
Be out of the matrix, bro. Like, did you get something? Like,
why do you have a home inspection? What, like, if you buy a house, how come you have a home inspection? Your thought? Why? Why do you hire an inspector to come inspect the house?
I don't know actually.
Because the person that's selling the house, they're only going to tell you the good things, right? So in school, when you watch TV, you listen to this, they're only going to tell you the good things, right? The things that work. They're not going to tell you the things that don't work. You hire the outside home inspector to come in and inspect the house, and he's going to tell you all the stuff that's broken or needs fixing or there's problems with, right? We're the home inspectors, buddy. We're sitting there telling you there's a lot of problems here. Now, you can just buy the house, or you can, say, hey, dude, I want to lower the purchase price, or maybe go buy another house because the house is actually a wreck. This house is a wreck, man.
This house that you're looking to buy
doesn't get mad. Yes, bro. The home inspector doesn't get mad when he didn't find anything wrong with the house.
Because the house doesn't actually exist that you're looking to buy. There is no house.
Really, bro?
The home inspector came to you and was like, "Where's the house, man? You gave me the wrong address."
Yeah, there's no house here.
That's
house
brilliant.
Has 4 walls and a roof. This doesn't exist.
Bro, I really believe that we live in a simulation, bro. There is no flat earth, there is no globe earth. Of
course you do. Of course you do.
It's flat in your simulation too.
Yeah. That's how you imagine it in your brain, in your jaw.
It's a flat in the simulation, I guess, bro. That's crazy.
So, Saf, you understand the point, right? A sphere, a ball, has a curved surface, yeah?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, but Earth does not. You understand?
I got it. I'm with you, bro.
Right. So no curve, no ball, no globe. Yeah. Done.
What I don't get, bro, is that how the fuck all the space agency are lying, bro. I don't get it.
Yeah, because you're so gullible.
Even Chinese,
you're
bro.
So gullible.
I trust
believe
Chinese.
Anything. Because you'll believe anything.
I don't understand why my girlfriend cheated on me.
You just said earlier, I've got an image. You just look to present their bullshit image as proof of your worldview. That's why they get away with it, because you're gullible.
And then we have other people we invited to, if they just want to be in the Zoom audience, and then we're also streaming it. So let's go back to the agenda here. Let's introduce the panelists. I have a picture of all of them here. Let's start right here. Let's introduce, we'll do the rounder side first. If the people can just say your name and a quick background. Let's start with Dr. Dinakar.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Prabhakar Dinakar. I am a biomedical engineer, trained as a chemical engineer, but I did my postdoctoral studies in biomedical engineering, and my interest in my interest in this particular topic is solely for the fact that we need more scientific method in answering any questions, especially the questions that such as whether the fundamental questions such as whether the Earth is flat or round. And these need to be nipped in the bud in the sense that these need to be taught in a school level. It shouldn't take a summit like this to have a clarity on such a fundamental questions. So that's my interest.
Thank you, Dr. Dinakar.
Thank you.
Then we have Michael. Mike, you can introduce yourself. I know some people don't, for anonymity, you don't want your last names. Believe it or not, some people like Mike have actually gotten death threats by people on the flat earth side. And this is of serious concern. And those people were not invited because they seem to be nuts. And so this is a serious issue. It seems like if you go against some narrative that people are monetizing and making money, you actually get death threats. So Mike has shared that with me. It's very unfortunate, but we did not include those people here. Go ahead, Mike.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah,
people on our side have had that happen to them. No one gave a rat's ass.
Computer science. I've written software for my
What they think just because they're making money that it happens. Bullshit. People on our side have had death threats, told to go and do nasty things.
Yeah, and McToon is like the last like, how do you introduce McToon and say flat earthers are making money? Like, it's crazy, dude. And what did he say? Did he say he has a degree in computer science? Did he say that?
No, he didn't. He didn't say anything yet.
He just said something.
I hate
I didn't hear it.
Let's do it again. You can't rewind it. Fuck.
No.
All right, carry on, I guess.
Professional career. And for the last 7.5 years, I've been engaging in this flat Earth and globe Earth discourse, and have a channel, MC Toon Live, and another channel, Conspiracy Tunes, where I look at these two things. I debate flat earthers often on my live channel, and anybody's welcome to come watch if they like to see a 2+ hour interchange between myself and some people that don't generally understand science.
All right, Mike, thank you. And then we have Dan here. Dan, go ahead. I think Dan's good at
Yeah, hi. My name's Dan. I started off in signals intelligence in the Navy, doing radio and satellite networks and during combat deployments. Been a telecommunications engineer with radio and fiber optics for the better part of 25 years now. Originally, I started in this primarily as a byproduct of my teenage daughter having TikTok and seeing some of the videos that were on there about flat Earth and things like that. I've been doing this roughly about 2 years now, started on X, and have now migrated over to YouTube, and can be found on Unfornicated on YouTube, where we do some science communications about things in my background, to kind of teach people about things like radio, fiber optics, and the EM spectrum, and like speed of light, and then also we go into some of the more obscure history things that aren't taught in schools to kind of shine a light on some of those things that that matter.
All right, thanks, Dan. All right, let's go to our team on the flat Earth side. Let's begin with Kevin Samuel. Kevin, kindly go ahead, if you can give people your background.
Mute me. Now I'm unmuted. You hear me? Yes, Kevin?
Yes, we can hear you. Yep.
Kevin Samuel Bow is my YouTube channel. I studied media economics. It's I did online courses after that in alternative money systems. I criticized the nowadays money system a lot. So I think I have something in common with you, how things are bad in economy. But I peeked into other stuff, and I also saw too far in a vacation. I could see an island I couldn't see, and I got interested. I researched that. I digged into theories a lot, and I did a lot of some experiments I did myself. I did experiments with a fishing line, stuff like that, and I like to present something today which I think can be decisive and includes the scientific method. And I hope we keep calm, everyone, and keep it to science.
Great. And Kevin, you're out of Austria, right? Just to let
yes.
3 people are in the United States. Kevin's overseas, so we want to thank Kevin. I don't know what time it's there, Kevin, but it must.
It's okay. Today it's okay. The pre-meetings were late. Today it's 5:30 p.m.
Okay, great. Let's go to Ryan Shea. Ryan's here in the United States. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, hi. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. So my name is Ryan Shea. I am from Dallas, Texas, currently in Houston, driving right now. I've got an undergraduate degree in marketing and management, master's degree in leadership. Most of my professional career was in coaching college soccer, then have now been in real estate as a realtor and investor, entrepreneur. And it was probably about 5 years ago, someone, when I was in a tall building, said, "Hey, we can see pretty far here, can't we?" And brought up the flat Earth. So I was like, I had no idea. I mean, what I was taught as a kid was we're on a globe spinning around at 1,000 miles per hour, hurtling off into space, and there's this solar system and all this stuff, and I just took it for what it was. And I started doing my own research, doing my own testing. I have done a light test across the lake that was around 7 miles, and I've done many other independent research on this subject. And when Dr. Shiva had brought up using the scientific method, I thought, oh, this is great. This is good. This is exactly what we want to do. We want to have facts and we want to know truth. And another part, I think just quickly, is that I'm also a part of the Truth Freedom movement. So I would say what we do here is it's all about facts. I don't care about anything other than what the truth is. And when our freedoms and health is actually absolutely diabolical right now in this world and country, it's not okay. So that's what attracted me to Dr. Shiva and this part of the movement that I'm also a part of. And then, so with this flat Earth, I wanted to get involved at flat Earth, round Earth debate, and do what I can to help. So thanks.
Okay, and the third person let's have is, I think his handle is Globe Slayer, right, Bobby? But he was supposed to be here, and he's not. So before I started, I was frankly annoyed because we spent a lot of time communicating to people, getting people out here, and I wish people would follow through on their word. But anyway, we're going to start. Let me go back. So thanks everyone for those introductions. I think people understand the mission here. It's to really apply the scientific method. And across what I've seen, from this past year, when you look at this question, it's been unfortunate that people haven't applied the scientific method. So the part of what we wanted to do in the next 5-6 minutes, I did this in a long video.
Okay, I just want to point something out. So that's 3v3, right? And one flat earther didn't show up. Anybody else?
Yeah, and it sounds like both of them are very outspoken, proud conspiracy theorists that are like anti everything, and they're gonna like try to expose them.
Why did he pick those people? Because originally, so just to fact check this shit, right? Originally, he said it was going to be 6v6, and he was going to fly everybody out to Cambridge. Doesn't seem like that happened. It's 3v3, and I don't think he flied anybody anywhere. Flew anybody anywhere. And Globe Slayer, now I've seen him on X, but like, who the hell even is he? Like, for a flat earther, I don't even really. I mean, I've seen him bicker with Globers, but I have no idea who he is.
The only thing I've known that he's done recently, he sent up a makeshift satellite with a helium balloon and sent a camera up, and I don't know what that entails. I just know that he recently sent it up, so he's probably taking a look at it, seeing what he's got. But that's the shtick that he's got going right now.
Okay, so I just want to also say this. So he just says no flat earthers have ever followed. This topic, no one's followed the scientific method. Okay, let's just deal with that for 1 second. Assuming his method, his definition of the scientific method is correct. When Dave Weiss tried to show him evidence, he said, "I don't care about that," 11 times in a 1-hour interview. I know it's 11 times because I counted how many times that Dave tried to present him evidence, and he said, Dave, never mind that. I don't care about that. And wouldn't even let Dave explain what was done to him at all. What was done at all. So him saying that nobody did anything, because his idea of evidence in the scientific method is his own personal definition of evidence equals reproducible results. Now, I've searched and searched. There's nowhere in any scientific or engineering textbook which defines evidence as quote unquote reproducible results. That's going to be his personal definition. But that being the case, even within that, him saying that that wasn't done, how would he know when he refused to look at any evidence presented to him to even evaluate what was done? Right? If you can't, like, it's like, oh, I don't see anything, but your eyes are closed. Of course you don't see anything. Your fucking eyes are closed. So I just wanted to, like, point that out.
Yeah, also, I just wanted to read what Plain and Truth in the live stream voice text 33 minutes after the hour. He said, Globe Slayer backed out because he thought the other two guys had the wrong ideas about Flat Earth. He's a genuine guy.
That's interesting.
Oh, yeah, I should also point out, Yoder, I'm going to read what Yoder posted in chat. I've got screenshots somewhere of Dr. Shiva welcoming me to the Flat Earth side of the panel, only moments later to reverse it, and then blocking me. I asked Dr. Shiva, because during his interview with Dave Weiss, I asked him, he said everyone participating is going to sign an ethics declaration that they're, basically going to, rigorously follow whatever is agreed upon and not tamper results and not fake it. An ethics declaration. I asked Dr. Shiva if he was going to sign the ethics declaration that he was going to have everybody else sign, and he blocked me. Okay? I can easily prove I got screenshots of it. I got that time he fucking blocked me in the post at which he blocked me at. So, yeah, anyway.
You can't play unless you play by the rules, but then when you ask him if he's going to play by the rules too, nope.
And he's
well, how are you going to create your own rules and then not sign it? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, apparently it seems like no one had to sign any ethics declaration anyway, and it just didn't even end up being what he said it was going to be. When he went on Dave Weiss and interviewed, I'd suggest, like, go watch it. And that is like a harbinger. You got to kind of see this in the sequence of events, how far down. If you watch that Dave Weiss interview, then go on his X feed and see when he started posting, because there was like a 3-month lag when he started posting about this and what he started doing and just going fucking ballistic on flat earthers. And the messages of DMs of like, hey, all the flat earthers are checking out. He got lots of fucking messages from flat earthers to participate, including myself. And the reason I decided not to participate is because his thing was submit all this biographical information. Name, address, phone number, headshot, educational background, work, all this crap. And I'm like, go fuck yourself. Like, that's irrelevant. Doesn't matter where I'm from. Doesn't matter what my name is. The experiment is the experiment. Okay? So, I don't trust this dude as far as I can throw him. But regardless, I'm going to play it.
But to the audience out there on social media, plus the audience here, what is the scientific method? We wanted to review it. We've had pre-meetings on it. We've gone over the terminology. Everyone's on board. But we just wanted to level set for everyone else, because that framework is what's going to be used for anything we do. And that framework is what's going to be imposed on anyone, the panelists who are participating on both sides. Is that clear? That's the ground rules. So let's review what is the scientific method. Let me go back to the slides here. So in the scientific method, you begin with an observation. Okay? Let's say you have a car. There's some force put on the car, F. It's of some mass, and then it accelerates. Okay, so you see this phenomenon. You could be sitting on a park bench, and someone's pushing a car. That's a force. The car is of some mass, and it starts accelerating. Okay? So the scientific method begins with an observation. You see an apple, Newton saw an apple fall supposedly from the tree, and he wants to understand that. Okay? You may see the clouds move. You want to understand that. You see the world heating up or cooling. You make these observations and you want to understand that. So the scientific method begins with an observation. Okay? Begins with an observation. So that observation typically leads to some question. Okay, so in this case, if you see a force impinging on a car of mass m, accelerating, you may make a question, and that is denoted as a hypothesis. So, and this is what's important to understand, is the hypothesis is always expressed as a mathematical equation, which means you need to know some math, okay? And if you don't know math, you got to go get someone who does know math to help you. And in this process here, we're allowing people to go get experts. That's why in developing the hypothesis, we're going to give people a week. But nonetheless, you can look at this phenomenon and you can say, oh, there's a force, the car is of mass m, and it accelerates. And you may say, I believe that the relationship between the force and the mass is related by this equation, force equals mass times acceleration squared. Okay, so the force.
Okay, I got to point out how fucking Dunning-Kruger this shit is. What are the units of force? Anybody? I already talked to Mary Mom about this, so you can't answer. What are the units of force? Nobody knows? Newtons. Newtons is a unit of force. Okay? 1 Newton equals 1 kilogram times meters per second squared. Okay? Force is an abstract quantity. You can't measure force. You can measure mass. You can measure distance traveled per time. But you don't actually measure force. Force is an abstract unit. So him saying, hey, this thing's creating a force. It's Dunning-fucking-Kruger, dude. It's the worst Dunning-Kruger I've ever heard. Force doesn't exist. There is no such thing as a force. It just don't exist.
I never thought about that before. And like when I was a paramedic and I worked with blunt trauma and penetrating trauma, like gunshot wounds and stuff like that. They talk about ballistics and cavitation. Like, never once did I think of like force as a measurable unit. Like there were factors involving that would determine like what force would look like, but never once did we consider like measure.
Look, you can take the bullet grain, right? And then the velocity coming out of the barrel, 1,000 feet per second. Right? Or whatever it is. It'd be way higher than 1,000 feet per second. Let's just say it's 1,000 feet per second. Now those are actual quantities which exist. The force part doesn't exist. You can take those two quantities, multiply them, and make this abstract unit called a force. Right? And you say, hey, like, we're going to just use, it's easier to just use this single variable instead of using these two combined variables. So let's just multiply them times each other, invent a new variable, we'll call it a fucking force, and we'll use that in our equations. Simple, right? Well, you can't test that to see if the force exists and to see if the mass times acceleration squared equals a force, because force is defined as those two things in the fucking first place.
Did he start that by saying a hypothesis has to be a mathematical equation? Did I hear that right? Is that what he said?
Yes, you did.
Goodness.
Yeah. Hypothesis has to be a mathematical equation. Told you. Seriously disappointed. Anyway, moving on.
I'll go get my stress relief tea while you press play.
I know, I might have to go with the peppermint / cameo tea or something, man. I need some sort of sedative at this point.
Indio, I do got to add this though, real quick. Since you're talking, there's other factors. The weight of the bullet, depending on whether it's made out of brass or it's made out of lead, that could be a factor. Hollow point versus
but that would go with the
metal
mass,
jacket.
right?
Huh?
Well, that would go with the mass. And you'd measure, like, in that case, you could express it in newtons, but you'd probably do, like, foot-pounds, right?
Yeah.
Foot-pounds per second. Yeah, something like that, right? Which is the same, which is just a different, but what does that mean? Foot-pounds per second. From pounds, you can get mass, right? Per second, there's your time element, there's your acceleration. So, it's when you say a force, dude, you're just saying the same thing. It's saying the same thing. You can't test that hypothesis because it's circular in the first place. To find the force, you need the mass and the acceleration because that's how you define the force. That's how you define what a force is in the first place. It's so fucking dumb, dude. It's beyond dumb. Like, this dude supposedly has 4 degrees. I'm like, are you shitting me?
To move that mass m has to be ma squared. That's a hypothesis based on your observation. It could be wrong or it could be right. Okay? So if you're a round earther, you're going to come up with some observation. Could be, an airplane, how it moves. It could be, I think Ryan said a fishing line. It could be the sun's motion. There's many observations, but you use that observation and based on your assumptions, you come up with a mathematical equation. Obviously, technically, a mathematical equation will vary if the Earth is round or if the Earth is flat. And I'm sort of foreshadowing some of this, but nonetheless, you do an observation and you come up with a hypothesis. In this case, someone is saying that force is equal to mass times acceleration squared. Now, if that is true, the evidence will point to that based on what m and a you plug in, you're going to get different forces every time you plug in that m and a, particular m and a. That's what we say evidence equals reproducible predictions. Okay, so the next thing you would do is you would do some experiment. Okay, you're going to have to design the experiment, and experiments are difficult. You have to have the right methodology. You have to understand the errors. It's not trivial. It's a lot of hard work. And the next thing you do is you gather data and you organize that data. So you would do an experiment. Here we have 3 variables, F, M, and A, and you would do experiments and you organize. I just did a little table here. Column 1 is F, column 2 is M, and the last column is A, acceleration, okay? So you would organize, it's actually A squared. Sorry about that. Actually, this is right. Yeah, it's correct. Okay, so you would organize the data like this, and these are the results you get from your experiment, okay? And then you would see what this reveals. And you'd find out that the results are force is actually equal to MA. There's no squaring based on this data. Everyone see that? F, in this case, M times A, M times A, M times A. So the hypothesis was that F equals MA squared. In this case, F would have been 1, but in this case, the second case, F would have been 4, and in this case, F would have been 16. Everyone see that? But it isn't. So when you come to this point, you have to deal with the reality that your hypothesis, F equals MA squared, was wrong. In fact, it's F equals MA. Okay? And then you have to deal with the reality that if the results match the hypothesis, which they don't, if they do match, your hypothesis is accepted. If not, it's rejected. This is a scientific method. Okay? And we can look at this, but this is what I'm saying is, unfortunately, if you go out on the street, less than 5% of people actually know this. So if less than 5% of people know this, and there's billions of people on social media, and someone's just randomly saying what they want to say, they could bullshit people. So this is the framework why you have an iPhone, okay? why this works. Because people have to understand Maxwell's equations. They have to understand all sorts of very, very complicated things. And the unsung heroes in a lot of this are engineers. Engineers are the people who actually have to apply science to creating practical things. It's where the rubber meets the road. Engineers are like the vote tech people doing science, okay? So anyway, this is a scientific method. Now, we want to make sure that this is applied in the case. By the way, let me just point out one thing. I was literally walking through my woods here, and I live in a very interesting community of a lot of academics. And obviously I run for Senate. I'm running for Senate again. Some random guy comes up to me and he starts talking about climate change. And he goes, the climate is changing and I don't agree with you. It's obviously the Earth's temperature is increasing based on CO2. And I said, look, evidence is reproducible predictions. And he didn't even know what that meant. And I said, what's your background? He's apparently a humanities guy who happens to run a nonprofit, which gets quite a bit of money promoting the climate change narrative. Okay. Anyway, I said, have you read the IPCC report? Because if evidence is reproducible predictions, then you should get the same answer for how much ice is going to melt, right? Well, if you actually look at the IPCC report, this is what you get. And this is just an example. There are about 100 different models of ice melting on the Arctic. And each one gives a different answer. So one model says 100% is going to melt, and another model, this one says 0% is going to melt. So when you see something like this is garbage in, garbage out. This is not reproducible predictions. Okay? So if anything you learn today at a high level, besides flat Earth, round Earth, evidence is reproducible predictions. So if you ask someone, someone developed a mathematical model for looking at the two fluids, the air and the oceans, and then they computed how much ice is going to melt. Well, none of them are coming with the same answer. Everyone see this? It's like the Baskin-Robbins flavor. Multiple results. And if you bring this up, you're viciously attacked for just pointing this point out. But anyway, this is occurring not only among the grifters on the internet, but at places like MIT. Okay? The only professor who brought this up was Dick Lind.
So, I mean, I don't know. I figure we have to talk a minute about
Yeah. So
debating the question.
So he does show the graph in the video. And the graph does have like 100 different trend lines. They generally the same. All they are is they're different in magnitude. So there's a whole bunch of them. But one of them actually matches what was actually measured. Okay? So he said, it's all garbage. You're supposed to make reproducible results. Well, one of those models did make a reproducible result, according to his definition of what a reproducible result is, right? One of them did. But he dismissed them all because what they did as an organization is they threw shit against the wall and hoped something stick. Which is what he does.
I saw that he understood that.
In his professional fucking, he has a company called Cytosolve, which basically uses that technique. It throws shit against the wall and hopes something sticks. It models the human cell in combinations of drugs, and it does basically what's called Monte Carlo simulations, and spits out the one that it feels is most likely. But that doesn't mean it's true. Sometimes you'll match, sometimes you won't. Just because you're running millions of fucking simulations. Millions.
I was just saying, don't get me started on healthcare and why doctors practice medicine. Throwing shit against the wall, just
practicing. Practice. We're talking about practice.
Anyway, it did take him long to get to the ad homs. He was begging the question the entire paragraph that he just spoke.
This is the calm part. Oh, wait till he starts talking to frickin' McToon and the other guy and the frickin' Kevin Samuels.
It already feels like
he's totally So Kevin Samuels is German. He's not well. You'll find out. You'll see.
He sounds Indian. He doesn't sound German.
Kevin Samuels, the guy, the flat earther. He's not Indian. He's German or something. He's a white boy.
Sound like, is he?
The person who was just talking, was that a flat Earth argument?
No.
No, he is a Dr. Shiva Adware. He's Indian or from Mumbai or something. He hates the world because he was a what do they call him? Talit or something like that? An untouchable. The lowest of the low in the caste system. He was untouchable. But he came to America. And now he wants vengeance on the world or some shit. I don't know. A Dalit. That's what they call it. A Dalit. Dalit? Is that it? I don't fucking know. Anyway, I'm going to play this.
And he was vilified by the other 100+ professors. But the point is that we have a serious problem when people aren't following the scientific method. But what you see is, in this case, there's no evidence of ice melting because these models are completely varied, okay? All right. So what we're going to focus on in today's discussion is, what is the observation each team is proposing?
Did you hear what he just said? He said there's no evidence of ice melting because the models are wrong. So they drive a boat up to, the North Pole. There's no ice there when there's supposed to be. Apparently there really is ice there because the models are wrong. Dude, this is the dumbest shit I've heard in a long time.
And what is the model and a brief framework on the experiment? These three things we're going to focus on. All right. So again, to be clear, this model always has a set of inputs, variables, and a set of outputs. Okay. So each team here, based on the observation, and we may have multiple, right? I think we've already discussed two. Maybe there's the flat earthers want to do one and the globe earthers, fine. But it still has to follow this stricture and this framework. But you'll define your inputs and you define your outputs. Okay? So if we want to talk about a fishing line or a laser over thing or the sun's motion or an airplane, you still have to come up with an equation because we want to follow this process. Okay? This is the structure that both teams have agreed to. Globe earthers will have to do the same thing. So for example, the globe earthers may design their inputs. This is just a function.
Real quick, Indio, or anybody here that's listening, can someone give me an equation for two parallel lines?
An equation for two parallel lines.
Yeah. I mean, effectively, M would equal 0, or x squared would be equal 0, right?
They're just the same. The slopes are just the same. M is M. I mean, that's how you tell if they're parallel or not. If their slopes are equal, then they're parallel. So M is equal.
Thank you. Teacher gave me light.
And which should predict their outputs. If for any specific input, they get an output all the time, reproducible prediction, then there's evidence that the Earth is a globe. Alternatively, if the flat earthers have their inputs, and they can make whatever assumptions they want. The globe earthers can say, is the sphere an ellipse or is it a perfect round globe? Similarly, the flat earthers can say, is there a dome about this flat disk, or is it whatever they want? It's full freedom. But you have to lay out the assumptions and you have to build the model. Okay? This is not trivial to do this. Therefore, I had originally wanted people to literally get up on a whiteboard and, derive the models. And in the pre-meetings, we realized that people have different mathematical backgrounds. So we're going to give people a week, and they can go consult anyone they want. And then November, 15th, we'll come back and people will present their models. All right, so I'm going to stop there. But that's the framework of the scientific method. Okay? We can take, specifically on the scientific method, we do have an audience here. But if anyone has any questions, I don't think we've opened up the chat. Wait until the end of the time. But the bottom line is, this is the framework of the scientific method. All right, let's, I think the next part we're going to move on agenda-wise is we want to now go to, let me go back to this. We want to go to we reviewed a simple example. We want to now review proposals adhering to the scientific method. So each team is going to propose what the observation they want to use across flat Earth and globe Earth, and then what's the methodology, the experimental methodology that they're going to use. Okay? So we'll start with the globe Earth people proposing theirs, and we'll go to the flat Earth people, and then first we just want you to propose your idea, and then we'll have a Q&A across both. Does that make sense? So we want people to have the opportunity to fully talk about what they want to do. People can take notes, and then we'll go over, and then each team can critique the other team, and hopefully what's going to end as a result of this is a transcript of this, but more importantly, a document, a draft document, a white paper, which will lay out the experiment or experiments. We do have talked about the outcome of this, based on if the methodology is clear, can potentially be published in a decent peer-reviewed scientific journal. This has not been done to date, potentially in the field of science education. And I've started looking at some of those journals, which means all the 6 participants will be authors in that. So who on the Globe Earth team wants to present their proposal? Mike? Oops, you got to unmute, Mike.
All right. Yeah. So a real simple thing, and something that everybody can do, I think, is very important. So, and everybody experiences where the sun is in relation to them every day of the year. So I propose just applying geometry. It's pretty simple. It isn't even a university level thing. It's generally high school, even middle school. Where is the sun in relation to any person on the surface of the earth? So I propose saying, given a date and time and location, where is the sun in relation to where you are, both in a horizontal angle and a vertical angle? And those are typically called azimuth for the horizontal angle, and either zenith or elevation angle, or shortened often to just elevation. The angle is not often said then, but it is an angle. So where in relation to any person is the sun. And so I can put together a model. The rest of us on the panel here can put together a model that will predict for any location and time the position that we expect the sun to be in relation to the globe. So that's I think pretty simple. And then once we have that, anybody on the earth can test that. We don't even need to go travel anywhere. We can even do things like pull up some different webcams in different areas of the world to see if those are matching, or anybody can just contact somebody in a different country and see if they can measure it. And most people's smartphones.
So You just hear him?
Yeah, basic geometry.
Hold on, Sheepdog. So, guys, so here's the funny thing. I interacted with McToon on X, and I showed him definitively that the solar position does not use a globe to find where the sun is. Okay? He searched and just tried to throw shit against the wall to prove me wrong, and then fucking ghosted. So, that being said, he knows already because he's been told. I'm going to pull up the thread in a second. I'm going to post it in the chat. He's been told that they do not use a model of the Earth to find the solar position, and he conceded they use that because it's simpler. But whatever reason it is, I don't care about the reason, they still don't use the Earth. And he knows this. And he's still trying this. I guess he didn't get enough traction out of the 24-hour sun.
Phones can measure both of those angles with either for free or for rather cheap. So it's pretty easy to do and very reproducible.
So, Mike, I'm just going to reiterate what you said, and then, so I'm here. You guys may be able to see. I can look out of my window there, right? I got a big window. Boston's over there. So what you're saying is, if you're looking out in a frame, at any point the sun is across somewhere in the azimuth, which is a horizontal, and it's up at a particular location, right? That's some X1 and Y1, or X2 and Y2. Yeah. So everyone right now, if you look out your window, you're looking in a certain direction, and you yourself are located at a particular point on the Earth, globe or flat, and that's known as your longitude and the latitude of where you are, and then you're looking out. And Mike, the proposal here is we're looking at the location of the sun, and the globe earthers will come up with their model of taking in the location of the individual, the date and the time. What is it right now? It's 12:01 here, Saturday, November 8th. That will be the input into your hypothetical model or your hypothesis, and output will be it'll predict where the sun should be. And then anyone here can go do that, because hopefully this will be published somewhere online, and someone can say, oh, the globe earth model says if I'm in this location, looking in this direction, the sun should be over there. And it is indeed over there, or it's not over there. If it's not over there, the Earth is quote unquote not round, right? If you use your formulation. The flat earthers will come up with their own formulation. And if the sun is in that location, then they're right. If both are wrong or both are right, that means it's inconclusive.
Yeah.
Right? All right. Great. Let's go over to the flat earth team and let them propose their proposal. One of the things we talked about is there's three sort of features we want. It should be ease of use. Anyone could be able to do, because we want anyone listening here to be able to do this. So it's not like an elite group of people, only they can do with specialized equipment. The other thing was the cost, which means it's viable. It should be relatively low cost, and it should be ubiquitous, meaning it can be done anywhere. So those were three important criteria we discussed in the pre-meeting. So let's go over to the Ryan, Kevin, and Bobby, but who wants to present here?
I will present, yes. You see my screen share?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, let's make it screen share.
Yeah, you have it. Everyone can see it.
Yeah, I need to make it full screen.
Okay.
So for decades, pilots have relied upon a pair of focused, precisely angled radio frequency emitters. And I suppose the radio frequency plane test with the ILS system
Dib wants to say something.
When are they going to actually start talking about flat Earth? They're just talking about the sky.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what I was actually just starting to type. I can see what Plain and Truth said earlier, that the third person backed out because they didn't want to be involved with this train wreck. When he said they had a pre-meeting, I'm like, yeah, I can kind of see where he could see what was going along here, and you have to come up with a model, and you have to have these conditions, and we're going to pretend that that this is a hypothesis, that this model, it's just it's absurd. Like anyone, if they had a pre-meeting, anyone who is all about empirical evidence would not want to be involved because the conditions that they're setting up are going against what he's claiming the whole thing's supposed to be about, which is the scientific method. It's completely absurd from beginning to this point here, and I'm assuming it's going to continue to be so.
Yeah, they're bloating the conversation with a bunch of bullshit in the beginning. It's like nails on a chalkboard. Start talking about the ground, Jesus.
The guy that was just about to speak, he was giving his argument for the flat Earth using airplane logic.
All right, thanks for pausing. I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, I got one more. Why is he strawman
this globe Earth
flat Earth position?
Observation.
Like, he's just blatantly like, okay, well, on the flat Earth side, you guys would say this. It's like, no, we wouldn't. Like, who even said that about the sun? Like, models. Like, I feel like even Land of Misfit Toys would do a better job at these idiots.
If I had to guess, I bet McToon set the parameters, and Dr. Shiva was like, "Yeah, we'll go with that."
Yeah, and he probably was.
He was saying it in Dave Weiss's interview. It was pretty much the exact same thing he was saying in that interview, which is before he interacted with McToon, as far as I can tell.
Interesting.
Sorry.
Yeah, you can see. Oh, no, that's good to know. I wouldn't have known that. But I was just going to say, you can see why he wanted to not have certain people like you and Dio and Yoder and other people. I don't know who else he either said no or he cut off. But you can see he was probably looking for a certain kind of person for the flat Earth. All right.
Is that really the case? Like, they're not looking for proper competition. They're looking for like the low tier people. Like, if that's actually the case, that's like just super disingenuous. But like, I don't know if that is. Like, who knows?
Well, they don't want to platform the truth. So yeah, there's that.
I would agree that it's disingenuous. I'm not even a flat earther, and I think that's disingenuous. If there's one thing I've learned here, flat earthers aren't dumb. That whole cliche. It's ridiculous. But y'all pay more attention, talk more about measurements and stuff like that than I've ever even given thought to in my life. So it's just one of those silly things that.
Yeah, I'm glad you can see that, Jer. I mean, that's the thing. It's when people come into this forum in particular and continue on with that idea that flat earthers are dumb and so on. It just makes them look dumb because they're obviously not listening to the conversation that's going on around them. So, it's a good sign that you are able to see that.
Yeah. So, Jer, I appreciate that. So, what you're listening to is what is the actual topic that they're going to end up talking about? And they keep alluding to flat earthers. Flat earthers are the topic. They're not really talking about. So how much time was just spent on discussing the veracity of McToon's experiment versus how much time was spent talking about flat earthers? flat earthers do this and flat earthers do that, and they're giving this dude death threats, and flat earthers don't have degrees, and blah blah.
And they're snappy with words.
Yeah, exactly. So they spent the word count for that subject matter is 10 times what it is about the actual fucking experiment. They did zero analysis about McToon's experiment that he proposed. Didn't think about it they didn't even discuss it for 1 fucking second. Now, like I just said, I just posted in the chat, McToon knows that the methodology for predicting the sunrise, sunset, solar noon, solar elevation, solar azimuth, those things that he said, which he's going to come up with an equation for, that equation has no globe Earth in it. He knows this, and he's going to try and bamboozle people. Okay, I just posted in the chat. I know he knows it because I fucking told him myself back in March.
He says, there you go, lying again.
I literally showed diagrams, showed citations, told them where to find it, right? I'm lying. No, it wouldn't be me lying. It would be them lying.
They got to put us in our categories first before they start talking shit about us. Remember that.
Yeah, but that's the point. I mean, Jared, what you might notice is there's 2 kinds of Globers. There's two things that's happening in this conversation. Either the topic is flat Earth versus globe, or the topic is flat Earthers. That's it. It's never. Yeah. That's it. When they can't address the issues, they make us the topic of conversation. All you flat Earthers do this, and all you flat Earthers think that, and you're like blah blah blah, dude.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of drawing a whole bunch of people. I'm not a fan of categorizing a whole bunch of people by one stereotype, no matter how you, no matter who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, good or bad, because that's the other thing they do. Well, the scientists. Why would all the scientists be wrong? Okay, and when we ask them, name one scientist. They can't. Name one living scientist. How do you know what scientists think? All the scientists think, okay, what experiments did those scientists do? Like, it's the same thing, right? These are what I call sociological arguments. They're not actually still addressing the issue. They're saying, there's some people over here, and there's some people over there, and why would I think those people think this, or why would I think these people do that, or why would these people over here do this thing, and why would I listen to you people? Right, where the argument becomes about people, and it leaves the topic about what the nature of the Earth itself is.
Right. I'll be the first to admit that I definitely do lean on appeals to authority.
Why?
Just because. Well, it's just because I.
Tell the truth.
I haven't.
Tell the truth, because you're lazy, dude. That's the reason.
Well, I mean.
That's why people do it, because they're lazy. They don't want to research it themselves. It's easier to just say, well, I'll just wait what that person said. I think they researched it. I'll just go with what they say.
It could be. I guess I just haven't. I haven't really thought about it that much. Honestly, this is the first time in well over a year that I've even, wondered about the, thought anything about the topic at all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm going to play the audio, but
you're right, Indio. The reason why people submit to the authority is because they're lazy. I was lazy. Hell, there's things I'm still lazy about. Like, I admit to it. I'm not going to lie to anybody here. But
me too. I'm lazy about some things. It's like, oh, I can learn about that for myself, or I can just but it's not really that important to me. I'll just defer to the authorities.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But that's what it is. It's laziness at the end of the day, because every single person in this world, generally, there are some dumb people in this world, but every person in this world has the capacity, if they're driven.
Yeah, want to know who the dumb people are? We settled who the dumb people are. the people that think that Trump got a big W by giving them $2,000, like somehow they're actually getting $2,000, and that's a net positive. Those people, they're the dumbest people.
You kind of put it succinctly for me, though, as far as my feelings on the matter when you said, "Oh, you know, I don't really care that deeply about it or whatever."
Yeah.
So I'll just, and that's the thing. I genuinely don't really have very strong feelings about this topic personally myself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, it's not really that important intrinsically. It's not intrinsically important other than in the sense of what you would call an existential worldview, right? Because there's a whole lot of different connotations to whether the Earth is flat or what Earth is a fucking ball in a fucking near infinite vacuum, exploded from the Big Bang and you evolved from fucking goo, right? Those two it's called cosmogonies. Those two cosmogonies have different ramifications on how maybe you should behave in life. One supports the solipsist nihilist worldview, the materialist atheist worldview, where nothing matters because the sun's just going to blow up in 4.3 billion years anyway, and we're all just going to be vaporized into fucking molecules, versus the Earth being a created place that's unique and not like any other. Now, if you think that Earth is just one of a million, infinite amount of specks, and you're an infinite speck on that speck, versus the Earth is a unique place, you're unique in all of reality and existence. This is a unique, only one of a kind experience. You're important. Your life is important. That's a totally different connotation, sociologically, politically, in every possible way you could think about, like how it should affect human behavior, because it's a fundamental thing. Where you are is fundamental. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see. I understand.
That's the only important part. Whether it's flat or globe isn't important. Like the shape isn't really important. It's the connotations of one versus the other, really.
Right, because I'm not, you know, I'm definitely not a nihilist. I'm very. I'm very into, you know, everyone is unique, everyone is, you know, special, everyone is created. I believe everyone is created.
Me too. But the thing is, the nihilist worldview couldn't even exist. If 100%, everybody on Earth knew 100% the Earth was flat, nihilists couldn't even exist. There'd be no way they could support their ideology. It'd be impossible.
Yeah, it would completely wipe it out, because it would pretty much cement purpose for everything.
Yeah, exactly.
India, did you mention that? Oh my goodness! Now it just freaking slipped my head. That they were like having discrepancies on whether it was a sphere versus an oblate spheroid. Is that what you said? I kind of missed the first part.
Just now?
Yeah.
Well, we weren't talking anything like that.
No, okay. You mentioned something about the shape of the Earth being.
Oh no, I said the shape of the Earth isn't really that important, whether it's sphere, globe, triangle, like what it actually is. It's the downstream connotations about that matter, right?
It's the primary rung. I get what you're saying, but yeah, I just like.
This goes to the question you ask all the time too, Sheepdog, where like, if the Earth's not curving, then what is it? They can't even entertain the idea for a second that the Earth would be flat, because then their mind will continue on you think that if the moon is a sphere, it wouldn't. You couldn't cast a sphere wouldn't cast a circular shadow on a sphere. It would get distorted because the surface would be curved. Right? You're projecting a circle onto a curved surface. It's not going to stay a circle.
Wait, why
only see
would
an
the
arc
shadow
section
get
anyway.
distorted?
Because
only an
the
arc
surface
section
of the
you
moon would
get.
be curved, right? It's a curved surface. It's not a piece of paper. I mean, if you want to say the moon's flat and it's the shadow of the Earth, that would work fine. You mean the Flat Moon Society?
I mean, I
But how
guess
are you going to work it out anyway? How are you going to work it out anyway? You only have an arc section. Unless you think that the Earth's shadow is perfectly fitting the angular size of the moon.
Yeah, and this is where the empirical evidence comes in, right? So there's observations that are made in nature that falsify the three-ball idea of an eclipse. Namely, there's eclipses that are observed. Yes, it's over the fence is posted in the chat demonstration. So there's eclipses that are observed that are geometrically impossible. Namely, that the sun and the moon are both visible above the horizon, and the shadow of the moon, the quote-unquote shadow of the Earth, is moving down the surface of the moon toward the horizon. But the sun is also above the horizon. So how can the object that's casting the shadow be coming down when it's under your feet? It's coming down towards you, but the Earth is under your feet. That's geometrically impossible. There's sunset eclipses that have been recorded, which is also geometrically impossible. There's all sorts of problems with it. They don't tell, like the globe. You got to think of the globe as kind of like someone selling you a used car. They're like, freaking man, it has a great engine. Freaking the stereo's freaking awesome. They don't tell you that the brakes are going, that the clutch is gone, right? That freaking smells like cat piss in the fucking trunk. They don't tell you all that. They're selling you the good points. They don't tell you all the things that don't work. There's a lot of things that don't work. And that's kind of what we did. We say, hey, we're not trying to convince you there's a sweat. We're just going to they say the Earth is a globe, and then they say there's certain things that are observed in nature, and we checked, and it don't check out, bro. Like, that's all we're saying. This shit don't check out.
I see. Okay.
I mean, we take it at face value that it would check out if we checked. And nobody checks, right? We just assume, like Eddie Bravo used to say, Google, what's the distance to the sun? 93 million miles. Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
How'd they do that, right? No one ever asks how'd they do that in checks. They just take it at face value that it's true. And I mean, I understand. People are also taught that to figure this stuff out, like, you have to be some sort of freaking super genius nerd astronomer and freaking via freaking 10 by 10 blackboard and 10 boxes of chalk.
Well, I'm not a scientist.
Oh, yeah, I'm not a scientist. Yeah.
But we're here every day. I'm not a scientist. I couldn't possibly know that.
Yeah, you can't figure it out because you're not a scientist. But then on the other hand, you're dumb for not believing it.
Yep.
How does that make sense? How can you be dumb and not, like dumb and just like ordinary at the same time?
Yeah, and they say that too in the same breath, right? Talking outside two sides of the mouth. You're just too stupid to understand.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a scientist, so I couldn't possibly know.
Only smart people automatically believe smart people.
Yeah, you got to be smart to believe smart people. Dumb people don't believe smart people because they're dumb.
But you're not as smart as the smart people. That's the other thing.
Are those smart people smart because they believe other smart people?
Yes.
Infinite progress.
Yeah, it's human centipede.
There's some psychology for your ass, cowboy.
Oh man, nice choice of words.
I mean, you want to do a psychological frickin'. You want to have a. You want to see some psychology, man. Chill for a fucking week in here. and watch the people that come in here in the absolute absurd psychotic rage this topic brings them.
Oh no, I know. I used to host Crit knows we were on this server together, and I used to host these really large talks. Like we get like 300 people in on these like things called stages, and then these I'd have people come on like a couple at a time. We might have 6 or 7, maybe 8 people on stage at once, and I would allow like let's say we're doing flat Earth, I'd allow like 3 flat earthers on, 3 Globers on, and then we'd all talk. And there's some pretty interesting discussions. I kind of get lost when the flat earthers like go down the whole the dinosaurs were placed there rabbit hole, and like the Catholics are incubating a bunch of babies and trying to and miseducate everybody, like shit like that.
I get it, dude.
That's science
like
fiction.
what we call esoteric flat earthers. We're not in that group, bro.
I told him that earlier. I was saying that
we were
too.
talking about that earlier. Yeah.
That shit infuriates me, all of that.
But I like to come to it. I'm like, okay, what do we
listen,
know?
Cowboy, on interrogation, you'll find out they're not actually flat earthers. They're just they're just fucking edgelords.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because if they cared anything about information being told, they would care more about how it's investigated, how people know what they know. Like, is it something that could be substantiated, that could withstand scrutiny? Mm-hmm. That's something you should be looking for if you have a talk with somebody. Be more concerned with how they got to the point of a conclusion of the information they're presenting you. And if they can't do it, then what are they saying? They just have another belief system? Like, that's not going to work. Yeah, we're trying to get people out of the muck and mire of just believing everything, and not putting things to the test. So in order to do that, we need to have some sort of foundation for them to begin their journey, not just give them another thing to believe in. Well, there's a map of the Earth on the moon, guys. Like, that's stupid. Why the hell are we going to do that for?
A lot of people come into Flat Earth with other ideas, right? Like ether or like aliens. So, like, how do I plug all this in, right? Like I'm not letting go of that stuff, as it's got to work with Flat Earth now, right? So next thing, you got outer lands that the aliens come from instead of other planets. Right?
Yeah, we'll move the reptilians underground, guys.
Yeah, the Masonic reptilian overlords. Dude, I swear. I don't know.
Yeah, it's infuriating. I think Nathan Oakley nailed it when he calls it the feast of nonsense. If you're interested in flat Earth, there is a veritable feast of nonsense out there being perpetuated by people who call themselves flat earthers. And they might be more numerous than us here in 24/7, sadly. So the general public sees all this crazy bullshit and thinks that that's what we think. So Globers come in to argue, and they're surprised to find out that we don't subscribe to any of that nonsense. And they think we're supposed to. And then they think we're being disingenuous. Like, what the fuck?
That's crazy.
This is your map, and you're supposed to believe in the ice ring Antarctica and lands beyond it, and toroidal ether, and all of that. What do you mean you don't believe any of that?
Like Professor Phil.
You're supposed to believe that gravity's electricity.
Professor Phil, after all this time, we've been saying that that's not what we're saying. Will still come in here and repeat the very same thing he does, like the same antics he did the last time. So you guys are saying that the ice wall, and it's like, dude, we've been over this. I don't know how many times with you. We're not saying that. Like, it's doesn't change.
Right. I mean, there may be some weird shit going on beyond our realm of knowledge. And that's fine if you want to speculate, but I mean, to hold yourself out as a flat earther and that these are the things that make you a flat earther is just absolutely batshit crazy to me. Yeah, Indio nailed it, man. These are edgelords. At the end of the day, you talk to them, you find out that they're either here trying to rage bait people and win online arguments, or they're here to try to be a guru and offer some really mind-blowing perspective on a new cosmology. And then meanwhile, 24/7's hanging back here, and we're like, no, man, we just want to talk about what we see and what's real.
They've uncovered the secret maps that are hidden in the basement of the Vatican, so they're here to kind of like tell the world about it. They come in here with like this little angle or secret knowledge that no one else has, and like, yeah, well, you guys never thought of it. Like, that's dumb.
Have you guys ever interacted with an individual who goes by Pickle or Newt?
Yes, dude.
I want to see what you guys think about him, because he had good things to say about y'all, and I love Pickle. Like, me and him go back and forth.
Dude, they were
like, used to.
Let me say this: they were touting him as the debate god. Before, when we got into this channel here in politics, everybody's like, "Dude, you need to watch out for Newt, man. He's like the best of the best. Like, that guy is top tier when it comes to debating." And I was like, "Yo, okay." Really like to have a chat with him to see what he's like. I mean, dude, that was far from like the expectation that I had, because of the way they built him up. They built him up to be some sort of like superior, like debate king. You know, it was not that.
Yeah, isn't that where Heretic is like, hey, our plumb line straight lines, our plumb line straight lines? Was that the guy that he was doing that with?
No, that was Great Angelo, and he's an entomologist. No, that's not him.
Okay, never mind.
Like, fuck you.
But it's like,
no, Newt. I have recorded with him a conversation. He thinks that there could be a container, but it's probably like a membrane around the Earth. I have him on a recording. He thinks it's like a ferro fluid kind of thing. The way he was describing it. I don't know what he thinks about now, but that's what he was saying back then.
I know that he's very into the esoteric stuff, so that's why I asked.
Perhaps.
wait, is Newt the guy that says that he's building a large language model, and he comes in here and he's trying to get flat earthers to add to it because we're kind of like an element of chaos and random elements that he needs to make his unique?
I don't know, maybe. I've never heard him say that, but he does have like this knowledge that he feels that he's more superior than another Glober that comes in here speaking. And he'll tout his knowledge in a way like that, like, oh, that you got it wrong. That's high school knowledge. Like he'll say it like that.
Yeah, but yeah, you're thinking of the right person. He was drilling a hole through the event horizon or something.
Yeah, I remember that. That was Newt drilling a hole through the event horizon.
That's funny. Are you doing it now, Newt? Like, ask him, like.
Well, I guess, when you're smart enough to be paid by a private foundation to do anything you want on the internet, you can come up with ideas like that all day long and have fun.
When you speak, sometimes the last thing that you say is cut off. I think that you might need to hold down the push to talk a little bit longer, or give it a second. I don't know why. It's like the last word, word or two it's left on.
Okay, yeah. I mean, sometimes Discord lags. Like I press the push to talk and it doesn't immediately activate, and the other opposite happens.
Yeah, I know, man. That's why I'll kind of hold it for a kind of a millisecond longer after I finish saying something, just to make sure it gets through.
All right, cool. Thanks for the tip. I got to go now anyway, so time to get into this office environment.
Yeah, I'm going to be supposedly about 35,000 feet. I just wanted to see if you had any way for me to prove the dip direction on the airplane.
Correcting to what?
You know, where since it's got to bend down for the humpy curve of the Earth, so I figure the 2-hour flight, it ought to be dipping down about 6,000 miles.
You need to somehow like lock a gimbal to your initial reference point and use that as an absolute frame of reference to measure angular change over time against.
Yeah, I'm only saying in jest, but yeah, I'll be in the air here in about an hour and a half, somewhere in that vicinity. 2.5 hours.
Cool, man. So a pitch reading that is a pitch reading that is not against an absolute frame of reference, but a local frame of reference only, is not going to show any curvature deviation over a globe, even if it did exist, according to the globe.
Oh, there's no way. No, I was just teasing because it's a bad argument. But anyway, have a good day, and I'll wrap with you soon.
Okay. All right. Have a good time. Have a good flight.
Yeah, I'll be back near that restaurant, not really far, that we talked about. So, talk soon, my friend.
Okay. See ya.
Stay blessed, man.
I've uncovered a lot of crazy information about avionics and the airframe gyro itself. It is just insane. So there's actually like CFR 49 is limits NTSB or any government's authorities in fully releasing the unprocessed raw gyro data from the ADARU. This data would include what is said to be the initial calibration alignment with the axis of the globe that is supposedly done on the runway, or on the tarmac rather, before they push off.
Fascinating. Why do you hypothesize they're not able to release that?
Well, I go based off of what they say, and they say that they're not in the business of releasing what could be considered extremely valuable trade secrets to these companies that develop these devices, because the uncompensated raw data would allow engineers to potentially back engineer how the device works, to include identifying flaws within the device itself, and then make a more competitive copy of it without doing their own research. That's just one thing. I mean, it goes into potential national security concerns.
So, protection of trade secrets versus passenger safety. Yeah.
Precisely. Yep.
Well,
I pay for 2 large language model subscriptions.
It's just dumb.
It is dumb. It's contradictory to what the whole purpose of NTSB is for, to investigate crashes and malfunctions of equipment for public transportation. So it's bonkers, dude. So I've got a subscription to SuperGrok, and I've got a subscription to Google Gemini Pro version, and I've used both of their research agents to go find me raw uncompensated gyro data, particularly at the initialization of the gyro, which is supposedly detecting Earth curvature rotation around an axis. And both of them have continuously come up empty, saying this doesn't exist. And it probably doesn't exist for these reasons. Now, what it did find was it did find simulated data and some NASA document and some simulated data for like a university class on this. And then it found related technology data that's not the same thing as the ADARU, and not the same thing as some INS on a boat, but something else. I forgot what it was called. But it too was only able to obtain second and third order data and not original unfiltered raw data. So I'm coming up empty. I mean, I'd really like somebody out there to go find this stuff and even validate that it exists.
I need to interview some people in person in order to get those questions answered.
Well, it's like, okay, let's go to commercial industry and let's go pull up some examples. I want to see like field testing of these devices. I want to see a meta study on a bunch of these devices that have been compared to each other. I want to see what kind of data they're spitting out, what kind of errors are also being put out, how errors are compensated, and so on and so forth. But none of this exists in the public domain anywhere.
Somebody once told me that if we knew how chaotic aviation was, we'd never fly or go anywhere.
Right. I'll tell you what I have found. Based off of their own claims, they claim that during the initial inertial alignment phase, where they are recording Earth's rotation with the airplane around the globe axis, that they use that data to then subtract it out of the attitude readings and velocity readings of the aircraft. And this subtraction then is delivered to a computer that goes ahead and adds in WGS84, goes in and adds in Earth transport rate rotation, and adds in Coriolis, so that the output could be matched to GPS systems and other navigation conventions. So they claim that they take it out, that they zero out the instrument based off of physical readings of globe rotation, and then they add in a model afterwards. I find that to be pretty silly. I mean, I've got like a PowerPoint presentation describing this, my stack of stuff. I've got so much crap that I need to organize.
Should put it through the AI. Yoder, put it through the AI. Let it do it, the sorting.
I did in Google Notebook and SuperGrok.
Then you're gonna have your own. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, like, would you consider yourself to be pretty knowledgeable about like prominent flat Earth explanations and models for like weather and stuff like that?
There you go.
Oh shit. Okay.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat.
Yo, Crit, are you still here?
Please try to remain civilized and cordial.
Yeah, it was fun listening to that Aussie guy fumble and stumble with Indio. Yeah, that was good. I think he was out of his element. He was out of his league.
Yeah, dude. Fish out of water much, huh?
Who is this Aussie character?
Roadhouse on Twitter.
Roundhound.
Oh, was he the one that was doing the debate?
Roundhound, yeah, sorry. I got Roadhouse.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard about that earlier. I was curious. I guess he was coming from like a debunking flat Earth type of view.
They all do.
So, like,
they all do.
When people try to debunk flat Earth, do any of them come from a like weather standpoint? Like,
nope.
How does flat Earth explain the weather, cloud formations, blah blah blah? No.
Nope. They don't know half of the most of 90% of the stuff that they say they don't know. So if they even start talking about anything, it's mostly mainstream information.
Okay. So like, because usually, like, well, not usually, like, one of the main things that I understand that like Globe Earth has, like, one of the best arguments for Globe Earth, at least from my understanding, is like weather patterns, and explaining how like different storm systems can have different like pressure outcomes on part of the world, and then as the Earth spins around and as the sun heats different parts of the ocean, then like we can explain weather patterns that are going to come up based on that heating and rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, but
and blah, blah,
what does the rotation have to do with the weather pattern? Can you correlate that for us here in the room? Like, how does it make sense that the Earth spinning is going to cause some sort of fluctuation in weather?
Well, depending on like the rotation and the position with Earth and the sun, there's going to be different weather patterns because the sun will be heating more intensely, different parts of the ocean.
That's the explanation you've been given. How can you prove that is actual truth? It's a truth claim. Like the truth of the claim that you're thinking about. How do you know that it's true?
Well, like outside of flat Earth, like I don't believe there's a lot of things that we can know for certain, right?
Are you certain of this thing? Are you certain of this one thing that you're saying that will solidify the point that what makes you think the Earth is a globe based on weather? Like, if you are, I'd like to hear it. I want to know how you made the connection to like weather patterns and the Earth being a globe. I want to hear it. Do you? I mean, does anybody else? I do.
Well, I'm not certain, but I would say that it would make the most sense.
That's not a good. That's not a good place. That's not good, bro. You can't say that. Like, you either know or you don't know. And if it's something that you don't know, intellectual honesty, I don't know.
Well, where I'm coming from is like, I don't think there's a lot of things that people can be certain of. It's just like with the models that that we're told are like the most likely, like, there's certain bits and pieces of evidence that make more or less sense, right? Like,
based on what though?
Saying,
there's no standard though. There's like you might think you have some sort of standard by saying, no, well, that seems to check out in my mind. That works out. But you don't have something that you can put it against. Like, you don't have something to say, okay, I know that's true about the weather pattern and the Earth rotating because I have a base of understanding of how, the Earth rotating would affect these things. There's nothing you're putting it against. You're just accepting some sort of explanation that gives you a confirmation bias on a worldview that you think you have right now. It's not true, is what I'm saying. Nothing that you said actually manifests that information into the physical world, except for that you believe it. That's the only thing.
Okay.
I mean, the logic is sound here, Cowboy.
Yeah. So, like, I guess, like, could you expand on like what your position is with regard to like weather systems and whatnot?
Right. That has to do with pressure and temperature. And depending where the sun is, in accordance to like your geographic position, weather patterns change and or fluctuate. So, and there's systems that are caused on the Earth due to currents. The currents that run on the Earth, like currents in the ocean, currents in the air, like the jet stream that they talk about. So there's a lot of currents that this Earth operates off of and changes and fluctuates. So these weather patterns are cyclical in nature, right? They repeat. Yeah. And some are stronger, some are weaker. I mean, but either way, we don't need a spinning globe Earth to actually talk about weather. We can use just pressure and temperature to actually have a better cohesive understanding about what weather is and how it works.
But like, how would you then explain like seasons?
Well, like I said, the sun actually motivates a lot of the weather patterns that we have. So depending on what time of year it is for you and where you're located, the sun will be farther or closer to you in your area. So as it approaches and it moves away, there will be a fluctuation in weather that you would see. Like, the rainy season or the hot season or, the cold season, like, just depends. So it's proximity. Its proximity to your geographic location usually dictates the fluctuating patterns in weather. I mean, that's apparent. That's what we know. So outside of the worldview that you need a spinning globe Earth, you don't need that. You just need the proximity of the sun. So you could think of it like a globe, but there's no evidence that the globe itself is actually attributing the weather pattern changes. You know what I mean? Like, except for you believing it. That's it. The only thing that you have is a belief that it does.
Some things still don't even make sense to me, like, either way. I mean, it's 11:45 p.m. for me right now, and I'm in a t-shirt and shorts. It's dark, and it's great. Like, it's so moderate. It's just lovely. But 2 months ago, this time, I would have been freezing my butt off. Like, that's just...
Oh, is it becoming summer for you guys in Australia?
Yeah. I mean, but it's like it's summer already, bro. It's like it's summer already this year. I mean, it's crazy. But, like, how does that work? Where's the sun to give me this warmth that I'm experiencing right now. It's gone. It's not here.
Yeah. So yeah. Regardless, I mean, you could think of it like a globe, but it doesn't affect the. You can't tell me how the weather is modified by the Earth being a globe and is spinning. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it works fine on the horizontal plane. I mean, unless, like I said, you have some knowledge that's superior that I don't know about, and you're going to tell me. But other than that, all I know is that you've been told a story that the Earth is spinning and it's a globe, and I mean, we got fluctuating weather patterns based on the sun, where it is on the tilt of the Earth, and how much sunlight it's getting. You know, that explanation. But
gotcha. So like under your model, like the sun can change its relative distance to Earth or position to Earth, rather than the other way around.
It's just what reality, just reality, man. Just what you see in reality. You can only make, because those things, we don't know what they are and how they function. Right? The mechanism, all we have is like correlation to our experience of those things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is true. It's true for several fields, you know. Let's see, what time is it?
I mean, here's a question to ask, right? Because it seems like somebody that's very knowledgeable about the Earth being a globe and that does weather, they could tell you how the Earth being a globe would affect weather. Like a meteorologist, I think that's a question for one of those guys. And when you ask them the question, tell them, what direct information do we have that the Earth, because it's a globe and it spins, that we have fluctuating weather patterns that, you know, affects the weather? Like, then they could give you a direct answer, and then you could actually build off of a case that, from them studying weather, they could tell you. Because it doesn't sound like it's a solid case for the Earth being a globe, you know, as you might have thought. Because it doesn't sound that way to me. Not from what I heard, anyway.
I see. Yeah. Yeah, my knowledge only goes to like I know about the different like latitudes and longitudes. There's like these I don't know if you want to call them vortexes or like streams that are deemed as being responsible for like large scale weather patterns. So like there's a reason why hurricanes tend to form off the coast off of Africa and then move west until they keep moving northwest into the Caribbean and then into like, you know, the Florida Keys or whatever. You know, there's like these explanations for that and how like the ocean warming coincides with these vortexes, and then it pushes you know, the hurricanes and several different types of weather formations. And this happens too off the coast of Japan when they get monsoons and typhoons during their hurricane season. And you know, I know about stuff like that. And I was in a climate change lab for a little bit as a researcher, so we got to learn about
oh, good,
you know, different seasonal weather patterns and shit like that.
Now tell me,
those affect.
Well, it's important, right? But now tell me, from that study, what can you glean off of that you can really directly correlate that has to do with the Earth's rotation and or the Earth being a spherical, you know, planet? Like, what can you say from those studies that ties directly into that?
Well, I don't know if there's too much of anything that'll tie into like the shape of Earth or rotation. I mean, we were studying how seasons affect snow melt and how that snow melt affects plant and animal life, and with increased supposed like increases in heat and decreases in ozone, how would that affect the plant and animal life, and would it increase
fauna and flora.
diversity? Yeah.
But what I'm saying though is, in those conversations and the study, was the globe Earth being a ball spinning? Did it affect that in any way that you had to talk about it? Like it was a factor, in other words.
Well, I guess with assuming like the seasons and the way they work, I guess to that extent, but not really.
Right. I just want to make it make sense to you, because if it was something that you directly experienced with a study, and you're like, we needed to talk about the spin of the Earth right here, or the Earth's rotundity, like you would have mentioned that and be like very adamant about that position. Anybody would. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I just wanted to elucidate that so that you can actually be like, okay, I know that I've talked about this, so here's what I know about it. And it seems like the discussion was more on the fauna and flora. It wasn't like really based on like the spin of the Earth or the Earth's rotundity.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think I vaguely remember us talking about the way that birds move, like between the hemispheres, and how with increased snow melt, it could lead to changes in their migration patterns where you're seeing them migrate much sooner and staying in places for longer. And that would then change the food webs where, birds are preying a lot more and staying longer in these areas, preying on insects and whatnot. And they're increasing their populations. And that would change to much more larger migration patterns between the hemispheres, and it could change up the food webs. With the bird migration patterns, it's super interesting because like as most people are taught, like they move from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere. I think it's like every 6 or 7 months, and they do that to stay in ideal hunting conditions and weather conditions and whatnot. And I don't know. I guess like a non-globe model would be able to explain that well as simply like, with because we already talked about like the weather patterns and seasons, like, they wouldn't need to be on a globe in order to navigate.
Yeah, exactly that. But I mean, I always like to strike at the heart of the matter, right? If somebody thinks that there's some type of relationship that the Earth has, being that it's spinning and it's curving, let the person actually describe in what way they interacted with that information that corresponds to the one that they know, like studying the animal behavior, like it interacts with it, because it would make sense to you, right, at some level to say it with assurance, like, yeah, I know how the spin of the Earth would affect bird migration or whatever, but it's not really being mentioned or talked about because it seems inconsequential when it comes to like that discussion. So thereby negating the fact that it did have a relevance.
Like, what do you mean?
So if bird migration had something to do because the Earth was a globe that was spinning in the vacuum of space, don't you think that would have been something that you understood was a true fact that you discovered? Or at least be happy to talk about it,
Well, like, I don't know. I guess I view facts as a little different because it's like one of the coolest classes I took in college was called epistemology. It's basically the study of knowledge, and it's like, what can you know for certain, right? Is like a really big question in that field. And when you dig deep into it, you kind of realize there's not a lot of things you can know for certain. There was one philosopher, Rene Descartes, who, and stop me if you know what I'm talking about, but he basically remarked that the only thing that he could know for sure is that he existed. Because in order for him to be able to think of these things and ask these questions to himself, he has to exist. Because he was thinking to himself, like, okay, what exactly do I know? And this was a dude who was like in the 1600s, right? He's thinking to himself, do I know that a chair is a chair? Like, what are objects? Do I know that? How do I know whether or not anything that I'm seeing is real? Like, there could very well be an evil little demon that is fucking around. It's basically the Matrix, where, like, how do you know that you're in the Matrix, right?
Exactly.
You know,
direct
the only
realism.
thing you can know is that you exist.
Yeah, direct realism. I don't know, Yoder, were you going to say that?
Yeah, I was going to say we're direct realists. We deal with these kinds of questions every day in here and talk about epistemology, epistemics at length. Totally.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and we ridicule people who say that they're unsure if they have hands. Because
some of the are unsure if they have hands.
Oh yeah, or unsure if they had breakfast this morning. Who don't know how they'd feel if they didn't eat breakfast. We talk to people like this all the time. And we make fun of them.
Yeah. I mean,
okay,
at
so
some
there was
point-
a debate. Me and AB talked to a PhD in mathematical physics. It devolved into epistemology, where he said, I can't even prove I don't have hands. Meanwhile, while he's saying that, he's live streaming on TikTok, typing on his keyboard. I don't know what he's typing with, because, I don't know, he wasn't typing with stumps.
and his hand came across the screen at least once. So Clipcord got an image of him doing that. His hand was big, like went in front of his face. But it's the same mindset that you would. I don't know. Do they teach this in like the collegiate level, Indio? Like, is that why Cowboy?
Yeah,
he's got like this like epistemology where
for like 100 years, at least 100.
It's like a brain worm, dude. Once it gets in your brain, like, you can't get it out. You gotta, I mean, unless you're able to like rationalize with it, like, okay, let me see if I know if that's even true. Thinking like that, because what it sounds like, Cowboy, you're borrowing from a logical worldview, bro, just to make sense of a incoherent worldview. You get me?
I guess so. I mean, I was gonna say, like, at least in that class, like we kind of got past the even the professor brought up that example of how can you know that you have hands.
Oh God, was it him? It might have been him.
Well, no. The professor was making fun of that. He's like, and I like to respond to these dumbasses by saying, if you're really gonna, like, say you don't even know if you have hands, like, don't even try to open doors. Don't even try to wave to people. Because you clearly don't know if what you're doing is even like making sense, or and so, like, he was a really cool professor, because he's actually the guy who wrote the entire Stanford encyclopedia on epistemology. He's a really cool professor. Ooh. And he basically gave us all these different types of schools of thought for epistemology, and my favorite one was evidentialism, where they think it's only okay to believe in something if you can justify the evidence for that belief. So, we went into all these different schools of thought. The hands one is really stupid, and the evil demon one is stupid too, because he basically was telling us how, if you do actually believe these things, you might as well be a solipsist. And no one ever gets anywhere with solipsism. There's no point in having other conversations with other people who you believe like they might not exist. And there's no point of
nothing
doing
is coherent. It's an incoherent worldview. But and it doesn't listen. It's because it's self-contradictory. It's inconsistent, and just to even espouse it is a performative contradiction, right? Who are you talking to? Yourself?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you're talking to yourself? Like, if you're just a brain in the jar, dude, and you don't only have our mind,
The brain
every
of that,
reference
yeah.
at your ideas, chairs, books, what is your mind acting upon? Where like, the initial ideas, right? Are they self-generated? Did it come from nothing? No, they come from the external world, right?
Yeah.
The fact he even knows what the chair exists, so he can wonder, is the chair just in my mind? Well, where'd you get the idea of a chair in the first place? From the external world. The idea, so here's something you probably didn't quite. So Thomas Reid refuted all these guys at the time, though it's not well taught in philosophy courses. He wrote, Inquiring into the Human Mind on the Principles of Common Sense. These people don't actually believe what they're saying, because if they did, like you said, they'd be solipsists. They wouldn't bother writing books. They wouldn't bother making arguments or philosophical arguments about, I can't know anything except my mind. You know, they wouldn't bother doing these things if they actually believed it. They don't actually believe it. They're just doing mental masturbation.
Yeah.
It sounds cool and it's edgy. Oh, I'm edgy. What if we're all just brains in a jar? I'm so edgy.
Yeah, it gets ridiculous because there was a couple of people who would bring up these solid
or something,
points.
dude. They think it's like some
and it's
deep,
just like, oh,
profound
come
fucking
on,
idea.
dude. Yeah. It's just like, this is some like low IQ shit, you know? Like, that's a new phrase that I like bringing up in the middle of like debates or like conversations. Like, this is so low IQ, you know?
It really is. So low.
Well, like Indio's
we run into
conversation with
it
the lad
because-
yesterday.
Yeah. I just want to say this. So we run into this brain in a jar thing all the time, because when they come in and they fail to prove the Earth is a globe, they try to blow up reality itself. If the Earth's not a globe, then we can't know anything at all, because my entire identity and worldview is anchored in the globe. So if that's not real, I don't know if anything's real. So we deal with it on a daily.
Yeah, I think Indio, you hit the nail on the head. You did say it was an existential crisis, but I layered it with the identity crisis as well, because they don't know who they are anymore, and also they don't know what world they're in. So they're trying to figure all this out, and it's too much for the brain to handle all at once. So then they just
true.
They go to the fact that they can't even know if reality is real as an escape hatch. They're like, oh, I can, if I say this, I don't have to be held accountable for knowing anything. That way I can feel safe. It's like a, you want the mind to retreat to its little safe haven where it doesn't have to feel like it's stressed out by thinking of these things.
That's a natural response, though, that they've found in psychology. Like, this happens to a lot of people who come across evidence that their religious beliefs are bullshit. And, they'll either become more religious in their beliefs after dealing with the cognitive dissonance, is what it's called, or they will have to go through the cognitive dissonance and basically disavow their previously held beliefs. So
Go through
they'll
the stages of grief. We see it all the time, dude.
Yeah,
it's literally the stages of grief. They're going through the stages of grief to their old identity. They're literally burying themselves.
Yeah, it happens to people who get out of relationships. They're like, well, now how can I trust anyone? I trusted this one person and they ruined my life. And now I just,
Oh, there's songs written about it. There's songs that Michael Bolton, how can I live without you? People, they go into this. I mean, we see it throughout history, right? Like, in order to cope with that, you have to find some sort of way to deal with the issue. And that's how the mind forms this other epistemology of like escapism. Well, maybe we're just all in the Matrix, like nothing's real.
But when you really think about the implications of, say, Christianity being entirely false, or flat Earth, like, you know, a globe Earth being propaganda. Like, you have to think, okay, not only is it just the case that the Earth isn't a sphere, but I have been lied to by many people. Many people believe this lie. Many people have perpetuated this lie. What is the reason for them
It's not a
perpetuating
lie if they
this
believe
lie?
it.
Huh?
It's not a lie if they believe it. Lying implies intent.
Well, yeah.
If they
Once they
believe it,
stop
then they're
believing
telling the
it,
truth. They're just wrong. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. But once they stop, and then they start to think to themselves, well, you know, like, there's all these crazy lies about the shape of the Earth, which is like a crazy concept. You know, like
I don't. We
holy
don't see
shit,
them.
people have been
At least I
lying
don't
about
see them as lies, dude. They're just wrong. Nobody's lying, really. To lie, you'd have to know the truth that the Earth is flat, and then start telling everybody something else. And then when you actually drill down, and who would even know enough to even lie, that it's an exceedingly small amount of people. It's just more like a Western tradition, like Santa Claus. Everybody just says it.
Yeah.
Earth's the globe, and just nobody's lying. It's just they all believe it, so they're not lying. They're just all wrong. There's a bunch of people that all in an echo chamber telling each other Earth's the globe. That's all it is. Echo chamber nonsense.
Well, so what would you say, like, about the people who've like NASA astronauts, or like people who've, like, you know, launched rockets into space or launched satellites and whatnot to get satellite imagery of the world?
Well, I mean, that goes, first of all those quote unquote imageries, they're computer generated nonsense. They even admit it, that they can't take a photograph of the Earth in the entirety. The only ones claim to have taken the photograph of the Earth in the entirety is the Apollo astronauts. In fact, they're the only ones who even claim to have seen the Earth in its entirety. So that's like 27 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everybody else, including people that go to the International Space Station. You know, from the International Space Station, you'd only see 3% of the Earth.
Yeah, it's pretty close to the Earth. I do know that the Amazon,
so they couldn't
they're
tell
doing,
from their vantage point if the Earth was a ball. And contrary to the freaking pictures they showed, they wouldn't see Earth as a ball. And in fact, astronauts are on record as saying that the Earth looks flat from the ISS.
Well,
fact,
like,
also
I
Chinese
have
Space
seen,
Station shows a flat Earth.
I've seen live streams from the ISS that kind of make it look like a globe. Like, you can see
Yeah,
the
I know, but it's
curvature.
nowhere near far enough.
You haven't actually.
Yeah, see, that's a problem. So no one goes, hey, the geometry don't work out for that to look curved like that. No one even thinks about it for a second. They just accept it. Hey, it's not close to high enough. It's 250 miles above an 8,000 mile diameter ball. Okay, it's barely above the surface. Go ahead, Dita.
Right. No, just beside the math, right, that you're pinpointing. We've never had anyone come in here and show us this so-called live stream footage where at the bottom of the screen it didn't say offline.
You're meaning like you want to see live footage?
What they show even if it's a pre-recording of what was allegedly a live stream, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the bottom, when it's showing the so-called curvy horizon, right? It says offline.
Okay.
When it's not offline, it's just the nadir aspect.
Yeah, they're pointing it straight down. So I just posted in the text chat, the side chat. So this is the geometry. So if you look at the top one, this is Paul Larson. He's he runs at a planetarium. This is a scale model. This is a presentation on flat Earth, and he said from the ISS the horizon would look flat. Okay, even from that altitude, because it's not high enough. And this is a scale model he made, physical scale model. This the white circle, that would be the entire horizon from left to right. So if you were barely above the surface looking at it, it would just be a line because it's all equidistant. And the bottom one's a diagram showing the relative size. So this is in kilometers. So you have to ask, it begs the question: why does it look curved? You should see some of the stuff that's posted. You have to think about it like this. Okay, what so they say you scale down so you can think about it in a way that's on your size. If you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, right? The diameter is 6 feet, so the ball is as high as your head, assuming you're 6 feet. The ISS could only be 2.5 inches above its surface.
Yeah.
Super close. You'd like it's not even. You would not see. Now, next time you look at an ISS image or photo, go. Does this look like a viewpoint of 2.5 inches above a ball 6 feet in diameter? And no, it don't. It looks like you're freaking, would be a foot away from a ball 6 feet in diameter.
I gotcha.
What I have to say about NASA and all those things, only a small fraction of people, even that work at NASA, would have any knowledge. We have a person that comes in here. His name is Josh Ingersoll. He works for Amazon. They're trying to compete with SpaceX, though. They're supposed to be sending satellites into space to have internet connectivity. It's called the Kuiper. He comes in here, and I got him to admit the other day that he has no special knowledge that the Earth's a ball. Even though he works in the satellite industry and he sells, sells satellite technology to other companies.
I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, the closest I've gotten to proof, like direct proof of the Earth being a sphere is like I happened to meet through like a friend, and then this guy lived in the neighborhood, and they had like a family meeting. Like it was a whole bunch of like rich people in this rich retirement neighborhood out in Virginia. He worked on the NASA commission, the funding committee or whatever for the original Apollo mission.
Yeah.
And he's very old now. But I got to talk with him about all sorts of different spacecraft and theories, and like what was the actual logistical planning, what were some of the hardest parts about planning on getting to the moon and whatnot. And I think the most interesting thing he told me was about how the planning was originally for the SR-71 Blackbird to be a spacecraft, but the main problem was that they couldn't actually get it out of, I think, the stratosphere because of cooling issues on the engines. So they weren't going to be able to get that thing, over to the moon without losing all the coolant and, yada yada. Like I personally love the SR-71. I think it's like one of the coolest aircrafts ever made. But
so let me read something to you. The Apollo flight director Gene Kranz recounts. In the late 1960s, the simulation technology had progressed to the point where it became virtually impossible to separate the training from actual missions. The simulations became full dress rehearsals for the missions down to the smallest detail. The simulation tested out the crews and controllers' responses in normal emergency conditions. It checked out the exact flight plan, mission rules, and procedures with the crew controllers for the use of later flight. Now, hold on. I'm going to read a very important part. The simulations were so real that no controller could discern the difference between the training and the real mission. So your old dude, he don't know anything. At best, he saw a simulation, which nobody could tell was different. Now, I'm not saying there wasn't a real rocket. There was a real rocket. But what they said to go to the moon, when Wernher von Braun first wrote about it, said it would take 3 rockets the height of the Empire State Building.
Wernher von Braun said it would take 3 rockets the height of the
you wrote a book
Empire
about
State Building to get to the moon?
To get to the moon, that's right. You would need to transfer from one rocket to the other. But this is before they had rocket stages. So I've heard that used as an excuse. But there's all sorts of people that have made some widget for the Apollo program. There were 300,000 companies that made some little thing, right? Oh, we're going to make the sticker for their, we're going to make the little logo that goes on their suit. We're going to make the zipper. We're going to make, you know what I mean? The money was spread all over America. Now you have to remember, simultaneous to this, the Vietnam War was going on.
Yeah.
So I'll give you a little anecdote. I know a guy, he's passed away now. He passed away like a year and a half ago. He was in Vietnam during the Apollo mission. So when they went to the moon, he was in Vietnam fighting. Okay. He said he was a radio operator. He said he used to make a phone call home, okay, to Boston, and the two-way delay was 18 seconds. And now this is called the Mars Auxiliary Radio System. Okay, so these are radio bounces. This isn't a wire. This is radio bounces. And it took that long because of all the switching. If you look at the Nixon's moon phone call, have you ever seen it?
No.
It's a landline phone call. So supposedly they picked up the signal in Australia, ran it through undersea cables across America to Richard Nixon's phone in the Oval Office where he had a conversation. There's literally no time delay in the talking. None. Zero. Nothing. The moon landing is phonier than a $3 fucking bill, bro. Did you know they lost everything? All the tapes, all the evidence is all gone?
For the moon landing?
Yeah, the Apollo tapes. They actually had an investigation into it. They lost, allegedly lost, probably never existed in the first place, 2,600 bankers' boxes of tapes of telemetry data. Now, the telemetry data would have proven where the rocket went, but they don't have it. And you know how much 2,600 bankers' boxes is the equivalent of 33 pallets? You couldn't even fit it in a semi-truck. You would need to get a second one to fit the last freaking 5. That's a lot of freaking tapes to lose in the couch. The greatest achievement of mankind, they lost the actual evidence for. I mean, it beggars belief. I mean, there's other issues. The easiest thing to prove is fake is the fucking Apollo mission. But that's way off topic. Whatever they did, so what? The fact of the matter is, nothing NASA says we can confirm. Right? We would just have to trust them. And then that goes, why should we trust them? Remember what earlier I said? We're not into trusting. We're into evidence. We're not into the trusting thing. You know, we could trust them, but they've given me no reason to just trust them at face value, especially when they say crazy shit like I went to the moon. It would be less ridiculous to say you saw Bigfoot riding a fucking unicorn. Okay,
Yeah.
that's more plausible than going to the moon. When you think about it, how crazy that is.
Yeah, it's the greatest.
They burn you at the
feat of
stake 1,000
humanity.
years ago. I'm going to the moon. Fucking tie him up, right? They fucking. In fact, Kepler wrote. Johannes Kepler wrote about. What do you call it? It was a work of fiction in which a witch rode a broom to the moon. In the first science fiction was written. It's called a True Story. It's the first work of science fiction is written by Tacitus during the Roman Empire. It's a story about how the people of the moon fight the people of the sun. Now they thought the sun was included as a planet back then, right? They just thought the sun was a planet. It was just a bright planet or something. So they didn't make a distinction between the moon and the sun as far as what it was. So the whole story is about people on the moon fighting people on the sun. You know what I mean? They had a war. So I alluded to this earlier, like these ideas of space and all, they way predate the evidence. People have been fantasizing about this shit for a long time. I mean, every culture has had some story about the stars, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, why do you think we're the ones that are right?
Yeah,
Everybody else was wrong, and now we're right. even though whatever we say, whatever anybody says about them, can never be actually verified. Too far away, right? Stars made of helium. Okay, fine. How can you check that? You can't. You can make inferences about what the light does, but they claim not. This is what they claim to know by looking at the light, by looking at the rainbow, right? So they look at the rainbow and know how far away it is, how fast it's moving, what it's made of, how old it is, how big it is, how fast it's spinning, all this shit. They say that they know this from a little pinpoint and looking at a spectrograph. That's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Like, to me, it is, dude. Like, I mean, imagine just looking at, like, and analyzing the light and saying you know all this stuff about something. I mean, that's like a magician's trick, right? The Amazing Kreskin, he goes in the crowd and he's like, your birth date's, 1927, 6 o'clock. Your mother's name is frickin' Rita. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's guessing all these facts about people. Psychically. It's on par with that as far as I'm concerned. But I mean, when it comes down to brass tacks, whatever that is, we can't verify it. What they depict, the images they depict, we can check that if that exists in reality. That's all we can do. The same way that if you went somewhere, like say you went to 10 miles north of freaking Houston, Texas, and took a picture and said, "Hey, look at the picture of this building," and then someone goes there and there's no building there. They know your photo's fake. They don't need to know how you faked it or anything. If the building's not there, what's depicted in the photo, your photo's fake. Assuming they didn't rip the building down in the time period, say it's the freaking 2 hours later. Obviously, they didn't rip the building down. So they take images and they say, hey, this is what the Earth looks like from space. Well, it has certain things in the image, like curving oceans and things like that. Can we check that? Can we check the features in that photograph before the photograph to see if they exist on Earth, where we are, right? Because we should be somewhere in that photograph, right?
Mm-hmm.
They just don't have the resolution to pick us up, but wave to the freaking camera, right? We should be somewhere in there, right? And since we're somewhere in there, we can check the Earth to what they took a picture of and see if that picture matches reality. And I hate to tell you, it don't. It's just a faith-based. That's the way a lot of us think about the globe idea, is that it's just a religion. It's just a religion without a deity. It's promulgated the same way. It's got a creation story. It's got a creation of man story. It's given to you by these, quote unquote scientists, which are the equivalent of priests. And what they say, nobody can check, and they know better than everybody else. And only a special group of people gets to commune with God, as in go to his space. You know what I mean? It's the whole thing that the structure is like a religion.
Yeah, there's several structures like that
maybe that's just a human thing where we make structures like that, but creation story, Big Bang. Creation of man story, evolution. The fundamental claims, can you check them? No, you're not a scientist. Just like when people couldn't read the Bible, right? They did. The priest interprets the Bible for you. What does God say? I don't know. You got to ask the priest. The Pope will tell you what the God says. He communes directly with God. Oh, what's the Earth look like from space? Oh, you can't go there. These special fucking astronauts got to have the right stuff. They go there. You got to just listen.
Shout out to Sunny in Philadelphia, right? I love that.
Yeah, word.
Yeah, it's almost 7 o'clock where I'm at. So I'm going to get off and go to bed. But I'm going to hop back in here tomorrow, probably.
All right.
Yeah, thanks. Good on you.
What's your name? Indio? Gotcha.
Indio,
I'll talk to y'all again soon.
Yeah,
man. Thanks for checking in.
For sure.
Thanks for showing up, bro. You're cool, man. You're cool beans. Thanks for
Yeah, you
not
guys
melting
too.
down, getting triggered, and having a psychological episode.
No, I've known Crit for years. We used to talk back in the day all the time. I saw him in here chilling, so I wanted to catch up with him. Yeah, I've known plenty of Flat Earth folks and had some good conversations.
Yeah, well, you're welcome back. So,
yeah, I'll join back in. All right, I'll see y'all. Good night.
Later, man.
Take care.
Good night, man.
It's good to have a chat like that every now and again to cleanse the filth of the nasty Glovers that come through here.
Totally, yeah.
Yeah, man. They must be sleeping because nobody ran interference.
I wanted to know who that, Crit, you know who that professor is that he was referring to?
Yeah, I think he's talking about if you remember, you might not. He used to go by Purple Elephant or Big Purple Elephant, like hold on a second, see if I can find him.
If he's a man of his word and what he teaches, then yeah, I would like to have a conversation with him, but also to kind of test the middle as well. Because if it's like one of those things is rules for thee but not for me kind of thing, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's the guy I'm thinking of. He came to 24/7 to the check-in, and we checked him in, but he didn't want to go on the live stream. And then we went to like a chill chat or something like that. I can't remember which one, but one of the non-stream chats. And Cyclone talked to him for about an hour, and at some point, evolution came up, and then kind of like people were skeptical. I'm skeptical of evolution too. So he's like, "Nope, fuck it, I'm out."
Oh, he's evolutionist?
Yeah. So they're like, "Why?" I thought that everything was cool. Like everything's going good. And he's like, "Yeah, but I mean, everyone's got their sort of sacred cows, and I can't be on a server that's going to deny evolution." And everyone's like,
crazy.
Yeah, I'm like, wait. So everything else you're good with. Let's talk about all this. He's like, yep. Nope, fuck you, bye.
Oh, and he did come in here, the purple.
No, this is the 24/7 main server.
Yeah, but like, I mean, we had interaction with him.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping. Like, if Cyclone comes by, if it's a guy I'm thinking of, it might be someone different though, because there was a lot of characters, on that server who were all kinds of things. If I think that's the guy I'm talking about. I'm trying to find his. It might not be. It might have been Pachyderm or something like that. Or I'm trying to find his name on 24/7 to see, because it would still show up, even though after he left the server, unless he didn't type at all. But then the bot would show when he joined, or a separate account.
I've taken no like actual collegiate courses in like any of this epistemology, understanding. But to me, I think when logic is sound, it's very coherent. It transcends like having to sit there and listen to a lecture and just be like, "Oh, that guy's full of shit." Like you could actually hear the logic in what they're saying. It's coherent, right? So it would make sense to somebody listening, and it's not just something you're accepting because there's somebody that's intellectual speaking of the thing. But it would just be true, like that's the way I view it anyway. That's how I hear information. Like when somebody says something and it does make sense in the realm of like, physics or some way that you can have it, manifest in our physical world, like something that just rings true would be true no matter what. Like it can't be moved. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Like, I mean, do you feel like when it comes to epistemology that you have to be like,
I think you're lucky your brain ain't tainted.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're just like a normal person, right? So it's like normal people don't doubt how they know things, but, epistemology is like the philosophy of how you can know anything. What is knowledge?
Yeah.
What even is it, right? And while it's a freaking entertaining intellectual fucking exercise, that's all it is, right?
Yeah.
In practical terms, like, how are you even having a conversation with me if you don't know anything or know how you know something, dude? Like, what are you talking about?
There's foundations of order that everything is built upon. And if you don't have that, then there's no coherence. And that's also in the physical world. It's the same way. We see what is order manifest in, like, the ecosystems that we see. So that to me, it's just like, if it was just all random, there would be no coherence whatsoever. Communication would be difficult. Like, you know what I mean? You couldn't relay information.
Well,
so
why don't we talk to amoebas? Why don't we talk to amoebas? Because they don't know anything. Okay? When you don't know anything, you can't communicate.
Yeah, and it's weird too, because it's almost like, I think about that, Indio, like, just looking at like organisms and the way they operate and the function of them. Like, they might not have eyes and a brain like we do, but they operate in some sort of like realm where things, they eat other, organisms, and you know what I mean? Like the microorganisms, like they're doing things as if it were like some sort of societal structure, like they don't attack certain ones. They choose to mate with certain, like it seems like there's a whole other world that's happening there that we don't understand. I mean, we do understand it to an extent, but we don't know why. Like, what makes the organism do what it does? Why did it choose to, eat this other one? And then it turns it into some other, like a protein, or, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, like, how do ducks like know how to swim? Like, all of these, how do birds know how to fly? Like,
yeah.
With these instincts the animals have, we call them instincts because they just do them, and we don't have like another word. But there's nothing that human beings just do, right? That makes us. We don't actually. I mean, we do have like impulses. I wouldn't call them instincts. I would call them impulses.
Impulses.
But we don't have no instincts like, I'm gonna frickin' drag my ass on the ground like a dog. We don't do shit like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We have logic and reason, and that guides it motivates us and guides us. But like, I don't know, man. Like, I just think that there's a lot of the world that we seem to want to just say how it is, and we don't fucking have a clue, bro. Like, they just like, I mean, I'm just saying what's fascinating to me about the realm that we exist in is I see organisms like, I'll point one out, like a jellyfish, something that's, you could see clear straight through. Where the fuck is a brain in that? Like, how does it know what direction to go?
Is a brain, according to science, the whole thing is a brain.
Yeah. I mean, but
the
like
disembodied brain, man, floating around in the water. They say that that is basically just like its cells are very close to like neurons.
Yeah.
In structure. Yeah.
What I'm saying is like it's so fascinating to me that something like that can choose to go someplace and decide is a wrong word, but like it's motivated to do something and not another thing. Like, and it chooses to mate with a certain, it's like, what's guiding that thing, man? Like, what's the hand behind the puppet?
Be fruitful and multiply. Oh.
Well, even the Bible describes,
right? They're like, each animal is kind of like a pre-programmed, almost like a computer, right? It executes its program, right? Dog executes its dog program,
but it's not only executing.
Even the Bible describes ants as being a curious people.
Yep.
Yeah, dude.
People.
Honestly, like if we remove all the like studies that people have done, and they put like this label on things, and if you could just examine everything outside of what we like, us, like who we are, dude, we're like a giant multi-organism. Like we're put together by like an enormous amount of different other small organisms. Like, we're a compound like of all that, and each and everything is working in unison to make the other thing work. Otherwise things would break down, and you know what I mean? Like
an entire ecosystem.
Yeah, we're a walking entire ecosystem. The mitochondria that's in our stomach that breaks food down to turn it into energy, and like the process by which that happens, and how we can optimize ourselves. Like, dude, it's so like my mind when I start thinking about it all, it's like there's no way that you can tell me that all of this from an evolutionary standpoint that came from an incoherent thing of like non-living matter. Like, it's just no way possible, bro. There's no way you can convince me that all of this complex, organisms that seem to be moving with some sort of, motivation without like, some sort of, thing that's moving.
The ironic thing, right?
Like, I don't know how to put it. How do you put that into words? Like,
isn't that so funny? That like that's an ironic thing. What you just laid out, and you're like, that's impossible, right? Random chance can't make this complex freaking systems. Like, it's not just one complex system; it's a complex system of systems that are all interlinked.
Exactly.
The people that advocated it is possible are the same ones that say they can't fucking know anything.
Exactly.
Which is the craziest shit to me. Like, bro.
That's the brain screw up. Like, to me, it's like, and then, the guy left because he, like, the way Crit was outlining, he left because, people started talking about evolution. It's like, dude, that's what tipped you off? Like, are you kidding me? Like, don't you see that you're just a walking
cowboy?
No, not him. The other guy. The professor were trying to figure out if what his name was, and it was like Pachyderm or Purple Elephant or whatever it was.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, that guy. Like, why he left because of evolution. If he was like logical and everything about like not being a brain in a jar made sense to him, like, and then he turned around and he was like, "Well, evolution, man, that's where the line in the sand is. Like, I gotta go." It's like, bro, what? Like, you mean to tell me that the coherence of life itself doesn't give you the inclination that there is a greater process and a greater entity that's behind all of this? Like, to me, that, I don't know, man. I fall out with people like that.
He thinks he's a complicated rock.
Well, yeah, but how did the complicated structure of the rock even exist? Like, there had to be some transmission of information to input. I don't know. Yeah, I'm getting far into weeds, but you know what I'm saying, right?
Man, if a guy would let me get 5 sentences out, I'd say this. How is it evolution created something that created something called a theory of evolution? So evolution made some self-referent organism. How did that happen? Right? Fucking.
Yeah.
It's retarded. On its face, it's a snake eating its tail, as it always is with these guys. And like,
exactly,
I am perfectly fine with snake eating its tail. Seems normal to me.
Yeah, and that's where they draw the line. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You're drawing the line in the sand where you want there to be some sort of like no cause for all the cause that we see. Like, non-living matter just automatically sprang from. Living matter sprang from non-living matter. It's like, wow, bro. Like, that to me seems more like a fairy tale. And then how all that incohesiveness, just randomness, like, kept together, like in these ecosystems that are so perfectly designed to keep together. Like, even if we say like the body, it's people are deformed and they're not born, like, but still life persists, right? It still continues. And then we see that you're a walking, organism factory, ecosystem, whatever you want to call it. And it's like that thing, however it's put together and working, it's still held together throughout a lifespan. Like, it doesn't just come apart or come undone. Like, the organisms don't decide like, I'm taking leave of this thing. Like, it's, I don't know, man. I sometimes it does my head in, man. 'Cause it's like, how does somebody like have a hard stance on that whole, evolution side? It's just beyond me, man.
Yeah, me too. I don't. To me, it always comes to the problem with sentience, self-awareness. Where does that fucking shoehorn into evolution? And how would that even be possible? Like, it doesn't make sense on its face.
that's the one thing that when I asked Perplexity AI, I asked it, what's a question that you don't know the answer to? And it said, the origin of consciousness. It was the greatest mystery.
Yeah, it was a freaking muddy pool, man, and bolt of lightning freaking hit it, and then rocks became people. Fuck.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, those rocks that became people were able to reason, like, I'm hungry. I want to go eat that thing over there. Like, dude, what the? Like, that doesn't fucking make any sense. You wouldn't be able to. The organism would.
How is that different than the fucking any creation mythos, right? Zeus molded fucking mortals out of clay, right? And fucking God created Adam out of the dust of the earth, right? From the dirt of the earth. Like, how is that any different? There's no difference in the story. It's the same story. They just go, well, this is science. No, it ain't. There's fucking no science in there at all.
Einstein said. Go ahead, Tito. No, you're good, Tito. Go ahead, man.
Well, I was just gonna build on that because it's the same thing. They say there was no Noah's Ark flood, right? But then they'll say, well, a few billion years ago, the Earth was completely covered in water, right? And then they'll say, there's no such thing as flying dragons. Next minute, they're showing you a pterodactyl. It's like,
yeah, exactly.
Einstein said that George Lemaitre's physics was abominable because he didn't like the idea of creation.
Yeah, well, you think about it too. It's like even the creation story and what it was like, where like India was saying, if the creator made people out of the dust of the earth, they're like, that's fictitious nonsense. Don't believe in that. But we're made from rocks and stardust, and like, well, isn't that the same shit? Like, you're talking about the same thing, bro. Like, what? You're not saying anything different. If we're made of the same compounds as dirt is, then you're basically saying exactly what they're saying in the narrative of creation. You're not saying anything different.
They're saying that the periodic
table is it made itself. That's the difference. There's no outside agent. It made itself.
Yeah, they want to claim the periodic table had its primordial soup orgy, and all of a sudden life just happened.
No, actually, dude, I've heard this, and I don't know if you guys, like, when you talk about, like, the origin of life, they were saying that it rained and rained on the rocks, and then lightning struck, and all of a sudden, that was the first that ignited the first organism to become. There was a
lightning bolt.
Yeah, there was a point at which there was a crossover from, like, non-living matter to matter. That's animated. So people are trying to always come up with a reason to explain, the origin story. But either way, it was a complex process that it's like telling that complex process to a child. How could you relay that? There's no way. You couldn't tell them like the intricate way that the body was woven together, because we know anatomy the way it looks. Like, it's still complex to us. We don't understand it. Like, can somebody tell you the mysteries of the brain? They don't know that. Why it houses what it does in language and, like, certain areas of the brain. If you affect it in a certain way, it like turns somebody, it changes a person, Yeah, it's a giant mystery, but at the same time, I don't know. It just, evolution is never the key. It's never the answer.
I think the key takeaway is that academia won't allow a conversation like this to even happen.
But that's another thing, India. Why? If they're all about like furthering, knowledge and trying to have, they say that don't they say that they're all about these types of discussions? They want them to happen. Like, oh, we live off of like people disagreeing with each other. Well, that's not what I don't see that, bro. Like, and now you come from a more collegiate standpoint, and some other people do, but you could also be like, because
though.
you've experienced. Yeah, but I'm saying, haven't you experienced the same type of environment? Like the individuals were saying about the same thing. They're like, "Oh, we thrive on diverse conversations, and that's how we come up with new things." Like, but it seems like that's an illusion. Like, I don't see that like being the case when you talk to people that are from, the academic, backgrounds. They sound like they have a worldview that's all there is. Oh, the cosmos is this particular thing, and it's fine if you disagree in the like minute details within it, but the overarching, understanding is still the same. It's the cosmos are the cosmos. We all agree on that. Like,
I mean, when I went to university, it was okay to bring up like metaphysical topics and religion as long as you didn't go cuckoo.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It wasn't. I remember my philosophy class, the guy started it by bringing a fucking Buddhist prayer bowl, like dong, and like that's how we'd start the class. So it wasn't like it is now. It's totally different now from my understanding. That there is no metaphysics. That there's only the material world, and that's how like the vast majority of it. I think part of it's political in the sense that they want to promote the materialist atheist worldview because then everything becomes like a pragmatic freaking nightmare where there is no objective morality, right?
Yeah.
You can just stick your dick anywhere, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, actually. That's a good way to put it. There's no repercussions, there's no accountability, and then the only way you ascribe accountability is based on what a certain group of people feel like ascribing accountability to. Well, these guys over here made up some laws, and we live in the area, so we abide by those laws because the body of those people, the majority of those guys, would agree that that's wrong. But if you move to this other place over here, now this group of people over here, they agree that you can do the thing that these guys disagree with. So you can do the thing that they don't agree with, and that's okay once you move to that area. So you're fine. But if you want to live in a place where you can do the thing that you say you want to do, then just move to that other area where the body of people over there agree that it's okay to do. Like, that's how they reason with themselves. Like, everywhere, there's no standard. Anywhere you go, so long as the group of people agree with your behavior, it's okay. That's fine where you live, they don't agree with it. Yeah, that's okay. They don't agree with it and don't do it, then it's against the law. But when you move to that other area that those guys are doing the thing that you want to do, then it's fine. There's nothing wrong. You're not held to account. No one's holding you. There's no sky magic up there. There's no one no deities looking at you. Don't worry about it. You can do that thing because that's where those guys say it's okay to do. That's how they do. It's a hot mess, bro.
I know. That's why I say the globe and flat Earth they're an existential question. So like it's like it's one of the bottom bricks of the house, and then if it's a globe at the bottom of the bricks, they can build one type of house, and it's a flat Earth at the bottom of the bricks, another house is built. But the globe house can't support the flat Earth house, and the flat Earth house can support either one, right? So, I mean, you could take a materialist atheist worldview with a flat Earth if you wanted to, with no problem. But the goal, like it's like to get you to the point where you're in this subjective morality thing, they have to build from like fundamental principles. The only thing that exists is the material world. We're just the consciousness is like an emergent property. There's no objective morality. Freaking religion and metaphysics, they're just mythos. They don't actually matter. All that matters is what works, right? We make models and we call it science, and they work, therefore they're true. And like that's all we care about is whether they're useful, and all these pragmatic arguments, like which are really just selfish arguments, right? Does this make me feel better, or does it make me feel worse? Okay, makes me feel better. It must be true. Like that's really what it boils down to. But they have to build, right? They have to build up the identity, right? The identity is built from the first rung, stacked on top of it, like it's a big layer cake.
and they defend that position as if it's some sort of thing that if you take that away from them, it's like, dude, well, then if you're saying that this isn't the case, then what do I got? I mean, what am I left with? If you're saying that things have to be coherent and it be in a way that order is about the rule of the day, then all the disorder that I see happening doesn't, like, how can I make sense of that if I can't ascribe to, like, if there not being some sort of hand behind the glove, you know? So that they're trying their hardest to, like, try to make it seem like there isn't a hand behind the glove because they don't want to live in a world where there's something else that's motivating them to do the thing. Right? They don't want to be just, I think that's all it is. It boils down to they don't want to be held accountable to the shit that they talk about, bro. It's like no standards whatsoever. It's like, yeah, I mean, well, why do you think that? I don't know. I get too far in the weeds with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
that's a common thing. If you look at scripture, dude, it's a common thing in scripture. Man's always trying to avoid accountability. That's what we do. That is really the fall of man. We didn't want to be accountable. Think what Adam said. That bitch gave it to me. It wasn't me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love using that. A weasel. He weaseled. Instead of, like, he just stood up there and said, "What happened, Adam? Well, I know you told me not to do it, but I was a little pussy whipped, and I did it anyway. But it's on me because I should have been in charge of Eve and told her not to do it. And then after she did it, I should have punished her myself. But now that I'm a weasel and a wimp, and I tried to blame her and not take responsibility, looks like both of us are going to get kicked out." He's like, "Damn right," you know?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, but today, like, what does that look like, you know, as an individual that comes in here? Isn't it the same thing? When you tell them about the worldview that they can't explain is what they think that it is, you know, like what are you, Earth's not a globe. Like, what are you guys, nuts? You know, are you crazy? And we're like, well, show me the way that you know that information is true. What can I hold you accountable to that you say in anything that you're saying? Well, I'm not a scientist. You know, easy escape, easy way out. I'm not a scientist. You know, they're not held accountable there, so there's their escape card. And if you question them on anything else, it's like they don't want to be held accountable to anything. The new word of the day is being agnostic to the shape of the earth. Have you guys heard it? That's a new trend. I'm agnostic. I'm not either one, or I'm not for or against. I'm just here to ask questions. Yeah, but why? What the fuck is motivating you to ask anything if you don't even think of the reason to know it have any meaning? Like, it doesn't have meaning to tell you anything because you don't give a shit. You're not taking a position one way or the other. It's not going to matter.
Well, there's the other thing too. I think that they have some of these guys have a perception of accountability, and that's to the scientism cult, right? Because they always appeal to the cult. You go, oh, all the scientists, all the people, all the 9.5 billion people in the world think the Earth's a globe. You know what I mean? They appeal to some social structure, right? That approves the way they think. And they don't approve of the way we think because we're not agreeing with all those other people, right? And disagreement in a socialist society is that's the worst sin, right? You got to go with the herd. Don't run the other way, cow. Like, run with the herd. Stampede if you have to. And that's really that. I think there is an accountability, but it's a different type of it's accountability to their freaking herd mentality. That's why they come in here and lie, and they go, "Well, I saw a curve from an airplane." That's a blatant lie. It's like a weird, like, how many people come in the other server and they just come in just like Earth is round and then leave the server. It's like a fucking weird virtual signal, psychotic thing, dude. I don't even understand that.
Yeah,
imagine going in a server just typing Earth is flat and leaving.
That's so fucking fascinating to me. That's why, like, more than just like AI, we bring the facts to them. You know, we're showing them things that they didn't know. When we show them that, how do you know what you know? And like, oh, you know, that's what I've been told. You know, that's the way it is. And you're like, yeah, prove it. Well, I mean, you know, I'm not a scientist. You know, so it always falls back to the no accountability thing. But at the same time, there's this like reaction in their brain that they can't get over. It's like, fuck, I can't be stumped. A flat earther, a guy who rejects what I've always known to be true, like they keep coming back. It's just like a cycle, it's just like I'm examining these individuals coming. It's like some type of psychosis, like breakdown, dude. It's something's happening to these guys, bro. And either we've caused it, like in their conversation, or I don't know, like.
You mean like Scott Mackey, who's in here saying it's fascinating when flat earthers tell each other how smart they are. I don't remember us telling each other how smart they are. I don't even know why you would bring that up.
He hallucinated.
Do you feel intimidated or something?
No, he's suffering from hallucinations.
No, because nobody else can be smarter than Scott Mackey. He's.
Well, I mean, no one was even talking about that. Like, what? Like, where did that come? Because you're doing it right now. No shit, I'm addressing your fucking stupid comment.
Yeah, you think about like Crit, what he always says to like these guys love to punch down because it makes them feel special.
Yeah,
they know that it's Crit nailed it, bro. Like when he said it, I was like, dude, I've seen this type of behavior, but I see it more prevalent with those who feel like they're in some sort of academic hierarchy. They've come from a collegiate standpoint. They're just like, well, I have a bachelor's in science, and you guys are simple-minded flat earthers, and they're coming in here, right? And I'm pretty sure he feels the same way. He's like coming from some sort of psychology background or whatever he says he does, and then he's coming in here like looking at us like with a microscope. Oh, well, look at these guys. They say they are acting like they're all smart, but look at me. I'm even more intelligent than that. So he's punching down, and it makes him. It kind of puts him in a state of mind where he feels good about himself. He can go about his day,
Yeah, Twitch.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Oh yeah, I'll say. When I was on Chimpanzees one time, and they're fucking around with the roles, and they gave me a role that, I could see some of their back chats, and what they're up to. They're always kind of plotting shit, which is what the guy who originally owned the server was Mr. Memer, and it was really meant to kind of organize raids against other servers. But when Discord changed TOS, you can't do that anymore. They just kind of set the space for them to kind of sit in their own shit. So what you generally see is about 49% of them want flat earthers to either shut up. Your two choices. Like if they've got power, if they have control over anything, because they really only have control over themselves. Because you see how they just react to stuff. Like there's a conversation between people, and he's in the side chat hallucinating and triggering. So he wants you to either shut up or die. Go away. As a flat earther, you don't get a voice in society. You've lost that. And many times you've even lost your humanity. Like you are dehumanized for wrongthink. And there's another 49% who think that they're here to teach you or help you. All they need is
to save you, to convert you back to the globe.
But they also are in a contradiction because they'll tell you that flat earthers can't learn also. So they're in this like back and forth ping pong where they're trying to teach somebody, but they know the person.
Great. Here's another one, man. The one where they go, you don't understand physics, and then they call you a liar afterwards. Well, what am I? If I don't understand it, then I can't be lying. I should just be like,
yeah, that massive cognitive dissonance where they're like, your answer is a wrong answer. It's also a lie answer, and it's no answer whatsoever. Like no answer was given. You're like, really, dude? How? Like, show me the mental gymnastics you did to adjudicate an answer you think is not an answer. Then the person was just wrong, but they also lied. So is it now back to like a right answer?
Dude. Yeah, you're wrong and lying somehow. I don't know how that works.
And you didn't answer at all. Yeah, and no answer was given.
In a third one, no answer. You didn't answer the question.
Yeah, so I didn't answer, but my answer was a lie, and it was wrong at the same time. And they're like, yeah. And in their worldview, that makes sense. Like, they really think that's possible. Like, in the grand scope of things, that's how it works out for them. That they can use different, like, targets. Like, say, that, like, you like call them balls or strikes, like an empire. Say that fits this sort of Venn diagram. But you try to ask them to explain it, and they can't. They can't explain their worldview. And then the last, like, say 2% of these, like, sort of, anti-flat earthers, they're just tribalistic assholes. They just picked it. They saw a debate, like kind of like a Rob Noxious. They saw a debate, they saw a topic, and they just wanted to be on the winning team for some reason.
I converted a flat earther in real life, and it was good.
You could write a book, bro.
And now we talk about actual conspiracies, and he doesn't think the whole world is lying to him. He's better at discerning what's a lie and what's the truth.
Neither do I. I don't think the whole world's lying to me.
Well, there's a lot of positive reason, There's it felt good. He thanked me.
If you don't know, then like you tell somebody something and you actually don't know what it is. You just believe it. You're not lying. Like, you'll tell me the Earth is a globe, but you're not lying. You believe that. You're wrong.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to say there's maybe some people that are arguing because they want better.
You got to ask your question. Lars, you got to ask a question, though. What did you convert him into? If he's converted, what was he before, and now what is he now?
He thought the Earth was flat. He got the TikTok algorithm. He didn't have a why. He had a lot of questions. And
he had
incredulous.
There was no why.
He had incredulity. He couldn't believe it.
Lying, unless you start substantiating shit, bro.
What's the question?
If you don't start substantiating shit, I'm going to ban you for lying.
You want me to substantiate? You want me to bring the guy in that now thinks the Earth is a globe?
I do. I'm going to interrogate him. Yeah, I do. Bring him in.
I'd like to know what he's got to say. Yeah, bring him in there.
The point is,
it looks like you might want to.
You're a liar. He thanked me. I said, "You're welcome." Hey, Let's talk about actual fun conspiracies.
You're a fucking liar, dude. What? This is so funny. You
it's just true,
are the person you say doesn't exist.
Yeah, I think you should rephrase it. You didn't convert someone. There's somebody who was sort of bi-curious.
Yep.
And then you brainwashed them, or you.
You'd be assuming assumption.
Why do you thank you? Why do you thank you, Lars? What do you thank you for?
He said thanks. I mean, most of the conversation was details about. I don't know. I don't think he detailed. I think he just said thank you. I didn't say why. I said you're welcome.
Yeah. In what context did he thank you?
Because you gave me a cup of coffee or something?
You have him a reach around? Lars, you're the very person you just said doesn't exist. You came in here, you just told us a cock and bull story. You know it, I know it, we all know it.
He's only doing that so that he can make it sound to the audience that's listening. Oh, somebody got converted back to the globe?
Are you free to be so sure that...
What did you say to him that converted him?
I am sure.
What did you say to him?
I bet $100 you're lying, dude.
Yeah, Lars, what did you... Yeah, Lars, hold on.
$100 on the table, Lars, to bring that dude in here. $100 on the table.
Let me
right
talk.
now.
For you to assume that I'm...
Go get him.
All right. What did you say to him that converted him? That's what I want to know. What was it said to him? Let's hear your little conversion speech, Lars. Tell me what you said to him.
Okay, so for you to assume I'm lying, you'd be assuming way too much that you can't know. So don't call someone a liar.
I'm not assuming anything. You haven't substantiated anything.
All right, I'm going to ask you again. Hopefully you heard me this time. What did you say to the guy that converted him? Tell us the same thing, and let's see what you said.
I told him Google Maps works. And he's good at math. He's good at math, and he figured out that if it works on a circle, it cannot work on a flat. And for you guys to assume that not one person has ever been changed their mind from flat to globe and to call me a liar shows your character, because it happens all the time. It's a big world. You can't know that I'm lying. Makes you look stupid to call me a liar. Thank you, dude.
Cool story.
Happens all the time. It happens all the time. It's a big world. Billions of people. You can't know someone's lying.
Oh, no doubt. There's people out there.
Google Maps converted him. Google Earth, Google Maps.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, he's always been good at math. He understands geometry. If point-to-point works on a sphere,
yeah,
that flat, it can never
what
work.
mathematics did you show him? Tell us what mathematics.
I didn't go over any mathematics. He figured out the mathematics on his own. I didn't.
Really?
I asked him the questions that led him to Globe. I didn't. I guess I didn't convert him.
The guy that's good in mathematics heard from somebody who doesn't know mathematics and got converted just as easy.
I mean, maybe he wasn't as deep into it as you guys, but
well,
he was bothering me for a while about it.
You think it could have been like what Crit said?
What'd he say?
That he was just curious about flat Earth, but he didn't really commit.
He was more than curious. I brought up stars and shit. And he was like, "You really believe that?" It was many weeks, probably months of us arguing till I got through to him. At a certain point, you get deep in enough. He wasn't deep enough into it to not change his mind. You know, if you're years into something, you may as well die with that mindset. But
you're not saying anything substantial, man. This is getting annoying. No specifics.
I wasn't gonna say anything except, hey, I converted a guy. All I was saying is it can be positive. I converted someone. There's other reasons.
Bullshit.
There's some positivity, and you're the one asking for all this. There is no.
Yeah, we're asking for the evidence you converted somebody.
Yeah, okay.
Same way we ask for evidence for any claim anybody makes. Every time they make it, we ask for the evidence. So we're asking you for the evidence.
All right, I'll have him make a Discord. I'll text him.
Go have him make a Discord.
Yeah. You want to hear?
I'm going to interrogate your friend. I'm going to interrogate your friend, dude. I suppose you as a liar.
Yeah, he'll follow me around like a little puppy now. I can get him to make Discords and cook my dinner.
He said, look at Google Maps, and it works. And that's what convinced him the Earth is a globe. It's the biggest horseshit I've ever heard in my life.
That should be enough to convince everyone in here.
Why?
Because if point-to-point distances work on a sphere, they cannot work when converted to a flat object.
Google Maps isn't a sphere. Google Maps isn't a sphere.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is, and that guy whooped your ass.
No, it isn't.
You just kept interrupting him like you're interrupting me.
It's a cylinder. The Mercator map is a cylinder.
It's a sphere. It's a sphere.
No, you can say that all you want. Google says it's not a sphere.
You can look at the North Pole and the South Pole.
That's cool. You can look at, but listen. The calculations done in it are done on a cylinder. It's a Mercator map. That's what Google says. Do you think Google doesn't know what its Google Maps is?
Could you substantiate that?
You could have substantiated it yourself before you thought it was a sphere.
It is.
What gave you the idea it was a sphere? Nobody told you that.
It is a sphere.
Okay, then now apologize. Now apologize, dude. Say you're wrong. Concede. Here's the question, though. Why didn't you check? Now, think about it. If the person did believe you because you said Google Maps was a sphere and it works, now he believes you because you were wrong. Right? So now he believed you on a false pretense. Yeah, Lars. Congratulations, you brainwashed someone with erroneous information. What do you got to say about that?
Okay.
Follow me.
Yeah, I guess you weren't listening, right?
Yeah, conveniently had background issues.
Yeah.
Hey,
Lars. Side chat.
It looks like you're right, and the Google.
You're goddamn right, I'm right. Why didn't you check beforehand before you brainwashed your friend? Why'd you brainwash him with wrong information?
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, you did.
Go back and tell him that I'm sorry I was wrong. Go back to being flat earther. Fucking clown.
You just hoodwinked the guy, man. I would have go apologize to him if I were you or Lars. I would. That's the honest thing to do right now. So go tell
Actually,
him
say we're
you're
trading
sorry.
places. Tell him you're going flat Earth and you're leaving him on the globe.
I talked to him a lot. I'm going to tell him about the cylinder thing. Look more into it, but
yeah, and admit
that is pretty shocking that it's a cylinder.
Yeah, but you also have to admit to him too that you were wrong. That's also going to be something that you got to do, man. If you're an honest Joe, you should do that.
Yeah, I just did to you guys. I didn't know it was a cylinder.
So, Lars, what you should admit to yourself is that the idea that they use a sphere, you literally just made it up in your head. That's where it came from. You made it up in your head. Nobody told you that. You didn't read it in a book. You didn't read it on the internet. You didn't. Nobody told you that. You just assumed that to be the case. And you know what assume means? It means make an ass out of you and me.
But if you zoom out, it's a sphere.
Yeah, I mean, really, I didn't want any negativity. I just wanted to tell you that I told someone that the Earth is round, and he believed me, and it was a positive thing. I do talk to him often.
What bollocks is this?
I'll let him know that the one biggest thing that converted him was
Was
untrue.
a lie.
Yeah.
Why would they lie? Well, this is a good reason.
No, we're not unaware of people saying, like having previously said that the Earth is flat, and then turning around and saying, I was wrong. It's a globe. It just happened recently. With Jaron, Antarctica, then some of his peers, Rob Davison.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to convince someone about a lie. I want him to believe it for 3 reasons. Another thing, you guys didn't get into it. I was listening for like 30 minutes. The evolution thing. Something interesting is, I agree. You guys have good questions, and I think you mischaracterize academia or scientists, because I think a lot of them will say, like, they believe in the fossil record, but they think maybe it was God. There's a lot of agnostic or theist scientists that believe in evolution, but evolution doesn't violate entropy, which intuitively I always thought it would, but it doesn't. That's about all I got for you guys. I'm just gonna go back to listening for a while.
The idea of it doesn't, or the actual process of it?
Because organisms create a lot of disarray in their consumption and waste, and it's enough to offset their.
I said, does the idea
That's entropy.
Conflict with entropy, or does the actual process, which has been demonstrated to be true, not actually violate entropy?
I always just thought, when I learned about evolution first, then entropy much later. So I thought.
So the idea of it. So the idea of evolution doesn't violate entropy.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What?
I don't know what the difference is between the idea and the practice of it is.
Do you know what entropy is?
Yeah.
Okay. What's that?
It's basically the spreading out, the trend towards dissipation and disarray.
Cool. Well done. Okay. And does this violate whatever you said? Evolution?
Yeah, it doesn't violate evolution. They don't violate each other.
Okay.
That's all. I always thought it would. Goodbye. Going back to mute.
Bye.
I can't understand Matthew Never Learns. It's like, what's going on with that guy? It doesn't make sense. He must be lying, because how can he be around all the facts and listen to all these facts over and over and over so many times and still like just completely just dismiss everything? It's like there must be something going on there. I can't figure out how someone could actually. I mean, there's no ways someone could actually continue being a Glober and be exposed to so much truth and so much, I mean, reality. I mean, just look at the fact. I mean, there's so many different points that have been pointed out so many times to him, and he just dismisses everything. It's like Matthew Never Learns. I mean, they should really change his name to Matthew Never Learns.
Yeah. I mean, so hold on. We'll get to you in a second, Jack. I'll unmute you. So a while back, Matthew, I showed him like the gnome experiment, the idea that weight changes by latitude and that things weigh less on the equator. So I showed him the result of that experiment, and I said, now that you've seen the experiment, Matt, because he was like, weight changes by latitude, blah, blah, blah. That's what the Globe model predicts. I said, yeah, well, that's not what it's measured. And I showed him the gnome, right? So they went all over the place with this little gnome with a scientific scale and didn't match what the Globe predicts. And I showed him I asked him point blank, I said, now listen, Matt, now that you've seen the data, are you going to believe the data or are you going to continue to believe the model? He said, I'm going to believe the model. So I don't know what to do after that, right? Like, because he had no reason, he didn't question the data because it was done by professional scientists at CERN and let's look at more labs and Indian National Labs, and like professional scientists did all these measurements, so he couldn't disparage them. He had to just like go into La La Land.
And then normally he leaves when you do something like that. He says, "I got to go."
Yeah.
Conveniently, yeah, he'll just like leave. When you just say too much, it's just, "Oh, bye, I got to go."
Yeah, it's just really weird that he openly rejected the data for like his concept, man, which is very.
Every time.
That even caught me off guard. I didn't expect him to be like that.
I've noticed he lately there, when you get into something with him, and he'll preface like right before he leaves, "Oh, this is around the time that you guys are going to start banning me, so I'm just going to leave now. Bye."
So I'm gonna unmute Jack here. He's a newbie. He's got no role, so let's see what's up with him.
Welcome.
Coconuts have water in them. Goodbye.
What? Okay, next.
I couldn't hear what they were saying. What did they say?
I do not know.
They said, "This is the time you're about to ban me. Goodbye."
Yeah, I was too. So we got another one. We got Ultron. You got Ultron dude here. He has no role, so I'm gonna server unmute you. What's up, Ultron? Ultra something. Ultra nitration.
Ultra nitration.
And Shine. Shine's a new person.
Welcome.
So you guys got any questions or comments? Or whatever? It's Water Hill Wednesday. That means, are there hills of water between you and China?
Okay, that's funny.
Actually, Matthew Learns is the one who came up with that kind of. That's really weird that we're talking about that too.
I don't forget Matthew's comment about trees on the ocean. That was oh man, that was funny. Let's talk about having trees on the ocean. I don't know how,
and he's a professor, man. These are when they appeal to authorities. He's one of the people they appeal to. That's why me and AB taking down anybody that comes in with credentials, because we want to show that the people without credentials appeal to, they go, oh, the authorities know, the scientists, the cosmologists, they know that the Earth's a globe. I'm going to appeal to them. So when we get one of those guys, we want to show that they don't know anything. You know what I mean?
Right. And the thing is, the other day he was saying, we are just presuming that it's it's a globe, and we're just teaching the children that because it just makes the most sense. But we don't know 100% sure. We're just guessing, but we presume it's right, and we're just showing them how to think, and that the probability that it's a good probability that it's a globe. Basically, he literally said that on the. I don't know if you were there when he said that. He said basically we think it's a globe, so we're teaching them the most probable thing.
Yeah, and like then you start asking them,
view.
how do you know that's the most probable thing? And then they
Exactly.
come up so they have no idea why they are even saying that.
Just his religion. It's his guess, his belief system. He always says, he goes back on that often. He says, no, it's just my belief. There's no evidence for the curve, but it's just my belief. It's crazy. He just believes it's round, so it's round.
Yeah, like it's just like a preference, man. Like my favorite food's chocolate. That's all these guys are.
I like red T-shirts, and you like blue T-shirts, and let's discuss what we like. Our favorite, what we like. We're not going to tell you what it is. Anything is. We like.
I love this one from Vsauce. Oh man, it's not playing. What's up with his bot, man? Pay good money for this thing.
I was having issues with it earlier in the other server. And
it won't play like short ones. That's the problem. Like, won't play anything under a minute or something. I'm thinking.
Bots these days. I think Discord doesn't.
That's what it was. It was like a 15-second clip.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem I'm finding. It won't play any clips longer than like 60 seconds or something. Sultron, you have no questions? What's up, Sheepdog? Oh, we got TM in the fucking house. What's up? We know
What's
we're
up,
fucking.
TM?
Now we know we're fucking cooking.
Water thing makes sense to me.
What's Shine?
Holes, man.
What makes sense to you?
I said I don't have any questions about the whole flat water thing because it makes plenty of sense to me. Why would it stack up like a pile of dirt if you go across a certain distance? And, they like to say, well, yeah, over a long, long distance. But, I mean, how long is distances in the ocean between islands or anything? There should definitely be, curvature, at least in the globe model. And if there is curvature, then you should have the water, like, stacking up on top of the water. But I just feel like that makes no sense. They'll
be a hell of water
in, but it just doesn't. It wouldn't.
Like the thing that most people can't comprehend is how large that hill of water is supposed to be. In 30 miles, it's 400 feet.
Wow.
So it's a 40-story building. You got to think of that. If you're fucking 30 miles away, anything shorter than 40-story building should not be visible. And we know that that's not what's actually the case. We could see shit 20 feet high at 40 miles away under right conditions.
That's a good argument. Really good argument. I'm going to write that down.
It's something that I feel like I've always known, internally, so that even when I was a kid and looked at pictures of the supposed, Earth from space that they didn't really take and stuff, I knew there was something weird there. And it wasn't until a long time later when I was reading Flat Earth stuff that they said, the water can't hold that shape. And I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense, because how would it be, stacking up between the two edges of the cup that forms around it?
Well, I mean, the pictures from space thing, the problem with that is you can't even evaluate them. If I show you a picture where someone says, yeah, this is the Earth from space, how can you evaluate it to whether that actually is the case? That actually is a picture of Earth from space.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't.
Well, how could you? But no, just in principle. Just in principle. This is a hypothetical, right? In principle, how could anyone evaluate that, right? If someone took a picture and they said, "Hey, this is a picture of a horse from the top of that I took from the top of my house," I've seen a horse. I can easily look at it and go, I don't think that's a horse. That's a fucking cow. Or, you know what I mean? Like, or that's not a horse. That's a fucking beaver. I can evaluate it because I've seen a horse. But I've never seen the Earth from that point of view. So the picture that they claim, I can't even evaluate it at all because I have no idea what the Earth looks like from, 10,000 miles away. Right? So I have to just trust them in their claim that this is, hey, a photograph. I took this photograph from outer space. All you can do is trust them. That's the fundamental problem with images claiming to be from space, is that you can't even test them or evaluate them in any way. All you can do is go, yes, I believe it. No, I don't believe it. Right? Because you can't go there. And then there's so many images, supposedly images of Earth, and they all look different. Different angles, according to them. Oh, it's different focal lengths, different angles, different lighting conditions, different color values, different this. This is a composite. This is not a composite. Well, I mean, they don't even look consistent across each other. So, like, how the hell do you even evaluate any image as real? So, something AB does, which is quite interesting, is when someone says, pictures from space, he asks somebody, like, show us the one that you think is the best one, the one that proves the Earth is a globe the most. And you know what happens most of the time? Most of the time they post an image that they didn't check, and it's actually admitted to be a CGI image of Earth, which proves that they can't even tell the difference between a CGI one that they admitted CGI and one they claim is real. You can't even tell.
The lack of curiosity?
Yeah, like, just, it's almost like if you're dealing, it almost feels like you're in, you're talking to somebody who, who believes in who is part of a religion, like, it's, because I don't, like, how to explain it. I'm just like, I'm very much interested, like, I in how they think, like how, I don't know how to explain it. Because you're curious, right? I mean, like, you're curious, you're interested, like, knowing.
I mean, like, having an open mind.
Yeah.
Being open to the idea that maybe
Yeah, you know what I noticed? Yeah, at the end, like, for example, at the end of the day, like, it couldn't, like, at the end of the day, like the last belief they typically have, it's like, it just couldn't be, it's just impossible for the lie to be so big. That's pretty much, like, that's the final frontier for them, I think, what I noticed.
Well, it's not really that. There's a subconscious thing to it where they're like, they don't think they're stupid enough to fall for something. So there's an ego involved.
Can you repeat that again? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
There's a subconscious ego involved where they don't think that they were stupid enough to fall for that. Like, it can't be that obvious. And so now they're like, well, I've known this in my entire life, and now I have to go against that. And I don't know how to explain it. They just don't think they were that stupid to be fooled.
Yeah, what about, like, for example, you personally, like, are you 100% like sure, because are you 100% sure that, for example, you're definitely standing on one side, right? So, like, are you still open to the fact that, like, the Earth might not be flat? Like, are you still, or definitely?
I know we did already change once. You shouldn't be questioning whether we'll flip flop, bro. We already changed. We're globe earthers, and we changed our mind based upon the evidence. Why wouldn't we change back if we got positive evidence the other way?
No, I'm not saying about, like, changing back, but, just kind of, like, just wondering, like, because it's,
Look,
like,
I just accept the evidence. Whatever the evidence is, that's what it is. I don't care about any of the other stuff. Just whatever the evidence says, that's what it is. I mean, like, what am I going to do? Go, oh, The evidence says it's a globe. I'll just fucking pretend it doesn't. Like, I don't do that.
Yeah, like in my case, I don't buy I have a very difficult time buying the idea. You know, I bought it before, and yeah, now
Which idea?
I'm not a
Flat Earth?
subscriber. No, the globe.
Yeah. Well, you have to believe a lot of very freaking strange things, man. When you actually think about it. I mean, they don't. The way the globe is kind of like a used car. You go to the car dealership, they're trying to sell you a used car, and they're like, man, the engine runs great. We just freaking had it painted. It has great freaking tires. Man, this is a freaking steal at any price. They don't tell you that the clutch is going. It has a leaky valve cover gasket. There's a hole in the muffler. Like, they don't tell you all that bad stuff, and the globe is the same way. They only tell you the stuff that works. They don't tell you the stuff that don't work. And the stuff or the crazy shit you have to believe, like the entire world is in some sort of optical illusion, man. Because you have to believe that even though the Earth looks flat everywhere you go, that's just an optical illusion. That it actually isn't flat. That everything you're seeing is not real, basically. Or that you can't perceive reality as it really is. That somehow you're deficient or defective to perceive reality. Because that's what they say. You're like ants on a beach ball. And the reason they use ants is because we have no concern for ants. Ants are just like insignificant bugs to be stepped on. And when they compare you to an ant, you're an insignificant bug to be stepped on. You're too insignificant to perceive reality as it really is. You're just a speck of dust. It is fucked up, dude. The whole thing is a mind fuck.
Yeah, but they're speaking for themselves, huh? Like,
It's like, yeah, I mean,
I don't want to. Yeah.
but it's almost like this weird cult that everybody like got absorbed into.
Mm-hmm.
The same way people get like sucked into telling their kids Santa's real. You know what I mean? Because I've heard a lot of people, right? They're like, I'm never going to tell my kids Santa's real. But then when they have kids and Christmas comes, they're doing it, right? Because they don't want to be like the odd man out. Or I told my, like, you know, you'd rather your kids like live that freaking delusional freaking lie, at least for 5 years, than, you know, just because it's, I don't know, idyllic, fantastic, whatever. So everybody ends up doing it, even though they say they're not gonna. That they're gonna they're gonna be the one parent that tells their kids the truth. It turns out they're not.
Most of the time,
Might be like a lack of originality.
Parents, you know, for ruining.
They say
the
that.
other
They say
kids,
that.
like belief in
Yeah.
Santa. Sorry, Lionel. Sorry, just
No, it's fine. Yeah.
I didn't hear what you said. Say it again.
I was
No,
just
I mean,
saying that most of the time with the telling the kids about Santa, like it's the part of taking flack from other parents that find out when your child has told their child Santa ain't real because my daddy told me he's not real. You know.
Oh yeah, true that.
So
That's why you put your kids in kickboxing and jiu-jitsu.
With Santa, is everybody dressed up like elves? Did you freaking just fuck each other up as elves?
Anyway, didn't mean to, you know, take the convo off topic there. Lionel, you were gonna say something?
I just want.
You cut out, Lionel. Your audio just.
I dropped my phone.
Oh,
Dude, I feel so fortunate. You know, my sometimes most of the time I look at my family and I see it probably as most people, like my family seems to be broken, you know. But I'm so fortunate of my parents, both my dad, even though they're separated, right? But both my dad and my mom, bro, like they made me question things from a very early age. Like they made me question everything.
that's good. They gave you a way to defend yourself. That's what you really have to understand. If your parents teach you how to figure out what the truth is, they're really what they're giving you is a mental defense.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Sheepdog talked about jujitsu, babe, but you need jujitsu for your mind, man, because people will try to frickin', you know, basically psychologically jump you, which is what peer pressure is, right? It's the equivalent of just being jumped by a bunch of people and circle kicked. So at least you can protect yourself now that you know, at least your parents said, hey, man, just don't believe everything you're told like a sucker.
Okay, the probably a question, probably something you guys talked about like a million times. But what is like the general explanation for the 24-hour sun? Like, is there like a standard or like a general idea? Or because for me, for example, I accept that knowledge is limited. You know, like you know, but is there like is there a general idea, general like perspective about the 24 hours? Because dude, I lived in and I lived in South I lived in the considered like the last city in South America. It's in Tierra del Fuego. It's in Ushuaia, dude. And I experienced. I lived 4 years there, and I didn't experience like a 24-hour sun, right? But like for example, in summer you have only a few hours of nighttime. You know, so when I watch the video, you know, supposedly that it's real, but you know, I can understand why that is real. You know, because like I lived like I said I lived in Ushuaia and I experienced in summer days are like um you only experience like a few hours of nighttime. So I imagine that
I mean, that
going
happens
south,
in the Arctic too.
yeah,
Let me ask this.
yeah.
Okay. In order for the Earth to be a ball, water has to curve around the surface, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if water has to curve around the surface, but you can't measure any curvature anywhere, the surface of water is flat everywhere, then it can't be a ball, right? That means the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, I mean, I mean,
So if the surface of the Earth is flat, then whatever's happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth.
okay, but like, what are your thoughts? Like, for example, just like, do you? I mean, you don't have to believe.
There was a 24-hour
I'll
sun
tell you.
on a flat Earth.
Yeah, this is so. I hate going into this shit because it's
Because
long.
even if you explain it to me, I would have a
I am going
difficult
to
time
explain
understanding it.
So,
Okay, but don't get too technical.
okay, you have to start. So I know you have to start at like, how is the 24-hour sun even a globe prediction in the first place? Let me tell you, it's not.
For sure.
It's not
A globe prediction. It's not
no,
a globe
it's not
prediction.
a globe prediction. No, it's not.
Okay.
Okay. So the way they predict solar time, the sun, sunrise, sunset, how high when the sun's above the horizon, all these things, they don't actually use any globe in the mathematics themselves. They only use the celestial sphere. They use the celestial sphere, celestial equator, and the ecliptic, which is the path of the sun through the sky. And that's all that's used. It has nothing to do with you or what you're on at all. So the methodology, the point is, if you look at the mathematics, the formulas, there's no globe in any of those formulas at all. You don't even need a ground at all, because you know why? Because it's an observer-centric model, meaning you're at the center of the coordinates. Your eyeballs, not the fucking globe, your eyes. And that's where all the mathematics is done, from using you at the center coordinates. Now, that means there is no globe model to predict the sun. Doesn't exist. There's no flat Earth model either. There's also no pineapple Earth model, but there also is. So there is a globe Earth model, and there's a flat Earth model, and there's a pineapple Earth model, because the model works no matter what surface you're on. Because you only look at the sky. You do not look at the Earth to determine when the sun thing happens. Right? No, I want to know what sunset is. I want to know what time. How do I figure it out? I go, hey, how many degrees is the celestial equator above the horizon? Oh, there it is. Okay. What longitude am I at? How would I know the longitude? Well, I would need a clock because I need to know when the sun rises and when it's noon in Greenwich, and then I can use my frickin' clock to figure out when I'm going to see the sun. You don't need any references to the Earth itself to figure out how long the sun is going to be visible, right? You don't need the Earth at all to figure out any of that shit. So there is no globe Earth model. There is no flat Earth model.
Yeah,
Now,
the globers just have an explanation, and we've already debunked the basis for that explanation, so that cannot be valid.
yeah, to even make a globe Earth model of that, think of how complex that would be. You need to plot the fucking orbit, compute the eccentricity, the fucking, what is the other one? The obliquity, how you're fucking facing the sun, and then project it onto a plane, and then to see what it would freaking look like. And you have to do this, and you figure out where the Earth is in the orbit at that time, how far away it is from. You'd have to do all these computations. Okay, we don't do any of these. Okay, because you would have to take the computations and then flip them into orthographic, basically like a 3D environment, like a video game, to figure out what it would look like. And I guarantee you, it would be off. So we don't use that. We just use the celestial sphere model, which is what we use for the sky, the sun, all that stuff. So it's a it's a myth that all that's based upon a globe. It's really not. The explanation is based on a globe, but the actual model itself, the mathematics, is not based on a globe. You understand all that, Lionel?
I can follow it. Yeah, no.
Yeah. So I'll show you. I'll show you something. You have actually. Hold on.
But like, I appreciate it. But like,
I can show you what a graphic. You'll understand as soon as you see this. Okay, so it's going to be in the live stream voice text. I'm gonna.
It's also anybody can provide an explanation. Like we could make up 1,000 explanations. It wouldn't be something you could verify.
Yeah. If you look in the live stream voice text, you see that image, the diagram.
I see.
I pinged you in it, so you should see like a ping thing.
I don't even know where to on the text.
It's the channel. It's the voice text channel right above this voice channel. It says live stream voice text. I pinged you in it.
Apologize.
I'll do it again.
Voice?
That help?
No.
Did you collapse the channel or something?
He's probably looking at the bubble where the instructions are or whatever.
I'm on my phone, and it's like I always struggle.
You have to collapse. You have to collapse the chat you're in, and then you have to go to live stream voice text.
Here,
There's a text channel above the voice channel.
Or just go to your notifications and then click on the last person that tagged you.
Here, I DM'd it to you. So just check your DMs, dude.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
I got it. Thank you. I can see it now.
Yeah, so this diagram shows how it's actually done, right? So you would look in the sky, and then you would see like a celestial equator. You would just get where the celestial equator is, and you'd measure down from that where the sun would be in the sky at what time. That's how it's done. You don't even need the ground is irrelevant. It doesn't. You don't need anything. You don't need the ground. And the thing is, this is the crux of the problem is this: what are latitude and longitude in the first place? Are they points on the ground, or are they points in the sky? They're points in the sky. So when you say something like, "I'm at 45 latitude, negative 180 degree longitude," all you're saying is 12 hours after the sun it's noon in Greenwich. It's going to be noon here. And when I look in the sky, I see the celestial equator at 45 degrees. That's how you're getting your ground coordinate. But there's no way you could find that coordinate if you couldn't see the sky. So if you can't see the sun and you can't see the stars, you have no idea where you are. Right? So when they said, hey, we're on Union Glacier, this is Union Glacier's latitude and longitude. Yeah, how did you know that was the latitude and longitude? Well, we looked at the sky. And when we saw the sun was so high above the horizon, we called that place frickin', 77 frickin' south. You understand? It's a self-referential thing. Like saying you're at 77 longitude and then saying, hey, why does Polaris match your latitude? It's because that's how latitudes are defined. They're defined by the elevation of Polaris. Saying, yeah, why do I see Polaris at 45 degrees when I'm at 45 degrees north? Because you defined 45 degrees north as when you see Polaris at 45 degrees. Do you understand? Like the ground coordinate is defined by the sky. We're not finding the ground and then confirming it with the sky. We're seeing the sky and then saying this is a spot on the ground. But the thing is, the problem with this is great for like we want to travel around. We got a nice star map where we can just sail under the shit, right? And then we can know where we are. But that doesn't mean that the relationships between these places on the ground is the same orientation and relationships as the stars in the sky. That is a leap of logic. That's why what Sheepdog said to you, we could see the sun do whatever. If the earth measures flat, it has to be doing it over a flat earth. Because everything about the sky and its relationship to the earth is hypothetical.
It's very limited because like typically we match and like the sun go in circles around the flat earth, right?
Yeah,
and
I mean we don't know if they're circles or not.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, saying they do circles around the flat earth is just, you're basically falling into the same trap they're falling into. Saying that the sky's relationship to the ground is some circular weight. No one's ever measured a circular path of the sun above the earth. No one's ever measured whether the center, the North Celestial Pole, right? Polaris, that's the center of anything. How do you know the stars ain't asymmetric? So how do you know a lot of because there's a problem if we take a compass is north and south don't align up with the celestial sphere at all. Did you know that? Magnetic declination. Have you heard of this thing?
Magnetic declination.
Yeah, you should know. You were in Peru, right? So I think there's 11 degrees of magnetic declination in Ushuaia. That means if I take a compass and I look at it and it says north, and I point north with the compass, I am 11 degrees off of true north. I am actually not pointing toward true north. That the compass doesn't match. And when I say true north, I mean north as would be designated by the celestial sphere, North Pole, South Pole, the center of rotation of the stars don't align up with the compass, is what I'm saying. That north-south directions don't line up with the compass. Okay, now which is right? Maybe the compass is right and the stars, like the way we're thinking about the stars, is wrong. And maybe the stars are right and the compass is wrong. Right? You can, you're just picking an arbitrary coordinate system. But the thing is, you're not actually measuring the ground itself. This is where we keep coming back to the thing. The spatial references we're using are not of the ground, or they're of something else. They're of the magnetic field. They're of the stars and the sun. But what about the ground that we're talking about? Where are those spatial references? Where we use just the ground to figure out what the ground is? See, we're always appealing to something else. That's not the ground. That's what we're always going to. Look at the stars. Look at the planets. Look at the moon. Look at black holes. Look at the magnetic field. Look at the wind. Look at fucking the water going up and down. Look at all these phenomenon. We're never going, hey, let's just go out into the world and fucking measure the earth. But they have done this, and the results are pretty whacked out, right? So
the only one I Maps are fucked up. There's so much confusion with a map. Why can't the map be simple, right? I mean, they should have been measured and everything. Why? Yeah.
Because it's not that simple to measure. These things are actually
Yeah. Why
hard.
can't we? Why can't we have a map? Why is it, like? Why can't we just have like one? Why is it so difficult? Like, for example, when I ask, like, like the Globers, like, what's your map? Like, what's the real map? Like, we should have a fucking photographical map, like a real map, no?
They don't believe in any map.
It's too hard.
So
There's
what
no
they
map.
say, they wouldn't use them. Like, this is the funny thing is they like, well, all the maps are wrong, but the globe, like if you had a physical globe, that
Okay,
would
the
be
globe
right.
one is.
Yeah,
Okay,
a table, a globe on your table on your desk, that would be right. That's what they would say.
That would be right. I mean, they have
They
to
would
say
never.
that, right?
Wait, hold on. Here's the funny thing: is that they would never actually use that because they wouldn't be able to actually get anywhere with that, right? Imagine like you're going on a road trip or you're sailing across the ocean and you're like, "Oh man, we're gonna get lost," and you're like, "No, we're not gonna get lost, baby. I got this globe I bought from Walmart. And fucking bring it onto the boat. Fucking, you got a globe. Where do you think you're gonna go? You're gonna go right to the bottom of the fucking ocean, right up about 20 miles from the shore.
It wouldn't work. It would work, no, for them. Like, I mean, if you know how to use it, I guess, no.
How could you use a globe to sail across the ocean?
I mean, they claim it's the real, like they have a real map, and it has to
Yeah,
be
but how
shaped
could
as
you
a globe.
use it? That is what I'm asking. How could you actually use it to sail the ocean?
I don't know. I guess you could if it was like the real deal.
How?
No.
How?
I mean, it should work perfectly well. I mean, if it's a representation of reality, you should have no problem using it.
Well, I
If
mean,
it's
the
the
thing
real
about the
thing.
ocean is that there's no landmarks, right? Right. So you got the oceans
I
on
was
your
about to say
physical
watermarks.
globe. What'd you say?
I was going to say there's no watermarks.
There's no watermarks. What are you gonna do? Say take a left at a freaking 50-foot wave?
I don't know. You have the compass.
Yeah, take a left
Well, that's
at
it.
the
I already
next
told
water
you.
hill.
But bro, don't remember just saying that the compass doesn't match the map, the globe?
Yeah, it does, no?
No, does not.
I mean, it does. I mean, no, like
No, it
doesn't actually.
That's what we're trying to tell you. It doesn't. The compass doesn't match. So the globe is created by that celestial sphere coordinate system I was talking about.
I mean, you
But
can
the
go around the
compass, but
equator,
the
no? With
hold
the-
on, dude, hold on. But the compass doesn't match that celestial sphere coordinate system. As far as east, west, north, south, they don't match.
Yeah.
They're not even close to matching. They're freaking way off each other. Let me see if
Doesn't,
Yoder's got.
doesn't the compass up north point to like some place in Norway or something like that?
Oh, dude, the magnetic North Pole is supposed to be like in the North Atlantic or in the Arctic Ocean or something. In the South magnetic pole is supposed to be in the Southern Ocean. They're not even on land.
Well, one thing we can agree on is that maps like don't match each other at all. Like the globe versus the flat, projection map of the continents and stuff. Everyone's always saying, "Oh,
The flat projection maps are off a globe. They actually do match the globe maps.
but not in a different way, which is just like public opinion. Like most.
Do you guys
people
not
probably-
comprehend this, dude? They're not projecting the land. They're projecting the stars. The entire coordinate system is the stars. So when they go from one map to another, they're doing a transformation of the star coordinates onto, and then they're changing the quote unquote land that's underneath it accordingly. But it's not a projection of the dirt. It's a projection of the stars in that coordinate system, latitude and longitude.
Like it's based
Hard
off
for people to
of what
accept
you
this
see.
that maps are not of the earth. They're of the stars, dude. It's like really hard for people to just function with that.
Like from your perspective, from your vision, you see a bubble around you. Like I start with the circle of vision. That's your horizon. And then, so 360 degrees, that's the limitation of your vision. Then when you look upward over your head, now you're creating a hemisphere. And then if the Earth wasn't underneath you, you would literally see a sphere in a sphere around you. But going back to the hemisphere, it's not even it's your hemisphere. It's not the Earth hemisphere. It gets so much weirder than that. But the whole like Indio said, they take the celestial sphere and they like press. I don't know how to say it. Basically, they're pressing the Earth up against the inside of the celestial sphere. And all it is a celestial
exactly.
sphere. You have to read the
there's no
book
reason to
Longitude in
assume
order to
that.
understand it.
That's fair enough, but you can't assume that if you remove the ground that you'd see stars 360 degrees around your position, as if you
No,
were the
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Okay, because it sure sounded like you were, so just clearing that up.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it would be a 360 degree bubble all the way around you. But that's all hypothetical anyway.
So they do it based on the stars?
Yeah, and they used to be more explicit about it in old books. And Yoder told me this, is that like they would say that you're under the equator, or that you're under the Tropic of Capricorn, and that you're under the Tropic of Cancer. They wouldn't say that you're on it.
Yeah.
Like during like the 1800s, you would never be on these things. You'd be under them.
Based on the stars, because for the longest time that was the way people navigated, by the stars.
Yeah.
It's the way we still do it. The entire coordinate system is based upon it. Just because you're not looking up, we're using a coordinate system developed from stars. And that, like, if you couldn't see the stars, you wouldn't have a coordinate system. At least you wouldn't have that one.
And that's why they made paper versions where you could actually have a coordinate system in your cabin. You didn't need to go out and look at the stars.
So I'll give you another example. GPS uses something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. It doesn't use latitude and longitude. It does a conversion into that. You can use any coordinate system you want to use. It's freaking dealer's choice, but they've just fixed on that one. Because it's it's easy to navigate using this system, easier. But even it's so easy that before the globe was even invented, Polynesians and people that lived in Micronesia were navigating using the stars hundreds of kilometers without any globe math, right? It's because the stars move so consistently that you can predict where they're going to be. Like, if you know how fast you're going and you know how fast the stars are changing relative to your speed, you can go, hey, man, at the rate we're going, we'll be there in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, this star is going to be over that island. So all we got to do is time our travel. So every night when we watch the star, we go, shit, we got to go a little bit faster. We got to go a little bit slower. Okay, and eventually, and as long as you get there when that star is overhead, or some other stars around there, they wouldn't use a single set of stars. They would use a bunch of sets. And they knew what the sky had to look like in a particular location at a particular time. Okay, hey, 2 weeks from now, if we're if the sky looks like this, we're in the right place. If the sky don't look like this, we're fucking lost.
God forbid their clock break.
I mean, the sky was their clock, so they didn't really need, the Polynesians at least.
My bad, I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, I said the Micronesia, like the, people from Samoa, Hawaii, they traveled all over the frickin' oceans. You got to remember, they even say, like, it's in New Zealand and Australia, right? Those people came from Madagascar. How'd they get from the Indian Ocean on frickin' canoes? And then those people supposedly came from South America. Was Lionel still here?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening.
So what do you think? What do you think of the Bolivian salt flats?
The what? Oh, the what? Are you talking about
the mirror, the giant mirror at
I have
Bolivian?
no idea. I've never been there, dude. I've never been there.
We want to hire you. How far is it away from where you are? So I brought up the Bolivian salt flats because I recently, with the help of AI, thought of a test that can be done at the Bolivian salt flats. Because if they're this curved, right, and it's a mirrored surface, then if you're 200 feet above the surface and you watch the sunset, you should still be able to see the sun, but the reflection of the sun should disappear. You shouldn't be able to see it because the curved surface, it's not a flat surface. Basically, the reason is because you have a line of sight to the sun, but the point on the earth that has to reflect the sun to your eye, the sun doesn't have a line of sight to there. That's behind the curve from the position of the sun. So you could just go do this test as long as you have a 30-something mile stretch where you, in a nice crisp water horizon. You can do this test where you see the sunset, but you don't see the reflection of the sun, even though the surface is completely mirrored. So this,
I don't trust the sun, man. I don't trust the sun.
Oh, now you don't trust the sun? What about 24-hour sun, man? What happened to that?
I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I don't know what
now
to
the
think
sun
about
goes
the sun.
overboard. That's what always happens.
I don't know what to
Well,
think about the sun.
they also surveyed the salt flats and surveyed them flat. And so what you could do is when the salt flats flood, there's water now on the flat level ground, which you can measure too. And so if the earth was a ball and the water was conforming to a sphere, then you should be able to measure that hill of water over the entirety of the salt flats.
Does water freezes like in a curved
No.
way?
No, we've done that too. We've done that test too. Yeah, we've done. There's lots of frozen lake flat Earth tests, lasers, lights, flashlights, all sorts of shit. So we don't have to use the sun. We can use a light, right? So this is what you have to understand. If it was a flat surface, a flat mirror, when the thing goes down towards the horizon, they should both be the same size. But if it's a globe and a curved surface, as the light gets closer to the horizon, the reflection of that thing should get smaller and eventually disappear while you can still see the light. Understand? So you have what it would look like is the reflection of the sun going up, the actual sun coming down, and as the sun approaches the horizon, the reflection of the sun that's in the water disappears before it reaches the horizon, and you'll still be able to see the sun directly. This would definitively prove the Earth is a ball, or at least the salt flats are curved. It would prove that. But these pictures already exist. There's already pictures from the Bolivian salt flats with the sun right on the horizon, and the sun and the reflection of the sun are the same size, which they shouldn't be if it was a curved mirror.
Yeah, we all have the same observations, and you can see that all the way back into history. We all have the same observations throughout history because we all live in the same world. It's just the interpretations and the zealotry concerning their interpretations being right and everything else being false because they have such a strong belief in their interpretation. Yeah, the more you separate out what you believe and what you actually know, and the more of a foundation you build in actual knowledge, the more accurate your predictions and how you see the world is, because it's more reflective of how the world actually is instead of how you believe the world to be because of somebody hurt me, so I'm going to believe all black people are bad. That's just not true, but it's a fallacious, faulty generalization. But then you're right that the guy might have hurt you, but that is an incident between you and him. That person was bad. And so, there's a distinction in how reality actually is and how people perceive it because of feelings.
And part of my take on this is because we know from our evidence and stuff that this model has to be correct and stuff, it just means that so many of our institutions are putting their resources into the wrong things. You know, studying space, exploring space, but even schools and stuff, teaching about space, teaching the, you know, tenets of the solar system model and the globe model and stuff. Should we really be doing that if it turns out that it's completely wrong? That would mean most of our institutions designed to like empower us are in fact like lying to us or making us weaker, rather, or whether intentional or not intentional, they are, you know, drawing people further away from understanding reality instead of closer.
Well, think about it this way: if you were a very powerful person who had a lot of wealth and control in the world, would it benefit you more to have people ignorant and believing things that are inconsequential to them in the long run, and that distract them from what's actually happening to them, that would profit you?
Well,
Depends what kind of person you are.
Exactly. So when you consider the fact that people who are seeking positions of power, influence, where they can have control over you, are generally people of a persuasion that is not positive. It's the
Yeah, I know. I know where you're.
it's a narcissist. It's the sadists. It's the psychopaths. It's the sociopaths. They gravitate towards these positions because it gives them what they want, and it's hard to believe these kinds of people just automatically. But that's what most of the world does because they're in positions of power.
I mean, like, yeah. So, is it meant to be like that? Is it supposed to be like that? Is this like a jungle? Is it supposed to be challenging? Like, maybe this is how nature is supposed to be. Like,
I think it's just
evil.
I think if you look at history and just the history of rational language use, for instance, just in America, for instance, you can see rational language was so common that it was about a 90% range. And then all of a sudden, it just started dropping until it and it coincides with them removing the trivium and quadrivium and the focus on logic, giving you a foundation and something to argue so that you can understand what you're dealing with, and kind of shoved that to the side, and then rewrote a lot of the textbooks and a lot of the arguments that you get in the textbooks are filled with fallacious argumentation, and so you learn to use fallacious argumentation to try to justify things or argue things, and that just breaks the people. And it creates perfect factory workers who don't know anything and can't actually like complain about the issues because they don't know enough. But it ruins society as a whole, and it limits how much our scientists can actually discover. And so it makes it so that you can control how much progress is being made, and so you can push it out. Like, so you can be the guy presenting, "Hey, here I have something better," and not being it's something uncontrolled that you can't control. Because if you give everybody logic, if you give everybody the scientific method, and everybody starts trying to discover something, they're likely to discover something that you can't control. We are not like fully blocked, but shadow banned, so that we think we can speak to the general public, whereas the general public generally doesn't have access to our streams. They don't see them. They don't pop in their algorithms because they don't want us to be seen, but they don't want us to like think we're too suppressed, so we don't go too far out and become too outspoken.
I was like having this conversation the other day. I was at the debate flat Earth, Discord server, and they were mentioning that there was like a flat Earth event happening. They asked me if I was like aware of. I'm like, no idea what's going on. And I asked them like, "Why are you guys interested about like flat Earth event?" And this, which is like good for creating content. because they make fun of like flat earthers. I'm like, okay, that's fair enough. And they're like, why wouldn't you be, Leo, interested in like joining one of these activities? I'm like, dude, not Mike, not me. It's like, why not? And I'm like, I don't know. It's just like getting together with other people. I just I don't know. But I thought, I'm like, what would be cool? Like, I would join the flat Earth, like a flat Earth community or whatever. Like, if it would be, at least they would be more attractive. Like if they would do what's the name? Not a strike, but a protest. A protest in front of the NASA department or in front of like whatever, going like a little bit more hardcore. Like that. That's and that's
what the point of that be?
Yeah, I don't see the point.
well, the point is to call the attention, because you need to have the attention of people.
Dude, if fucking Earth is covered in 70% water and that doesn't come to their attention, I don't know what will.
Yeah, all that's going to do is create an opportunity for them to co-opt it or send agitators under the guise of being flat earthers, and then you are just creating trouble for yourself. It's much better if everybody goes out individually and collects as much evidence as possible that the Earth isn't a ball. And then we'll just always present evidence, and they can't deal with the flood of evidence.
Well, but
dude, you even admitted yourself that it makes logical sense that the Earth is flat, but you just can't seem to get away from the globe. The reason is because it's your identity. You identify with it personally. And this is the problem we run up to. It's not the evidence that's the problem. The evidence is around everybody. It's not like they got convinced the Earth was a globe based upon the evidence. That's not how they got convinced. We ask people all the time when they question us, hey, have you ever questioned the globe like this? And they never have. They've never even questioned it for 1 second. So the problem isn't the evidence. The problem is that it's an idea that people like and they chose to believe it. But they don't think it's an idea. They think it's a fact. What we do is point out, hey, these ideas you have, they're actually not facts. They're based upon belief.
Yeah, but like people don't care. But people do
they do care. They do care.
No, they don't care what the shape of the Earth is. Like, they don't care. They're not curious.
Look, I've been involved in this topic for 10 years. They care.
Most people are not curious.
Look, if they don't care, just fucking go walk through the airport, start telling people you're a flat earther, and see what happens.
Yeah, it's also like the people you are trying to communicate.
They
this
will
to,
care, dude.
I think where he's getting this from is when you try to sell flat Earth to people you care about. It's very easy to come off as not very coherent, or at least to their mind. So it's very difficult for many people. At least I've spoken to many people who've told me that it's very difficult. It wasn't difficult for me because I understand psychology a little bit. I've studied persuasion, and so I understand that you need to at least address it from where they're at. And so I didn't try to push onto my family members like the Earth is flat, they have to believe it. I started small. I started showing them the errors, and just the errors. And then they can laugh at the errors with me, and they can be like, yeah, this is clearly an error because I explained it fully to them. And you got to kind of build it. You got to make them want to understand this, like, or make them at least understand it because they wanted to listen to you. Like, if they don't want to listen to you, they don't care about it, of course.
Yeah, they don't imagine, they don't think NASA, for example, is corrupt. Like most people
they can't
don't
imagine that. They can't imagine that. But if, for instance, with my family, they couldn't imagine NASA was corrupt, but I didn't try to tell them NASA was corrupt. I just said, hey, look at this compilation of funny videos here.
Dude,
this is a compilation of NASA fails. And they sat with me and laughed at and was like, why? Why is all these fake here on NASA? Why is NASA faking all this? And I'm like, well, I don't know. You don't have to push the idea. You just have to show them that they are bullshitting here, bullshitting there. They're wrong over there, and then they will automatically want to know more.
Yeah. So as far as like that's it, you're overthinking it. This is simpler than that. It's wayered down than people aren't making rational decisions about it. They're not analyzing the information, looking at the data. So in one respect, they don't care in the sense that they accepted the idea without putting any effort into it. They didn't put any analysis into it. They believe it because they think everybody else believes it. And they're also told at a very young age that if you don't believe it, you're stupid. This is a social thing. This isn't a freaking intellectual exercise. This is the thing where you have to outsiders don't understand this, that this is a social problem as far as globe versus flat earth. It's not science. It's not the data. It's not any of those things. That's how it's portrayed from the globe side, is that the globe was proven by science. And that's why everybody believes it. No, everybody believes it is because they were told when they were a little kid that if you don't believe this, you're stupid.
It's bingo. Like, it is the social and the psychological aspect that is hanging them up. It's not the evidence, because that didn't prove it in the first place to them.
They were never presented any evidence. Not in kindergarten, that's for sure.
What I was just saying, I mean, like, what I was trying to say is that I'm not interested in changing anybody's mind, but some of us here in the group, like for example, may have like the intention of helping other people realize the truth, and I was just like thinking like, okay, like if I would be that person, if I would have that drive, to have the desire of like helping other people like come to the truth, or I would start by like creating like a type of movement where it would be something kind of like make a protest, against corruption, or to call the attention of media and stuff like that.
It's pointless. It's pointless, dude.
No, I think it's a good idea.
No, I mean, because it's true.
You two get together and go on your rally.
Corruption is supposedly happening. I mean, corruption is supposedly happening. Like nobody's like
there's
making a
corruption all over the
protest.
place in every aspect of society. Like
Nobody's pissed off.
This isn't about corruption. This is beyond the government.
We have like the strong evidence and stuff, so I'm not really afraid to argue with anyone.
Bro, the other day,
a lot more raised awareness that there are people.
This isn't a government thing, dude. I don't know why. Like, you guys look at this in a very bizarre way. Like, you look at it. I can tell both of you two. You both got globe skeptic. You're very both new to this topic. You're looking at it from. Listen, brother. I've talked to tens of thousands of people, tens of thousands at least on this topic. It's probably like 20,000 people just in this server as of like a year ago. I haven't even kept track. Over 250,000 people have been through this server. Okay. I have a pretty good big sample size of what people think and why they think it. This isn't a government issue. There could be no government. And just because of the social situation, the same way people believe in Santa, they would believe that the earth is a globe just because they're told that. The government isn't actively lying and telling people, hey, believe in the earth is a globe. Like, you choose to believe it. Like, I don't know why you don't understand that this isn't being forced on anybody. You're being shown some, just like I could start a religion tomorrow and be like, yeah, I'm worshiping fucking, this fucking 3x5 index card is my God. And people can choose to worship it with me or not. Right? And if a whole bunch of people choose to worship it with me, so the people that don't believe in that, what are they going to do? Go protest that there's a bunch of people worshiping a fucking index card? You see what I'm saying? They're presented with the globe like, here's this globe thing. You can believe in it. But they present it as if it's a fact. But it's just a belief that people believe in. And the government has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, to use that analogy, it's like the believers had children and then taught the children, well, this is the truth because that's what they believed. They just didn't tell them it was based in a belief.
It's a Western
tradition of that.
You guys are overcomplicating it. This is simpler. There's no conspiracy. There's no fucking group of fucking 300 pushing this on people.
Confused because I feel like it does matter that the government, supports the.
What are they doing?
Globe Earth model. Well, they pay the astronauts for one thing.
But why do they support it? It's because people in the government that vote on shit, they believe it too, but they don't know anything. What do you think Trump knows? You think Trump knows one way or another if the Earth is flat or a globe?
I would imagine he does. I mean, how? Because he's the president. He's got to have.
How would he know, dude? He'd still get that information from some other person, right? Yeah. And he in no way could verify that what that person is telling him is true. So no matter what, Shine, he's going to be a believer.
To these arguments and stuff. I mean, the arguments are the thing that sort of give the flat earthers the.
It's not. We are based upon evidence, and we don't. Our shit isn't based on arguments. It's based upon evidence. Look, Rogue, this is what you don't understand. Okay, we all this is objectively true, that to everybody that's ever walked the surface of the Earth, that the Earth appears flat. That's objectively true. That's what we all experience. Nobody experiences the Earth as a ball. That is also objectively true. There are a certain segment of people that said that they've seen the Earth in its entirety. The Apollo astronauts. Those are the only ones. That's 27 people. In the history of the world, claim to have seen the Earth as a ball. 27 people. You're the only people that could ever claim knowledge of that fact, right? Those people, just that 27. Trump don't know, Xi Jinping don't know, Putin don't know, all those people, they don't know shit. They would get their information from somebody else. And they would either believe what that person says or not believe what that person says. But they would have no personal knowledge of any of this. Okay, so you can think that the government does all these things. It's just a circle jerk of believers. The same thing with any lower rung of society. Okay, we have a guy that comes in here, Josh Ingersoll. He works for the Amazon. And what he does at Amazon is he works for the Amazon Kuiper project, which supposedly is going to compete with Starlink to do satellite internet. Now we've talked to him over now 6 months, and we've probed him and asked questions and all sorts of shit. He doesn't know shit, and he works directly, as in personal knowledge, at the Earth's a globe, and he works directly with this shit.
You're probably right, man. You're probably
right. That I'm probably right. I am right, and I've got him to admit it.
Okay, but not everybody think like you're probably. I'm not probably expressing myself. I'm sure I'm not expressing myself well.
I don't understand what we're gonna protest, right? People believing in something. Why would we protest
it would
that?
It would be interesting. That's all. It would probably not make a difference at all, but it would at least be different. It would be interesting.
Yeah, don't we be characterized as some sort of political movement? That's the problem.
When you hear a nice debate. When you hear a nice debate about, for example, in the news and stuff, it's interesting. When you hear people speaking with logic publicly, it's interesting.
I get it, dude, but then they would turn it into a political question. Okay?
I don't know. Whatever.
And everything would get freaking muddied.
No, that's a good thing. We want it to be a political discussion.
Why?
No.
We absolutely
No, we do not.
Research, space exploration. That's all stuff that political money goes towards. So we totally want to stop the.
You need to make noise.
And bring them to our side.
Even a globe earther should want to stop that. Even if you're a glober, you should want to stop that shit because it's a waste of time.
In essence, you want to go the path of Antifa.
You know what they're.
Yeah. Well, at the moment, like for example, flat earthers are like fucking crazy. They speak, but they're not. Yeah, like we're not as a we're not making much noise.
Yeah, we're not crazy. That's the problem.
We're not making noise.
We're not gonna go out and act crazy just because you want that.
No, I'm not talking about being crazy. I'm talking about acting.
It doesn't matter if
years for the globe idea to take hold. Can you give us a little time? I'm sorry, it's only been 10 decades.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you and your 10 friends are not going to be violent in your riot However, that doesn't mean that 20 other people won't come and be violent and cause a riot, and then that's attributed to flat earthers who are crazy. So you're just undermining the efforts if you do that.
Violence, dude. I want to attribute rightness to right arguments.
Dude, I'm a follower in this sense. I would join. I would join a protest. You know, what I mean, like, and if it gets out of control, I'm out of the way.
Why don't you go lead it? Go lead
But
it.
if it's
dude.
like, no, because I'm not.
Why are you trying to get us to lead? Look, bro, I'll tell you straight. We're not going to do that.
man. You're taking this too
No,
personally,
listen,
man.
no, I'm not taking it
I'm
personal.
not telling you to do
We
anything. I'm
aren't
not
going to do
asking
that,
you to
dude. Look,
That's
bro,
perfectly fine.
you go do
We're
it.
just having a conversation. I'm
Then
just
go
thinking
do
about
it.
what would be cool. I'm
That
not
would not
talking
be
about
cool.
anybody. I'm not asking you. I'm not saying anybody should do it. I'm just saying it would be interesting.
It's very
That's
weird
all,
that there's
dude.
two fucking clowns in here doing call to arms. Like, no one's ever tried this
Sorry,
shit.
bro. I'm done, dude. I'm done.
Yeah, be
dude.
done.
Yeah, create your own chapter of
Really weird
Antifa.
that Shine and you both fucking
Enjoy the
on
rest
the
of the
fence,
evening, man.
both globe
No, you
skeptic.
take this too
In here at the
personally,
same
man.
time. In here at the same time doing the same shtick, dude. Really weird.
What's wrong with
Really
saying
weird
to believe in the flat Earth? Isn't that the whole point?
The call to arms shit, dude. Every once in a while we get some fucking moron that in here with a call to arms. We need to protest the government. We need to write our senators. We need.
No, dude.
Come on, it's fucking stupid.
No.
It's
no,
not.
no.
You know.
Well, I don't think it's a bad idea. I'm just that's it. Okay,
It's
thanks,
stupid,
guys.
dude. Listen, you're not a. If you think that that's a good idea, you're not a flat earther, and neither is the other guy. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
You don't understand anything. You just don't understand it at all, even at a level.
I'm sure I don't.
Because because people that act like this, they have they're not flat earthers, and they have a preconceived notion of what flat earthers are, and they come in here and they try to pretend. It's just like you trying to sneak in the Mexican embassy because you got a sombrero on. Like, dude, we're not fooled by this shit.
Yeah, you can make your own group and you can hold your own protest. It just has no relation or connection to us.
You don't get me. That's fine, dude. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks, guys. Bye.
Yeah,
Bye.
you and Shine, we weren't fooled by you. Yeah, give up. Exposed.
It wasn't me.
Yeah, Shine. Your shit's up too. You might as well leave with him.
I'm gonna stay.
Okay, so I don't know why with this fucking call to arms shit. You don't understand flat Earth.
But
Okay,
what
it's
do you
not a
mean?
hypothesis. It's not a model. It's none of those things. Flat Earth is based upon just observation. You are aware that before the globe model existed or the globe concept, everybody was a flat earther, right?
Yes,
Why?
because it was the way they saw the world.
Okay, did that change?
No.
Okay, so people still see the world now the same way they did 10,000 years ago. It still looks the same.
Yeah, it still looks the same.
So the only thing that it changed was humanity got injected with an idea.
Mhm.
And some people chose that idea. They want to actually believe that idea, that experience that everybody had the whole time, forever and ever, going back to the origin of man. They all had this experience. But these other people said, no, that's not right. That's some illusion. And they're literally saying it's an illusion. This isn't figurative. They're saying that you seeing the world as flat is an optical illusion. And the flatter it looks, the more it's a fucking globe. It's almost mind-bending. So you are aware that when you see the Earth looking flat, you understand what the globe Earth claim is that's caused by light bending around the curve, right? You've heard this before? Shine?
I mean,
That's
they
what they-
claim things, yeah. But
Yeah,
yeah,
they say it's light's bending around the curve of the Earth, lifting up the surface of the Earth, making it just look flat.
yes, that's what they claim sometimes.
So here's the funny thing, is that the flatter the Earth looks, right, the more refraction there is. That's what they're saying. So if I go out and the Earth looks really, really flat, then there's more super refraction. And what causes refraction in the first place? They say gravity causes refraction. Not directly, they say there's a density gradient of air. What causes the density gradient? The gravity. So think about this. Gravity creates a density gradient. gravity creates the Earth into a ball, that means gravity created a ball that has a air density gradient that makes that ball look flat. Think of how crazy that is.
I agree.
It's fucking insane. The thing is that the experience everyone has doesn't change. This is really the point. The experience that everybody has did not change. It's just that people ended up there's people that said the Earth is a ball and that's an illusion, and then a whole group of people have chosen to believe it. Now, they only have some responsibility because they were a child when they were presented with this. But the thing is, we're just here to tell them that that's the case. That what the situation actually is. That there's actually no evidence for the Earth being a globe. What they just have is a concept and a bunch of ideas. But as far as like experience goes, they've never experienced the world that way, and they never will, and no one they know ever will. Right? But they don't really realize that. People come in here and call us delusional. They say, you flat earthers, you're delusional. Okay, I go out and I see the world, and I say, hey, the Earth looks flat because this water looks flat. And you go out there and you say, this Earth looks flat because it's curved. Who's delusional? Obviously, the person saying if something flat looks curved is delusional. Or saying, hey, it looks flat, but it's actually curved, but I can't see the curve. It's an optical illusion. That's delusional. Saying it looks flat because it is flat isn't delusional. That's fucking insane.
Yeah. So is your point then that because the Earth is already flat, there's like no point in trying to convince people or argue they should just sort of see it already?
The evidence is all no. We just point out that the evidence is already there. It's already all around them. It's already everywhere. It's like people go, how is the government hiding the flat Earth? Like they're not hiding it. How do you hide the ocean? Think about it. How would you hide the ocean? How can the government hide the ocean? There's a meme we got, right? With a dude with his head in the sand, and in the background is a fucking flat ocean. And there's a little bubble that says, yeah, Earth is a globe, right? If you stick your head in the sand and ignore everything that's around you, you can come to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe. If you just ignore what you experience. But people are so far down the rabbit hole in their own mental conditioning and brainwashing, they need to be told the obvious, that they experience a flat Earth and that the globe is just a concept that they were told as a child and that they've accepted as holy writ.
Do you think that would convince people, or do you think they would just make themselves be in denial about it?
I'm not worried about convincing. I'm not worried about convincing them about anything. I'm just going to tell them what the truth is, and that's it. Tell them what they can take it or leave it. If someone would you try to convince somebody the sky is blue?
No.
There you go. Look, the sky is blue. You would just go, and they were like, no, I don't believe you. You wouldn't sit there and try to convince them. You're like, okay, have fun with that.
And use your senses.
Yes, we're kind of in that position where we go, hey, dude, the Earth looks flat. That's the way you actually see it. And you chose to believe something else. And they think that there's a lot of evidence. So this is the way it usually goes. They think in their head that there's a lot of evidence to support the globe idea. They don't know what it is, but they're pretty sure it's out there somewhere. And that some magic science guy figured out that the Earth was a globe, and they're relying on that person for their belief. And they're very confident. Really, what really their idea comes from a confidence in what human beings say. Even though they don't know these human beings that said it, they don't know anything about that. And that's where it comes from. What we do is just say, hey, those people that you're relying on, they don't know anything either. They don't know anything more than you. They also experience the world as you do. They experience this flat and motionless. And when we ask them, the magic science guy that you think about, when we ask them how they know the Earth is a globe, they also appeal to some other magic science guy that they've never met. And it ends up in this continuous freaking chain. of people when we never get to the person with the actual information that knows the Earth is a globe. It's always appealing to somebody else. And that's what we're pointing out, is that they have a belief that it really is that the things you were told, such as eclipses are predicted using a globe model, the sunsets are predicted using a globe model, and all these other things, those actually aren't true. They're not even true. All you have to do is, most people which haven't done, is dig into the information to find out that they showed you a diagram in school of how an eclipse works, but then when you look at the actual mathematics of how they predict it, that doesn't match that diagram. They're not doing 3-ball fucking equations or of spheres blocking the light from each other. They're not calculating any of that. They're not doing any fucking ray tracing or any garbage like that in the model of predicting eclipses. But people just think that. They just fill in the blanks because of the diagram. We just give information. That's it, dude. We're just giving them the information. Hey, a lot of things you think are true actually aren't true. And you chose to believe them based upon trust in people saying that the things are true. It's really a trust-based belief system where you just like, I believe in this system. Why would all the scientists lie? Right? It's not that they're lying. It's that they don't know.
It's
You know
that
how
they
we know they
believe
don't?
just.
Well,
It's that
just
they
let me say
believe
one
just
more
as
thing, Jace. You know how we know they don't know? Because we asked them and they said they don't know. Dude don't even know if he has hands.
Yeah, at the core of it, it's just a belief. It's what they, in their own words, it's their best guess.
I mean, I think it's fair to, like, people that have been indoctrinated with something, just tell them, hey, bro, the things you think are facts you were indoctrinated with actually aren't facts. And you've been bamboozled into denying what you actually experience. But people don't think of it that way. It's so easy. It's like the globe is like one of those ideas where it's easy to just like, they make it very easy to believe in it. There's no social repercussions. In fact, the social repercussions are the other way if you don't believe in it. In fact, you're poo-pooed for even asking questions about it.
And if you can memorize some of it, you're spotted as intelligent.
Oh yeah, that's right. You write down a bunch of equations. Fuck, dude. Start talking about black holes and freaking cosmic microwave background radiation. You're a freaking veritable genius.
Yeah.
So what's wrong with trying to shift the public view so that they don't like look down on the flat Earth idea?
Because this is like this is a multi. How do I put it? This is a multivariate problem. There's a lot of gears spinning in this problem. Some of it's social, some of it's psychological, some of it's identity, some of it's misunderstanding of what the information actually is. There's lots of things that are problems of why, like, it's the thing is, it isn't like trying to convince them the Earth is flat. It's more like getting them to stop being convinced the Earth is a globe. Because flat Earth is the default position.
Yeah, protesting
We're trying to get them to reject the idea that they've been force-fed their whole life.
Protesting is not going to improve our image. Like, that's what the mob does, and generally it makes the image of the mob worse. So I don't see a reason for that.
And what do we protest? We have no interest in what fucking the United States government does and where they fucking shit they put on TV. I can't sue NASA for being fakes. I'd have no standing. No citizen could ever sue the United States government for fucking faking space. So if you have no legal right, what are you protesting?
Well, it just becomes like all the leftist protests happening, like, and people are already super tired of that, and so I only see it as a negative. I don't see it as a positive.
But isn't those things more of a matter of opinion, and this one more of a matter of fact?
Yeah, that's why we don't push.
Yeah.
Like I said, I use that analogy of the blue sky. Like, why are we going to keep pushing if somebody won't accept a blue sky? I'm only going to push so hard, dude.
Yeah, and how are you going to present the evidence in a clear, logical way in a mob where, like, nobody can hear you and everybody's just screaming?
Yeah, I don't know.
Our first problem that we typically have is teaching people how to think. It's not what to think. They don't know how to even figure out what the truth is in the first place because their brain is just full of logical fallacies, irrational thinking. The very fact that they believe in the globe demonstrates they're being irrational. Just the very fact they believe it. I was irrational once. I believed the Earth was a globe because they believe it for reasons such as appeal to credentials, appeal to authority, affirming the consequent. All these are logical fallacies. Now, if someone thinks that these are legitimate forms of reasoning, or when they're actually not reasoning at all, giving them information doesn't help because they don't know they can't figure out what the truth is from the information. You understand? Right? Like if you don't know how to sew and I give you a bunch of freaking thread,
People that water
I can give you all the supplies I want. You don't know how to sew, right?
use that to start looking into things.
No. It's not the information that's the problem. They don't know how to think about the information. They don't know how to determine what's true and false. Even in a very intrinsic way. I know that sounds bizarre, but they really don't.
I don't know if I totally agree with that because people have like a logical sense where they can sort of hear the reasoning in an argument.
Not in this topic.
You're also assuming that they're going to be presented with the evidence, but if they see a protest of flat earthers somewhere and they go like, oh, what's that about? Google flat earth. They're only going to get anti-flat earth stuff. So how is that helping?
Let me give you an example, Shine. How many people have come in here and said, oh, if the other planets are round, why is the Earth round? Why ain't the Earth round? How many times I've heard that? That statement is a logical fallacy. It's a non sequitur. It doesn't logically follow. First, and secondly, they presumed the conclusion in their premise, right? When they said other planets, they assumed the Earth was a planet. So the things they're trying to prove that the Earth's a planet, they assumed in the premise.
So you're pretty much
saying that's circular reasoning. And
Wow.
I've heard this. Neil deGrasse Tyson has said this. He has a PhD. People don't know how to think, okay? They don't know what reasoning is. They don't know what freaking logic is. They don't know what rationality is. They don't know how to use these things. It's like fucking go to a Chinese restaurant and there's no forks and all you guys chopsticks. I mean, you can slurp the fucking food up. So they can slurp up all the information, but they have no idea how to freaking eat it. They can't do anything with the information. They don't know how to it's pearls before swine, as they say. So if I go, hey dude, Earth isn't in the category planet. Why would it be? Why would you assume that the Earth is like the things in the sky? They just have a mental fucking breakdown. They can't even comprehend that because they're so used to being irrational that it's hard for them to even come out of it. Now, that's why we have our problem comes in stages, dude. It's not like there is no one size fit all for everybody that believes the Earth is a globe. It depends on the person. And fucking a protest ain't gonna fix none of that shit because each individual that watches the protest, they're going to think about it in some unique way that needs to be addressed in a unique way. The whole globe is based upon affirming the consequent. You have to assume the Earth is a globe in the first place to support it in any way. That means it can't be proven. Now think about that. Vsauce, Professor Dave, all these famous anti-flat earthers have said, I believe the earth is a globe, but I can't prove it. Science doesn't prove anything. But they'll sit there and they'll do fucking hours and hours of video of how the earth is a globe. But they never caption it at the beginning and say, well, I don't know if any of this is true. I believe all this stuff is true. That's what we're fighting, dude. Basically false advertising.
How are you going to
Stolen
fight it?
valor in myths about the globe that aren't true. Such as using a globe to predict eclipses. That's the biggest bullshit one.
What ways of fighting it do you think work?
I don't know. I don't know. It depends on the person. Typically, it's very hard for people to even. It's just hard for them to accept the idea because of the cycle. It's like you have to pass through frickin' certain gates to even get to somebody. Even if they know how to think, even if you make the logical argument, sometimes you hit up against a fucking psychological block where they identify with the globe in a deep-seated way, meaning their entire worldview has incorporated the idea that they're on a ball in space, created by the Big Bang, evolution, all this stuff. And that's how their self-identity comes from that, as being a part of that. So sometimes when you present all this information and they imagine for a second, hey, dude, the Earth is flat. It's not a globe spinning in space. There's no such thing as evolution. There was no Big Bang. Okay? Now they have to reevaluate their entire worldview. And that becomes too much for some people, and they just fucking bug out, dude. Literally bug the fuck out.
Yeah, it's the same with dealing with cult members. Like, you can't just tell the whole cult that they're wrong. They're not gonna accept it. They reinforce their own belief within the cult. And the same is true for the globe. And so you got to kind of go against that programming. And for us, we got to kind of be deprogramming each individual at the level where he is and where he locked himself or was locked into this belief. Oftentimes it goes all the way back to childhood, so it's really deep-seated.
Yeah, and where I would say the most, I don't know how effective it is, but this absolves me from all guilt, personally. I'll tell them, the globe earth is not a complicated issue. It's not a scientific problem. You don't need to be a fucking genius math whiz. It's third grade geometry. And that it's easy to test yourself if you have fucking $6. Okay? You need $6 to buy a mirror and get a friend. Hopefully the friend is free. We can get a mirror for $4 and buy a $2 friend. Who knows? The point is that I tell them that they can test it themselves. And I'll tell them how to test it. How simple it is. Say, don't believe us. Go test it yourself. And then it's on them. Because it isn't, I'm nobody's babysitter. None of us are. We can give you the tools on how, because whatever, there's a flat earth that said, how do you actually prove something to somebody? This is a crucial question. How do I prove to somebody the earth is flat? All I can do is demonstrate it. That's all you can do. Practical demonstration. So since I can't go there and be with them, I can tell them how to do it, how they can go demonstrate to themselves that the earth is flat. They don't have to rely on a third party. They don't have to rely on flat earthers on Discord or NASA in their freaking Kennedy Space Center. They can just go test it for themselves and see if nature conforms to the globe prediction. And what they'll find out is that nature does not match what they're saying. But the thing is, they have to be self-motivated to do that. That's kind of a thing where, like, a lot of, like, you have to peel back the layers of the onion yourself to even get to the point where you're going to go test it. It has to be some level of curiosity.
All right.
But
Well,
see, yeah, there's no pressure on anybody for that. You know what I mean? Believe the flat Earth now after we talked to you for 5 minutes, after you've been brainwashed for 30 years. I don't expect that. All I can tell anybody is, look, you don't have to believe us. Go test it for yourself.
Yeah, I would rather they not believe me, because otherwise they're just in the same position as they were before. They believe someone and are just a believer. I would like them to take command of their own faculties and start critically thinking. I think that's how society can move forward.
Exactly. Trusting yourself, believing. I had a guy yesterday in the other chat. He said, give me a credible source that the Earth is flat. I said, you. He was like, what do you mean? I said, you've been to the ocean, right? He said, yeah. I said, it looked flat, right? Yeah. I said, do flat things look flat? He said, yeah. Well, there you go. My credible source is you. And then he tried to convince me how he was not a credible source. Now, what am I going to do with that? What am I going to do with somebody telling me I don't even trust myself? You can't trust yourself. You can trust your own eyes.
Yeah, Giga, you don't have to think the Earth is flat to be in our channel. We have Globers that have been hanging out with us for years. Because, I mean, you came in saying like you think the Earth might be flat, but I don't really think you think that. I mean, that was my question to you. When then you went back to satellites, I asked you what evidence you've seen that makes you lean toward the flat Earth, because that was your premise coming in, that you were only hung up on satellites and hurricanes, but really you really believe in the globe, right? I mean, you're a glober, right, Giga? That seems to be the case.
Well, I don't know what shape the Earth is. I've never been to space. I've been right here on the surface the whole time.
Yeah, so what leads you to doubt the globe then?
Let's see. Laser observations at the ocean. So you can see laser light much further than 8 or 12 miles, the globe Earth say. You should be able to see. You can see lasers for like 30 and 40 miles. And that shouldn't be possible if we're on a big ball, you know?
Yeah, a lot of the laser tests, are demonstrating lasers hitting a target at distances that would be impossible on the ball of dimensions claimed. That's right.
That makes me question the ball. But also, there's things that make me question flat Earth too. So.
Yeah, I mean, if you understand laser tests and long distance observations, and you've looked at the multitude of different laser tests and long distance observations that have been done, each one which is a counterexample to the geometric claim of a 3,959 mile radius sphere, then these other incidentals that are happening in the sky and could just as easily happen on a flat surface are irrelevant to the lack of curvature on the ground. The globe's just not there. If the globe were there, then the curvature would be observable and measurable. So you don't have to go to space. You said you hadn't been to space, so I don't know, like, which laser tests have you looked at?
I can't remember what the name of them was. It was just some guys on YouTube, and they were filming it, the whole thing. It's been many years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, I could show you some if you're interested, and you could look at them in more detail, because once you have an understanding of those, then these other questions about things in the sky, they can be interesting side notes, but they have no effect on the ground measurements, like you discussed. The laser
Right.
tests are conclusive. There's no glow. There's no curvature that's been measured. For example, I'll share the FE core laser test. Their longest test was 25 miles. There's a 28-mile laser test that was done in British Columbia. Can find that one for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember it was like over 20 miles away. They were able to see a laser. It was like over the water.
Yeah, so those, for example, the longest laser test for the first link, FE core, the target should have been hidden by 297 feet of drop, but the laser hit the target. So the distances, the missing curvature, it's very large, 297 feet. So it's not even close. Yeah, and the Matrix put another one in there, the Great Salt Lake laser test, 21 miles. That's cool. You've actually looked at evidence and you remember it. That's way ahead of most people that come in here.
You know what the best cure for hiccups is?
Being scared.
Globe evidence cures hiccups immediately.
Oh, I thought it would be flat evidence for Globers that would cure it. They'd be so scared. They usually seem kind of scared of it, don't you think?
Yeah, they're scared of globe evidence.
They're scared of anti-globe evidence, or they're scared?
No, they're
that
scared
there
of globe
isn't any?
evidence.
Yeah, because it's not there. That why they're scared.
Well, they never bring it here, and they talk about all the things that aren't globe evidence. So they must be scared of it.
Yeah, I guess so. Sounds about right.
Exactly. Because the globe evidence that's required is directly, demonstrably measured surface curvature. That's what they're scared of. That's why they always want to talk about things that aren't that, like the sky. Right? Because there is demonstrable measured surface curvature. 0. That's the value. There you go. So if they have to talk about it, they have to talk about 0 curvature as the value for the measured curvature. That's why they're scared to death of it. But our friend who was previously speaking isn't a Glober, so it doesn't apply to him.
I just looked in my DMs. I got a DM from Fight the Flat Earth that says, "When are we debating?" How should I reply? We're not booger eater, or should I just post the gif of him eating his?
No, dude. Be like, I showed up to the place for the debate. You didn't show.
We already did. That wasn't you. Like I debated someone, they said they were fight the flat earth.
Oh yeah, that'll really drive him nuts. Send him an invite to the channel. Yeah, right here, right now, 9 p.m. Politics channel. Let's go.
Yeah. Or you can eat boogers. You're welcome.
He's got to bring his own though. He's not eating mine.
That was at 3:11 p.m. Too bad I missed it.
Tell him he has to donate all the proceeds to the gynecomastomic surgery center. For the guys that didn't catch that, that means dudes with boobs.
Thanks, mate. I was wondering.
And for the other people who really don't understand what's going on, that's dudes that just look like they have these massive boobs because of their fat condition, not necessarily because they wanted to look like they have boobs, if you catch my drift. Sorry, I had to caveat that in these times.
Oh, Geiko's back. Did you watch one of those videos? Is that why you're deafened, or is that just too optimistic for me to be thinking that?
A little optimistic. I did pull the video up. I've not watched it yet.
Okay, well, I hope you will. I hope you will.
Yeah, it says this one 21 miles out. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a good one.
There's someone that did one over land, 35 miles over land on a Salt Lake bed.
Oh, were they at the same elevation? I guess so.
Wouldn't matter. It's a salt flat. It's the bottom of the lake bed, and it's the elevation profile is like maybe I can't remember exactly, but you're talking about 35 miles away. You're talking about hundreds upon hundreds of feet of differential. So it's not even close. By differential, I mean if the Earth is a globe, it's supposed to curve down and away from your observer's point at a specific rate.
What is it, like an inch for 8 miles, or what is it again? I forget. It's like
8
inches per mile.
See if I can do it real quick.
I love flat Earth. Do you
That's
love flat Earth?
great. That's beautiful. Yes, we love the flat earth. It's so wonderful.
Oh, yes, I love it. I love it. I want a flat Earth disc for Christmas.
Flat earth is not a disc. 23 Hashem, you're misinformed.
Oh, I'm learning more about flat Earth. Oh my God. Tell me more.
You came to the right place.
Yes.
Yeah, the misconception of a disc in space, as popularized through ridiculous internet memes, is nothing more than a
So wait.
let's say propaganda
Is the
campaign.
Earth not
Propaganda campaign.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where is
yeah,
it?
Yeah.
Like,
That's the end of my sentence. Go ahead.
Are we the center of the universe?
Many say that. Many say that. Is that what you're saying, 23 Hashem?
No. I just burped because I'm drinking
No,
wine.
he's so gross. Somebody else could talk to him.
I'm sorry. No, they know me here. I'm a normal guy, but I'm drunk right now, so I'm a little bit exaggerated right now. But
Run that ball Earth propaganda.
are we like okay? If it's flat, does nothing exist outside of the disc?
There is no
Yes or
disc.
no?
Oh, it's you again. Get muted. Yeah, get muted, bro. LARPing ass, LARP-tastic. He's a LARP earther. He only comes here to make flat earthers look stupid by acting like a flat earther and being stupid.
Yeah, I just told him there wasn't a disc. Yeah, then he said disc again. Then Matrix had to tell him no disc. I mean, how hard is that? No disc. It's not that hard. We'll go back to Giga. Maybe it's Giga, like 1.21 gigawatts.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
Put the math in there, brother.
It's more like giggity.
Says
Nasty.
So the at 35 miles it'd be 816 feet of raw drop from a level line if the Earth was curved. But it's even worse than that because you have the off angle from the apex of the arc, right? To which would make your sight line increase even more. So I mean, this seeing a laser on the ground 35 miles away while you're on the ground. I mean, it's just not possible, bro. And if I'm not mistaken, they put it in a pickup truck, shined it back at the observer's location, and then drove the truck away, and they saw the laser the whole time.
By the way, that dude 23 Hashem has Earth is round in his bio, in case you didn't notice.
Yeah. Dude, he has Earth is round in the inflections of his voice. He has Earth is round, it is permanently attached to his lips.
Also, in
He
his
has
bio,
Earth is round in the contours of his shadow.
it also says in the next sentence in his bio, the government is full of great people. He might as well have said the Earth is round twice.
Hey, did you know that Globers can actually prove the Earth curvature rate? Did you know that, Indio? I just realized that 3 minutes ago.
Oh.
Simple.
For you, Studio
I
Man.
want to see if you can figure it out. No, I just want to see if you can figure it out. Take like 30 seconds before I tell you the answer. It's so simple.
How globe earthers can prove the Earth curvature rate.
Yep.
They could measure it. Or did you want me to be more specific?
And then they'd prove the Earth curvature value, correct?
Yes.
Which would be?
Proof of a globe?
No, zero.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Carlo called it. I was thinking it.
I told you it's so simple, dude. Like, it's so simple. It's obviously simple and so simple, but then it's like, it sounds complicated.
It's R equals 0, man.
Well, actually, me and Dandelion were talking. I was saying, Globers are afraid. I can't remember why we were talking about fear. Globers are not afraid of flat Earth evidence. They're afraid of globe evidence because the only evidence would be direct surface curvature measurements, and the curvature rate of the Earth is 0.
We were talking about it as a cure for hiccups. You brought it up.
Oh yeah, I don't have hiccups anymore. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Dude, that drunk dude was like, I've been a flat earther. I've been in this channel for 2 years. Everybody knows me. That's what he said last time he was here.
There's one the other day that said he'd been coming in and out of here for the last 2 years or over 2 years, and you look at his bio, and his account was only created 2 months beforehand.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Well, let me ask you this, Peter. Let me ask you this, Peter. Who is actually a good Globe Earth debate partner? Notice I didn't say opponent, I said partner. Because you'd be engaging in a debate, actually answering each other's questions, actually working together. Like, who would be a good guy to have on the other side?
Let me think. That guy, I had a good debate once on TikTok with this PhD relativity guy that looks like a nerd. Dr. Galaxis or something weird. He at least let me speak, so, at least we had an exchange there for 10 minutes.
Let me ask you this, Peter. Other than yourself, what person that Globe Earther that debates this topic is the most substantive? Meaning, they A, stick to the topic, actually present evidence for their claims, actually know what the evidence says about in their claims, and have actually evaluated whatever the fucking evidence is. Who does that as a Globe Earther?
Mordy did a good job debating Shane and that other idiot.
Morduin?
The ether hallucinating boys, yeah. That was a good debate about maps.
I have to give him the title, even though all his shit is retroactive. See, what he does is he goes and tries to bullshit, and then he gets cooked, and then he goes reads the shit he should have read before he said it, and then tries to take another bite at the apple.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, that's what he does, but at least he's trying. I'll give him credit for that.
Yeah. Well, okay, so not so bad. I think
he's just a shit debater, so I mean, not
Professor Dave would be good, but he'll never agree to.
Oh, he said it.
Are you kidding, dude? Professor Dave is the most disingenuous a-hole, dude. He's not a good debate partner. You kidding me, bro? Dude's a total loser.
Now, give me one good reason why I should let him continue. Just saying that name makes my skin crawl. He's a muppet. Fair dinkum. It concerns me that we've got this whole pile of this young generation that look up to Professor Dave because he's got so much knowledge and wisdom and he passes it on, and all I want to do is not throw up.
Intelligence agent left because I wouldn't sign his contract.
He's probably concerned that what was coming next.
He's allergic to Matrix. Matatrix. Listen here, Matatrix.
Matatrix? Made of Tetrix?
Isn't it Matrix?
Yeah.
Mate.
Matrix. Sounds kinky.
Oh, well.
Anyway, I can't think of a single upside thing to fight the flat earth that wouldn't be just completely ego driven. So everybody goes, "You kicked his ass." Like, so what? I wouldn't even feel good about that. It's not an achievement. Oh, I debated fight the flat earth, and I won. Yeah, and where's the rest of the story?
Yeah, it'd be like a high schooler going to the kindergarten playground. I beat them all up.
Yeah, dodgeball, dude. Just Doyle rules. Freaking just smashing them with the dodgeball.
If FTFE wants to crawl out of the primordial soup and climb his way up the ladder and come and visit us, he's more than welcome to do so. But I can assure you now, I am not going to chase him down. And I doubt it. I wouldn't expect anyone else to either, in all seriousness.
Hey, listen up, bro. He may or may not have had his leg amputated. I need to find out for sure, because I could have sworn he was having it upcoming. He was on he was on a Creality show, which who's that guy? Flatzoid. And he was saying, "Oh, I'm going to have this done soon," and he'd be willing to accept his prayers. And so I was like, "Wait a minute, is he had his leg amputated?" But I never validated whether that was happening or not, so I'm still out in the dark.
He took money for that. He owes us an amputation. Did you see that QNF video about his amputation?
What?
Did you stream it? I've seen it, man. It's so fucking funny, man. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Is it about FTFE's amputation or about QNF's amputation?
FTFE's amputation.
Oh, I gotta watch that.
Like, you owe us an amputation. You took my money.
Wow, I gotta watch that, dude. Well, dude, listen, dude. If you ask for an amputation money from Christians and then ask for prayer, and then you don't get amputated, it's because it was a miraculous healing. It's a good scam. Man, I had to go to Mexico to get the doctor because I can't afford a U.S. doctor. And then they stole the money, and I was like, oh, my goodness, I don't know what to do. But then my leg was miraculously healed from all your prayers. And now this new yacht in my backyard, I don't know where that came from. It was just a gift from somebody.
And on this latest episode of Judge Judy, the money or the leg?
Flicks at you.
No.
Flicks ahead.
Yes. Tell me more.
You guys are a bunch of stupid buttheads, and the Earth is a globe.
Prove it.
Oh, Mansky's in a bad mood today. Gosh. I didn't expect that.
Bad mood today. Oh my gosh.
Speaking of copers,
you don't
here's
mock
number
me
two.
for the most childish thing one can
I
do.
know.
Imitation is the greatest form of flattery.
Yeah, it makes me want to talk like a Valley girl more for Nables. Hey, Nables, gag me with a spoon.
That was like that can be done, but I was more so mimicking your southern accent.
Oh, yeah, I wish I had a Southern accent. That'd be so cool.
Don't ruin his day by telling him what kind of accent you have.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think I've been accused of having a Southern accent before. So, yeah, maybe once or twice.
You don't go too far south, you'll end up sounding like me.
Wisconsinner?
Yeah, I just want to point out, the other day me and AV were speaking to Mez, and we wanted him to have a debate with Peter, right? And Mez was acting all like he didn't know who the fuck Peter was anymore, even though they were GF6 squad, right? Best buddies. And then they both fucking pop in there right at the same time. And they're on this drive to get Indio to give FTFE content.
Yeah, exactly.
Are they getting a royalty?
So, yeah. Peter, still highly sus.
Dude, I don't know if you know this. I told Peter on X, man, when he first started this little shtick he's doing. Tom said, Peter, you're never going to be considered a flat earther until you debate a Glober. Like, actually debate a Glober, like, on YouTube, the same way you debated flat earthers on YouTube. So, because he can't say that he's averse to that, because he's already done it.
I haven't even seen him, heard him put forth coherent arguments as to why he knows the Earth is flat yet in here.
True. I mean, that's true. But I wasn't even holding him to that standard. Because that's not enough for me. Not from him, because he could parrot the flat Earth arguments. If he wants to convince me, him, that started I can't say it, GF6, insert the whatever F word you think appropriate after the G. Yeah, so since he was like in a cult against flat Earth, he needs more than just parrot flat Earth arguments to convince me. He needs to actually put his face, like he already has done, on the internet, debating the other way, which he'll never do.
I'll put my face on the internet against flat Earth.
No, you don't understand. Look, Peter has debated flat Earth and put his face on the internet for the Globe side, and now says he's a flat earther. So in order for me to believe that, he needs to do the same in the opposite direction. I don't care about your face.
So he needs to put his face on the internet, and then
he already did.
And then dissolve.
He just needs to do the same thing in reverse. Do you understand? I'm holding him to the same standard he held himself to.
Does this guy even understand the context of the conversation here? Who are you?
He needs to argue against flat Earth in favor of the guard.
How much heroin did you do?
So I've got a question. Sorry. How
Less
can you
than you to believe in flat Earth.
I don't believe flat Earth, though.
Oh, okay, cool.
It is flat. Like, I don't have to believe it.
Some of us.
Yeah. I can just go, like, I go by the Atlantic Ocean. I can just walk over there and look at the Earth being flat.
Yeah, I understand, dear Miss.
Want to know it looks flat? Flat things.
Okay, right.
You know what also looks flat? Big round things.
How do you know that?
Because I'm on a big round thing.
That's circular logic.
Yeah, you talking about fallacies. You talking about fallacies doesn't make any difference because you don't understand the biggest
still circular logic
of fallacies, which is the one that you're promulgating right now.
Which one?
The oldest conspiracy theory.
Which conspiracy theory is that?
The one where people thought that they were going to fall off the edge of the earth
no one ever
when they
thought
went
that.
Sailing.
No one ever
yeah,
thought
they did.
that.
Yeah, they did. If you read a history book,
no, I want a primary. No, I don't. Look, that is apocryphal. Okay, I want a primary source.
You want a primary source of all.
A primary source is someone writing that shit down that the contemporary people of their time thought they'd sail off the edge of the earth, like something from the 1600s, 1400s.
Yeah, look it up.
That's how you do history, right? I'm gonna look it up.
Look it up. Look it up.
Where do I look? Tell me where to look it up.
I'm not going to spoon feed you.
It's your claim. You need the evidence.
Yeah, the evidence is everywhere.
The evidence is your claim?
No, the evidence is everywhere.
The evidence is everywhere.
Everywhere.
In my cupboard.
Okay, you're just going on mute. I'd rather talk to the other guy that had a legitimate question. Go ahead.
Hummus.
Hummus? Was that what it was? Hummus?
Yes.
Oh, right. Someone called my name. Yes, I had a question. Right. So, I don't know how the flat Earth is still a thing after the 24-hour sun. Like, what on earth is going on?
Okay,
it's just preposterous now.
Okay,
this is counter.
Can you tell us how the 24-hour sun disproved the flat Earth?
You just.
I asked a question. I want you to answer it. How did
this
the
is
24-hour sun disprove a flat Earth?
Right. Make a circular table. Go to the edges.
We're not talking about a table. We said the flat Earth.
Simulate a sun.
Sorry, why?
The inability to make a simulation is not a disproof. Okay.
Sorry, India. Why is this table circular?
It can be whatever you like. It can be whatever you like. The idea is that you've got some sort of table. You go to the
idea. Your ideas are not proof of anything. Now I asked you again. How does the observation of a 24-hour sun disprove a flat Earth? I don't care about your imagination.
You're on the edges.
I want a logically coherent statement.
If you simulate it, you go to the edges.
A simulator of what?
The sun is supposed to go around.
Okay, a simulator of what? What is it simulating? What is it simulating? What is it simulating? What is it simulating?
Okay, I want to say something, right?
I'm going to ask you for the 5th fucking time. What is your simulator simulating?
I want to say something. Just before I answer that, I want to say
No, you're getting muted. Dude, answer the fucking question. Or shut up forever. What is your simulation simulating? Hummus, what is your simulation simulating?
Oh, did you unmute me? Thank God. Goodness gracious, what the fuck is that?
Okay,
Fucking embarrassing.
you got one more chance to answer the question. What's your simulation simulating?
Let me say something before I answer.
No. You're not the mod. This isn't conditional on what you fucking say.
You're also fucking stupid. My God.
That's really a great argument. You really cooked us. You said we're stupid. Oh, you're amazing. I want to know. You made a claim, and I'm just. Well, you made a claim.
I'm not a scientist. I'm a simpleton.
We're well aware of that.
I'm a simpleton, and I'm just echoing simpleton thoughts. So let me just echo simpleton thoughts. Okay. So prior to the 24-hour sun, you had multiple flat earthers say that, well, a 24-hour sun would pose serious challenges.
Like who?
Name one.
I think Darwinism did that. I think Whitsitt did that. I think
no, he didn't.
Multiple people.
No, Whitsitt did not say that. You just made that up.
Not Whitsitt. Darwinism did do that, though.
Darwinism said a lot of things, hasn't he?
Yeah, but
and what does that mean? If Darwinism says whatever we don't follow Darwinism. We've never followed Darwinism. Nobody follows Darwinism. The only one who seems to be obsessed with him are Glovers.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Right.
And even if see, this is what you Glovers don't understand. You try to apply the way you think about the world to us. You think about the world. No, you think about the world in an authoritarian hierarchy in which the edicts come from on high and people believe it based upon something that somebody says. That's not how we formulate our worldview. Our worldview is created by the natural world and evidence, empirical evidence of that world, not what Jaren said. We don't care what Jaren said. Who cares what Jaren said? What does that mean?
No. I don't care what Jaren said. I'm collecting people's thoughts. It's not an absolute thing. I understand that.
Jeranism is an idiot or something. Dude, listen. Most flat earthers think Jeranism is an idiot and have thought that for a long time.
Okay, right. Well,
going way back, even before Beyond the Curve, that documentary, people thought he was a fucking idiot. Even way back then. You guys give him merit.
Okay, right.
You guys are obsessed with him. Real flat earthers ignore him.
Okay, right. Well, I'm still telling you.
Glovers watch his shit. That's the crazy thing.
If you create, your own little experiment. So not an experiment, your own simulation, right?
Of what?
I told you, like you've got a little table. It's flat. It's
what are we simulating?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter what we're simulating.
It doesn't make any sense. A sun going around.
You're not making any coherent argument. You can't tell us what we're simulating, and then you're saying it doesn't make sense. I agree. If you're making a simulation of a thing you don't know what you're simulating, that makes no sense. Then it's not a simulation, because similar means similar, and you don't even know what you're making similar to. So simulation of what, dude?
What do you mean simulation of what?
You said
my word.
A simulation of what we're experiencing.
So what is your simulation a simulation of it? This is your idea. Don't ask me to fill in your blanks.
Okay,
what is your little tabletop test simulate?
Okay, right. You're on the edges of it, supposedly.
Why?
And,
why? What edges?
Well, that was the idea of that experiment, unless you believe it's some sort of hoax.
The idea? So simulating a round table. What are you simulating, dude?
When were they
Did you just think about that?
Bro, this is what you don't.
No, you're trying to gaslight me out of my experience.
No, you made up a flat Earth in your head and then tried to push it on.
I'm not going to fall for it.
No, brother. No, the flat Earth you don't believe in. We don't believe in that flat Earth either. So the table simulation that's simulating a flat Earth, that's a flat Earth we don't believe in.
Okay,
that's why I asked
you. Did the experiment take place on the edges of our...
The edge? What edge? Who believes in an edge?
This is why I stopped you at table, right? Because that would have a finite distance and have a shape to it. Like, you circular table. This is where you keep getting edges from. No flat earther in this room is making a claim to the shape of the table. We can't do so.
How are we doing today?
Shh. Clearly talking. So at the moment, he'll be annoyed you interrupted.
Clearly? I'd rather find...
Okay, right. Guys,
so you understand what Ingo's trying to point out, my friend?
24 hours don't even work on any sort of...
Well, darling, if the Earth was flat, would there be a sunset? Would the sun set?
Okay. Yeah, well... I mean, I think according to the flat Earth idea is that it's going to...
I'm not asking him what the flat Earth idea is. I'm asking you, sir.
This is where he's got a problem, right? He thinks that we think the Earth is a disc, like an AE map, like people have made claims to, and he thinks that this is a true representation of flat Earth. We don't make this claim to the dimensions of the Earth. To tell you it was circular and people were standing on the edge of it, looking inwards. We don't make that claim, dude. That's a map. That's a bit of, I don't know, a straw man, let's call it that, because it most definitely is. So that's not what we say the Earth is. So this observation of a 24-hour sun doesn't really debunk a measurement of the surface of the Earth anyhow. It might, from some people's point of view, debunk a map, but those people would be stupid if they reified a map, wouldn't they?
Okay, right. So the measurement of the Earth, you measure it as flat, but the
globe Earth is a horizontal reference data.
No, I understand that. I've seen this line of reasoning before, but the globe Earth is going to say that, well, refraction.
They can say refraction all they want. They still don't have a direct measurement of Earth curvature.
That's the problem. They can't justify the refraction claim.
Right. So the globe Earth,
how would they justify? No. This is very fundamental.
Right?
This is very fundamental. No. You're trying to win.
No, I'm giving you points, dude.
What's the justification for refraction? What is it?
So it's flat refraction makes it a ball.
What is the justification for refraction? Do you want to know what their justification is? That the Earth looks flat. That's their justification.
That's great.
Okay. Well,
is it not? Is it not the justification for it that the Earth looks flat? And the flatter it looks, the more refraction there is.
Okay.
Think about that for a second. They have no justification for that, other than a flat Earth.
No. I've heard it said before. It's respectable.
You've never heard that before, okay? You've never thought about it that way before. You've never heard that before because only I've said that. Okay, the only justification.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about it's the idea that the globe Earth idea, it depends on refraction.
It's worse than that, brother. But it depends on gravity. So check this out, Hummus. You probably never thought of it. Check this out. No, just listen for a second. You might find this interesting. Okay, they say, right, in the globe Earth idea is that gravity has a bunch of particles and then it forms the Earth into a ball. That gravity then makes the air form a pressure gradient. And that pressure gradient causes light to bend around that ball in such a way that that ball looks flat. Now think about that. Gravity creates flat-looking balls.
All right.
Yeah, dude, that's how retarded their fucking worldview is.
Okay, look, I'm not saying that I'm not even a globe Earther.
I know that I said their worldview, not your worldview.
I understand. Okay.
I know it's not your theory. We realize this. And nobody that comes and defend it, it's not their theory, but they defend it like they're the ones that invented it.
Sorry to interrupt. You must understand that any claim of refraction just be the backwards engineering of any observation to the preconceived idea that the Earth is a sphere. You understand that, right? No matter the conditions of the day, refraction takes place, so any observation has got to be backwards engineered to the Earth being a sphere and those diagrams. So we must bend the light in our mathematical formulas and little diagrams to conclude our worldview that we preconceive. Refraction's not a good answer, dude.
Okay, but I want to circle back to the 24-hour sun with all due respect.
Okay.
So I just bear with me.
Okay.
Bear with me.
All due respect, you change subject. Okay.
So the guys that went, you know, to that planet and they conducted their experiments and whatnot. The flat earthers, when they witnessed the 24-hour sun, all of them, I believe, they said that it poses, it throws a curveball, right?
Which is still a flat earther. What are you talking about?
No, I understand. They're still going to hold to their beliefs, but it did throw a curveball.
What does that mean?
Sometimes I don't have the time to research the topic.
What does that mean? What do you mean hold to his beliefs?
And so I sort of appeal to the opinions of experts in certain scenarios until I've done my own in-depth research.
All it was a debunking of a preconceived. Sorry, my friend. All it was a debunking of a preconceived idea. That idea was a reification of a map.
Right.
And again, this is no fault of anyone. Right. This map was really here when we all got here, right? So don't really know where it came from. It's not my map, it's not India's map. It wasn't Whitsitt's map. It's not Jeranis's map, right? It's just an idea that maybe it looks like this, but it's just a reification of a map, and that map is a projection of a globe. So that's a globe map, really. But ultimately, from no fault of anybody's, this straw man was burnt down in Antarctica. People are coming to understand that we shouldn't really reify maps.
So, Hummus, okay, before this test was ever done, they were told no observation of the sun can prove what the Earth is, just as a matter of logic. They were told this, they knew this, they should have known this, because it's very simple. Can you prove what your house is made out of by looking at your neighbor's house?
No.
Okay, you can't prove what the Earth is by looking at something that is not the Earth. You know that, right? So, very simply, simple logic. It's not even complicated. Another thing they should have maybe checked out is how the 24-hour sun's even predicted in the first place. You know what? They don't use a globe to predict whether a 24-hour sun would happen or not. They use a different model, a model in which you are the origin of coordinates no matter where you are. No matter where you are. And it's relative to the celestial equator and where the sun should be at that time of year. That's it. There's no globe. There's no flat earth. There's nothing. This is what time and date uses, sun calc, and all those things. And thirdly, on my X account, after the 24-hour sun, I posted a thing, and all the main freaking Globers, it was a simple question. Yes, the 24-hour sun was observed. Please put it in a logical syllogism. How this proves a globe or disproves a flat earth, and no one could do it. Because it doesn't do it and can't do it as a matter of logic. It's not possible. But the main thing is, you can't even claim that it matches a globe prediction because you don't have a globe prediction that it happens. You have an explanation, you have a just so story that it would happen, but you don't have any mathematical model that predicts it would happen. Because you can't even do that. How would you even do that? Think about it. You want to predict where the sun is on the sky. Hold on, dude. This is important. If you want to predict where the sun is in the sky in the globe model, how are you going to model that three-dimensionally? a fucking sun 93 million miles away, you sitting on the surface of the Earth, where the Earth is relative in the height of the orbital plane, where it is in the fucking what do you call it? In the obliquity of the fucking orbit, and you're gonna position it, and then you're gonna have to project that onto a fucking plane to see where the sun looks like it is. That would be an actual globe model of a 24-hour sun. No one's does that. No one's ever done that. No one can do that. Okay, so you don't even have a globe model that would even predict whether that would happen. You have a half-ass observer-centric model assuming a celestial fucking sphere. And that's what exists. Not an Earth sphere, a celestial sphere. And maybe they should have told everybody this before they went on their little adventure to Antarctica to prove nothing. All they proved is there's a 24-hour sun at some spot on the ice in Antarctica.
And that's quite pertinent.
But it doesn't mean anything other than there's a 24-hour sun on some spot in the ice in Antarctica.
No, this is all malarkey. I mean, if you didn't witness the 24-hour
that's
sun...
nuh-uh is not a refutation, dude. Nuh-uh is not a refutation, brother.
It's just nonsense.
Yeah, that's not a refutation either.
What's the 24-hour? What does it mean when you see a 24-hour sun?
No, we're just dancing around.
What does it mean?
Yeah, you said I gave you substantive arguments, and you said nuh-uh.
No, I mean, look, you can't model it on a flat plane.
Yeah, I gave you substantive. Yeah, that's cool. What flat Earth is that you're modeling it on?
No matter what you do. So
what model are you using? What model are you using? Yeah, what model are you using?
Literally impossible.
I just gave you a model that works on a flat Earth. The model that's used now, time and date, which is an observer-centric model.
So we're no longer using AE, and we're using something else now, are we?
The AE works to tell you your local longitude and the time. That's it. That's all it's ever meant for. That's what it's designed for.
Okay.
It says that's what it's patented as a longitude and time calculator. You know that's what it's printed on the map, right? That's what the patent is for. Longitude and time calculator.
So you're saying that?
It's not what I'm saying. It's what the U.S. Patent Office is saying.
Okay. All right.
What the patent says. What's the map says? They print it right on it. You know, maps come with instructions on how to use them. The Gleason's map's got front and back instructions on what it is, how to use it. It's an extortion of a globe. Though there's other extortion means a twisting. So they added some features to it, which are a little different than a straight AE projection. I'm not going to get into the details of that. But if it's wrong, the globe's wrong.
Okay, I'm not a globe, just to clarify. But okay, whatever.
Well, you have to understand that the coordinate system itself, latitude and longitude, are a projection of the celestial sphere. They're not a projection of a globe, because you can't find latitude and longitude without the sky. You can't use purely terrestrial means to find your latitude and longitude. You have to reference the sky. This proves that the coordinate system is based on the sky. Okay, it's very simple. And since the coordinate system is based on the sky, you don't need to assume anything is under you. All you have to do is look at the sky and disregard the ground. So the way a 24-hour sun is predicted now uses a certain model of being underneath points on a celestial sphere. A flat Earth is just as justified for a flat Earth to use it as a globe. In fact, it's more justified because we're measuring 90-degree angles from a plane. We're not measuring the 90-degree angles of the solar elevation and the azimuth from the surface of a curve. We're more justified to use time and date than you guys are to say this is the globe model.
Okay, all right.
Do you understand that the globe model for predicting it? I just want to make sure you understand this. The globe model, the so-called globe model for predicting a 24-hour sun, doesn't actually use a globe within the mathematics.
We're getting quite complicated with all deals.
It isn't complicated.
No, it is. You're delving into mathematics now.
No, listen. In the mathematics,
I can't verify any of this information. I need to
you can. You go on the U.S. Naval Observatory website.
No, dude. You're talking about mathematics now. Look, you're making things needlessly complicated. And
no, you're claiming. No, you're doing. No, you Globers are doing stolen valor. No, you Globers are doing stolen valor. You're claiming you have a globe model of the sun, and you don't. You're just claiming it.
No, I don't. Look.
Okay, post right now the globe model for the 24-hour sun. Post it in the chat right now.
I'm not a glober. I'm simply posing problems.
Post their model.
Yeah.
Post their model, 24-hour sun in the chat.
He wouldn't be able to tell if a model would work or not because he doesn't know the globe, how it would work on a globe. So how can he say work on flat Earth or not?
He doesn't know how it would work on a flat Earth either. He doesn't know how the sun works at all. That's the whole point of this.
If you're not a glober and you're not a flat earther, what are you?
I'm a questioning agent. That's what
Maybe just agent.
That's hilarious. I'm an agent.
It's really simple. What you've been sucked in by stolen valor. You've heard a whole bunch of you have. You've heard a whole bunch of times that there's a globe model that predicts a 24-hour sun. There is not.
Look,
what don't you understand?
Famous.
Hummus, I'm going to ask you one more time. Let me ask you this: do you think there exists a globe model that predicts a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? That they're out there somewhere. I can go on the internet, look at a textbook somewhere, and find the equations to predict. Why are you talking over me? Why are you talking over me? Why are you talking over me? Do you think that I can go find a globe model that predicts the 24-hour sun somewhere out there in the academic literature based upon a globe?
I haven't looked at it. But
okay, so why do you think that the globe predicts 24 hours?
Well, why do you probably easier to explain it? It doesn't mean that it's true, but it's probably easier to explain it more so than an FE. And like I said, many, FE thinkers, they do admit that it is a curveball. That's all I'm saying.
No. You just tried to move it. You just tried to get in the same bullshit.
Look,
Hummus. No, it's not going to be allowed. Okay? No. You just said many FE people. You can only name one fucking person.
No, I swear,
and you just tried to go right back to the same bullshit guy you told in the beginning.
No, it is a curveball. Oh my God!
It's not. It's a curveball to Jeranism.
Right.
That's all you established.
Jeranism is a thinker, isn't it? Like he's done more research than I.
Oh, really?
He's a proponent. He's a proponent for the globe. Jeranism is a glober.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought. Did he change?
Changed a while ago.
He's a grifter.
He stopped calling himself a flat earther almost 5 years ago.
Okay, all right.
He made himself a true earther. Now he's trying to make money off globe earth.
Jeranism started calling himself a true earther 5 years ago.
Still don't think it's a curveball. Right? What do you even mean by that? This curveball.
It's unmodelable. It's unmodelable.
But the globe doesn't. You are correct. It is unmodelable in 3D space for the globe too. No. That's what I was just explaining to you for over 5 minutes. That it is okay. That is true. Okay, Hummus, post in the chat the globe model that predicts a 24-hour sun right now.
I never looked into it.
Okay, then why are you telling me it's not true? Because I have looked into it.
Okay, fine. Based on my intuition, though.
Your intuition. We're going to go with Hummus's intuition.
If you're on a spinning globe, it's more explainable. Come on, just using your.
What does that even mean?
Brain.
More explainable? What does that mean?
It doesn't mean that it's true. It just models that phenomenon.
It sounds better. Makes you feel better. No, you don't have a model. You just keep saying model when you don't have a model. You got told there's a globe model.
No one has a model.
No, shut up, bro.
No one has a model.
Shut up, dude. You got told there was a 24-hour sun predicted by a globe model, and that was false. Right. And you believe it, and you still believe it, and you're fighting for something that doesn't exist. You're literally fighting for something that doesn't exist, Thomas.
No, I'm not a glober, nor am I a flat earther, so I'm immune.
But you're fighting for a belief. that there is a globe model of it that predicts a 24-hour sun when there is not.
Okay,
How many times am I going to tell you this?
If
You
what you're saying is
adopted a
true,
belief that is untrue.
you are a person on Discord. I need to do my own research.
That's fantastic.
But I never looked into the other side.
Okay, I told you what would be required to even do it, right? Do you think a model?
I'm scientific. I eliminate all possibilities, and whatever remains.
You have no. I am scientific. No, you're not.
No,
you're very far from it.
I truly think I'm scientific.
Go do some science.
Yeah, you might want to rethink that thought.
Yeah, you might want to reevaluate your aptitude.
All right.
You're making claims with no scientific basis, and you're calling yourself scientific.
No, on what claim did I make? That the 24-hour sign is unmodelable.
No. What you said was it's easily explainable, but that's not how science works. Science is based upon empirical observation, not explanations. So you have an empirical observation of a 24-hour sun. Well, you would need to fit that into some geometry to infer that the Earth is a globe from that. And such a geometric calculation does not exist and is not done because it's nigh impossible. Because you got to convert an orthographic coordinate system with fucking large numbers and large uncertainties because the small angles, right? You have very small deviations of angle, which will cause a large deviation in the way something appears, right? So if you're off by, I don't know, one 100th of fucking degree in the direction the sun is, right? The sun is going to be displaced at the other end by freaking hundreds of thousands of miles.
Right.
Okay? Not only do you got to take this orthographic coordinates and then turn them into a projective coordinate perspective, right? A perspective projection to see what the sun, quote unquote, looks like. Because we're talking about what the sun looks like, right? Is that not what we're talking about? What the sun looks like?
Okay, right.
And we see in a projective geometry. So you have to convert the Euclidean orthographic coordinate system into a perspective projection. And then do that math. And then to see what it looks like. No one does this. It's fucking nearly impossible.
Okay, right.
Okay, so there is no globe model for where the sun should be. We use a simplified model based upon a celestial sphere. This is easily verifiable, and it's just as justified for us to use it as it is for the globers because it is agnostic about the ground. It doesn't say anything about the ground. It only says something about the observer. The observer is at the origin of coordinates. If the Earth is a globe in that model, the Earth is a point in space. A point, a geometric point with no dimensions. Okay? This is what the math says. So when you say there's a globe model of this, no, there's a fucking story. There's no globe model about it. Stolen valor, bro. That's all it is.
Stolen valor.
Stolen valor, claiming that a model that is not a globe is a globe model. Like when someone goes on Time and Date or SunCalc or the U.S. Naval Observatory and looks up when the sunrise is, they think that that is using a globe model when it is not. They just make it up in their head. They have no basis for thinking it. No one ever told them that. They just fill in the blanks. Earth's a globe. That must be what they're using. The same with eclipses. Oh, eclipses? They predict eclipses. Oh, it must be a globe they're using. They're not using a globe for that either. People just fill in the blanks with their imagination. Do you think eclipses use a globe to predict them when they happen and all that shit? They use some heliocentric model with orbiting balls and all that?
Okay, I've got a question. Let's say
I had a question.
Let's say you went to Antarctica or whatever, wherever, right? And let's say, for example, you didn't observe
fucking eating a penguin if
a
I go
24-hour sun, right? Let's say you didn't observe a 24-hour sun. Do you think you would use that as evidence?
No.
For a flat plan?
Wouldn't prove flat Earth.
Do you think you would?
That's the point. You can't disprove
the globe Earth or something.
No. Because listen, they could go to Antarctica and see the sun.
Isn't it valuable data though? Like
India already answered this question earlier.
You can see the sun.
Dude.
It's valuable data about the sun, though.
It's
not valuable data about the Earth.
India answered this question earlier. Why are you asking again? He gave you the analogy of looking at somebody else's house.
Needlessly complicated.
Don't look at somebody else's house to figure out the dimensions of yours.
Okay, I'm going to be blunt. I'm going to be blunt. I can't process all the information that's coming at me.
Okay, so I'm just gently reminding you. Answer this question. Don't make observations of the sun to determine the Earth shape, much like looking at your neighbour's house to figure out the dimensions of yours.
Come on, dude. What?
You can't prove the thing by looking at not the thing. You understand that? What's so hard to understand about that?
You can't prove the thing by not looking at the thing.
No, by looking at not the thing. By looking at something that is not the thing in question. You can't look at something else. If I want to know what you are, I can't look at what somebody else is. Do you understand?
Right, and so what you're looking at, quite clearly, so you're looking at the Earth, and quite clearly it is that.
You're looking at the sun.
I'm looking at something else to try to prove that that original thing is not the thing. Is that the idea?
That's basic logic.
Okay,
not even an idea.
Okay, I've got
the law of identity, bro.
I've seen this sort of reasoning before. What if
in the law of identity?
I should fucking hope so.
What if you're sensitive? Why are you laughing?
Because you've seen that reasoning before, when you were in preschool and you put the square block into the square hole, and you put the round block into the round hole. Yeah, you saw it then. Yeah, it's patronizing. I'm glad you identified it. Good job. You're getting better. You identified patronizing. Well done.
How rude. How rude. This is just a troll.
He's now identifying reality. He's identified rudeness and patronizing. Well done.
No one is you fucking assholes. Goodness gracious.
It's funny.
You're a troll with a You're so clever. Look at you. You're so clever. I'm a dumbass.
Changing.
We're clever hillbillies.
It's very weird.
No, that's because you muted me and I got angry. Don't do that, please. I was respectful all the way through. Please don't.
Everything that's been spoken about in the last 20 or so minutes has been basic logic and reasoning.
Discord. Like, this is Discord. What do I expect?
Dude, if you were paying attention, it is real basic stuff.
No, okay, right. Maybe I'm a dumbass. Then treat me like a dumbass. Okay?
No, not treating you like a dumbass. Just pointing it out. You probably haven't thought. Hold on.
Yeah.
Trying to give you a bit of a knowledge branch. You probably haven't thought about it from that point of view before because it's a preconceived notion and a foregone conclusion that the Earth is a sphere from many people's points of view. And they probably haven't really thought about it. But when you think about it, it's kind of really simple and it's basic. Really, it's logical. That's all we're pointing out.
Have you ever considered that the globe idea is built completely on fallacious reasoning? Right from the ground floor.
Right, I'm not a globe earther. Quite possibly, that's true.
Well, it is. Okay. It's based upon affirming the consequence. You have to assume a globe, and then you go out into nature, and then you cherry pick and look for things that confirm it. And things that don't confirm it, you ignore or come up with some phenomenological thing that can't be measured or verified to say, hey, it looks flat, therefore refraction, or something like that. They do this all over the place. That's just one example, but this is done all over the place. It's like duct taping the globe together. Things like tides, seasons, and there's all these anomalies, right? That they have some justification that, oh, it fits within the globe. With this, we're gonna just talk about there's some special phenomenon that happens. And how do we know the special phenomenon that happens? Because it doesn't match the globe here in this particular phenomenon we watch, such as tides, right? So people think tides are caused by the fucking moon pulling the oceans of the world. What they don't know is that most of the oceans of the world experience no tides at all. The vast majority, I would guess probably like 60% of the ocean has no tides at all. What do we do with that anomaly? How do they explain that away? Why isn't the moon pulling on that water? Why? We know the Earth's a globe. It's got to be something happen. No, they've come with some crazy model with 20 variables called an anthropomorphic point or something. Right? So they have some convoluted model to how to maintain how this body of water negates gravity using 50 variables like current, temperature, wind, all these sorts of things, because you got to negate the tides there. So they create a complex model on how the Earth is not subject to gravity at that place, in the same way that it affects the other water. Okay, this is done all over the place, where they have these band-aids that they stick on shit. Selenelian eclipse. That's an eclipse where the sun and moon are above the horizon. And the Earth, the so-called shadow of the Earth is moving down the moon. It's called the impossible eclipse. They say, hey, dude, that's refraction causing that. But even so, that refraction explanation can't account for the shadow coming from the top, because it's coming down from above the sun and the moon. But you're standing on the Earth, which is under the sun and the moon. The sun and the moon are between from where the shadow is coming from and where you are. It's physically impossible. Can't be caused by fucking a globe Earth. But, they just say refraction, and everybody's like, oh, refraction, fine. Oh, that makes sense. This happens all over the place. And the reason we're here is that people just don't understand. I don't know what people think why we're here, but it's a very simple thing why we're here. There's a bunch of claims on the table that people have made, and that has been pushed around Western civilization. We went out and we tested that shit, and the real world doesn't agree with what they're saying. It's literally that fucking simple.
There's a lot of preaching tonight.
Well, I'm just giving you the basis. It's not a preaching. I'm telling you,
it's quite religious, darling. It's quite religious. It's symptomatic of a religion.
Shut it!
You don't need to do all of this talk. Honestly, it's fatiguing.
It's not for you.
Yeah, he could have just said it's flat. We deal with it.
It's just I don't have time.
Was the religious part the part where I said we go check in the natural world? Was that the religious part?
No, it's just typical. I mean, goodness gracious.
Was that the religious part?
There are ways of double think, aren't there? it's going to manifest.
So now
it's going to manifest
in substance anything that was just said to you. So now you're going to talk about us and make social commentary because you can't address anything of substance.
I don't have time.
Why don't you actually address what I said?
It's just a lot of info, dude. Look, I've got a short
attention all our conversations very quickly. You brought up the
I need written shit to be submitted to me. I don't.
Dude, I don't write fucking Google Gaga. This is like baby talk level, bro.
Yeah.
No, you can't. Look, you're confused about basic shit.
Maybe I am.
By the law of identity, the law of identity is like you recognize that logic.
No! Don't strangle me on that. It was just a misunderstanding. I know what you're talking about. It just took me a while to latch on because it's been a long day or whatever.
Do you have a bias?
People are going through different things in life, right? But anyhow,
sorry to hear that.
It's just a lot of information. And
it's really not.
What can I do? No. Okay, you know what? It isn't. At the moment, it is for me.
Okay. Well, do you want me to summarize this so you can internalize it? I can summarize it in probably like 7 sentences. Okay. It's really simple.
Go on. I'll pay very close attention.
They made a false. They had a false premise that somehow this looking at the sun could prove the shape of the Earth. They also had another false premise where they thought there was a globe model that predicted the sun in the first place. Okay, they can't actually say how the 24-hour sun or any other sun could prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth, no matter what they observe. They can't say in any way how observing the sun do any fucking thing, no matter what it did, can prove what the shape of the Earth is. Sun could have done fucking loop-de-loops and fucking whirls. That wouldn't have disproved the globe or a flat Earth. At best, it could have disproved the heliocentric model that did loop-de-loops and whirls, but the Earth could still be a globe just flipping around in space like mad, right?
Right. Okay, so from what I gather, right, you've got the law of identity, and they're using a different, observation to disprove what's apparently apparent, and they can't even use the flat Earth, and they can't even use the 24-hour sun. They can't model it effectively in a globe Earth. So why am I here complaining about it being modelled in the flat Earth? And both sides should shut the fuck up, because no one really knows anything now. Is that the idea?
No, it's more. I'd say almost. You're a 75% there. You slightly
Okay, what's the 25% that I'm missing?
Okay, the 25% is the model that's used to predict the 24-hour sun works. It's agnostic. It doesn't say anything about the surface of the Earth. And the main problem with looking at the sun is that any conclusion you're reaching about the Earth is an inference using inductive logic, which by its nature can't prove things at all. All you can do is say, I'm confident in this. It fits this model. It correlates with this other thing. That's all you can say. You can't make any claims to prove is or anything like that. You can just have some personal certainty about the inference. That's all you can have. So you can, like you said, you kind of revealed the truth when you said, well, I think this explains it better. Well, that's fine. But that's like a personal evaluation based upon how you feel. That's not objective in any way. Right? And these inferences aren't objective in any way. The only thing objective we have here is there's some people that went and stood on some ice somewhere and saw a 24-hour sun. That's the only objective statement we can say. The conclusions reached from that observation, other than the observation itself, descriptively. Why does it happen? How does it happen? They don't have enough information from that observation to reach any of those conclusions. And I pointed out they don't even have a model that is what would you call an actual geometrically physical model that geometrically physically represents the environment that they were in that makes that prediction. We have some abstract model which assumes the celestial sphere of infinite radius and observing from a point in the origin of coordinates. That's what the model is. Now think about it like this. It might sound confusing to you. You know what a grid is, right? A Cartesian grid, X, Y, X,
no doubt. No doubt.
You don't know what X and Y Cartesian grid is?
I do.
You've never seen a map before? You do?
No, I know what a grid is.
Okay, so the origin where the X and the Y meet, that's the origin of coordinates. In the model for predicting the sun, that's where you are. You're at that point at the origin of coordinates. You're not on anything. You're not on a globe. There's not a globe underneath you. It's not the globe at the origin of coordinates. It's just you. And that model can work anywhere. It doesn't matter what you're on. You could be on the back of a freaking rabbit. You could be freaking on a, surfing the freaking big kahuna waves. It doesn't matter what you're on because it's based upon what you observe. It's based upon from your viewpoint. That's why you don't have to do the conversion that you would have to do for the globe model, because it's literally modeled from your eyeball out. It's an inside out, not an outside in. Understand?
Right.
So that being said, there is no globe model for a 24-hour sun. There's no flat Earth model for a 24-hour sun. There's only a point-based observer-centric model. But like I said, they do have an explanation, right? Which is a cool story. I mean, we could make up a story too, but we just don't. Why don't we?
With all due respect, I think it's because you
Would you feel
can't.
better if we made up a story
That's
that
my point.
like was palatable?
Okay, so now that we've
But should we?
delineated what we're talking
Should we make up a
They
story?
Yes.
No, let me ask you. We should make up a story that we
Yes.
can't prove.
No, this is needlessly pedantic in my view.
No. It
now,
goes to the
so
crux
now
of the
we
problem.
need to name it. I think
It goes to the heart of the problem.
It's pedanticism.
No,
It's
it's pedantic. No, you're using the word pedantic wrong. Number one.
Am
We're
I?
getting to the heart of the problem. We have an observation. We can make an inference that supports a flat Earth and make up a whole fucking story about it. But that inference also would not prove a flat Earth either. And we'd be in the same position of the Globers, right? Making inferences about observing the sun and applying it to the Earth and not actually knowing anything. Just saying, yeah, well, it's a good explanation. It makes me feel better. We can make that flat Earth explanation that just makes everybody feel better. Okay, let's do this. I'll do it right now. The sky is like a hamster, like a hamster in one of those hamster balls when they walk around when you move around the world, the sky spins around you. Like you're a hamster in one of those little balls. Now imagine inside that ball, there are little stars poking holes in there, right? He's running around the ball in the dark and he's got holes poked in his little hamster ball. That's how we move around the Earth. There's a little hamster ball spinning over us. So there's your explanation right there.
That doesn't work.
It would work perfectly. Just stop.
No, it wouldn't. Because then half the Earth will be in darkness at any one time.
Yeah. No, dude. The hamster ball, half the hamster ball is black, bro.
Yeah. So half the hamster ball will be underneath the Earth.
Depending on where you
be
are.
able to see the sun.
Dude, you can't see the sun in South America.
Try again. What's your other inference?
Can you see the sun in South America from North America?
No, but you can see the sun in South America from South America.
So your little argument meant nothing. So you're just going on mute, Mez, because you're just trying to run interference like you guys always do. So, and this was just the motto anyway, by the way.
So if you went on mute, that's not.
Do you know him? Do you know him? Do you know his history here?
I don't.
Okay, then don't white knight for him. He doesn't.
Okay, fair enough. But I'm going to trust your judgment.
Out of anybody, he don't deserve it. Believe me.
I'm going to trust your judgment blindly.
Well, I mean, you can trust there were many, many, many recordings we have of him over the last 2 years of him just being an absolute fucktard. So we'll give you an example of something he did. Him and another Globe Earther and several others, they started a group called Globe Force 6. So there were 6 of them that would come in here and argue with us. Peter is one of them. Mez was one of them. Today, Mez claimed he didn't know Peter at all. That he never met Peter in his whole entire life. Mez is a compulsive liar.
What the fuck?
Mez never met Peter now.
The fuck, dude? These people, man.
Well, because they don't know them by their name. They only know them by like their,
He was Peter there too. He's always been Peter, though.
To be fair, if you're going to talk about him like this, you should unmute him just so he can defend himself.
Hell no.
I'm not going to talk about him so he doesn't have to defend himself.
You're going to be worrying about your own mute in about 5 seconds, dude. Don't white knight for Mez, bro.
No, it's just like kind of like a backbiting, when you can't.
No, I'm banning him so I can solve the problem. No, we don't have to talk about him no more. I don't even know how he keeps getting back in here, quite honestly.
That's the best.
Because you only banned him for 2 days?
Yeah. Oh, I can ban him for longer? How do I do that?
No, I think bans now default to 7 days.
Really?
It's just 2 days in my chat. Anyway, the point was we could come up with some
maybe that's for guest rooms.
explanation.
For the creator rooms, it's 7 days.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we could come up with some cockamamie explanation. We could just make some shit up. If you don't think we can make up a fucking cool story, For a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth, dude, you seriously lack imagination. We could do it if you're properly motivated. But it wouldn't prove anything just because we have a story. And you might like our story better than the Globe story.
Okay, I understand your line of reasoning. I never thought about it. You respect it. Okay. Oh,
yeah. So there's this thing that like we often go through, in this topic of explanation versus the empirical evidence. Now, what we do is modern, let's call it science, for lack of a better term. They have a lot of explanations, and people think the explanations are the science, but the science is actually the data, right? The observational data, the results of the experiment, all those things. But that stuff's boring. Looking at fucking charts and graphs and freaking spreadsheets, that shit's boring. So people don't want to talk about that. What the data actually says, they want to talk about the explanations. So a lot of times people come in here and they'll give us some explanation. And then we go, okay, where's the evidence for that? Meaning, where's the data? And they don't know what it is. They try to chat GPT or Google it or find it, and it's not out there. So what's passing as modern science is just a bunch of explanations, but science is empirical. It's based upon empirical evidence, not based upon storytelling. And that's what explanations are. They're just storytelling. In fact, it's so bad that people such as this, I'll give you an example. This is a prime example of the eclipse. The eclipse is, I saw a solar eclipse. I saw the moon go in front of the sun. That no one's ever seen that, ever. Do you know why no one's ever seen that ever? Because you can't see a new moon. So no one's actually ever seen a new moon on the day of any solar eclipse ever. So descriptively, that's actually not true. So they confuse their explanation of why it happens with the description of what it looks like. See what I'm saying? One is true, right? I saw an eclipse. I didn't see the moon. That's factually true. The explanation, it was the moon that caused that, even though I couldn't see the moon. But they don't say that because that don't sound as cool. Don't sound as cool as, well, it got blocked by the moon that I couldn't see. Then that makes it sound a little shakier. People might question, like, well, why? How did you reach the conclusion if you couldn't see it? And then they might go, oh, because we have a globe model that predicts when that happens. Okay, show that to me. And then they can't do that, right? You go, okay, you can't actually predict that when that happens with a heliocentric model. How do you predict it? Oh, well, just regularly happens at regular time intervals. That's how we predict it. Has nothing to do with a fucking globe or a flat earth or any other thing. This is just typically what we deal with on a daily basis here. People with their fucking stories and explanations versus what does the actual data, the empirical data, has been observed in the natural world. Here's another one. Outer space is a vacuum, and there's an atmosphere that's pressurized. And the gravity is holding the air away from the vacuum. Well, yeah, that's a cool story. What does the data say? The data says that's fucking impossible. Fuck the data. I got a story. It makes me feel better. I'm going to Mars, bitches. They ain't going nowhere. Because the place they think exists can't exist. I feel like I'm preaching to the choir here.
Oh, well, maybe Hummus is listening. I don't know.
Maybe. And I'm not going to... Everything I'm saying is factually true. I'm not making anything up. I'm not putting in speculation. I'm not making claims. This is just basic fucking reasoning.
Right, yeah, right, okay.
Before I said no one's ever seen the moon block the sun during a solar eclipse, did you think you saw the moon?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Well, it's well known. Solar eclipses only happen during a new moon, and lunar eclipses only happen during a full moon. And eclipses happen at regular time intervals. It's a coincidence of 3 periods. It's called an eclipse year, the animistic year, and what's called the metonic year. I'm not trying to look. I'm just saying that when these time periods are up, right, this cycle of each one of these 3 cycles, when they end at the same time, on the same day, at the same moment, there's an eclipse. You don't need to know anything about any space balls or heliocentric model or anything like that. They've been using this method of predicting eclipses for 4,000 years, well before the heliocentric model even existed. And this is another instance of stolen valor. Because if you look up how does NASA predict eclipses, you're going to get the solar cycle. Everything I just said. The bigger question is, you weren't taught this any of this in school, and the question is, why not? I'm not blaming the teacher. I'm not blaming the school system. I'm not blaming anything. But how come is like, are these lies by omission? Should they have taught you the full truth? They sell you a used car, man. They're like, man, the engine runs great. Should they tell you the brakes don't work?
Yes, they should.
Yeah. Might be a good idea. Safer for everyone involved and people not involved.
We have Fry, feminist, atheist, vegan, authoritarian, left, and anti-authoritarian. I think we've talked to you before. Yeah.
Jesus, you're a little bit of everything.
Did you have any questions about the globe or the flat Earth, Fry?
Nah, not really. I'm just listening. I just wanted the chat permissions though. I don't know why that was revoked.
Seems to be a common.
Yeah, mine were revoked too. Like 3 weeks ago by old dude, maybe a month ago.
Yeah, me too.
Did you deserve it?
No, he just hates me. He thinks I'm a fake.
Wait, what about me though?
Who was it that revoked yours?
Fry.
What's that?
Somebody probably hates you too.
Oh my god.
I don't know how to take. Yeah, I don't know.
I'll do it. I like you.
You're gonna fix it, good. I don't know how to take him away or put him back. I guess India knows.
Old dude is here, so I'm not gonna like pull rank on him. So you're gonna have to ask him yourself.
Yeah. No.
Maybe that's why he hates you. You don't bow to his.
No, he hates me because I think it's because I'm, I'm proponent of wraparound, and I think he thinks I'm trolling or just like faking or something like that. So he accuses me of being a fake flat earther.
I thought you were trolling until you told me why.
Yeah.
I don't believe it, but at least you have some basis. Because of Islam, right?
Rolling my boulder.
That and all the real world data, like every projection basically is debunked by real world observations. So, like, the only thing that brings them all together would be wraparound. Like, you're either a globe, in my books, you're either a globe earther because of all these real world data points, or you're like a wraparound earther, flat earther, or you just haven't figured it out yet. You know, all of the flat earthers that don't believe in wraparound, I feel like they're still late to the game.
What the fuck is wrap around Earth, dude?
Like Pac-Manning type thing, but not so obvious.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you say that, but you can't have a working flat Earth with it's been debunked. Any kind of projection that you imagine, any map that you imagine,
how the sky works or how anything works. You have no idea. Saying it's impossible and you can't do this and you can do that. So since you can't prove any of it, it's silly for you to even talk like that.
According to what you know, it's impossible. %. Okay.
What? Sorry.
According to what you know, it's impossible.
No, I'm saying by the observations that we have via deduction, that's the only option that remains, because every whether it's a dipole model or AE map, whatever it is, they've all been debunked individually.
This is the same problem, is that these are models of the sky, they're not models of the Earth.
But the sky has GPs on the Earth, the sun has GPs on the Earth. So it doesn't, anyone who says, we can't tell
GP shit, dude.
What do you mean, man? On the equinox, the sun actually has a GP along the path that they call the equator. You know, it's
but bro, those GPs they're fucking approximations. It just gives you in the general area. They're not fucking actual points in space.
So you're saying, dude, when you get within 50 miles when the sun rises from the
Statue of Liberty, right? Say you get the GP for New York, dude. It's 50 miles off. You're still gonna get to New York City.
Yeah, no, of course. But I'm talking about on specific times, like the equinox, the sun rising from the east, setting the west. Its GP is going along the equator. So
that's
for instance,
that's disputable. Antonio Stubratz had a bunch of video from on the equinox, and the shadows were casting. They weren't casting east-west. There was a problem, and when the sun were at the solar point, there wasn't a shadow directly under. They have like an obelisk there. You know how you have Kahana noon where nothing casts a shadow? So at noon on the equator, on the equinox, nothing should be casting a shadow.
Subsolar point, yeah.
Yeah, so when it was at the subsolar point, it was casting a shadow. So it's debatable whether this happens. There's also other problems with the equator. I'm not going to get into. I'm sure you've heard it before from me. So there's issues with all this. I mean, there's this idea that somehow you can align the Earth to the sky, and we can in a very general way, in an approximate way, but it's not as close as people think. I mean, they've known this for a very long time. This is why we have that fucking curved plumb lines and shit, dude.
All right, forget the sky.
I don't think you guys understand the import of what them curving plumb lines is doing. They are curving plumb lines to quote unquote fix the coordinates to the Earth.
What do you mean by curving plumb lines? Are you talking about like reciprocal zenith angles, or?
No. So what they say is, say you go to a spot and you're supposed to be like at the GP under a star. But then when you set up your theodolite and you look straight up, the star is not right directly above your head. It's not at zenith, somewhere else. What they say is, the gravity vector is tilted, right? The direction of gravity, because that's how you set up the theodolite, right? You level it, and level indicates the direction of gravity. That you're actually not vertical relative to the surface of the Earth. You're slightly tilted, and that's why you're not matching the celestial sphere, because the Earth has lumpy gravity. So
that sounds
this is all over the surface of the Earth. This isn't at one place. This is at every place you could possibly measure. There's an infinite freaking vertical deflections everywhere.
Why wouldn't they just
chalk
it up to refraction? You know, like minimal refraction.
There should be no refraction if it's directly overhead.
I mean, that's if the air above is perfectly isotropic, but you can assume that there's some variation, so it wouldn't be perfectly. You know,
well, I mean, don't give them any ideas. They probably will chalk it up to refraction if you tell them enough.
But anyways, leaving this guy out of it.
The way just let me tell you how this was figured out. So what they did was is this happened like there's a book called Determination of the Figure of the Earth, and they go to kind of through like all different tests that were done. So like sometime in the 1400s, they started at like the end of the boot of Italy and like worked their way north. Now they used two different methods to determine distance. They used celestial navigation, and they used chains where they actually physically measured the distance by pulling chains. And then when they got to the end, they noticed that there was like a fucking 10% difference or 1%. Yeah. So you're like, hey, how could this possibly happen? And it took over time. It became, the lumpy gravity, that we have vertical deflections. So when we try to actually that the instrument isn't exactly perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. And then we get the oblate ellipsoid, and because you got to think, if you have an oblate ellipsoid and you're on 45 latitude, that line, like say you took the tangent at 45 latitude and took the perpendicular line to that and drew it straight, it wouldn't intersect the core, the center of the Earth. It would be off a little bit. So you have these problems. This is what the globe is. It's just this fucking band-aid, duct tape here, sew here, staple there, all over the place. But the point is that we know that we can't get the sky to exactly align to the Earth one way or the other. We know that. So I don't have a lot of confidence in, things like GPs, and because it's so hard to sail anyway.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but like even if you leave the sky out of it, like say, the dipole model, you have a straight line equator, and you have like the Pacific Ocean on both sides of the map, for instance, if that's where they want to, put the ends of the Earth or what have you. But we know that there's like Freightliners and stuff like that going trans-Pacific every day, so they're either all, wrapping around, or like the map is just wrong, right? So the dipole model's out because you have to have some sort of wraparound on the equator, or the AE map. As you go down towards the pole from different continents, or up towards the pole from different continents, you're going to see that on solstice that the sun's going to level out on the tropic. Like in the nights in the sky, it won't rise and lower. It'll just be a straight line on the tropic. And as you kind of come together from different continents, you're gonna meet up with these people as if it is a pole. So in the south, that'd be an issue because it's supposed to be a ring all the way around. So the AE maps out. All these maps are.
I've ever done what you're proposing anyway, brother.
No, I mean, even with this, I think when they went for the TFE thing, they went from different, like a couple of them went from different places, and they saw that the sun was leveling out as they were traveling south. So the idea would be that when they get to the pole, it would be completely, even in the sky. It wouldn't lower and rise.
Well, I will say this: they did measure the solar elevation angle, and it wasn't what the globe predicted. I do remember that. It was off by like 7 degrees or something.
I'm very, I'm certain that if they were to do this, they would see that, as they came from different continents, they would meet up. Like that the ring works as a pole for the AE map, at least. That there's wraparound in that aspect.
Maybe like there's an extra dimension.
Maybe, but I think that would kind of work towards wraparound too, because the Mobius strip is kind of like it's weird like that.
Look, I'm just not one of these people that think that. I'm not a uniformitarian person. I don't think that like the sky has to match the ground, and I don't think it ever will and ever does. I think we just have misconceptions about how reality actually works.
Yeah, but I'm not just talking about sky. I'm talking about people in a boat traveling across the Pacific, or people, traveling down, towards the south.
It's always, but like it always comes down to, okay, what that person is experiencing, and trying to turn their freaking observer-centric experience into some external one, and then make some universal claim about all observers? That's what we're trying to do.
Well, I'm saying it's not a subjective thing. I'm confident that
they did some things. They moved a certain way. I get to the other spot, and you're like, well, if I over here, I take this other observer, and this observer saw the stars move a certain way. How would this other observer see the stars move? Right? Like, we're always trying to transplant our observation to some other place and try to make some uniform rule that applies across all of them. I just don't believe in that. I just don't think that's justified. Not only do I not like it, I just think no one ever thought this way. This uniform thing of like the celestial the celestial geometry and the terrestrial geometry, I've talked about this being the same. This is new. This is new human thought. This isn't old human thought, if you believe the timeline.
Yeah, no, to be clear, that's not where I'm going with it at all. I'm saying that if you have these different people traveling from south from different continents, on the AE map, they're all going outwards towards the southern ring, if you will, right?
Outwards relative to what? From where?
Relative to the north, the central north. They're all going to be going south outwards, right?
Which is designated by what? Polaris?
Whether you want to use the geographical north or the celestial north, the point is
I'm not even
traveling
sure.
south.
I'm not, but I don't think that Polaris. I don't think it's been shown that Polaris is above the geographical center of the Earth. I just don't. I've said this before. It could be completely fucking asymmetric.
Sure, but either way, if they're all traveling south, or like they're traveling away from each other on this AE map, they shouldn't ever meet up. And I'm confident that if they were to do it, they would eventually meet up. You know, people actually traveling would meet up, not relying on sky or anything. Just they're traveling all in different directions.
Possible. Have you seen the map Yoder's posted with the magnetic field corrected map?
I can't say.
It was. He hasn't. Not today. He did post it today, but way earlier today. It's a magnetic field corrected map. So the magnetic field lines are straightened out, and then the latitude and longitudes are twisted to make the compass line straighten out, and it looks totally fucking weird, bro.
Okay.
And this is just if you go, okay, yeah, my compass, when it says north, it's actually pointed north. And the fucking stars, if they don't align with it, fuck them, we don't care. Right? So you could use this coordinate system. This is an absolute coordinate system that you can use anywhere. Just based completely on the compass, you never need to look at stars.
Okay.
But you wouldn't be able to use latitude and longitude. That would be completely freaking useless. Not the celestial latitude and longitude. You might be able to concoct one with a north and south magnetic pole. No, you'd end up in the ocean or some shit twice. I mean, does that make more sense?
It makes sense, but
that the magnetic poles are in the ocean. That they're both in the fucking ocean.
Oh, I don't know how they would explain that, but yeah.
Well, I mean, that would make more sense. Well, as far as like a uniformity thing, because the geographical North Pole, it's like that's water, and then the other one's land covered with ice. Right, so you got the Arctic, and then you got the Antarctic, and those are like quite different. Whereas if you go by the magnetic pole, they're at least in the same environment. They're both in water, underwater somewhere.
And it's like maybe the salt of the oceans is like playing a factor or something.
Who fucking knows, man?
Yeah.
I don't think that the Southern Ocean definitely has not been explored. Probably at all. They'll explore. I think they explore like close to the continent, close to the ice or coastline. But like, actually, the seas are too rough. You can't like anchor a ship there and hang out. You'd be freaking deader than a doornail. We're gonna do some submersibles in the Southern Ocean. Oh yeah, we'll just sit up here up top with 60-foot waves. Like, no one's doing that. Maybe if you submerge the entire ship.
Yeah. I mean,
But the wraparound
I'm not sure how
thing,
relevant
man,
it is to what
I don't know how I
talking
feel about that. Unless it's some extra dimensional thing. Which seems weird that I'd accept extra dimensions before Pac-Man, but it's kind of the same thing.
It is, yeah. But my point is that it's just...
The thing is, Globbers, here's the ironic thing, that Globbers wouldn't accept it. They'll believe in fucking wormholes where you can traverse the fucking universe. They'll believe in that extra dimensional space. But they won't fucking believe in extra dimensional Earth.
Yeah, they'll never believe in it because it presents as a globe, basically. You know, so they'll stay positive. It's just kind of like why Jaren went with the globe, because, you know, he couldn't wrap his head around the fact that there would be this, you know, dimensional type stuff going on.
Dude, Jaren couldn't wrap his head around the fucking basic arithmetic, probably.
No, see, he's viewed the AE map being broken, and for him that was like,
he doesn't even understand what the AE map is.
I don't know.
You know what I mean? He doesn't understand what it is. What was Gleason trying to do? What did he make? What's the patent say? How do you use it? Like, what is it? He doesn't even understand what it is at all. That's why it's like his opinion about whether the AE map works or not. He's not capable or is too lazy to even evaluate what it even is. I mean, he's like the Globbers, dude.
I think he was.
Well, he's like the Globbers. He doesn't understand that, like, on the AE map, all the distances actually are correct if you measure the way the map says to measure. They actually are. Well, I shouldn't say correct, but they match the globe. But he'll run around just like a Glober and say, none of the distances work. Right? He should know better by now. Like, by now, after being a so-called flat earther for 10 years nearly, he still doesn't know what the AE map, the map that he fucking pimped out, he doesn't know what that is. He's not, look, I don't want to call him a grifter, but I will call him fucking lazy.
I don't know, man, because, like, I'm not going to speak for him, but for me, the AE map is broken as well. You know, I share that with him, but I have
it works for its purpose. It's not broken for its purpose. It works for its purpose.
For its purpose, yes, but as a representative of the true world, I think
he wasn't trying to do that. Gleason's wasn't trying to make a photograph of the world, dude.
I understand.
Or a drawing of it.
And I'm not speaking to what its original purpose was. It's just that flat earthers, a lot of flat earthers, at least before, you know, proposed that the world was like that. The flat world is such that you have a central north and a southern ring all around. And I think that has been broken by real world.
Why they said that? Why they did that? Why they invested on the Gleason's map? It wasn't because of the evidence or anything like that. It's because they felt compelled to have an explanation for everything. Because, you know the shtick. Explain this, explain that, explain this everything. And they thought they had to replace every element of the globe with some flat earth version of it.
Mm-hmm. But my point is, any kind of map that you can, like, you know, conceive is broken without wraparound. There is no quadrupole, dipole, Gleason, whatever it is. None of them stand like the observations that have been, you know.
Mobius strip, bro.
Yeah.
You know what a Mobius strip is?
Yeah, I do, of course.
Yeah. So you just flip around.
But
right?
I haven't seen a map that's a Mobius strip yet.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there's some topological frickin' space that frickin' Klein, what do they call it? Klein bottle or something. There's all sorts of weird topologies and shit that could work. I'm sure. Probably infinite number. I mean, that's why I said it's like, as far as you don't know, it can't work, but like, I'm not an expert in fucking topology and differential geometry. I know a little bit of differential geometry, but I'm not an expert in topology. There's some weird shit in topology that they do. They're like, that's a whole branch of fucking mathematics. Now think about that. There's a whole branch of mathematics just dedicated to the surfaces of shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy, dude. How can surfaces even be that complex where it should have a whole branch of mathematics? That's why when people say, hey, the surface of the earth has to be this or that, I know how complex topology is, and I'm like, Maybe. Fucking there's probably some freaking goddamn Japanese nerd writing a 900-page fucking paper on how fucking weird topologies can actually exist.
Yeah.
Some 27-dimensional
question: is the surface of the sphere 3D or 2D?
I mean, I just don't presuppose reality works that way. I think we got everything backwards. I'm just starting to reach the conclusion that we just got it all backwards. The whole idea that reality is like a blueprint drawing. That's how reality really is that it's like an engineering drawing, draw blueprints, build things, build houses. And that's a better representation of reality than how we actually experience the world in the observer-centric sense, the projective, and we see out, and everything seems to be in our own experience relative to us. That is actually the way it actually is. And that we're like, well, fucking reality can't compute the fucking observer effect for 9 billion people. Oh, no, we can't compute that. Doesn't mean reality can't compute that.
Mm-hmm. So for the record, if you were to imagine, like, theoretically, people from like somewhere in the north all going in different directions, traveling in straight lines, different directions, do you think that they would eventually meet up?
I don't know.
Like, do you think
probably not.
I think they would.
Well, if they said, hey, we're all going to walk toward Polaris, they probably will meet up.
No, I'm saying they're traveling like opposite directions from Polaris, for instance.
Well, they're going to lose sight of Polaris eventually.
They're going to what? Yeah, they're going to lose sight of Polaris. And I'm saying I'm confident
maintain their direction or orientation after that.
Well, let's just say theoretically they're dead reckoning or going straight lines or what have you. Theoretically, right?
Go around. I don't think that they would meet up, dude. I don't think there's a South Pole.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm confident that they're traveling on a flat Earth, and still they will meet up at the South Pole. You know, like.
I mean, do you need fucking money, man? You want to go ask fucking Alex Jones? He wanted to do an Antarctica thing. I think these directions are fucking arbitrary, and I think they're just based upon some coordinate system we choose. And I think if a bunch of people agree there's a point and we're going to call it, and everybody walks towards that point in the sky, they will meet up. But when they're separated, that point, their orientation relative to that point, what that actually is, geometrically outside of everything, know if that's even knowable.
Okay, so given that there is some sort of uncertainty depending, like on the GP of the sun, for instance, on the equinox, you wouldn't say that
I don't believe in the equinox percent, dude. What are you talking about?
What?
I don't believe in the equinox, dude.
You don't believe
there's no equinox.
What do you mean? The sun rises in the east, sets in the west. You know, like, exactly.
Equinox means equal day and night. There's no place on Earth that has equal day and night. Ever.
Well, I didn't know that. I just know that equinox.
That's like equinox, right? Equal night. Nox means night. So
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, so
never thought about that. But
like
it's still east to west,
equator,
right?
And equator means place where fucking there's 50% day and night on the equinox, right? So they both reinforce each other, right? So you got the phenomenon, which is the equinox, and then you got the location where that phenomenon happens, would be the equator. The phenomenon doesn't happen, so that location can't exist. You understand?
What about the
location where that phenomenon happens?
Okay, I wasn't aware of the phenomenon, like it being equal day and night, but it makes sense etymologically. My point is,
yeah.
As far as I know,
well, I'm not trying to make an etymological argument. I'm just saying, even geometrically, like that should happen geometrically, but it actually doesn't happen in reality.
So in reality, it doesn't actually rise due east and set due west?
No, it's not 50-50 is what I'm saying.
Yeah, forget that. But I'm saying in terms of the azimuth, does it rise due east and set due west?
Yeah,
basically what I'm asking is,
I don't know if it's exact. I don't know if it's exact.
Okay, but I think we can agree that it's not going to be
another
zigzagging.
Problem, percent. The equator, the east is defined as the direction the sun rises on the equinox. So you're in a definitional problem. Like, yeah, does the sun rise east on the equinox? Yeah, of course, because that's how we define what east is.
Okay, well, forget that it's
we run into this problem where these are all like definitional problems where we set up this whole fucking thing with these words, and it's like saying the sun rises east on the equinox. That's almost like saying the same thing twice.
Okay, fine. Forget that it's east. Can we agree that on like at least on that day or whatever, that the sun's rising and setting are are exact opposites in terms of the azimuth?
As far as I know, that's what happens.
Okay.
So I don't have any direct evidence.
And I think we can both agree that the path isn't like a shadow of the sun or what have you.
I'll say yes, it happens.
All right. I think we both agree that the shadow of the sun isn't like zigzagging. It's not like some weird irregular path. It's consistent.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just say it goes in a straight line. It doesn't take an arc, a visible arc.
All right. You think it's a straight line?
Yeah, east-west, right? Rises 90 and sets 180. So that should be a straight line to you from your visual perspective, right?
Okay, but like let's say we had a bird's eye view, it could still be curving and rising due east, or like not necessarily east, but polar opposites. It could go 180 degrees, but still be a curve.
Yeah, but what I mean that it's a line, right? So if you were looking east, you'd watch the sunrise. It would rise in a straight line. Then once it got overhead, you have to turn around, and it would set in a straight line. Right?
Yeah.
It would drop.
My point is like it would help us to know whether or not it's actually straight line or a curved line in terms of making the map. Because if it's a straight line, then like the Gleason's is out. Anything with a curved equator would be out. You understand? If it's a curved line, then the type of Mercator, anything with straight latitudes, at least for the equator, would be out. You understand? Like the dipole model, for instance.
I understand. How do we determine which one it is?
I think it moves straight. I think if I was thinking like one way you could do it is by stitching together like equatorial mounts that just travel on one axis, and they have like the sun perfectly in the center of the field of view, and they're tracking the sun's movement. And as one mount loses sight of the sun, the other one catches it, and they're just like stitched together for a large portion, a long distance, and that would confirm that it's straight-ish.
Yes, that might work.
The other way would be dead reckoning.
I want to see someone fly under the sun at 1,040 miles per hour in like an F-14, right? And just keep the sun at zenith. Like, look at your speed, 1,040 miles per hour. Sun's right over your head. Just fly that for a while.
No, but you could still be flying in a very slight curve, if that's the case.
Yeah. No, I would just like to see, to verify the speed of the sun. That's what I'm talking about.
Gotcha.
Because I've seen some stuff on like how fast the subsolar point moves over the surface of the Earth that didn't even match itself, much less the globe model. Meaning, these people, they did a tropic measurement, Kahana noon, right? Mm-hmm. When there's no shadow. So when the sun is going right along the tropics, they found 2 locations on the tropics, and timed when it was Kahana noon in one spot, and then how long it took it to be Kahana noon in another spot on the tropic. They did this at 2 locations. And the speed at which it traveled the subsolar point over the surface, according to the globe surface distance, didn't match. They didn't match each other.
Yeah.
And it was like way off. It wasn't even fucking close.
So it can't be something like attributed to topography, for instance. It was way off.
Yeah, it was off by like why would topography have to do? You're only measuring noon. The time difference between noon in one place and noon in the other place.
Well, I was thinking like it was the transition that they're measuring the speed of the shadow moving or what have you. Because if that's the case, like
okay, why do we not see the shadow right now? Kahan is noon. We don't mark the time. We have a place that's along the tropic, frickin' say 10 kilometers away. Now, when you mark the time, it should not. You should be able to see a shadow on that stick, and then when that stick eventually shows no shadow, it's solar noon there. Mark the time. Now you can calculate based on that 10-kilometer distance how fast the sun moved from being above one stick to the other stick, right? And then you can calculate how fast the sun moved across the surface of the Earth. Now, they did that in Hawaii and another place, and it turned out that one was different by a lot. I want to say like one showed like a surface speed of like 700 miles per hour, and the other was like 1,300 miles per hour. It was something like that. Don't quote me on any of this because I don't remember the figures off the top of my head, but it was significantly different. Significantly, like this don't even make sense. But it should be like weird. Identical. The miles per hour should be identical.
It should be, yeah. What's the Glober like excuse for it? Do you know?
Well, no, I've actually never showed it to any Globers. The guy that did it, he's like a fucking Russian guy.
I feel like that would be a proof against the globe right there. I thought initially what you were talking about was that like they actually tracked the shadow of the sun, and they noticed that overland, some places it was speeding up, and overland it was slowing down. That's why I was saying maybe topography, because if it's going up a hill, for instance, you'd expect it to be moving slower, and then as it goes downhill, it would be going quicker. That's what I thought you meant initially.
His name's Sergei Mastubov. I don't know where he found the kid in Hawaii. He doesn't even say what his name is. They just were like live streaming it. They were like constantly live streaming it, and this is done a while back. This is I could probably find the video somewhere.
But how would that work on a flat Earth too?
I don't know. It's just
like unless there's some atmospheric magnification going on.
Well, the problem is that we have preconceived notions about what the sun's doing, which aren't correct.
Yeah, we know next to nothing.
Yeah, like they've made a model. They don't check this shit. You think they checked if the sun's moving over the surface of the Earth at 1,040 miles per hour at the equator? Of course not. They never checked. This is what happens when you construct a world, which most of the elements of it are based upon a calculation. Like you have like a few data points of different things here and there, and then you construct this whole fucking thing out of calculations, and then you make claims like, well, if the sun's moving at 15 degrees per hour up the sky, and the Earth is a globe of 25,000 miles circumference, then the sun has to be moving over the surface of the Earth at 1,040 miles an hour. All those are calculations, right? Whoever went and confirmed that the 1,040 mile per hour sun motion is actually a thing. Yeah, like I brought this up to Professor Phil, dude. He fucking flipped the fuck out. He didn't like that. Everybody at the Tropic of Cancer, they're under the sun on the solstice, right? Like, I don't know. How would I know that? Where is it? Where's the Tropic of Capricorn? How do you know when you get there? Well, because you're under the sun on the solstice. Like, it's fucking circular logic, right? Like, how do you know when you got there? That's like a lot of these things. They're like, well, if you go to this spot, you're going to see this. Well, how do I know when I'm at this spot? Because you saw that?
That's a good point.
Like the dude yesterday with China. He's like, prove to me China doesn't exist. Well, I'll prove it to you. Like, how would I prove it to you? How are you going to know when we got there? How are you going to know when you're in China? How can I prove it exists to you? You're either going to make up the name China and say, I made it up. Yes, China exists. Or you're going to ask somebody else, hey, am I in China? That's the only way to know if you're in China, right? You can't know. You're standing on some dirt somewhere. How are you going to know that dirt is China dirt?
What did he say?
Oh, he was just
spiraled.
I don't even know. Yeah, it was kind of incoherent. He thought he had a gotcha too because AB cooked them, Radwin cooked them, or Professor Triangle, and like then he came up with that. Well, you can't prove China exists. Yeah, just because China's an abstract concept agreed upon by people that there's some dirt somewhere that everybody calls China, and if everybody died, there'd be no place called China anymore. He says, prove to me. He asked me to prove that to him. He asked me to prove that China would not exist if everyone died? I'm like, bro, I said everyone died. Me and you aren't here. How am I going to prove anything to you? Dude, it was fucking crazy. It was pretty funny though, in a way. It's funny watching their brain just turn into mush.
Yeah. It's like sometimes the video's buffering, but it never plays, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I just couldn't believe it, man. He was just like, I'm like, if nobody exists, China's not here. Prove that to me. I said, if nobody exists, that means I don't exist, you don't exist. I can't prove something to you if I don't exist. And I definitely can't prove it to you if you don't exist.
Yeah, for the record, I don't think it's a Mobius strip. Because then we'd have curvature. And
maybe it's a Mobius strip that's so big you can't detect the curve.
It's a flat earth.
That's the funny one why they like circumnavigation. You'd have to turn left or right. Nah, man, it's a circle that's so big you just seems like you're going straight. Same shit they say.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would go for the Mobius strip because you'd still have like people on the opposite side. So flat earthers would be like, what's keeping them from falling? And globe earthers would be like, you know, it's too sharp of an edge.
Bin Laden, what are you doing here?
Just chilling.
Damn, Bin Laden. I thought they got you a long time ago.
Nah.
Now you're still out there? Causing mischief?
Yep.
Well, good for you. What brings you to the Flat Earth channel, Bin Laden?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
You just find yourself stumbling around the internet, not knowing where you're going, like some kind of internet drunk?
Absolutely.
Okay, fair enough. Well, can I suggest to you that since you've found your way here, and that's good fortune for you, by the way, that you have a conversation with us about the Earth?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not? Why not indeed? So what do you think the Earth is?
Flat.
You think the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
You don't think it's a spinning ball?
No.
Okay, why do you think it's flat?
Because the ground is flat.
The ground is flat? Okay. How do you know that?
Because I walk on the ground.
Yeah, but what if it's just such a big ball that it seems flat?
Oh. No.
Well, that's what they say at school, isn't it? Didn't they teach you in school that you live on a very big ball that looks flat?
I didn't go to school.
You didn't go to school?
No.
Why not?
I just didn't go.
All right. You got no education.
You guys seriously talking about flat Earth?
Yeah.
Like that's the topic?
Yeah, flat Earth. 24/7.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, we're just pointing out that the Earth is not a globe, 24 hours a day, and collecting people's meltdowns.
What do you think?
Oh yeah, I'm the same. I know that the Earth is not a ball, that it's observed, measured, and practically used as flat. Bodies of water measure flat.
But do you think it's spherical or not?
Spherical? No. It can't be flat and spherical. And it measures flat, so that rules out spherical, because if it was spherical, it would measure curve, wouldn't it? I know you didn't go to school, but you know that a sphere has a curved surface, right?
Come again?
I said, I know you didn't go to school, but you know that a sphere, a ball, has a curved surface, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Earth doesn't. So whatever Earth is, can't be that.
Okay.
Understand? Because think about this. Have you ever heard of anyone who's measured curvature of the Earth?
No.
Exactly. Why do you think you haven't heard of anyone who's measured curvature of the Earth?
No idea.
Because there is no curvature of the Earth to measure. Silly. You understand?
Yeah, I get it.
Yep. So there you go. They're telling people that they live on a giant spinning ball in a vacuum, but the reality being what you experience every day. Just like when you go outside, you don't feel the ground moving around, do you?
No.
No, because it's not moving around. You don't see curvature anywhere over like a body of water. The horizon is flat, horizontal, yeah? Because that's what it is. Surface is generally horizontal over a body of water. You see the sun move and the stars move. Yeah? Is that too much?
No, I'm listening.
Okay, so do you see the sun move and the stars move?
Well, you can see the sun move.
Yes. Why do you think you see the sun move?
I don't know, because it sets. And it...
Yeah. Because the sun is moving, right?
Yeah. Yep.
But you understand a lot of people believe that it's not the sun moving and it's actually the ground moving.
Is this what you believe?
No, this is what globe believers believe.
This is what?
Globe believers. People who believe the Earth is a sphere. They think it's the ground spinning that makes it look like the sun is moving.
Oh. Yeah.
Damn, maybe you didn't go to school. Fair enough. Honestly, you're probably better off.
Yes.
Probably smarter for it.
I have a question.
Question? Okay.
Yes. I just has been on Discord like for a time, and I just found this thing, and
lucky you.
I'm just trying to understand, like in this quote, you like talking about flat Earth. Am I right?
Correct. The lovely flat Earth that you see all around you every single day. I could really just say we're just speaking about Earth. flat Earth is a bit of a media buzzword. We're just talking about the Earth outside, not on TV, the Earth that we all experience in reality. Yeah?
Well, it sounds like surrealism.
Like what?
Surrealism.
Say that again? You're breaking up.
It's actually saying trolling, Cyclone. I could be wrong.
That's all right. Let them.
Like,
I hope so.
surrealism, like, you know, like something that is like something hyper, something unreal.
Something unreal or real?
Unreal, like you know this phrase of yours, like the world outside.
Yep.
Something, it's like some metaphor.
No. It's not a metaphor. It's when you open your door and you step outside of your house, that earth, that ground, that surface that you walk upon, that's the earth that we're talking about. There's nothing metaphysical or imaginary about it. It is physically real. You understand?
Yes.
Yes. So that physically real surface of Earth measures flat, not curved. So it can't be a ball, because I'm sure you would understand that a ball is curved on the surface. Not a curved surface, right? Like a football.
Well, technically, our planet is not a ball, but okay.
Well, technically, the Earth is not a planet, because planets are lights in the sky, and Earth is the ground beneath your feet. They're different things. But you've been taught that they're the same, right?
I think another way, like, just we are on a planet that's somewhere in the galaxy, and that's the definition.
No, that's the made-up story that isn't true, though. That's what we're saying. Now, that's not true. You're not. The lights in the sky, the sun, the moon, the stars, the planets, they are different from Earth. They are not a type of Earth that you could go to. They're not a place you can visit. It's more like hands on a clock.
Oh, kinda, I agree.
You're kind of angry.
Yeah, kinda, I agree with you.
Oh, you agree with me? That's nice.
Kinda.
You should agree with me. I'm correct.
You know, you like hypnotizing me.
I keep what?
Hypnotizing.
Yeah, I'll hypnotize you. I'll hypnotize you into being a flat earther.
Yeah.
That's what you came here for. Of course. So what do you want to know?
Well, you know, like, when did you start like thinking like this?
Like, God, maybe 7 years ago now.
And like, what lead you to this? Like, what happened that you're like, yo, I will think like this and live?
Someone pointed out to me that the surface of the Earth and large bodies of water like lakes and oceans are measuring flat, not curved. And I thought, well, I don't know anything about that. I've never looked into measurements of the surface of Earth for curvature. I'd never even thought to. I just presumed a long time ago someone had measured it to be a ball, and that's why they were teaching us all in school that it was a ball. But it turns out no one ever did that. They just assumed it as some kind of weird geometry philosophy, and just made up a bunch of fake images and videos years later. So I saw these videos, right? Do you know what happened? Like a few years ago, maybe 10 years ago, consumer optics, right? Camera companies, in particular a company called Nikon, a Japanese camera company, they invented a bunch of cameras that had incredible zoom power, right? They had like an 80 times optical zoom on them. So you could, it was basically like having a telescope in a camera that you could record high definition photos and videos. So this, coupled with YouTube, meant that people could now go and do long-distance observations. They could test how far they could see and share them on YouTube so that other people could say, oh, look, this guy is seeing 20 miles as he's just standing on the beach. And then we go and compare how far we can see to what the globe model mathematics say we should be able to see, and they don't match. In reality, we see much further, right? The surface where it's supposed to be curving, according to the globe, is just stretching out flat as far as can be measured. And when I found that out, I was like, well, shit, I'm going to have to go and buy one of these cameras, and I'm going to have to go and test it for myself. And that's what I did. And here we are 7 years later. I am hypnotizing strangers on the internet.
That's the start of anime, you know?
Yeah, it is, eh? They should make a movie out of it. But they can't, because all the globe believers get too upset when we start talking about how the Earth measures flat. People lose their minds.
Well, you know, there are a lot of animes about weird shit, like some...
yeah, that's true. You might get away with an anime.
Like, you know, like this thing about, I don't know, a lot of exposing of angriness, like emptiness, like these exposing things about like real life, but people accept it. Why do you think that people won't accept your flat?
Because it threatens their understanding of reality and themselves, right? They take the globe to be part of themselves. They identify with Earth being a ball, and they think, I know that I'm a human being living on a spinning ball as a tiny speck of dust floating through an infinite universe for no reason. People get comfortable with that idea, and when you take it away from them, they get upset. Because we're basically telling them, you don't know where you are. You don't know how you got here. You don't know why you're here. You don't know what the purpose might be. It's not a globe in space, so it can't be any of that Big Bang fantasy theory. And that scares people. People are scared, right? People are so used to trusting the government.
I think that this won't happen because we don't know where we are, why we live. A lot of people nowadays have depression. Like I have a lot of like this, and I don't think that most of us like care about where do exactly we live. Like we live and it's okay.
Yeah, I think people don't care about it because they've been told they live on a meaningless spinning ball that exploded out of nothing for no reason. So people have lost that interest in where we are and why we're here. Those kind of deeper philosophical questions that human beings have always asked. In the last few hundred years, we've been educated out of asking those questions, right? We've been taught to think that we already have those answers. Some smart guy in America did it. The Americans went to the moon and played golf. So we know what the situation is. We don't need to think about it. But the reality is very different. The Americans never went to the moon to play golf. We're not on a big spinning ball in a vacuum that exploded out of nothing for no reason. Our actual reality is that we're in... You ever heard of a terrarium? Do you know what that is?
Terrarium, yes. Yes, I know what it is.
So it's like a sealed container, glass, that you have plants and things in, and it grows. Life grows in the sealed container. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically like what the Earth is. The Earth is one big sealed system with a sun and moon and stars, basically like a giant clock on the ceiling. And because we are sealed, contained, we have a gas pressure system, we have water cycle, we have a gas cycle, just like in a terrarium. You couldn't have that in a vacuum.
We can be like kind of aliens, but just...
Well, we're humans. We're humans.
We're aliens?
Well, alien would say something other than humans, because that's different to us. But we're humans. Right?
Why do you think
but you mean like who made? Are you meaning like who made the terrarium?
Yes. Maybe leading your theory, like maybe we are.
Well, your guess is as good as mine. I mean, for a lot of people, it's a creator that they rationalize as being God. Other people have different ideas. You might think it's aliens, whatever that would mean. But they can't come from space, remember, because space doesn't exist.
Well, I think that by the way, I'm like atheist. I don't believe in God at all. And I know why all these philosophers occur to like God, because it's the easiest thing, because they lived in times when God was everything, like church was everything. They were all everyone was uneducated, and I think that I agree with the theory of happening because of water collapse or water something or cells. It's like kind of scientifically true, you know?
No, it's not. It's not science, and it's not true. All the stories that they've told us about the Big Bang and things just popping into existence for no reason are not true. They're not science.
And what is true in your opinion?
What's true is what you can verify to be true. So this means what you can observe, measure, detect, and then logically arrive at as a conclusion. Right? So I would say what's true is that you can't have something from nothing. You understand? Everything comes from a creative source, as far as we can tell. Nothing just pops into existence out of nothing. That's true. So apply that to the Earth, and the story that you think sounds scientific doesn't work.
Well, you know, I don't know,
I'll tell you another thing that's true. Every single human being on Earth, since the beginning of time, has always experienced the Earth to be flat and motionless. You understand that?
Yes.
You understand?
Yes. I see where you're heading.
Right. But then at a certain point, someone's come along, or a group of people have come along, and they've said, it's not what it seems. You cannot trust your senses. It's actually curved and in motion.
It's global gaslighting. Okay.
Right. So you understand that the story we've been taught conflicts, goes against what we experience as human beings with our senses. Yeah? So then they would need very good evidence to support that claim. Do you agree? Okay. So what was the best evidence they showed you?
I think when astronauts from space show us Earth.
Okay, but can we verify that those stories and those images are real? Because it's very easy to make fake images and videos, right?
I think yes. It's easy to make fake images, but it's people are just making fake images not so far along, like I think 10 years ago.
No. They've been making fake images since the 1800s.
18.
Yeah, since photography was first invented, they've been making fake images. Not necessarily Photoshop or on computers, but with different methods, right? Painting directly onto plates, negative manipulations, manipulation of the actual film, the physical film, right? You can just Google it. You can just Google Photoshop
in the
from
chat. a fake one of Abraham Lincoln. Now, that's not a photo of Abraham Lincoln, but they turned this photo of this other guy into a photo of Abraham Lincoln. So that's 1850.
Oh,
there you go. Hey, what's up, India? Right. So they've been making fake imagery for hundreds of years. So do you think it would be a good idea for us to base our worldview on images that we can't replicate ourselves? Like if I said to you, I have a unicorn in my garden. Here's an image. Will you now believe that?
Well, I believe everyone, but in your logic, I shouldn't believe you.
Well, you wouldn't know that I have a unicorn just because I've posted an image, because it could be a fake image, right?
Yes, I know.
So you would have to come to my garden and see the unicorn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but you can't do that with the astronaut stories, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we can't use stories and images that we can't verify to be true as proof of the globe. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So then we have to think, how can we prove it ourselves on Earth? Now, did anyone give you any evidence of something you could do or we could do to prove that the Earth is a globe in reality?
Do you apply your theory of unusual life?
What's that?
Like, do you consider your life like just usual life, not about like flat theory, but the same?
Do I apply this kind of logic outside of flat Earth, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, all the time. See, I come from a legal background, so evidence-based conclusions is exactly what I do, right? And evidence has to be verifiable. You have to be able to prove that it's true, at least beyond a reasonable doubt. So yes,
like,
you should apply this level of thinking in all areas of your life. Someone comes up to you and says, "Hey, what's your name, by the way?"
My name?
Yeah, what's your name? On Discord, not in real life.
Asha.
Sasha.
Tasha.
Asha.
Like, I'm from Russia, like, Tasha.
Okay. Pasha. All right, that'll do. So if someone comes up to you and says, "Hey, there's, I don't know, a monster coming to town. It's just over the hill." You should apply skepticism to that. You shouldn't just believe it because someone said it. Even if they show you an image, you should say, "How can I know that this is true?"
Well,
if you want to know what's true and you don't just want to be believing stories that could be false.
I kind of agree again, because I think as a woman, you know, like that I have suffered from some violence from my parents, from men. I consider, for example, every story from women that telling like that my husband is beating me or like he's raping me, and I'm like, yes, I will help you, like without. I will always help her like this. Like I don't ask her.
See, and that's fine because it's good to have compassion for people, but that doesn't mean that eventually there could come someone who tells you a story that isn't true, and you wouldn't be able to believe it. It's like, or if you had a husband and someone told you, "Hey, your husband is cheating on you," and you say, "Hey, husband, are you cheating on me?" and he says, "No." Well, how are you going to figure out if that's the case just by going on what they've said? This other person might say, "I have
not in that question.
The other guy might say, I've got proof, I've got video of your husband cheating. And then you can go and look at the video and see, okay, is that real video? Is that my husband in the video? And then if you still say, okay, well, that's my husband in the video and he is cheating on me, then you might tell yourself, well, I don't know why he would cheat on me, so I won't believe that he cheated on me. That's like what people do with the globe. They say, well, I don't know why someone would lie to me about Earth being a globe. So even though I'm presented with evidence that shows me Earth is not a globe, I will still believe it's a globe. You understand? You need to be skeptical. Like and subscribe. Anyway, with that, I'm going to leave you boys. So I'll leave you in the capable hands of Amish and whoever else is available from the Flat Earth side. I'm going to clock off, but good to hear you guys, Amish. Hope you're well.
Thank you, Cyclone.
Thank you, bro.
Absolute legend, that guy.
Yeah. He's an absolute legend for sure. I think he left already. Okay, so you're part of the same server?
Yeah, that's right. I've been around for about 4 years.
And okay, so if you really for real think that the Earth is flat and you wake up every day knowing the Earth is flat and living your life knowing that, is anything gonna change? Like what? Tell me what things changed when you start thinking that.
Well, I mean, nothing tangibly. What changes is how you perceive the world and potentially your relationships.
Yeah,
and what I mean by that is so like if I was a NASA employee, I'd probably have a hard time working in my job as a flat earther.
Yeah, like what is even NASA?
Yeah. So your relationship with yourself, with the world and others, I mean, it's going to be a little bit different. You're probably not going to tell everybody in your office or in your class that you're a flat earther. You got to keep that to yourself for the most part because everyone's going to think you're absolutely batshit insane.
Yeah, and you won't even have the chance to, you didn't even have the time to convince them or to tell them anything.
Right, because most people, they don't want to lecture and they've already made up their minds. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of why we do what we do the way we do. So we, in 24/7, we set up a space. We're like an information kiosk. People are free to come here and talk to us about Flat Earth, but we're not going to go out and tell the world about Flat Earth proactively. We're here. If you want to learn about it, you're free to come and you're free to go. We don't want a captive audience.
Yeah. Okay. So, so you say that since you start believing that the Earth is flat, you just cannot believe any other thing that you can hear in the media, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I know the Earth is flat. I don't believe it, and that's a key distinction. And this is an important distinction to have in your brain because of how your brain has a relationship between thoughts and words that you use.
Yeah.
So it's not a belief. If you go out and you see the flat Earth and you measure it flat and you know it's flat, then you can't be convinced otherwise. Once you squeeze that toothpaste out of the tube of toothpaste, you can't put the toothpaste back into the tube of toothpaste. That toothpaste has been squirted. It's out. So, right. So flat Earth is kind of like this. Once you know it, once you understand it, you can't be fooled anymore. And the interesting thing about flat Earth is it helps you think critically. It really does.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Finish what you were saying.
Yeah, I can ramble forever, man. So let me know if you want to break in. But the important thing that we try to instill here with people, we try to get people to think critically. We want others to align how you think about the world with how you know the world is to be.
So, but in the same time, you won't even be able again to believe what you hear on the internet or on the TV or on the news or wherever.
Right. I know a lot of stuff on the internet is BS because I know the Earth is flat as a consequence. So, like when Elon Musk talks about orbiting space satellites, I know that things aren't actually orbiting around a ball.
Yeah. So when you hear that any other thing on the internet, like, you cannot believe it anymore, or on the media in general.
I know what is true and what isn't true.
Mm-hmm. So what about the moon? Is the moon flat?
I don't think so. I mean, so the moon has a libration. It's not like we only see a flat image of the moon. We actually see the moon pulsate, like it breathes, and we can see dimension to the moon. So it doesn't appear flat to me.
So you mean the Earth is flat, whatever shape it is, and the moon isn't?
Yeah. I don't think Earth is an object in outer space. Not one bit. I think of flat Earth as the floor of the universe.
Okay, have you seen that video? I remember I saw like a few months ago of someone raising his phone using balloons in the sky and taking pictures.
Oh, what do you see?
Have you seen it? I think.
What was he taking pictures of?
No, a picture of nothing, just the phone rising in the sky.
Okay, and what for?
Just to he wanted to check whether the Earth is flat or not.
Yeah, so the higher you go, the further you can see on a flat surface.
Yeah, the higher it went, I don't know, but it appeared like kind of curved. But I haven't.
So here's the thing, man. There are all kinds of optical effects at play, especially with the camera. Cameras can bend at the edges, at the corners, especially.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you have that, right. And some of them are built that way on purpose. Yeah. Furthermore, I mean, you've got an uneven terrain, so as you go higher up and higher up and higher up, there are going to be objects further and further in the distance that are going to be eye level and that are going to block things that are even further in the distance from that.
Yeah.
And the closer objects might even be too small to see, but are enough to block even bigger objects well beyond.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, I have a question.
Sure.
What are all of these people doing? Like, why no one's talking? Like, we are 30 people.
Well, we run a very good room here. People voluntarily mute themselves and they ask if they can speak.
Okay, so I'm the only one who can.
Dude, this place is unlike anywhere else on Discord. I get it. Like, you go other places on Discord all the time, it sounds like a food fight in a cafeteria. It's like everybody's talking over each other. So you have to go into like 12 people's profiles, mute their volume, and then lift up the volume of the guy you want to talk to.
Yeah, it's like that.
Yeah, we don't do that. We don't operate like that at all. We run a very organized channel.
Okay, that's cool, but no one ever wanted to talk so far.
Well, let's open the floor up. Usually T-Dub, Crit, Rayleigh, you guys are usually on.
Yeah, I don't know if they're here.
More of us too, Elbow TV.
The Earth is
Come on, guys, don't leave me hanging. Oh yeah, there's Elbow TV.
Yeah, he's here. Oh, hey. Hello, guys.
What's going on? I'm sorry, I'm in the gym.
Yeah, it's okay.
Elbow TV's been around a long time. When I was new, Elbow TV's already been around.
Oh, he's so nice.
Yeah, he's been in this a long time. A lot of these folks in here are way older than me at this.
Okay, so are we free to talk about anything now, or is there anything specific subject you're talking about?
I mean, we talk about flat Earth. We avoid topics that are controversial because we live stream. We have YouTube bots in here that stream to YouTube. We have bots that stream to X, Twitter, Rumble.
Yeah, I can see that. So
right, so we have to be careful about terms of service violations.
Are we live now?
Yeah, we are live all over the world.
We're live. Okay, hello YouTube.
We do this for many reasons. One of them is to just record what we say so that if people challenge us, we can rewind the tape.
Okay.
Secondly, we are building a massive database of evidence for flat Earth.
Mm-hmm. And all of it is in YouTube?
Yeah, multiple YouTube channels, 10 years, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Nobody has been able to prove that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, and I think nobody will ever be able to. But nobody can ever prove anything.
Yeah, we can prove the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but the arguments are just like you cannot see the Earth by yourselves. Can you
no, but we can measure it.
Yeah,
we have measurements from all over the place. We have measurements from Eastern Europe to Western Europe to America, Australia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna look up.
Yeah, and also we are asking people to provide their measurements. If you have a measurement, present it. Let's see it, and we'll talk about it.
Surely I don't. Not yet. I haven't searched so deep in the topic.
Yeah, I mean, most people don't, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's sad that our YouTube bots here haven't even got 1 million views yet. 2,170 videos.
On YouTube?
Yeah, so Yoder, what got you into Flat Earth? What's your origin story?
I got a long origin story, dude. I didn't think about this when I was researching it during the lockdown years, but I was exposed to this much earlier than I thought. I remember being a kid, and I'm not an old guy. I mean, I'm not a young guy. I'm an old guy. I don't feel old, so Freudian slip. I remember sitting in my my bedroom when I was a young man, young boy even, and my dad was in the Army. And he had all kinds of crazy field manuals and stuff. And I remember picking up one on orienteering, navigation. I forgot what it was called, which one it was. But it basically described getting your position using the stars, like celestial navigation, right? And they showed these diagrams in it. And they would describe on one page using these elevation angles to stars, and on another page, a ball, and then you got to do this process to convert from how you actually experience it to what the world should be if it isn't. I just looked at this and I'm like, this is freaking crazy. It doesn't make any sense. This is stupid. And I remember putting it down, and that was it. That's my earliest memory of this. Growing up a bit further, I remember we moved next door to people who were raising their kids as flat earthers. And this was like in the early 90s. I remember this because the kid next door, who was around my age, was special needs. And there was a strange conversation I had with him, and then the mom came over and said, well, he doesn't see the world the same way that you do. He sees the world as we see it, and it's flat, something like that. And I remember well, that's freaking weird. And I remember asking my parents about this, and they were like, oh, maybe they're part of the Flat Earth Society. And we talked about it, and they're like, yeah, it's a funny group. I mean, you can join it. Yeah, there are real flat earthers out there. And then fast forward 20 years, right? 20 years later. And I'm actually working in a career. And there are people that I'm meeting in this career in aerospace. Just a couple of them who made some interesting comments about this, and I won't get into it. So, I mean, this is just, as now a flat earther thinking back and reflecting on this, I'm now drawing upon these old memories and things are coming into focus, right? But what ultimately kicked it off, around 2015 or so, I looked into it when the P900 photos are first coming on the internet. I used to be on Reddit. I remember seeing flat earthers posting their super zooms, and I'm like, that's freaking weird. Around the same time, I think Nathan Oakley was brand new. I remember tuning into Nathan Oakley a few times and thinking, wow, you know what? What he has to say is right, but he has to be wrong for reasons he doesn't understand. So that was 2014, 2015. It wasn't until the lockdowns happened that I was bored out of my freaking mind and getting paid to work from home. I'm like, you know what? Let me go look into this flat earth thing, figure this out. And that's what did it. So it was really 2020 to 2021. I started to look into it. I came across, I was a fan of Owen Benjamin. And of course, I saw his conversion experience. But around the time that was actually happening, I was moving on from him, but I was there for it. But yeah, I would say 2020, 21 was when it happened. Owen Benjamin actually mentioned Whitsitt, Austin Whitsitt from Whitsitt Gets It, and said, yeah, he's like a super sharp dude. And I said, okay, I'm going to go check out this guy. And I found his channel. I found his channel on YouTube around the time that he just started his masquerade tour on the US, where he took an RV and went from coast to coast or something. He went all over the United States with an air horn and a camera and recorded himself talking about flat earth in public like a street preacher during the lockdowns. I thought that was absolutely epic. And when I was watching this, it freaking blew my mind. And I'm like, there's got to be something to this. He mentioned 24/7 flat earth specifically on Discord. I didn't even know what Discord was. I looked it up and I downloaded it and I logged into Discord and I came to 24/7 Flat Earth on Discord. And that's how I got into this. That's my origin story.
Oh, so you're from the US?
Yeah, I live on the East Coast.
Okay, nice to meet you. So, what you doing on the English Hub? Yeah,
I'll tell you. So 24/7 Flat Earth, we're a community on Discord. I think we're the biggest Flat Earth community, 30,000 members. The owner of the English Hub, the owner of this place, Vivek, he's a Flat Earther. He asked us to come here and he set up a room for us.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, shout out to Vivek.
The owner of the server himself.
Yeah, his wife too. His wife's a Flat Earther as well.
Oh, I never knew this. So, okay, so there's a good amount of people who live in it.
Yep. So we're I think the #1 channel in this server. We also have a place in the politics server, the biggest politics Discord server on Earth. We're over there too, and I think we are the number one over there as well.
What politics exactly do you talk most about?
We don't talk politics. So we are in discord.gg/politics, and we're the #1 channel. And we just talk about flat Earth. Like, we don't talk about politics. We don't talk about religion, but we're the #1 channel.
Okay, so the channel of politics we just talked about flat Earth as well.
Yeah, like everywhere we go, we're the #1 topic, which is amazing and interesting because we're also the most censored topic.
Okay, so does the flat Earth topic has a relation with politics?
We just moved in there, and I think we initiated that conversation with them. And the server owner of politics, he's all about free speech. He thinks everybody should have a voice. It's his ethos, right? So he's like, great, yeah, you want to talk about flat Earth? That's awesome. Free speech, maximalism, go ahead. So he gave us a spot.
Okay. Okay, that's why. Okay, so you just okay. I came here just to practice some more English.
Surprise. Yeah, now you get to change your worldview.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this theory recently. Like I said before, it's like 2 days ago or something.
Oh yeah, got you into it.
It's online, yeah.
Yeah, what did you see?
First, it was no. The first it was about the North Pole and the South Pole. That's why I started looking things up.
Yeah, like what's in the South Pole?
Well, there's a lot of theories. The only thing that is like absolute truth is there is something there. What is exactly? We don't know. I don't know if it's a small part of land, like a continent-sized land, or if it is like much larger world than the one that we are in right now. And there's a lot of theories, like have you heard about the one that said the moon is actually a reflection of the Earth? Yeah. And on the moon we can see like the whole 5 continents on the surface. And there's also more land we can see on the moon, but we cannot see in real life. And that's one theory. I don't know what we call it. And there's other things people say, like what, if you go to a famous website that can track the ships that are on the water surface in the whole globe, you see that some ships are in the middle of Antarctica. What they're doing there, how they got through all of that ice, we don't know. And the fact that the world is in a constant war, like in every single aspect of anything, they're all at war. But when it came to Antarctica, like I don't know, around the Second World War, everyone just agrees that it's like a neutral territory, and no country can colonize it or claim anything. So that's not logic. Like how they agreed, they never meant to agree.
Yeah, and what's also weird, we don't like to talk about speculation in here, just so you know, but we are aware of this speculation completely. What's interesting about the Antarctic Treaty? The Antarctic Treaty coincides with the founding of NASA.
Which I don't believe as well. Don't even believe whatever NASA says.
Yeah, they're a bunch of who knows what they're doing. We know what they're doing based off of what they say they're doing, and most people don't know this.
Yeah.
But NASA was founded as a propaganda program.
Oh yeah. Just to say that we are ahead of Russia, and we got to the moon first, and the whole thing about the moon landing.
So there's something called the International Geophysical Year,
Where?
International Geophysical Year, IGY. Have you heard of this?
No. Where is it?
The International Geophysical Year is a worldwide scientific exploration program.
Mm-hmm.
It started in 1958, the IGY did, but this was the third iteration of it. The second iteration was called the IPY, International Polar Year, which started in 1932 to 1933. The first International Polar Year, IPY, started in the late 1800s, around the 1890s.
Yeah, but what is that?
Yeah, so the first IPY, this all began because the Habsburg Empire, what the hell's the Habsburg Empire? Yeah, no, I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. The Habsburg Empire started this. The Habsburgs said, we need to get all the greatest countries of the world together to figure out what the hell we're living on. Okay. So the Habsburg Empire partly funded this, the first International Polar Year in the 1890s.
Empire. Is that an empire somewhere in North?
This is the empire that ruled Europe for over 1,000 years. And this empire ended in World War I.
Habsburg.
HAP, HAPS, HAPS, BURG. Berg, Habsburg.
Habsburg Empire, okay. Okay, that's my first time hearing of this.
The Holy Roman Emperor is the House of Habsburg.
Okay, I can see now. Okay,
so now with that in mind, so he got the British, he got the Russians, and the Americans to come together and combine their scientific resources to go explore the North Pole and the South.
Explore them, okay. And then?
Well, I mean, they made some discoveries, and it was so successful that they planned a second one in the 1930s. Okay. By then, of course, the Habsburg Empire was over, and Nazi Germany was rising to power.
Okay.
And all the data from the second International Polar Year of this time was lost in World War II.
Okay, how about the first one?
The first one we still have. The second one nobody knows. But here's what's interesting. In the second IPY, they started the internet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were called World Data Centers, and they used electronic telegraph lines to transmit information from one data center to another to share and store information about the world.
Mm-hmm. They used the internet to what?
Yeah, well, this was the beginning of setting up worldwide databases about discoveries around the world.
Yeah, I got you. So
fast forward, right? Another 30 years or so later was the third International Polar Year that they called the International Geophysical Year, which is called the Space Race.
Yeah, the Space Race.
And then there's a fourth International Geophysical Year that happened in 2008.
Mm-hmm. What happened there? What
I don't know.
So nobody knows?
It's kind of recent, but I have no freaking clue what they did.
Yeah, recent 2008. It's not that recent, but
it is to me because I'm not a young guy. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, this is kind of the history of this, and this is how, through these expeditions to Antarctica and to the Polar North and to space, the International Geophysical Year, International Polar Year groups is what gave us NASA. It's what gave us the Antarctic Treaty and gave us the European Space Agency and JAXA and all the others.
Okay. But so yeah, okay. But have you heard about I don't know if it's a theory or not, that Okay, first I want to ask if you know what relation has Hitler to do with Argentina?
Yeah. Well, I wonder if he escaped in a U-boat to Argentina.
Yeah, but some people said he wasn't really aiming to go to Argentina.
To Antarctica, yeah, I know. Yeah, there's an interesting relationship between Argentina, Germany, the UK with the Falkland Islands, and Antarctica. Absolutely, there's a very curious thing going on there. I don't know what it is.
Okay. Okay, so some people says that there is land on Antarctica, and that land we don't know its size. It might be so big, so just like whatever the reflection of Earth is on the moon, and some say it's another like a second half of the moon, like Agartha or something. You know Agartha?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I don't know much about this, but I think it's kind of if we apply logic to it, it applies perfectly. So there's nothing that says it's wrong. Like
Yeah, I think there's good evidence for something very weird happening. But yeah, in this room with 24/7 flat Earth, we do not spend much time speculating on these matters. We do behind the scenes. Like if you want to talk, if you want to DM with us privately, we'll tell you what we think. But when we're streaming live 24/7, we maintain very rigid academic standards.
Yeah. Okay. So, got you.
Yeah. Sorry to burst your bubble, man. I know it's not as fun, but listen, our goal is to attract some of the most brilliant minds out there. We want to talk to scientists. We want academics. We want politicians and billionaires. We want to get their attention, and we want to tell them what we know and what we found out.
I think they know already whatever the truth is.
I'm not sure about that. I don't think most of them do.
I think they do, but there's someone or something that they know more than we do, and that's why they are rich.
Well, I don't think they have to know about this. Like, so with SpaceX, Elon Musk, he is not the most highly cleared person in SpaceX.
Yeah, and
there's two people at SpaceX who have a higher security clearance than Elon Musk, which means they have to lie to Elon Musk.
Okay, that's something I was expecting.
Yeah, we know their names.
Mm-hmm.
Gwynne Shotwell. And at least her husband. Yeah.
Okay. And what's with them?
So Gwynne Shotwell is, for all intents and purposes, the actual CEO of SpaceX. She's allowed to make decisions independent of Elon Musk. Why? Because she holds the clearance. Elon Musk was not able to get the same clearance as Gwynne Shotwell. Why? Because he's a foreign-born U.S. citizen, and he's got a questionable history. He's done drugs on freaking podcasts before.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So his clearance is not as high as Gwynne Shotwell. Gwynne Shotwell is free to make decisions independent of Elon Musk. The guy who manages the security for SpaceX, I believe, is Gwynne Shotwell's husband, named Robert Shotwell. Both of these people come from Jet Propulsion Laboratory and NASA. They're both career-long space people.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, there is. Yeah, okay, I got your point.
Yeah.
Okay, so you mean that they know something for sure? Those
They
two
know more
people.
than Elon Musk does for sure.
Yeah, coming to think about this, Elon Musk. Okay, it's not our subject here, but what I'm
Well,
saying
they might know
is,
the Earth is flat. Listen, if anybody there at SpaceX would know the Earth is flat, it's probably them, but not Elon Musk.
okay, but if they know the Earth is flat and it is indeed flat, then why they don't just say this to public? What's the danger there, or what's the?
Well, there's a significant advantage to knowing what the true layout of the world is.
Mm-hmm.
You might not remember this, but when Saddam Hussein, who was the dictator of Iraq, when he invaded Kuwait,
yeah,
he was shooting Scud missiles, SCUD, Scud missiles.
Scud, okay.
Yeah, these missiles, for some reason, were wildly off course. I'm giving this to you as an example. This isn't. I'm not claiming this is true, but what if these missiles, their guidance systems, had a globe in it, and that's why they were off course?
Oh, okay, I got your point.
Right. So there's significant power in knowing what the true relationship of the land masses and countries are on Earth might be.
Mm-hmm. So, what about other governments? Do they know?
I think some of them do, right? Because it seems like anybody that figures out intercontinental ballistic missiles gets to join the space program with NASA.
Oh, okay.
It's like, oh, okay, now you guys know. Now you can join this program, and we are all going to blackmail each other to make sure nobody talks. And we will call this national security. No, we'll call this international security for a peaceful world.
Okay, so everyone agrees on this, even if they have their own differences, like even China or even North Korea.
It's possible, man. This is a working theory. Yeah, it's possible, but I don't know if it's true.
Yeah, it's possible, and we don't even know who to believe anymore. But
this is pure speculation. But I mean, this is people ask for reasons. This is just one. I can come up with 10 other reasons.
Yeah, okay. The most impactful one. Is there any?
Well, I mean, it can get pretty. I mean, this can get theological, metaphysical, even. It's like if God exists, I believe he does. And if Satan exists, I believe he does. What if Satan convinced human beings that the earth is a globe in order to pervert the beautiful creation of a flat earth that God made?
Okay, but some people know that the earth is so there must be some people that are helping Satan for sure.
Yeah. What if aliens are actually demons?
Yeah, that's a very solid evidence. I think about it a lot.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, like selling their souls and such things. Like even the influencers thing.
Yeah, I mean, this topic can get very dark very fast and very speculative.
Yeah, and there's plenty of possibilities, and none is deniable for sure.
Right. So what we do, we bring it back to the basics, right? We can see too far for Earth to be a globe. We can measure the Earth flat with lasers. And let's just start with that. And let's tell everybody we know about it and see what happens.
Okay, what if someone just is, okay, never mind. I just thought that if you believe the Earth is flat, then you have surely must add some information about what could be beyond the surface we live in. That's what I wanted to ask in the first place.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, and nobody here can say that they know either. It's fun to think about.
I just like the idea of there's a hole on the poles, and they take to the inner side of the Earth.
Yeah, I mean there could be that on a flat Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, and also a lot of people on social media are talking about the logo of the UN and other UN. Have you seen the logo of the UN?
Yeah, I do, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I mean, I don't think that flat Earth looks like that at all.
Yeah, okay, but it could look like that because the lines of the airplanes explain
it. To an extent, but not completely.
Okay, let me ask you.
I understand how the UN map was created, and the mathematics and the geometry behind it, and it's a globe.
Okay.
I could get into it. It's if you want.
You mean how it's created? How it was created?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me how. I know that it's a matter of perspectives, but
well, yeah, it does involve perspective for sure. But I mean, the story of this map, the azimuthal equidistant map, the UN map, right? This map is a globe.
And
so, if you go to okay, let's say you're looking at a globe. Okay, erase flat Earth from your brain. Now bring up a globe. Boop, you got a globe, and it's got latitude and longitude lines on it. The wire mesh ball. Okay.
Yeah.
Now take your pin man, take your little guy, and drop him down at 89 degrees north latitude on the globe.
89 degrees. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 1 degree away from being at the perfect top of that globe.
Yeah.
He's going to, if he wants to, he can face east and walk along the 89 degree north latitude line.
Yeah. Yeah.
And 433 miles later, if he stays on that line, he'll end up back where he started.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So now look at the UN map. If you drop your pin man, boop, at 89 degrees latitude and have him do the same thing, he will trace 433 miles until he comes back to where he started.
Can he though?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Now with the same map, move the guy to 89 degrees south latitude. This isn't at the very edge of the map, but 1 degree away from the edge of the map. And on that same map, if he walks along 89 degrees south latitude, he will walk 433 miles on that map and end up back to where he started again.
133 exactly.
433 around there. So this is because on the AE map, the azimuthal equidistant map, the UN map, that map has what's called a non-uniform scale.
Yeah.
This is something that many flat earthers and globe earthers don't understand.
Yeah, it's something about the lines and the circles of the latitude and longitude.
That's right. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So that's a map distance.
Okay. So
In reality,
But if Earth is flat, then how do you imagine it like exactly?
I don't know, dude. I really don't know. I think it's yeah. I'm at a loss.
Mm-hmm. How do you explain then the time differences? Like when it's morning in the Europe and it's night on Japan or something. How does it work?
Well, I mean, I know that the sun is over different parts of the earth at different times throughout the day and night. I don't know exactly how the sun behaves, but I can watch it in the sky, and I can measure how it moves in the sky.
Yeah, but
and it doesn't make a globe.
The sun?
Yeah, like when I measure the sun through the sky over the course of days and months and years, it doesn't mean that Earth is a globe.
Yeah, obviously that way. I never tried to, but
yeah, if you study the data, you'll come to the same conclusion if you're honest with yourself. I can give you one reason why this is the case. You probably haven't heard this before.
Yeah, probably. I mean, surely. What is it?
Okay, so here you go. Let's say you are underneath the celestial equator. Let's say you are in the country of Ecuador.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And it's the equinox. So this means the sun is rising 90 degrees to the east in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a big stake, a big pole. I'm going to use a hammer. I'm going to smash the pole into the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as the sun comes up and starts to cast a shadow on the pole,
we mark
on the ground from the pole. I'm gonna measure exactly where that shadow is on the ground. I'm gonna put something there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait, and I'm gonna count the sunrises. 365 sunrises later.
Yeah.
The sun rises in the same place and casts a shadow on the same place.
Yeah, same place and the same day after a year.
Yep. The next year, okay, I'm going to count the sun ups and sun downs. I count them 365, and it ends up in the same place.
All of them? Or just once a year?
Yep, I will count 365 sunrises, and the shadow ends up in the same place that I did 2 years ago. I can do it again on the third year, and I'm going to count 365 sunrises, and the sun will rise and cast a shadow exactly at the same point that it did for the past 3 years.
Yeah, but
on the fourth year, I'm going to count 365 days, and the sun rises, and it doesn't cast a shadow on the same point on the ground at that time of year.
Why the fourth year?
On the fourth year, I have to wait another day.
Yeah, okay, that's it. Yeah,
how does that work? How does that work with the solar system?
Well, I don't know. Maybe the distance between Earth and Sun.
They call that a leap year, right? They call that a leap year, and they say, well, because of the way the Earth turns against the sun versus the stars, you have like 1/4 of a day that needs to be accounted for every 4 years. But that's not what actually happens. What actually happens is you don't actually measure 1/4 of a day. You actually measure an extra day, a whole extra day every 4 years, not 1/4 of a day every year. You actually measure and witness an extra day every 4 years. And that day is not on the same day as a leap year. That day actually happened in the year 2022.
And it happens every 4 years.
Yeah, and it happens every 4 years.
What was the last leap year?
It was the last leap year I think was 2024.
Okay, so it's.
I don't know. It was one of those years. But the day that the year that this actually happens is not the leap year that we actually use, and the manner that it happens is not the way that you're taught. The way that you can experience this yourself is not the way that you're taught. The way to experience a leap year is to measure the sunrises.
Yeah.
And when you do this, you don't get 1/4 of an extra day every year. You get actually a whole extra day every 4 years.
Yeah, but how do you explain that if the Earth is flat? So
I mean, how you explain it is you say, "Look, dude, the sun is a freaking mystery."
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Okay, so that's it. So you know that the Earth is not round, but we don't know.
Yes, we measure the Earth flat, and we know that every 4 years there's an actual extra day.
So where did they come from and how the sun actually works is a mystery. And
it's freaking weird, dude.
Okay, so whatever we heard about and we studied is not right, but the right thing we don't.
You can't study the sun.
Okay.
Listen, Ren, it gets weirder and weirder. I can go on for days, potentially weeks, giving you all the problems I found with the globe and with the heliocentric solar system.
So
we have just scratched the surface. I can talk for hours and hours and hours and give you more mind-blowing problems.
Okay, so what if Earth is not a globe, but is kinda, it is just a little bit, how is it called? Curved a bit.
Yeah, well then NASA's still lying and all of the institutions of the world are wrong and all of humanity has gotten it wrong and we are right.
Yeah, who's right? Like
when we measure the Earth flat, we know we're right. So
no, but what if it's not flat and not globe, both?
Oh, I mean, then it still measures flat, whatever this place is. If we are in some kind of crazy computer matrix, it still measures flat.
That's yeah.
And the sun still actually rises 366 days every 4 years.
Yeah, so it's okay. I'm gonna lose my mind.
It gets worse from here, dude. So maybe you need to take a break.
Yeah, because even if whatever shape the Earth is, we're still doing the same thing.
Yeah, history repeats itself. Mankind is freaking stupid.
That's not true. The Earth is flat. Yeah, since I became a flat earther, I'm not doing the same thing I used to do.
Well, I mean, humanity still does what it does, Radwin. I mean, we changed a little bit, maybe.
Do you pay taxes?
Well, I'm not going to stop paying taxes because the Earth is flat. I've got better reasons to not pay taxes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean.
No, asteroids aren't going to hit your house, dude. Unless you want to buy asteroid insurance from me, I'll pay you $10 million if one hits your house. How's that?
I wish I can.
$39.95 a month. You pay me directly, and when an asteroid hits your house, I give you $10 million in cash, no taxes.
Listen, man, some people do change their lives as a consequence of this. Okay, we got a guy who comes in here all the time. His name is Josh Ingersoll. That's his name. He tells us his name. He's public. He is a satellite engineer. He works for Amazon Kuiper Systems. They are developing a competitor to Starlink.
Oh, okay. Ooh.
His license plate says Flat Earth on it for his car.
Have he got arrested or had he received death threats from Satan?
I don't know, but you know what? He seems to be very interested in this topic.
Also, they canceled Kuiper at Amazon.
Against what?
No way. What? Is this new? What happened?
Oh, but yeah, about 2 weeks ago he told us it's getting rebranded now.
Holy shit. He got shit canned.
I told you he was a liar. I told you he was a liar. He didn't work on shit. I told you guys.
Yeah, well, we knew that too. Yeah. That's funny. I mean, listen, dude, some of us have been in that world too. I mean, 24/7 Flat Earth is a mix of people who were pizza delivery drivers, construction workers, former satellite engineers, snipers for the army. We got all kinds of crazy people from all walks of life. And we all know one thing is true, and that's the Earth is flat, and we measure it that way.
And what do you do in life? I mean,
personally,
yeah, if it's okay to ask.
Yeah, I used to do security and logistics in the aerospace industry.
In the aerospace industry, that's cool.
Yeah, and now I do finance. Now I basically trade stocks for a living, and it's great.
Oh, okay, cool. I'd love to start that too. I do computer science, so it has nothing to do with the flat and global Earth.
Well, if Earth wasn't a globe, you wouldn't have computers. You know that?
If it wasn't a globe?
Yeah.
Yeah, but how about computer
What do you
science?
mean, yeah?
Well, the only thing I can say the difference, all I know is that there's something wrong with NASA. That's all I can know, based on the computer science I know until now. I'm a PhD student.
Good. Okay.
And there's a lot of wrong things. Like I still cannot know how they are able to send images from space and from.
They don't. Space is fake. Yeah, it's something you don't have to worry about anymore. It's fake.
Yeah,
you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, space is actually Greenland.
We were just talking about that earlier. About the
Why would
image
space be
processing.
Greenland?
It is Greenland, I guess.
Why would space
That's
be
where
Greenland?
Mars is.
Yeah,
I think he's saying that's where Mars is.
Yeah, Mars is in Greenland. The moon is somewhere on Hollywood for sure.
Hey, Radwin, I think he's like about 60% there. Okay, so let's bring him across the finish line.
I hear him.
Okay.
And also, what I was going to say. So if we think like that, that implies that NASA is just a bunch of people are getting paid to show up at an office called NASA and sit down all the whole day and they get paid do nothing.
About three-quarters of them get paid just above the minimum you can pay an engineer, and they are just happy that they're working at NASA, and they'll happy if they can retire from it, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. So they
I almost got a job at NASA when I was a young boy, because I was messing with the first 3D modeling programs that came out, and a guy that I knew through my parents wanted to hire me to go do 3D models for NASA.
You almost worked with.
This was like in freaking 1990, 1980, somewhere around there.
Why you didn't go? You almost.
My dad retired from NASA, dude. My dad retired from there.
And does he know some truth?
No, he's 6 feet under.
They don't have enough time to figure it out.
So, like, he's busy with paperwork.
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh, okay. Okay, so he's 6 feet under.
6 feet under dirt, not paper.
He made Hubble parts for the bracket that holds Hubble in the airplane.
What the hell's this guy in chat saying? See that guy, Edward?
Edward.
What kind of language has numbers in it?
I know this. It's the same language I speak. It's a form of Arabic, but it's not
with numbers.
No, there's some characters that cannot be written on with normal English.
Oh, you guys are like spies then.
Ha ha ha! I work with
cryptography.
No, it's just some characters that have no representation in English.
So when you say computer science, you mean you're like a cryptologist?
No, I'm just computer scientist for real, but
you're a cryptologist, right?
No,
you probably work for the Saudi Arabian government, right? Like in cryptology.
No,
yeah, you're laughing. No, I got you figured out, dude. It's okay.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, guess what I used to do for a living?
Our cover hasn't been blown. Retreat.
I worked for a company that sold some software to the Saudi Arabian government.
I'm not from Saudi Arabia.
To their security service.
I'm from Algeria, not Saudi Arabia. And this guy is probably from Morocco, the one who wrote this. Okay, so you see the 9 he wrote?
Yeah.
It's actually pronounced qa. So there's no representation in English. That's what they represented with 9.
Interesting, yeah. The more you know.
Up?
No, it's qa.
Yeah, 9 means up, like in the sky.
No, it's just a Arabic character that the closest shape is 9.
Yeah, just joking, dude. We know.
I don't know.
Trying to pass your special characters and your secret codes through Discord, I see.
Yeah, and he wants us to believe he's from Algeria.
Yes, I work with Satan, and he sent me to know if you know really truth or not.
How many Germans visit Algeria for vacation every year?
To be honestly, not a single guy outside Algeria visit Algeria. Because the Algerian visa is very hard to get. So,
what about just vacationing?
Yeah, you cannot either.
That sucks.
So hard to get.
Well, you're not allowed here then, so don't come to the United States.
No, we're not allowed anywhere.
I'll turn you away.
We're not allowed anywhere, bro, in Earth.
I wonder
Open
why.
borders for Algeria.
Well, Morocco, Tunisia, and Libya.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think you're not allowed to go anywhere and people aren't allowed to go there?
Because no one else is allowed to get in, so they just do whatever you do to them.
What are they hiding?
Okay, if you look up, there's some mysterious city in Algeria. It's like another Bermuda Triangle.
Whoa.
Yeah, and it is very mysterious, and nobody ever had make a single step inside that city. It's a city of demons.
Oh, I want to go there. How can I get there?
Yeah, you can look that up. It's called Sifar.
Is that in Sicily?
What?
Just joking.
Well, it's for real. It's in the middle of the desert, and not a single human being has got inside. And it's like supernatural thing in real life, and I don't know why people are not talking about this.
Algeria is where the military in the U.S. developed their mind control program.
No, it's not. Maybe you're wrong with something else.
No, I'm definitely not wrong about this. During the Tunisian Algerian wars.
War between who?
This was in the 19. What decade was this? It was in the 20th century.
Yeah, in the 20th century, everything happened there. What part of it exactly? France, we got the liberty in 62. So was it before 62?
Yeah, it's before. Wait, yeah, it was before then.
Yeah. Okay. So even before, there's some non-famous magician was here and went inside the city and said some things. You can look it up.
Yeah, you should Google MK Ultra Algeria.
What is MK?
MK Ultra.
M or N?
MKU.
Ultra.
Like ULTRA. Ultra. MKU.
MKU Ultra?
Yeah, MKULTRA. MK Ultra.
Okay. Algeria.
And then put Algeria after that.
MK Ultra. Can't find anything. NK. No, there's nothing.
M like mouse.
Yeah, both. I tried M and N. MK Ultra. Oh, why can you send the link of Google's results? Oh, okay. CIA mind control birth of MK Ultra. Let me read this. There's no publicly available evidence or declassified documents to suggest that the CIA MK-Ultra mind control program was specifically conducted in Algeria. The experiments are documented to have primarily taken place in the US and Canada. Okay, CIA activities in Algeria. While there is no link to MK-Ultra, the CIA was involved in other covert activities in Algeria during the Cold War. The agency reportedly encouraged a failed '61 coup by French generals who opposed President Charles de Gaulle's plan for Algerian independence, as the US concerned about the political for a communist government in independent Algeria. Okay. MK Ultra. Okay, wait. Let me switch this to English. Illegal human experimentation program designed and undertaken by the US CIA to develop procedures and identify drugs that could be used in altering human behavior. MK Ultra is MK is an arbitrary prefix standing for Office Technical Services. Okay, and Ultra is arbitrary both. The program has been widely. Have
you heard of sodium pentothal, the truth drug, true serum?
No, I haven't even heard what you said. Again?
There's a drug called sodium pentothal.
And what's wrong with it?
What's wrong with it is when you inject it into people, they lose their inhibitions and they tell the truth when they're asked.
Oh.
This drug was refined during the Algerian War.
Yeah, those French bastards did a lot of things. Okay, haven't heard of this before.
Yeah, if you want to go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, I'll surely go because I'm that guy that goes into rabbit holes all the time.
So the French, they used this.
Yeah, all I know
on everybody.
I know that the French used a lot of nuclear things And there's a place known in Algeria that have a lot of people with disabilities in their genes and in their DNA because of some activities, but that's all we know about this. And there's nothing about this MK Ultra.
Oh, look at that. Blue Jumper in the text chat. I'm going to add some levity to this. Thank you, Blue Jumper. Freaking Anthrax. There you go.
Is that a song?
Yeah, just check it out. Google it.
The song of what?
Anthrax was a band, like a hard rock quasi metal band in America.
What's the C11H17 and 2O2SNA? Is that the formula of the thing?
Yeah, type it into Google and then see if you get arrested.
Okay, let me try. Okay, we'll see when the police gonna come. MK Ultra is a CIA secret program that tried to study mind control, interrogation, behavior manipulation. They use drugs like LSD, hypnosis, sensory deprivation. Most of it was unethical and illegal, and it was exposed in 1970s in the US. So CIA plus Cold War plus experiments on people. That's MK Ultra. What does it have to do with Algeria? Almost nothing directly, but there are small and direct links.
Listen. Mind-controlled drugs were developed preceding the Algerian War. I didn't realize it was so late in history, but you're right. And was used in order to succeed.
Succeed against who?
Well, both sides, I guess, used it.
Even the Algerian side used it?
Yeah, like, and it's not unusual, right? Like, because the assassins, like Islamic hitmen used hashish.
Yeah.
So
hashish is some kind of LSD or
it was used. Yeah, it's why the word assassin exists in English, because we're like, oh, those guys are on hashish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the CIA was heavily watching global conflicts. During the Algerian War, the French military used interrogation and psychological torture. Some historians note similarities with CIA psychological methods, but there are no official link to MK Ultra. CIA interest in Algeria after independence. The US, including CIA, mentioned Algeria's political direction, but again, no MK Ultra specific.
Yeah, okay. You, as an astute researcher, knows exactly what that means. It means you need to dig further. When like Wikipedia says there's absolutely no relationship whatsoever.
The only thing I can truly do is to cry because there's no internet anymore. Like, do you know that Google has removed like 90% of the results that you can find ever on the internet? The only thing
they do that to Flat Earth, man. We have a video of within Congress. Okay, so let me backtrack a bit. In America, there's a TV station called C-SPAN.
C-SPAN, okay.
Yeah, C-SPAN, all they do, they've been doing this for like 50 years. All they do is they set up a camera and record what Congress is doing.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a recording from C-SPAN where Congress had subpoenaed so Congress told the executives from social media companies to come testify. That is to say, Congress told social media executives to come here and answer some questions. And in this video, Congress is asking the head of Google and YouTube, what are you doing to censor Flat Earth?
And what they said?
They said, "Well, we are initiating all these." The person described how they bury search results and put up a notification to educate the public that flat Earth is stupid and crazy, and so on and so forth. That basically, she described the active measures that they were taking to suppress the flat Earth information from getting out.
Mm-hmm. And
I'm pretty sure if I'm talking, somebody in the audience is going to be digging up that link and posting it. It's been a few years since I've seen it, so if somebody could please post that in the text chat, that would be awesome. The C-SPAN clip where they're asking I think it was the YouTube or Facebook executives what they're doing to censor flat Earth. And here's what happened. Like, if you go look at Google Trends will let you search what people are searching for and how popular it is.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see on Google Trends, flat Earth is becoming more popular than Donald Trump, more popular than Justin Bieber, more popular than everything. And right after that moment, flat Earth does a nosedive. The trend goes straight down to zero. After it's climbing and climbing and climbing and climbing on the graph, boom, it drops to nothing. And it stays there. What's up, Indio? He's asking if there's free eggs. Yeah, there's free eggs. You see that, Indio? Free eggs? You got your free eggs right here.
What do you mean? Like, there's footage of ships, right, going out in the sea, sinking in sinking below the horizon.
But things can get cut off from the bottom up on a flat surface, and there's also mainstream. Okay, so that there are different ways it can happen, right? Partially due to perspective, right? We can also have atmospheric effects such as sinking or inferior mirage. Okay, those are mainstream explanations and literally defined as things that would normally be visible, right, can appear to sink behind the horizon even though they're not physically obstructed. Okay, so that's something we can give you citations for. Then there can be ocean swells as well. Okay, then we can have atmospheric magnification as well. That can play a small role. And then there's a loss of perspective due to the angle of view, right? That can play a small role as well. There's turbulence. There's a whole bunch of reasons, dude. Right? None of them are curvature, by the way. And also, you're not seeing the amount cut off that should be cut off if the Earth were a globe. So it's kind of break the argument.
Yeah. How far away is?
What about any other example?
How far away is the eagle from the spot you mentioned? What's the distance?
If you take a telescope, the guy released
I gave you examples. You didn't watch them. You just laughed at them.
You not to interrupt, please. Like, everybody interrupts here when somebody's talking. I don't know. Like, I don't interrupt people when they talk.
Well, they get to ask you or make replies to you, and then I make my reply to you and ask you a question, but you waffle through me, and it's like, oh, well, why are we talking through each other? My question was, what's the distance to Chicago from the place that you mentioned?
Something like 40 miles.
Okay. From the observation point, what's the height above the lake?
What's the what?
Height, altitude, distance between the surface of the water and the observer.
Oh, well, the observer is like 7 feet tall, 6 feet tall, something like that.
Okay, so then the observation is made from 6 feet off the water, 7 feet off the water?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the distance to the horizon in miles with a 6 or 7 foot observer height?
To the horizon? I don't know.
3 miles, bro. I'll just help you out quickly there to move the conversation forward. 3 miles from a 6-foot observer height. That's where the horizon should be, and you shouldn't be able to see any more water beyond that.
Like you can take a
How far
telescope.
away is the thing again? You said it was 40, 50, 60 miles. What was it?
From Indiana Dunes State Park to Chicago is like 40 miles, I think, something like that.
Okay.
And
3
the
miles.
skylines are cut off on the bottom. Like there's tons of examples of this. Like if Earth was flat, you could take a telescope and you could see shit that you cannot see normally that are in the distance.
I just
So,
posted it for
40
him.
miles.
52. I just posted 52 miles away, Chicago. So he's wrong.
Okay. So 3 miles versus 50 miles.
1,800 feet of curvature.
Damn. And you're only seeing the bottom of the skyline cut off?
Yeah, even in the picture he sent, you can see the bottom of the skylines being cut off. Even though the picture is so low quality.
So it's just much bigger than what NASA tells us. So NASA are still lying then.
Yeah.
So it's just a bigger globe, is it? Is it somebody? Is it a bigger globe than they tell us?
You're a really good flat earther, man. I'm glad you brought that up.
What do you mean? Even the time lapse that the guy sent looking towards Chicago, you can see the city.
Yeah. You shouldn't see it at all, bro.
What do you mean you shouldn't see it at all, man? That's
Yeah, go learn the claim geometry of the Earth. Go learn the claim geometry of the Earth, and then come back and tell us that we should still be seeing that skyline.
Yeah. Because the distance to the horizon with a radius value of 3,959 miles at 6 feet is 3 miles. You're seeing from 6 feet 50-something miles. You are not looking at the geometric horizon. You are looking beyond the geometric horizon. Your sphere needs a larger radius in order for that to function.
Now, what I'm saying, if the Earth was flat, right, you could see stuff in the distance, like above 50 miles.
We do. Why do you think we're here? Why do you think we're here?
So how do you explain boats being obstructed by the horizon?
DJ was trying to, and you wouldn't listen to him. Do you want to try again, DJ?
Yeah, we can show you observations where there should be hundreds of feet of curvature and there's zero curvature. Okay, what you're showing is a huge distance. Okay, and there's atmospheric effects and different things that can account for that. Okay, it happens sometimes and we can replicate it on a small scale. We can show things on a flat floor in someone's house disappearing bottom up when the weather conditions are manipulated in the room. Okay, it's called sinking. I can give you mainstream definitions for it if you need to. Okay, you haven't counted that out, right? That's literally, it's the definition of what's happening there with sinking. And we can show you observations where we can see over like a 20-mile lake, right, with zero curvature over the 20 miles, okay? And there should be 293 foot of curvature over that distance. Super clear conditions as well.
Like, what's the math behind that?
Okay, so wait.
No,
Samba, why do you keep reacting with laughing emojis to the videos I'm trying to show you?
Who the fuck cares? What do you care? What do you care?
What's the laughing emoji? What are you laughing at about that video? What's funny about it?
I tried to show you this 20 minutes ago.
The guy's triggered about me putting a fucking emoji on his video. What the fuck?
No. If I would be triggered about anything, it'd be a low IQ moron wasting my friend's time in here, right? You don't want to look at anything we're showing you that help you understand this conversation.
I have
better.
seen the fucking RC Battleship video.
Right, then explain it. Then fucking explain it. Explain what's taking place. Explain what's
funny about it.
Explain it.
You're the kind of dude that takes fucking water in a cup and then sets it on a table and looks at it.
Cup
like
in that video, moron.
It should have
Explain
been
the RC
round,
boat observation. Go on, Samba. Explain it to us.
Yeah, that's just stupid, man.
So you can't explain it. Basic observation.
I asked, what measurements do you use for the curvature?
There's no point telling you about measurements or observations when you don't understand how vision works and what
makes you
influences
think?
it, right?
What makes you?
There's no point.
what makes you think there's such a huge curvature? Like if you watch Chicago from the
Basic
Indiana
mathematics. Basic
Okay,
mathematics
what
based
mathematics?
off the globe model. Okay, so
What
right, so if you have a ball that has a radius of 3,959 miles, you can use basic formulas and calculate that over 20 miles there should be X amount of curvature just based off the size of the ball. It's not up for debate, right? Because they tell us the size of the globe. So over 20 miles, there should be 266.7 foot of curvature approximately. Okay,
How much?
266.7 approximately.
266
Yeah, like a 26-story building.
feet. 260 feet.
Yeah, that's like 120 meters.
Of curvature in height over what distance?
Of drop over distance, yeah.
Over what distance?
20 miles.
20 miles. That would be how much?
34 kilometers approximately.
Over 34 kilometers.
Yep.
You should have 120 meters of curvature.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And put it this way as well, like if you're on one side of a lake and it's 20 miles across the lake, and you had the Titanic where you're at, and then the Titanic, right, if it still existed, were to sail over to the other side of the lake, you shouldn't be able to see the Titanic anymore when it's on the other side of the lake. It would be hidden behind the horizon.
Over a distance of 34 kilometers, the Earth curves approximately 7.5 meters.
No. It doesn't curve 7.5 meters. I'll show you the so go to Google, just type in Earth curvature calculator, pick any one you want, right? They're all based off the same math. Right? Or you can go to AI if you want to and just type in on a globe, how much curvature would there be over 34 kilometers or 21 miles, right? But you can just go to an Earth curvature calculator, right? They're all over the internet, made by Globe Earthers. It's 266.7 feet, right? And then if you have a certain observer height, okay, then it changes a tiny little bit. Okay, it means the horizon will be a certain distance away. And I'll just show you actual real-world observations to like go along with what I'm saying as well. Right, so this is 21 miles, a bit more than 20 miles. Great Salt Lake in Utah. Right, so he sets his camera up at 5 foot high. Here's the camera setup. Nikon P1000. You following along?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, here's a screenshot from 2 different Earth curvature calculators. They're all going to give you the same result. It's the same math. Okay, so 5 foot eye height, target distance 21 miles. Okay, the target's just the shoreline on the other side. Okay, the horizon distance 2.7 miles. So the horizon should be 2.7 miles away. So that's the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. You shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon. It would start to become hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. And then the shoreline on the other side, which is the target, okay, that should be obstructed by 223 feet. But when he zooms in across the lake, you can see the shoreline on the other side, right? You can also see a big giant white tower. Okay, there's zero curvature over the entire 21-mile distance, and there's no horizon at all over the 21-mile lake. All right, so you following along, Samba?
Yeah, I'm just curious how to explain stuff disappearing behind the horizon.
All right, so things can sometimes disappear behind the horizon due to different things like ocean swells, right? Because they're very common in the ocean, right? But when you're looking out over a vast distance in the ocean, they kind of blend in together, because if you're down low and you're looking out and you just see the tops of the ocean swells, you can't really see that there's ocean swells out there. So you can check the surf report, right? If there's ocean swells, things can disappear behind the curve, like behind the ocean swells. But sometimes we can also have atmospheric conditions, right? For example, sinking. Okay, so if you go to Google right now and you type in what is sinking refraction, right? The first response will be AI, Gemini AI, and it will say it's an atmospheric refraction effect in which something that would normally be visible completely appears to sink below the horizon.
Okay. But, can I ask one question? So if I have let's say a telescope that's able to zoom like 400 kilometers in the distance.
Yeah.
If the Earth was flat, how come you cannot see? Like you could observe stuff on that distance with a telescope if the Earth is flat.
If the air was clear enough, you would be able to.
Yeah.
But it's never clear enough to see that far. In fact, if you check the visibility report in any location anywhere on the Earth, usually it's about like 15, 20 miles or something like that. It doesn't usually get much more than that either. But in ideal conditions, like just technical ideal conditions, the furthest distance you can see through the medium of air is 200 miles, 300 kilometers. That's the maximum distance, just because air has a certain
that's enough
opacity. Yeah, but that's in ideal conditions. Like, try to find me a single weather report where the visibility is 300 miles. Okay, now we can go up in a plane where there's less atmosphere and we can see further. And now we've got a guy named Jay Tolan. He goes up with $8,000 worth of camera equipment using infrared cameras, and he's able to see things that are like 1,000 miles away that should be many kilometers hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, he's done tons and tons of different videos where he shows you, like, look, I'm looking over the Great Lakes in America, and I can see this mountain range that the top of the mountain should be way, way, way below the curvature of the Earth. Right? So this is what we're talking about. We got tons and tons and tons of empirical evidence that doesn't match up with the globe, and there's zero observations to counter them. Zero
observations.
Never.
I mean, I kind of feel bad.
I laughed at it at first too. Yeah,
I kind of feel bad for you guys.
You can cope with it all you like, bro.
Guys, is the Earth?
Yeah, Earth flat. Earth is flat.
But anyways,
Samba, look, bro, you can just ignore what I said, and I can keep showing you observation after observation where we can see not just a little bit further, we can see like orders of magnitude further than you should be able to see on a globe. And then I'm going to hit you up for something that counters it, right? Something that matches up with the globe. And you're going to think it exists, and then you're going to go looking for it, and then you're going to have to try to work out how to deal with the situation, right? Because you came in here yesterday and told us we're coping, right? But you're the one that keeps coping, right? You're the one that yesterday said that the moon phases, right, is the shadow of the Earth on the moon, right? You say dumb shit like that, but you mock us when you're the one saying dumb shit.
I say dumb shit, but you guys have no map. You cannot explain.
You don't have a map.
I need one.
You don't have a map.
I need one. I need one.
You don't have a map.
We don't need one, Samba.
You cannot explain.
We don't need a map. We don't need explanations. We don't need them.
You cannot explain a bunch of shit, but when somebody
we don't need to.
Single one thing, then
we can explain what debunks all of your explanations, right? We can just show you empirical evidence, right? So look. Let's use logic here. If we can measure the Earth flat consistently and there's no curvature detected, right, that debunks every single claim for the heliocentric model, because every single claim for the heliocentric model requires the Earth to be curving. If it's not curving, then it's just debunks everything. So there you go.
Yeah,
exactly, Summer. Lack of explanation for celestial phenomena, lack of a map, lack of a model, lack of all this other stuff does not falsify the measurements. Counter measurements would falsify the measurements.
Sure.
Yes, it's Samba.
Yeah,
So
Pyring,
you don't have
exactly.
any
You've got
explanations
nothing.
for anything. I mean, you have even less explanations than us, because all yours are based on the premise of a globe that's rotating. And when we drill down on all that, we're going to find no evidence validating them claims. So you think you have explanations for things. All you have is drastic misunderstandings.
Right. And it's a projection because of the evidence of the Earth's surface being flat, like as what DJ's presented to you, that thereby nullifies all your explanations as incorrect. Right? So it's a projection on us. Oh yeah, but then you must explain. No, don't have to explain shit except for the measurements.
Falsification is independent of replacement. Hey, Samba, have you heard of the on my unicorn fallacy?
Bro, just chill, man. I don't even wanna debate this stuff.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to if I were you either right now.
Yeah, he's shell shocked, DJ.
So the on my unicorn fallacy occurs when someone builds an argument upon an unverified or an imaginary premise, treating it as established fact. It's a logical error of reasoning from within a framework that has not itself been demonstrated to exist. The fallacy highlights how reasoning can become circular or detached from reality when the core premise remains unproven. In debates about cosmology, for instance, it would apply to arguments that presume the existence of a globe Earth, aka the unicorn, and then use that unverified unicorn/assumption to explain observations before discussing what happens on the unicorn. One must first demonstrate that the unicorn itself exists.
He put his fingers in his ears just before you finished.
What a clown. Such a shame you go through everything so meticulously, DJ, regarding optics, and they just don't get any of it, unfortunately. Or they refuse to get it. Too damning.
And that's basically self-preservation. You run cog disk through your brain for too long, it's going to actually, damage it. So he's probably better off with those Stefan thing.
So what happened is his mom got his shoe size and then purchased 2.5 foot long clown shoes and gave him clown shoes to go to school with. Now everyone is telling him, no, that's not your actual foot size. But what he ends up doing is saying, yeah, huh? Because when I stick my foot in my shoe, my toes touch the toe of the shoe. I feel it. I touch it. And they're like, nah, bro, your foot's not 2.5 foot long. Yes, it is. It fills the shoe. Except in this case, I see a flat earth, but it's not a flat earth. It's a globe. And then gives you all of the flat earth proof and then says, see, look, it's a globe.
Where do you want to go from here, right? We're not claiming any type of these gravities here. Okay, so you only need gravity to have a globe, right? For all of the crazy nonsense that comes along with having a globe, right? Like a ball floating in a vacuum with water and gas attached to the outside of the globe, right? Then you're going to need some special gravity to be able to explain these things. But in reality, water needs a container. Right, things rise or sink due to relative density, and water is flat on the surface. It's very simple, just as we all experience and can test empirically.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, since I I don't have like really much knowledge about it, I'm just making comments on things that I read or hear and trying to have some thoughts. And I don't know.
You're good.
Yeah, we're just.
Well, if anyone has any more questions, feel free
yes,
to
I have a question.
jump in. Go ahead.
Do you know a Cavendish experiment? Cavendish.
Cavendish, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes.
Yep.
It's
So
about
what was
gravity.
what was he trying to measure?
It's advance
with
of
Cavendish?
gravity.
No, what was he trying to measure with Cavendish?
You don't know Cavendish?
Yeah, I know Cavendish. I was just checking
Okay,
if
then.
you know. Doesn't sound like you know Cavendish.
No, I know him. I know the of him.
Okay, so what was he trying to achieve?
The gravity.
Incorrect. Do you need to go and look it up?
Yes. I can show you a video and the side chat.
No, you don't show me a video. I already understand. I don't need to be shown a video. I need you to explain to me, right? If you know, if you understand, right? So was Cavendish trying to determine the density of the Earth? Was that his goal? If you have to pause for the answer, it just shows me that you don't understand. You've not looked into Cavendish, and you don't understand what Cavendish was trying to do.
I understand you, but the language doesn't.
Yeah, he was trying to determine the density of the Earth.
English.
With the Cavendish experiment, right? Cavendish was trying to determine the density of the Earth, right? All it shows is a tiny torsion movements under highly sensitive conditions. He had an indoor setup with air currents, electrostatics that weren't accounted for, vibrations, thermal drift, right? All of these things capable of producing the same effect. Right? No one's ever independently replicated that, especially under a vacuum or in isolated conditions where they've taken the possible confounding factors into account. Right? It also doesn't prove the cause of the effect. Okay, so we want to prove that gravity is the cause of an effect, not just show an effect and then claim that it's because of gravity. It's just an assumption. Safa, do you have any more questions?
Well, not at the moment, but I've been thinking about these things like last week, and like my Instagram explore page is just full of now universe and the space and what there has been and what's going on. And yeah, it's been seriously making my mind busy with that. And wow, it's seriously infinite. Like thinking about it is infinite, and the universe itself is infinite. I don't know. I'm like trying to, take myself away from these subjects because I'm really into it, by the way. I really love to think about it, but the more I think, more it just pulls me in. And yeah, seriously infinite. But
Yeah, they're trying to wow you with some CGI graphics of the so-called heliocentric universe. What you'll probably find is most of the graphics they're showing you are just CGI generated.
Well, yeah, it is probably, but what do you think in general? Like,
Well, it's like a big theoretical mathematical concept. Okay, so it exists in math, and then they'll turn that into graphics and things like that, and they'll say, "Oh, on Uranus, the planet Uranus, it rains diamonds and it smells like farts, and then on Neptune it also rains diamonds, and then we have exoplanets where it rains sideways glass rain, and then we have all of these crazy claims, right? That you can't validate anything they're saying. It's just a belief system, and it's all just based off a mathematical concept, not off empirical evidence, not off reality. What we can do is actually go out and test the surface of the Earth to see if it's a globe. Okay, and when we go out and test the surface of the Earth, it can't possibly be a globe, right? If it's a globe, it has to have curvature. Okay, so they tell us that 70% of the surface of the globe is covered in water, oceans and seas, right, and lakes. So when we go to a large body of water, it would have to have a certain amount of curvature to it, right, because of gravity and because of the shape of the planet. So, one second. Sorry, my wife was just leaving. Okay, cool. Yeah. So, gravity. Sorry, what were we talking about? We're talking about the curvature. The curvature.
Curvature, yeah, water curvature.
Yeah. Let me give you an example really quickly. I'll just give you an example. Can you see the side chat?
Just a sec.
Yeah,
where is it? Full screen. Okay, wait. Oh, yes, I can see it now.
All right. So in this is an observation. I haven't posted it yet, but I'll post it now. So there'll just be some things uploading, right? So this is a 21-mile distance across the lake.
Yes.
Okay, so here's a screenshot from Google Maps just showing where the observation is taking place. This is the Great Salt Lake in Utah. And it's a good place to do observations because it doesn't have a lot of humidity. So you can see very long distances.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very dry air, so we can see very clearly through it. Okay, so in this observation, this guy is setting up his camera on one side of the lake, and he's setting up his camera on a tripod 5 foot above the surface of the water. Okay, and he's going to zoom across the lake and try to test for the curvature. Okay, so over this distance, 21 miles, on a globe, you would have to have 293 foot of curvature. Okay, so 293 foot, that's almost 100 meters. And that's taller than the Titanic, right? That's the Titanic boat, right? That was 175 foot tall. Okay, so this is a big amount of curvature that we're talking about. Okay, so I'm going to put some math in the side chat, super simple math. Okay, this is the globe Earth mathematics. Okay, so anyone can go to Google and you can type in Earth curvature calculator, and you can put in the eye height, right, which is the height of the camera, 5 foot. Okay, so that's what we've put in. Then we've put in the target distance, which is the shoreline on the other side of the lake, 21 miles away. Okay, then we hit calculate, and we come up with a distance to horizon, 2.7 miles. Okay, so you know what the horizon is, right? On the globe, right?
Yes.
Like,
I know. So
okay, cool.
With these numbers, we should have a curvature, right?
Well, we should see a horizon at 2.7 miles. And then we shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon.
Okay, let me ask you this. There was another test, like this one, I guess. And they were, I believe, if I remember correctly, they are putting a light on it. And it was proving that the Earth has a curvature. It's the globe. And have you watched that video? Let me check.
It's a flawed test.
Yeah. What do you think about that? Yeah. What was wrong with that?
It doesn't. Okay. What's wrong with it is the fact that the people that made that documentary, right? They were making a video to make Flat Earth look bad and to look stupid. Okay, so they edited the footage in a way that made it look like the Flat Earther proved himself wrong. Whereas they didn't actually show any footage of the test, right? They didn't show the setup. They showed 50 seconds worth of footage, which was mostly just close-ups of the Flat Earther's face, right? And that guy's a dumbass as well. You know, Jaron, his name was Jaron. So they basically were just trying to make it look like he disproved the globe, right? They didn't show the test, right? They didn't show the setup. They showed him carving some holes in some cardboard, right? He was supposed to use a laser, but apparently the laser broke, so they decided that they were going to use a flashlight.
Yes.
Okay, they didn't get the math right. They didn't show the setup. They didn't. It was just basically a terrible test.
I got you. So it's a scam.
Yeah.
Basically, it's
Pretty
not
much.
It's not
Pretty much.
actually acting as its purpose. So let me ask you this: what about? So you're saying that world it's a flat circle, right?
No.
Okay.
Okay, no, definitely not. We're not saying that the Earth is a flat planet or a flat circle.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's
How
what
is
some people misconceive what we're talking about with flat Earth, and they think that all they try to do, right? They think of the globe in outer space, and then they change that globe in their mind into a flat disk.
Oh.
Okay, that's wrong. That's crazy. We don't claim that. That would be stupid if we were claiming that, and nobody should take us seriously if that's what we were claiming. Okay, so we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? We're not claiming the Earth is a planet in the globe Earth version of outer space.
And what is it like? What's the
Completely
shape?
different system. Yeah. So when we don't know, I think nobody knows the true shape of the Earth in its entirety. Flat's not a shape, right? So when we say flat Earth, flat's
Exactly.
not
We can
it's like
think of
smooth.
a lot of shapes. Yeah.
Yeah, flat, smooth, bumpy, right? They're descriptions of surfaces. Okay, so when we go out and test the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature, and that's the context here of flat Earth, right? That's what we mean when we're saying flat Earth. Most of the surface of the Earth that we're aware of is covered in water, and that water is not curving over distance, and that's where the term flat Earth comes from. Okay, obviously we have hills and valleys and mountains, but most of the surface is flat water. Okay, so it's like a topographical plane, right? Because there's topography, but most of the surface is water, and the water is flat on the surface when we measure it.
Water will always be, flat on the surface. It's not the water. You wouldn't count water as the Earth.
Well, it is part of the Earth. If you look up the definition of Earth,
exactly.
even
It
the
is
gas
part
is
of
considered part of the Earth. Right,
Yes,
just like the tires are part of a car, right? And
we
all
are.
together, So the Earth,
Everything.
Earth
we
isn't
are
just dirt. Yeah, everything is. It's like all
part of an
parts.
Earth.
Exactly. So the
So
water is part of the Earth.
yes. So if you need to go to center, you don't measure the shape of an object with what on it. You just take away everything on it, and then you see the shape, right? Because which one? What was the other one?
Yeah. Think about this though. Think about this,
yeah.
right? Okay, so if you have the Pacific Ocean, it covers a large portion of the globe, right? So you can't have flat water and curving Earth underneath the water, right? Obviously, because of gravity on a globe, you would need gravity, and then because of gravity, right, you're going to have the water will be curving at a specific rate, right? So when you look at the pictures of the Earth that NASA claims, right, you see water curving, right? So you don't have any flat water on Earth, right? You have curving water because of gravity. Okay, so we can calculate very easily how much curvature there would have to be over a certain distance of water.
Yes.
Okay, so over this 21-mile lake, you have to have 293 foot of curvature. That means that the shoreline on the other side of the lake would be hidden behind the horizon and obstructed by 223 feet based from the height of the observer, okay? But in this observation, we don't see any curvature and we don't see any obstruction. Okay, you have to have that obstruction. You have to have that curvature if the Earth's a globe. And every time we go out and measure and take these observations over the surface of the Earth, we don't find any curvature. And that's not possible on a globe. You have to have the curvature.
Okay. Let me ask you this. What do you think about the moon? What is moon?
I have no idea. I can't empirically test what the moon is.
No, exactly. I'm not expecting you to give me like a scientific, like moon is blah, 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 whatever. No, I'm asking, have you ever watched moon like with a telescope?
Yeah.
And the shape is circle, right?
Yeah, it looks circular. I would even say it looks like a sphere to me, but the Earth has no. Yeah. So just because,
No, I'm
Think
not
about
saying
it.
just because of that. Like Mars, Saturn, all of them, when you look at them, they are all in a globe shape. They are circle at least, as far as we
Right,
can
but
see.
what are they, and how far away are they, and what are they in? Right, what medium are they in? And can you really tell exactly what shape things are when you're looking at them from a distance?
I mean, yeah, with those telescopes, I think it's a circle. You know, you can call a shape.
Okay, if you look at the raw images, through a telescope, it's pretty difficult to tell what shape something is, right? It's a very blurry little light that you see in the sky.
Yes.
It's not until they run it through, like they stack thousands of images and then they enhance it to try to make it look more like the pictures that NASA show you that Mars should look like. Okay, but we don't know. Okay, they're claiming it's a certain size, a certain distance away, and it resides in a space vacuum. Okay, so we agree that we can all see something in the sky, but exactly how far away it is, exactly what it's made out of, how big it is, and what medium is it in, we don't know that, right? We can't test that empirically. We just have to take their word for it. Like I could show you some objects right now. So if you have a look in the side chat now, okay, there's 4 objects. Okay, can you tell what shape they are just by looking at them?
I mean, they are circle, right?
But do you know what shape they are? Because a circle just means like
I mean, one of them looks like an egg. You know, I'm not sure what it's called in English, but yeah, like
they look like spheres, right? It looks like 4 spheres.
Yes, I would say.
Okay, but what if I were to tell you that only one of those is a sphere? Would you be able to tell me which one?
I don't think so. No.
Right. So, and how would we test to know what they are?
I mean, I don't know, with these lake tests, I guess.
Well, what if someone, went to them and checked what they are?
I mean, yeah, also that, but
that would
really
work.
huge. Yeah, exactly. That will work.
Right, but what if we can't do that? What if we can't ever check what they are? We can just see the little tiny blurry things that look like round dots in the sky.
Yes.
So we don't really know what they are, do we?
Nope.
Okay, so only one of these is a sphere. One of them's flat. One of them's a ball. One of them's flat. One of them's a ball.
Yes.
And
So
one of them's a sphere, and one of them's half a sphere.
Okay, so I guess the third one, I mean, from the left is flat, right?
Third one from the left.
It's okay. Okay, from the right, it's second one. From the left, it's third one. Yeah, is that the flat one?
No, I think that one's a ball. I'm just trying to find the GIF that goes
Which
along
one?
with that shows you what they are.
Yeah.
So I think the one on the far left is the globe, is a ball, and then the one next to that. Okay, so the one on the far left is
right?
a ball. The pinky one is the flat one.
That's
and
the
then
flat
the one. Yeah, then the third one from the left, right, is a bowl, right? It's a bowl.
Okay.
So you're looking at a concave bowl, and then the one on the far right, I think that's like a half a sphere.
And
a hemisphere.
And the left one is the sphere, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
but it's very difficult to tell. I don't remember if I might have flipped this image upside down, so I might even be wrong myself. That's why I'm just trying to find the I'm trying to find the video. The point is that the only point of this is it's very difficult to tell what shape something is empirically just by looking at it in the sky.
Yeah, but
right?
we can agree that all of them has a curvature, right? No matter if
but one of them's a ball, right? Well, you're looking at the inside of a ball, right? And the flat one doesn't have curvature. The flat one has curvature around the outside, right? Like a circle.
Yeah, he's missing the point, isn't he? You can't tell the shapes of those things just by looking at them. So when you look at the moon, what are you actually looking at? Unless you can go there to confirm what you think you're looking at. That's the point, you see. Right. That's the point he's trying to raise. Bear that in mind. Not all what you
Yeah,
look at
look, this
appears to be what it seems.
No,
yeah,
I
and
got
this look,
you,
this is
but
my main point. This is my main point. Look, let's just say I were to grant you that some things in the sky are balls. Okay?
Mhm.
That doesn't mean that the earth that you're standing on is also like what you can see in the sky, right? You can have light bulbs on your ceiling that are all round, right? That doesn't mean that your floor is also round. Okay? The earth doesn't have any characteristics that any of the things that you're looking at in the sky have. Okay? You don't see any curvature here on the earth, and when we test for the curvature, there isn't any. Okay? We experience a flat stationary floor, right? Like the floor of the universe, you could think of it, right? Or the foundation of this system that we live in. It doesn't have any relevance to the things that you can see in the sky. That's like me looking at a tree and thinking, oh, well, I must also be a tree because I can see trees over in the distance, right? It's terrible logic. But I understand the logic because we're all taught from a young age that everything is in this big space vacuum and that we're a planet, you know, we're like all of the other planets in this big space vacuum. So it's perfectly logical that you are to make that assumption, right? But the flat Earth system is a completely different system. It doesn't exist inside the heliocentric model of outer space. It's completely different. Yeah. So you could think of the Earth system more like an enclosed system, kind of like all of the ancient cultures depicted, right? All of the ancient cultures depicted a flat surface within an enclosed system. And I would argue that the globe Earth violates natural law, right? It violates the second law of thermodynamics. Okay, it violates multiple gas laws, right? Because they say that outer space is a big giant vacuum, right?
Yes.
Deep space is a 10 to the negative 17 tall vacuum, and we're inside that vacuum. Okay, so we're a ball that's covered in water, and then there's gas all over the outside, right? So we have 14.7 psi gas pressure here that we're breathing, and all of this is existing within inside a giant space vacuum, right? That's the claim. That's not possible due to the laws of nature. Okay, gas fills available space, right? You can't have a gas pressure system inside a vacuum chamber. You can't have water inside a vacuum chamber. So what we're saying is that we have gas pressure. Okay, gas pressure requires containment. We have water. Okay, water also requires the gas pressure, and it also requires containment, right? So to have a large body of water, you need a container. Okay, so if you have a bath or a pond or a pool or anything like that, it's a container, right? The low spot in the ground would be containing the water, whether it be a pond or a pool or a puddle or a lake. And then the surface of the water, right, due to the way fluid dynamics works, is that the water would collapse on itself and it will form a flat surface on the top of the water. And that's what we can go out and measure. If the Earth were a globe, that water would have to be curving at a specific rate. And when we go out and test it, it's not doing that. It's flat.
So let me ask you this. How many tests are there that proves Earth doesn't have a curvature or it's flat? Like correct test. And how many? Yeah. What is it?
Thousands?
Thousands.
Yeah, there's thousands, and then from the globe side,
I'm really, by the way, going to research about it and see. I'm not trying to just argue or give you opposite things. I'm seriously want to go and check it.
Sure, I'll put a good
how
one.
Can I find it?
Yeah.
Send me a good one, and I will check it with I don't know, Google, ChatGPT, and see how is it, what's going on there.
Sure. You got to remember that ChatGPT is just going to feed you the mainstream narrative unless you really push it. You need to push it beyond just its parroting of the mainstream. Like my ChatGPT. Okay, so if you have to formulate these questions in the right way when you're talking to an AI with these observations, right? So you could put in, okay, let's go over one right now. Okay,
let's say what
I can put it in. I can put it into my ChatGPT as we're going over it.
Yeah, let's do it together. I'll do mine and you do yours. And tell me what's the name of the test, and I'll just ask ChatGPT, what's this test and how correct it is. And
well, ChatGPT is not going to know this test.
Why not?
Because ChatGPT, right? Regular ChatGPT, it just pulls. It's just basically like a Google search engine, an advanced search engine.
Yeah,
So
if
it's
it's
just
on
going
the
to pull
internet.
whatever it can find. Yeah, but
Yeah,
this is censored information on the internet,
Yeah.
right? So flat Earth information is shadow banned
Okay.
on Google, on Facebook, on YouTube, right? So I'm going to post you a link to the test right now, but you can put the details of the test into the chat.
Yes. If I'll just say give those numbers that you gave it to me, and let's say we run this test, should be able to see a horizon or not, something like that.
Okay, so
You
the
know, I'm
first
not
thing you
gonna
could,
ask
okay,
that.
so the first thing you could do is go on your ChatGPT right now and
Okay,
ask it. Yep.
Okay, just a sec. Let me. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so say I'm going to perform an observation over the ocean on a still, clear day.
Over the ocean, still clear day, you said, right?
Yes. Right. Okay. So if I place my camera at 3.5 feet observer height.
Camera 3.5 feet, you said, right?
Yep, 3.5 feet observer height. What distance would the horizon be if the Earth were a globe? Sorry, or what distance would the horizon be from that observation height? You don't have to mention a globe; it will automatically think that.
Yeah, what distance? The horizon, you said, right?
Yep.
Horizon. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part.
Yeah, what distance would the
be-
horizon be from that height?
Height, and would we able to see it?
Well, don't ask it if we'd be able to see it. Of course, we'll be able to see it.
Uh-huh.
You can ask it that though if you want. That's fine.
Yeah. I just right now it's thinking.
Which AI are you using, by the way?
ChatGPT. I just Google
okay.
ChatGPT. Yeah. What do you think about it?
My ChatGPT will say that your ChatGPT just regurgitates mainstream information. Which is fine because we can just what you're trying to do now is learn how far away the horizon would be.
Still thinking. Yeah, it's stuck now. Okay, yeah, they don't want us to see, huh? But no, it's seriously still thinking. Should I refresh the page? Okay, let me copy that and then refresh it.
All right, I'm gonna type the same thing in.
Yeah, you do it. You do it.
Okay, so I'll copy paste everything into the side chat.
You can read it if you don't want to. Yeah, copy paste it. Giving me answers now. So
I gave it a bit more detail.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, you can read it, or you can you could just read the answer, right? It should give you an answer.
It gave me the quick answer. So if your camera lens is 3.5 feet above the sea surface, the geometric horizon where sea and sky meet will be about 3.69 kilometer away. That's 2.29 miles. And 1.99 nautical miles. I guess this is about sea. With normal atmospheric reaction on a clear day, the horizon can appear a bit farther, typically 8% farther, roughly 2.49 miles. 4
that's correct.
kilometers away. Yeah.
Okay.
And
okay.
Giving me how he got that with the And
okay, so let's look at some information now
and
before
that
we
it should be.
Exactly. Okay. So this is the specific mathematics here.
Yes.
Okay, so I've put this in the side chat. So we have an eye height level of 3.5 foot, and then we have the distance. The target distance is 11.2 miles. Okay, because we have a windmill farm out in the ocean that we're going to be looking at. Okay, and it says, just like your ChatGPT said, the distance to the horizon would be 2.29 miles.
Yes.
Or we could account for standard refraction as well, and that would take it up to about, 2.4 miles or something like that, if you add 8% on to account for refraction. Okay, so now let's look at the observation. Now we're going to test for that. Okay, so we're going to test for that horizon now. Okay, so I'm just uploading the observation. Okay, so this guy's name is Dr. John D. He holds a PhD in optics, and he's the one that's doing the observation. Okay, so this is just a clip out of a full-length video. Okay, so he set his camera up at 3.5 foot height at this shoreline of the ocean on a clear day with no waves. Yes. And there's a wind farm out in the ocean. So when he zooms in, you can see the wind farm towers, the windmill towers. Okay, the windmill tower on the far right, that's the furthest one. That's 11.2 miles away. Okay, so if we didn't have the distance markers, right? So the wind farm is a distance marker, because if there was no distance marker, we would have no idea how far away the horizon is. Okay, you're just looking out into the ocean and you can't gauge the distance to the horizon just with your eyes. Because we have the distance marker, we can now tell that, okay, the horizon is not in front of the windmill towers. Okay, so we don't see that horizon at 2.29 miles. In fact, we can see the water is just flat all the way out past the 11.2 mile windmill tower. And you can see the windmill tower touching with the water as well. Okay, so we don't have that horizon at 2.29 miles or at 2.4 miles, accounting for standard refraction.
Yes.
Okay, that horizon has to be there if the Earth's a globe. Okay, you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon. Okay, so here's a diagram showing you. You know, the horizon is where the sky and the ground appear to meet. That's the definition of horizon. You can look that up if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, so you shouldn't be able to see any water past 2.29 miles, and the bottom 50 foot of that windmill farm should be hidden by the curvature of the Earth. But we can see the water goes way past the horizon where it should be, and then way past the windmill towers, and you can actually see a boat off in the distance far beyond. Okay, so this doesn't align with the globe. So what do you think would be the next question to ask your ChatGPT?
I would ask, like, give me the correct test, like, has been happened over the years, and show me the correct test that proves Earth is flat. Show me the over years, how many tests that proves it's flat and how many of them proves that it's curved.
Well, I'm showing you a test now that disproves the curvature.
And
right, we're not using this test to prove it's flat because it's obviously flat. If there's no curvature, then it's flat, right? If you have a surface that's not curving, it's by default flat. Okay, so what we're doing is we're looking for the curvature. Okay, so we have a test here that debunks the curvature rate of a globe. So you could actually ask it now, say in the observation.
Well, these tests, you didn't test them, right? You are also consuming whatever they put on the internet as the test, right?
No, anyone can go and repeat these tests themselves, right? I used to live on the biggest saltwater lake in Australia called Lake Macquarie, and I did at least 20 tests myself over large distances of about 20 kilometers. Yeah. So I've gone and repeated this just for my own personal clarification. Okay, so this isn't like outer space stories that you can never test. This is an empirical test that you're seeing the entire test done start to finish in high definition, right? Not something that you don't have to rely on faith. We encourage people to have a look at multiple of these tests. And then if you want to, you can go and do this yourself, right? So then you can know that yes, I can see too far, and the observation doesn't match up with what would have to be present if the Earth were a globe. Okay, so this is empirical evidence.
Well,
it's not faith-based evidence because you can go and check it yourself.
Okay,
if you
can
need to.
we? Yeah, can we see it by our naked eyes? The curvature, I mean. Because when I asked
No, we're not looking for
ChatGPT,
curvature. We're not looking for curvature. We're looking for obstruction due to curvature.
I mean,
So you're not going to see a curving horizon. Okay, so
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
you're going to
Because we're
see a
not
flat
that big.
horizon. Okay, but you're going to. It just told you that the distance to the horizon, right, would be at what distance? What distance did it tell you the horizon would be at?
2.9, something like that. Let me check.
Okay, ask it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's it's 29 miles.
Okay, and why is it at that distance?
Well, I don't know. It's just it.
Well, it's because of
I
the
didn't
curvature of
write
the
it
Earth,
down.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
But-
you should be able to see any water beyond the horizon.
But let me ask you this: when I ask if we can see it with our naked eyes, it says over that distance. So you can't directly see Earth's curvature with your naked eyes from ground level because the Earth is very large compared to your height. But you can detect its effect in several clear, visible ways. It just keeps going. So at human eye level, 7 meter or 5.5 feet, the horizon is only 2.7 kilometer, which is 2.9 miles away. Over that distance, the surface curves down just about 0.002, way too subtly, whatever, I can't read it, for our eyes to notice. So the horizon looks flat simply because you are very close to it, relatively to Earth's size. So
Okay.
that's also,
Okay. So listen carefully. Listen carefully. We're not looking for horizon to be curving. We're looking for things beyond the horizon to be obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth, right? Behind the horizon. Okay. So ask it right now. Say, okay. So if there were a windmill farm, if there were a windmill in the ocean, 11.2 miles away, would the bottom portion of the windmill be missing behind the curvature of the Earth?
Where you gotta slow down, I can't type that high. Yeah, 11.2 miles away.
Yeah. I can write it in the side chat if you want.
I mean, I just got if there was a windmill in the ocean, 11.2 miles away.
Yeah.
2
miles away.
Yeah, you type it down.
And I'll just type it down.
Where are you from, by the way?
Australia.
Nice.
I'm in Poland at the moment.
Cool. Are you majored on these fields, or what do you do?
Oh, I'm a bit of an entrepreneur myself, right? I run online companies, but I've been researching this topic and the fields surrounding this topic, such as optics and refraction and things like that, for the last 8 years. So I know a bit about these particular questions and optics and light and things like that. So
so we can say that the last 8 years, you don't think Earth has a curvature, or it's not exactly close,
like the last 7 years. The first year was the research.
And
and for me, it's been the last 10 years that the Earth has
10 years.
has
And
not.
how about you? How about you? Where are you from? And are you majored?
Yeah, I was born in England, London, England. I'm an African who was born in London, England. I am now talking to you from Japan.
Nice. I love Japan. It's beautiful.
Yeah. And where are you from, by the way?
I'm from Turkey.
Where?
Turkey.
Turkey, right? Turkey,
Yes.
right? Yeah. Istanbul. Okay.
Yeah. Have you been there before?
No, it's a place that I do want to visit for its historical content and architecture. Yeah, I haven't been there yet. Go ahead.
My wife's parents just went for a holiday. It was beautiful there, but they said it was like 46 degrees Celsius or something like that.
Oh wow,
really
that heat wave. Yeah, nice.
It gets really
crazy
hot.
heat wave. But it was beautiful, like really, really amazing. The
Yes,
photos they brought
environment
back.
wise. Yeah, environment wise.
Okay, here's the
yes.
Here's the question in the side chat. Okay, so
Gotcha.
I'll read it out as well while you copy paste it. So if there was a windmill in the ocean 11.2 miles away and the observer height was 3.5 foot, would the bottom portion of the windmill be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth?
Mm-hmm. Okay, now it's just giving me the steps to do it, but let's see conclusion. Okay, I'm reading the conclusion. At 11.2 miles distance and 3.5 feet observer height, roughly 75 to 80 feet of the bottom of the windmill will be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, depending on refraction. So
okay, so ask it. Yep. So it already told you before that you can add 8% for standard refraction on there because we have very clear conditions, right? We don't have any crazy refraction or anything like that going on. We can see in the observation that it looks the same as it looks from close up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so have a look in the side chat again. Okay, so it actually got the math a little bit wrong, right? So it said there should be more hidden. Really, the answer is 52 feet that should be hidden from that observer height.
Hidden, right?
So
yes.
ChatGPT doesn't do very well when it comes to basic math sometimes for some reason. But anyway, it gave an even worse answer for the globe.
Yeah, but you know why is that? Because if it's taking the windmill, the height of the windmill is like 300 feet. We didn't specify the height of.
It doesn't matter what height the windmill is. It doesn't matter if the windmill is 100 miles high or 10 or 1 mile high
we
or
should be
50 foot high.
Yeah.
Because the bottom portion, we just want to know how much of the bottom portion should be missing. Okay, so have a look at the observation. We see that there's zero of the bottom portion of the windmill missing in the observation. And then I posted a close-up photo of the bottom of the windmills as well, just so you can see that in the observation, it looks the same as it's very clear conditions.
So with your calculation, the conclusion according to ChatGPT is like with naked eyes at 3.5 feet height, you would see the top part of the windmill, but the bottom 52. Yeah, so 52 feet would be hidden behind the curvature. It will look like emerging from the water, not sitting fully on the surface.
Correct. Which is not what we see when we go out and make these observations.
So let me ask this. How can I observe?
What was the question? How can you observe what?
How can I observe the curvature of the Earth simply? Like as a casual day, it's just giving me some answers. Like watch a ship disappear bottom first.
Standard global stuff.
See, that's what we're testing. That's what we're testing right here.
Climb higher, watch the horizon more move away, and look out the airplane window on a clear flight, observe different stars in the sky, use a long lens across the lake. So I guess the most practical one for me, since I don't have a big telescope or I'm not going to climb any higher, mountain, will be just watching the ships disappearing.
Okay, so we just debunked that with this observation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so ask it at what distance would the ship start to become obstructed behind the horizon from a 3.5 foot observation height, right? It's the same answer, right? It's going to say that, let's just say that this windmill was a ship.
Mm-hmm. So,
okay, at the bottom 72 feet, it said in your answer, would be hidden behind the horizon. But that's obviously not the case. In fact, we can see a boat in this observation that's 14 miles away, and there is no obstruction, and you wouldn't be able to see that boat at all if the Earth were a globe. So you could ask it now.
I'm asking like at what distance would ship disappear?
Well, yeah. What
So
distance would the ship start to disappear from the bottom up?
So distance horizon, blah blah blah. Ship visibility. The bottom of the ship disappears first because of the Earth curvature. If the ship is tall, let's say 100, you can see the top, blah blah blah, below horizon, the maximum. Okay, give me the answer. Okay, that means that ships would still be visible at 15 miles. The bottom would be hidden behind the curvature. Okay. So when the ship totally disappear, because so let's say there's a ship passing through like Pacific Ocean. According to these tests, we would be able to see no matter how far ship is. If we check with a telescope, like really high one that we are checking the space with it, we
No.
will be able to see the ship.
Yeah, but the air is not completely transparent. So if you check the weather report in any location, it will tell you the maximum visibility rating. So even if you have the world's most powerful telescope, the ship's still going to fade away into the density of the air.
Yeah, you would have to remove all the air, turn it into a vacuum. Then that's the only way you're going to see it, because on a normal day, there's so many weather systems over a given distance. Let's say you've got a distance of 2,000 miles. Well, within that distance, you're going to have weather to contend with.
Okay. So yeah, that's also correct. I asked like the totally, disappears at distance less than this. So less than 14.7 miles, you'll see some or all of the ship. At distance greater than this, which is 14.7 miles, the entire ship is hidden behind the curvature. So I think we can, 14.7 mile. How far is this in kilometers?
It's about 22, 23.
Yeah,
So
22, 23 kilometers. Yeah.
So 22.
But that's completely hidden, right? So even when it's at 10,
So
even when it's
miles,
at 10 miles, it would be
still
hidden by a 50 foot approximately. The bottom 50
something
foot
like
would be
that.
missing.
So after 15 miles, we shouldn't be seeing any ships, according to this.
Yeah, none of the ship at all.
check
But I
that.
guarantee you will see that ship. You'll be able to see it.
I'll see if I can see it.
Yeah, you'll be able to see it. All right.
You can't see it, and we've got observations that show ships, that show features past that height, past that distance.
Yeah, that's it. Past that distance. That's right. Yeah, and laser beam
the horizon from
targets have been hit.
The horizon should
targets have been hit.
the
Sorry.
horizon. The horizon should be at 2.3 miles from that observer height, right? So less than 3 miles away. That's where the horizon should be, right? The horizon line. As soon as the ship goes past the horizon line, the bottom of the ship should start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, we're not seeing that horizon line at all at anywhere close to that distance that we're showing.
Weird.
Right, have a look at this next observation. Okay, so we've got something similar to a ship in this next observation.
Which one?
Okay, we have some oil platform. Yeah, I haven't posted it yet, so here it is. This is out of a video. It's just a clip that's out of a video.
Yeah, I already posted it. I think if you're talking about the Black Swan, I posted it already. You just scroll back; it's there. I posted the video and the picture.
Yeah, I watched those videos.
Okay. So let's just have a look at this one. Okay, we have an 8-foot observation height. That means the horizon should be at 3.4 miles away. Okay, but once again, we have some oil platforms. Okay, and we can see that the horizon is beyond both of the oil platforms. Now, the closest oil platform is 6 miles away, and the furthest platform is 10 miles away. Okay, so we can see the horizon is far beyond the second oil platform. On a globe, that horizon should be at 3.4 miles away, halfway to the first oil platform, basically. But it's not there. Okay, so picture the oil platform as a ship, if you want to, right? It's the same kind of thing.
Yes.
We don't see any of the oil platform missing, right? We can see the whole oil platform, and we can see the horizon beyond the oil platform. On a globe, you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon, right? All of the water should be hidden behind the horizon, because the horizon is where the sky and the ground appear to meet, right? You don't see water past the horizon. Okay, so here's another observation that doesn't match with the globe at all. We can see in orders of magnitude further than you would be able to see. You can add 8% on if you want for your standard refraction, but that's not going to help, right? That's going to make the horizon about 3.7 miles away. Just we're seeing the horizon far beyond 10 miles away. All right, so I'm going to show you an even longer distance now. Okay, so this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah.
Yes.
Okay, so this is a 21-mile observation. That's about 34 kilometers. Okay, so over this distance, there should be 293 foot of curvature. So since we're talking about boats, right, you know the Titanic?
Yes.
Pretty big boat, right? So the Titanic was 175 foot tall. Okay, so in this observation, he's got his camera set up at 5 foot high. And if you picture, right, just as a hypothetical, the Titanic is where the observer is. Okay, the giant Titanic. If the Titanic were to sail from where he is over to the other side of the lake, at 2.7 miles, the Titanic would reach the horizon. And then once it goes beyond the horizon, the bottom of the Titanic would start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth as the Titanic sails over to the other side of the lake 21 miles away. Now, once the Titanic is at 10 miles away, the bottom 66 feet of the Titanic would be hidden behind the horizon. By the time the Titanic got to the other side of the lake, you shouldn't be able to see the Titanic at all. It would be completely hidden behind the horizon due to the curvature of the Earth. But in this observation, he can zoom all the way across the lake. We don't see the horizon at 2.7 miles. We don't even see a horizon over the entire 21 miles. He can zoom in and he can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, zero obstruction.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you can see, once again, all we're seeing here is a flat water, no curvature. There's 293 foot of missing curvature here. It has to be there if the Earth's a globe, and it's not there.
I'll check that. I will really check that.
Yeah. No, that's all we ask people to do, right? You don't have to believe what we're saying.
Exactly.
Just look into it. You put on your critical thinking cap and try to
Observe
debunk
it yourself. Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm never type of guy just defends an idea. I'm just trying to find what can be a counter to my idea and dig into that, because maybe like all the answer will be there anyways. If I don't like make the research with you, I wouldn't understand what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
So
right.
in order to find what is correct or incorrect, I need to check all of it.
I agree. That's what I did.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Don't believe what we're saying. Just look into it and come to your own conclusion. That's the only way that this works.
Yes. Because these days, whatever you do, whatever you make the research, it's like always, it's not that 100% correct anymore with the internet that we are using right now. So
That's right.
yeah. Anyway, it's really good talking to you. Thank you so much. It was
you're welcome.
Great, it was a great conversation
I appreciate it.
with you. And Jin, thank you so much. And yeah, you guys have a great day.
Awesome, man. You too.
Yeah.
Are you heading off now or what?
Yeah, I'm heading off. I'll go out.
Okay.
You know. Yeah.
All
Well,
right,
take
man.
care.
Well, enjoy the rest of your day and see you next time.
Thank you. You too. You too. See you guys next time. Bye bye.
You know, when it comes to like, how could all of these scientists and professors and government agencies and whatnot be lying about such a thing, right? And how could they keep it under wraps? Well, I think if you really think about it, right, most people, almost all of the people that you're talking about when you're thinking about the people that are lying or the agencies that are lying, genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. Okay, they've probably never questioned it, never tested it. So most people, when it comes to most of your scientists, college professors, even most people that work for NASA, that work for the government, right? It's all compartmentalized, and most people genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. So they're not necessarily lying about it. Okay, it would only have to be a very small amount of people that would actually know. And if you look into the history of how the Earth actually became a globe in the first place, it will all make a lot more sense on why it's not necessarily such a lie, but maybe more of a theories turning into facts, right? It's a whole rabbit hole in itself, so I won't go too deep into it. And I'll pass the mic over to someone else.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Those people are most likely dead now, but so it just goes on. The lie is just propagated from people who doesn't understand that they're lying because it's just a belief. I mean, your third grade teacher who brought out the globe from her death and told you this is where you live. You didn't have the whereabouts to ask any questions about it. You were like, "Oh, really? Yeah, we're living in on a ball in the space. I guess that's right." And she didn't know either. She just preached what she had been told, right? Nobody is taught this; they're just being told it, and it's going to go down for every generation. People are just going to keep saying it, but they actually can't prove it.
Hello. Yeah, hello. Look, server of Aleph. Look, you need to try not to just cut into conversations, please. If you could put yourself on mute and then wait for an opportunity when it's a good time to talk. All right, so I'll help you out with that just for now, and you can let me know in the side chat when you're ready.
Yeah, we're talking to Zess right now. He has some good questions. We're enjoying this conversation a lot. So, Aleph. Oh, okay, he left. But anyway, if anybody else is waiting, just hang on a little bit. We'll get to you. Good chance.
I think Yoda was trying to jump in when I interrupted him.
Yeah.
If he's still available.
Yeah, I think DJ set the table there properly. This problem we have does not require a grand conspiracy to keep going. I think a lot of people throughout history just believe in the globe so much that they shoehorn their physical measurements of the Earth into a globe concept, into a globe model, and they make it work by any means necessary. This includes people in the aerospace industry. So I don't think NASA exists to hide a flat Earth from people. I don't think that's their stated goal, and I don't really think that that's their primary objective, even behind the scenes. When you look at what NASA was founded to do, NASA was born out of a psychological warfare program that was run by the president after World War II. It was called the Psychological Coordinating Board and later renamed the Operations Coordinating Board. They staffed NASA before it was funded with people from the intelligence community. And their stated goal was to project American power and technology and progress and discovery. And this was done in order to secure America's place in the world as the victor of World War II, a country that nobody could ever technologically outmatch or militarily beat. This is their stated objective. They include within their founding documents of space policy prior to NASA's founding that they would use technological claims like satellites for psychological effects. You can read this in a document called NSC 5814, National Security Council Memo number 5814. So yeah, they faked the moon landing.
I mean, doesn't take a genius to find that out, right?
Right. And this could also mean that other technology that they claim exists doesn't exist in the way that you think or we think that they operate.
But I have a question.
Technology could operate under completely different principles.
Okay, I have a question if you don't mind. Okay, I'm with you. The U.S. is lying about this shit, and they're just a bunch of. They always done this stuff where they use propaganda to tell you something that isn't true. I'm with you. Why would Russia, China, India, and all the other countries be in on it as well? That's what I want to know.
Well, Russia faked it first with Sputnik. So at the time of the space race, you have to wonder, was Russia and America really against each other? I don't think so. Not in the way we think. Because the space race was the third iteration of an international community's endeavor to explore the Earth. The first iteration was in the late 1800s, funded by the Habsburg Empire, called the International Polar Year. The second one was the International Polar Year in 1933, and the third one was renamed the International Geophysical Year in 1958, and the fourth one was in 2008. So the space race was already part of an Antarctic expedition that had been going on too, as part of a much broader program for discovery. So when this was going on and Russia claimed to orbit Sputnik, then America chomped at the bit and said, well, while we have the space race going on, let's do that too. And then let's also produce technology that's even more grand, seemingly more capable. And I think this psychological arms race was built on a bunch of lies. And I think over decades, the lies were so big they couldn't reverse it anymore. They couldn't go back. There are other countries that did not claim to land men on the moon. They wouldn't even go there. Like the UK was very smart to avoid manned lunar expeditions and get behind any of that. But I think the claims of space got so big that they basically can't reverse them, and they're stuck.
United States, Russia, China, India, Japan, all landed on the moon. Interesting. India, huh? Do they have any footages of that?
I don't know. But here's what I find interesting. Just these countries that claim outer space capabilities also claim to have nuclear weapons. And when you go back to the founding documents of NASA, it almost looks like one of NASA's primary purposes is to provide cover for nuclear weapons development. Why? Because the Saturn rockets that were used for NASA's exploration were also being used for nuclear ICBMs. So if you paint a NASA logo on a nuclear missile, you could test the motor all day. You could test the rocket, the guidance system all day, and nobody would think the wiser. Nobody would suspect that it's actually for weapons development.
Another interesting point to add is that as bad as the NASA footage looks and whatnot, right? And how many technical impossibilities there were behind the moon missions. The footage from these other countries, right? Most people haven't looked into that, right? Have a look at China's footage of when they said that they landed on the dark side of the moon and whatnot. Japan's footage, India's footage is probably the most hilarious on top of China and Russia and the Soviet footage. It's so bad. It's really laughable, and there's like glitches and mistakes, and it's all inconsistent with other countries' footage as well. Like there's some funny...
Captain, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry, but like, do we have none of these countries has ever like did a proper vlog going on the moon and showing how things are? None of them.
If you have a look, if you go to YouTube and you type in so this is India's greatest ever achievement, right? So in modern history. Okay, so if you go onto YouTube and you type in footage of India lunar mission or something along those lines, right? You'll see extremely limited, tiny little bit of video footage that looks absolutely ridiculous and laughable. It's completely limited. It's just silly. Even a lot of the Indian people that we get in here also, laugh at it, and they're like, yeah, we probably did fake that. It's ridiculous. The footage is so bad that they actually decided to show the animation rather than the real footage on the TV. So if you look at most people celebrating India landing on the moon, they're looking at an Atari-looking animation. So yeah, it's pretty bad. And we don't even have to say we can prove it's all fake. We can just say it's kind of faith-based, right? We can't validate any of this information. But when we actually go out and empirically test over the surface of the Earth, it doesn't match up with the globe ever. Okay, throughout all of history, there's not a single observation where someone's gone out and actually measured 260 feet of curvature over 20 miles, which would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. In fact, when we go out and test over 20 miles, there's zero curvature. We can shoot a laser or zoom across with a high-powered camera over to the other side of a 20-mile lake and see the shoreline consistently. So empirical evidence doesn't match. The faith-based so-called space footage it's faith-based, like I just said. And it just so you get into it a bit more from there. You start looking into it. You'll start learning all about the globe model. Okay, flat earthers tend to know a lot more than the average person about how the globe operates, right? Because it's one of the first things that you need to look into. It's like, okay, they're claiming this. How did that become a claim? Where did that come from? What you're going to find is most things are mathematical models or concepts, you could call them, based off assumptions. Okay, and when you look for empirical validation of the core variables in the equations and whatnot that they're using, you'll find that there isn't any empirical evidence for these.
Can I make a claim?
Yeah.
So okay, so play along with me and just tell me what you think, okay? Mm-hmm. So I googled the distance of the moon from the Earth, and it's like 400,000 kilometers, roughly. Not exactly, but roughly. Do you think it might be just like there's literally no technology? Oh, my Siri went off. Give me a second.
You're right.
Sorry. Okay, do you think that it just might be like it's so far away that there's literally no technology to get us there, and everybody's like, since America's already faked it, everybody else is trying to fake it so they can claim superpower C?
Yes and no to a bunch of things that you just said. I would say that the vacuum of space and the way that outer space is presented to us in the heliocentric model actually violates a bunch of natural laws. It's scientifically impossible, as we've been told. Okay, when it comes to the distance to the moon, that kind of thing, it's all based on assumptions. It's based on knowing the radius value of the Earth and that the space is a vacuum, and it's all kind of tied in together with the globe model. Now, when it comes to why they would lie about the moon missions for notoriety and power and things like that, yeah, absolutely, that's probably part of the reason. India they want to also be seen by the rest of the world as a country that is very technologically advanced, and they've also done what something similar to what the great powerful America has done, and yeah, other countries want a piece of the pie as well, and the pie might just be respect and that kind of thing. You know, how they're perceived on a grand scale. So yeah, does that answer your question?
Or they all figured out that, hey, America used NASA as a cover for weapons development, so we're going to do the same thing and signal back to the Americans.
I'm just listening. I want to see what y'all else have to say.
Right. So suppose it's possible to put something on the moon over a flat Earth. It means that they're doing it in a whole different manner than what we think. All that business about orbits and stuff, all of that would probably have to change.
Yeah, ultimately, the claim of the distance to the moon is a claim only. That value, that distance, is predicated on the Earth being a globe. So let's just rip the Band-Aid off for you really quickly. The entire idea of the solar system, the universe that you have in your mind, that you've been fed for most of your life, is complete fantasy, because it has to be a globe for any of that to even remotely be true. So since the Earth is not a globe, you can just forget about the solar system that you were taught about. It is implausible, because the Earth would have to be a sphere.
Yeah, so what is the sun? What is the moon, stars, planets? Nobody knows for sure.
The best answer we can give you are lights in the sky. What they are, how they're composed, distances, even if they're physical, we don't know.
This brings me another question. I'm kind of interested now. Big Bang opinion on it. What do you think?
Pseudoscience postulations. It's implausible. That actually violates the first law of thermodynamics, right? So you can't have nothing and then something. Matter cannot be created nor destroyed. So you can't get the entire universe and all the things that they feed to you that are in it. You know, the billions and zillions and quadrillions of stars and gases and clouds and all that stuff came from essentially nothing. So that's physically impossible, according to the laws of nature.
Okay. What's holding up the sky and the Earth?
What's holding it up?
Yeah.
Did you say planet?
No. I said what's holding up the Earth and the skies?
Oh, I don't know. No idea.
I don't think a flat Earth is a disk in space. It's described as the floor of the universe.
Okay, I never claimed it to be a disk in space either, but what's...
Yeah.
Okay, if it's the base of the universe, what's all the way down?
I don't know. I mean, it seems like the further you dig, the hotter it gets.
So are you guys like tackling this from a religious perspective, or like how what's the idea here? I'm just like trying to like
rational
understand.
empiricism.
Yep. What can be tested, what can be proved, what can be known without any speculation? Well, as far as we know, everybody on the Earth uses and experiences the Earth as a flat and stationary plane within a certain tolerance. So it is flat, 8 miles high, 8 miles deep. In between that, completely flat. So that's what can be known. Now, if you're going to ask us how deep the Earth goes, what's holding it up, all that stuff, no way we could know that. No way anybody could know that. So,
I see.
you know,
I'm sorry so I understand the point of view right now. Sorry for cutting you off.
No, you go
I
first.
understand your point of view. You're not trying to make claims, but you're trying to look at existing claims and see whether they hold any validity.
Yeah, basically. But we can't validate what the Earth is. It can be measured, and as far as we can measure, it is flat.
So when you said it was 8 mile deep, 8 mile high, what about have you ever been on a plane before? I'm just being genuine.
Yeah, I have been on a plane before many times.
So
I've been on a plane before, and
you're saying the flat Earth is limited to 8 miles high.
No, I didn't say that. I'm talking about the tolerance of flatness. So flatness, the description, typically is a description of something that rests between two parallel planes. The highest mountain on Earth is somewhere in the ballpark of 8 miles high. The deepest known trench of the ocean is about 8 miles deep. In between those two parallel points, or parallel lines or planes, the Earth rests between that. So it is completely flat in between that tolerance.
So what do you think is that like? Obviously, if it's flat, so you're saying it's like you go one way or east and west, go one certain direction. What do you think's at the end of that?
I don't know. What do you mean east and west? On the Earth?
I'm saying if you put it like on a 2D printed out version, you're saying it's flat. So you're saying obviously do you agree with there's a certain limited space that we live on, right?
I have no idea. I'm not saying that.
So you're saying that you'd agree that the Earth is flat, right? But you're saying, what I'm asking is, what do you think the edge of the Earth is, or?
I don't know. I don't even know where the edge of the Earth is. If there is an edge, I don't know where it's at. If there is a limit, I have not found it.
So you're still saying that there's yet to be more of the planet we live on explored?
I'm not saying that either, and the Earth wouldn't be a planet in that case.
Right. So when we examine the globe, the claims of what the globe is, the claims contradict themselves. What the globe is said to be is not internally consistent whatsoever. That's the problem.
Yo, who has image perms can post something that I want to post? Does anybody? Can I DM somebody?
Sure.
Yeah.
You can DM me. I'll
Can you
post
help
it.
me with that one?
Yeah, you can DM it to me, man. It's fine. You might have to send me a friend request.
Wait, who said me? Who said
Captain Refractio.
that? Okay. Hold on a second.
That's a great name.
So I have you asked me if I've ever been on a plane. Yes, I have, and there's something weird about being on a plane too. So I want you to just look at this. These are my own images. I didn't take them from anywhere else. These are literally mine. Yeah, you can post them. We can just. You cannot deliver because you don't share. Okay, I'm gonna have to add you. I'm so sorry about that.
Yeah, it's all right, man. Just add me up. All right, go ahead.
So I even given you the location too, and where it shows on the computer and everything. There you go. Even out the window, Well, first of all, I want to ask, why is the Earth literally purple? That's something I was really curious about.
It's something to do with the plane windows, isn't it, on certain airlines? I noticed that when I was flying from Japan to Europe. It had crazy effects like that on the windows. But yeah, it looks pretty flat.
Is it?
Yeah. Also, when you're taking imagery through a phone, I'm not saying that this is validation that the Earth is flat, because even if the Earth were a globe, you wouldn't be able to see curvature from that height. But yeah, I got a bunch of footage too. And what you'll notice is if the horizon's way above the center of the frame of the camera, then it will look like it's a bit curved. And if it's below the center of the frame, it will look like it's curving the other direction, right? Like the wrong way. So it really depends. And it wouldn't be a validation either way. Because what I took a bunch of footage because I'm like, damn, I cannot believe it looks so freaking flat. I'm going to take footage. And then when I looked at the footage when I got home, I'm like, oh, so as I pan the camera around, it's like distorting. It's called lens distortion or barrel distortion. The lower the focal length is on the device, then the more of this distortion that you're going to get. Did you want me to post the image in the side chat as well?
Go for it.
All right.
Yeah, I want to see it.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, why is the Earth purple? People won't even believe this
It's
is
a cool
a real
picture.
image.
I do.
It
like
is
the
a real
picture.
image. That's the
yeah.
thing
No,
about it.
I know. Yeah, definitely.
You could see some of our high altitude balloon footage. I'm going to post a channel to on YouTube here for you to check out.
Sure. Clouds do look interesting from that height. I'm not gonna lie.
There you go, Dan Dimension. Check that out. This is going to blow your mind. And if you can watch YouTube on a big TV, do that and just enjoy.
Yeah, he's got some really cool videos, that's for sure.
I have no issues in looking into stuff. That's interesting. Thank you. Oh, these are all like from 6 years ago. Wow, what happened to this guy?
No idea. Haven't heard from him for quite a while, actually.
No,
but yeah, he has some really cool videos. There's one in there that I would recommend. Forget the name of it.
Whereabouts you boys putting the video link?
Oh, it's in the side chat, man. What's your name? Can you see the side chat?
Yeah, it's the channel chat.
Yeah.
What do you think of all these? Like, let's ignore the recent science, okay? But what do you think about all these like old scientists, like from 3,000 years ago all the way back, who all claimed to be living on a globe?
Yeah. So definitely 3,000 years ago, no one was claiming such a thing. That definitely wasn't the case. All ancient cultures knew that the Earth was a flat, enclosed system that was stationary. It wasn't the first person that's attributed to saying that the Earth was a globe, which is controversial even among mainstream historians, was Pythagoras, who was essentially a weirdo cult leader. Okay, and he thought the Earth was like a musical instrument, and that they kind of worshipped spheres as divine shapes, and it kind of stems out from there. So it's interesting if you look into the history of how the globe actually became a thing, because it wasn't like people went out one day and they're like, okay, well, turns out, guys, I've gone out and done some measurements, and we're actually living on a big globe. Everyone was wrong throughout all of history. Here's my tests. Here's my measurements. You guys can go and check it for yourself. That didn't happen. That's not how the globe became a thing. So most of history, people knew that the Earth was a flat, stationary plane in an enclosed system. And it's not until allegedly Pythagoras, right, was the first person to suggest it, right? And then Plato and the people that came after that, which insinuated the Earth was a globe, not through empirical evidence, but through philosophical reasoning and things like that.
So you're saying ancient civilizations like believe that the Earth was flat?
Yeah, if you have a look at their depictions, Stark just posted an interesting.
So what evidence, like historically, that still exists will back that up?
I hate philosophy.
Okay, so it's everyone's. Okay, so the evidence is the water. Obviously, most of the Earth's surface is covered in water. Okay, so it's the objective reality that everyone experiences. Okay, so I experience a flat, stationary Earth. Okay, that's like the starting point. That's not proof that that's what it is, but that's what we experience. We experience the celestials in the sky, moving like a big clock in the sky, right, in cycles, resetting, and that's just the empirical position that we all observe and live with. Okay, so what's the proof of that? Well, we have that, right? Long distance observations, laser tests, infrared camera footage. There's thousands of tests that have been done to validate that
So
there's
if
no
if the
curvature
if
over
the
distance.
Earth was round like most society believes it, let's say to a certain point, you'd have an if it was flat, I believe it. No matter how far away, if you have powerful enough light, it could be a kilometer away, at the same height, I will see that shine through the same hole because it's flat. There's no curvature, correct?
Right, but the atmosphere absorbs light. Okay, and
I'm saying, but
also
I'm saying
we
height.
also
Height
yeah.
from
So
point
even
A
if
to
you
point
put it
B
up
is the same.
high, okay, there's something called the inverse square law of light. So as the light moves away from the light source, it exponentially diminishes in intensity. Okay, you can look up the inverse square law of light. Each time you double the distance, it gets 4 times dimmer. I think that's correct. And then the atmosphere also absorbs light. Now think about this. The water, for example, if you have a summer day and the sun's directly above you, just 200 meters down into the ocean, usually much less, it's completely black, pitch black. You can't see the sun. You can't see any light from the sun whatsoever because the medium absorbs the light. Okay, so the air is also a medium, okay, but it's much less dense, obviously, than the water. So it still has the same sort of properties, just over a vaster distance. Okay, so does that make sense?
100%. But what I'm asking is, if the Earth is flat, because I'm still on edge about this, you can agree where if I was to have powerful enough light, well, it'll reach the other point of this same hole, same height setup, be 10 meters in the air. The Earth was round like most people claim, because there's a curvature where you wouldn't be able to see that angle of light. But if the Earth's flat, I could have it 10 meters in the air. Let's say the light is powerful enough to reach that certain point. I should be able to see that same light beam at the same height.
Yeah. We've taken that. That's a great argument, actually, and that's one of the main ways that we do test for it. Okay, so here's an example. We can get extremely high-powered lasers these days, and we've had, for example, teams of field engineers go out and do what you suggested, but using like a $20,000-$30,000 laser. Okay, so that what they'll do is they'll set up the laser on one side of a huge body of water. For example, one of their tests was over 40 kilometers long. Okay, and they shoot the laser across over the surface of the water to hit a target that's the same height on the other side of the body of water. Then we can calculate that if the Earth were a globe, there should be X amount of curvature over that distance, which is many, many hundreds of feet of curvature over that distance. And what they found is that in every single test that they performed, the laser would hit the target. Now, this has been done over and over and over again. Same with the line of sight thing.
Even if I was to set it up in my backyard, are you saying it would be the same thing?
Yeah. If you can, it's good to do it over like somewhere that doesn't have elevation changes. That's why bodies of water or frozen lakes or salt lakes, things like this are very good to use. So if you could find a 10-mile lake, okay, and you stand on one side of the lake, this is what I did. I did it over a 20-kilometer lake. Okay, but just say it's a 10-mile lake. Okay, over that 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature, according to the globe Earth mathematics. Now, if you set up a camera or a light or a laser or whatever you wanted to do, you could even just do a mirror flash or something like that. Okay, or you just say you had a buddy over on the other side of the lake. You shouldn't be able to zoom in across the lake and see your friend standing there on the other side of the lake. You can calculate exactly how much he should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Right? The horizon should be a certain distance, and then anything that's beyond that horizon would start to dip behind the curvature of the Earth. So your friend should be hidden by about 50 foot of Earth curvature. But what we've found is that there's zero curvature over these distances where there must be curvature. We can zoom in across that lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake.
Are you able to link any of those videos or like something about
Yeah, absolutely. Stark just put the laser test I was talking about. That's a really technical one. But what I'll do really quickly is I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about with a real world test.
Because honestly, by the research I've done, is both sides claim that they've done the same test and they've got different results.
Yeah, so this is after looking into this for 8 years, I guarantee you that once you look into it, you're not going to find any of these tests that match up with the globe. We've been asking for 8 years. We've been asking physicists, engineers, all sorts of people coming through here, and they've not been able to present it.
Calculations or like with tools and stuff with tools, with surveying tools. So electromagnetic signals, direct line of sight technology, usually known as lasers. So surveying
would you
tools.
please would you please write the resource for me that the time that event happened and you measured the Earth, so I can
Post it.
I literally search for it.
Post it. I gave you a huge list. And I gave you the citation saying that the distance to the horizon can be measured with 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. So it's not our measurement, it's geometry. They've given you a radius value. It has to fit the geometry.
Yeah. Okay, I get it. So this is the last one, is it? The global geometry and measurement.
Go to where I posted, right? At 11 minutes after the hour. I gave you a screenshot from me asking the question to the Google, and the AI gave me the response. Okay.
Oh, I see.
And right after that is a laundry list of people using lasers and checking the Earth for curvature.
Yeah.
In each of their videos, they go into detail on what they did. If it says Dr. John D., he's extensive in his explanation and the descriptions of the environment he's testing. If you see the FE core, that's 25 miles. That's Field Engineer Core, not Flat Earth Core. And they extensively measure the environment and get great details on the environment. They even lay it out in a PDF. And in their video, they use the PDF to describe the thing that they were doing.
Yeah, I see.
All right. And then the point of what we're saying is that you can do this yourself. You can scrutinize yourself as much as you want.
I see. Yeah. I will search for them. Thank you. And for another time, I just want to apologize for the last sentence I said about Magic and Superman and Wonder Woman and stuff like that. It was so unconsiderate about me. I apologize. And thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The whole bottom looks like it's missing, right? Okay, so that's just a random picture of the ship. Yeah, so some glober could cherry pick this and say, look, it's behind the curvature of the Earth. Yeah? No, this is a known effect, right, called sinking. Okay, it usually happens during the night or early in the morning when the water temperature is still much warmer than the ambient air temperature above it. Okay, and it causes the light to bend upward because light will deviate towards the cooler air because it's more dense. And it can cause things in the distance to look like they're sinking. Okay, it's like a form of an inferior mirage. Now, what this guy does is he actually stays in the same location, and as the temperature warms up, okay, it exceeds the temperature of the water. Okay, so this sinking effect starts to go away as the day goes on. So over the next 3 hours, he keeps zooming in from the same location on the same boat, which is anchored. And then 3 hours later, we can see the entire boat again. So I'll post the...
Did you do this yourself? And if not, how do you not know that this is fake?
No, it's not faked, right? So, because now we're going to... Okay, so there's tons of examples of this, right? And it's a well-known effect that happens. And also there's a video that goes along with it. So how do you think this? Do you think the video is CGI? Is that
Yes.
is that your
So the
rebuttal?
reason I am being facetious, but the reason I say this is because I can use your same logic against you. And if you show me a video or picture, I can say what the flat earthers say. Well, it's fake. It's CGI. Do you see how it's like a
No.
we're reaching
When
in
did
past it?
when did someone present a long distance observation that we said was CGI? Name one.
Well, not in this current conversation, but I can send pictures that you have to admit is CGI, otherwise it debunks the flat Earth model.
Is it a long distance observation?
It is indeed.
Okay, go.
If you wouldn't mind,
hold on a sec. Hold on a
picture
second
in the
now, because
chat.
I'm not finished my point yet. But I'm going to hold you to this because that's absolute nonsense, right? No flat earthers claim that any long distance observations done in an like analogous to the ones that we're talking about, like from the Earth, right, looking out over large bodies of water and whatnot. A CGI. No one's claiming that. That's ridiculous. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to post some citations from subject matter experts,
from
which are global.
flatearth.com.
No, .edu, all .edu, Oxford, like physics books.
Oh, Jesus.
You know. Yeah, so let's go over them, right? Because you don't have any idea when it comes to atmospheric refraction, right? Globers don't do any research. They just learn how to make the noise with their mouth, refraction, and they think that fixes the observation.
Yeah, right, got it. Can you do me the due diligence of putting that picture I sent you in the chat, please?
No, not yet, because I'm not finished, right? So because you're going to have to throw like the mainstream science under the bus right now. Okay, so do you agree? You agree? You know what sinking is? You know what inferior mirage is?
I'm aware of inferior mirage. Yeah.
Yeah. So sinking's a form of inferior mirage when you don't have enough of a temperature gradient change to cause the full-blown inferior mirage with the total internal reflection.
Let me interject here, please, because